Chapter 658, The Unfortunate Yi Shang. The first reason is Uncle Feng's cultivation is already not at the void interpretation stage, and it's very likely that he has broken through to the void transformation stage. The second possibility is that Uncle Feng is still a void interpretation stage martial artist, but he has comprehended advanced concept. No matter which it was, Feng Wudao's strength was enough to cause shock in Duan Ling Tian, as expected of the existence that possesses an extraordinary status in the Feng clan. Third Elder, Feng Tian Wu's expression went grim, and she hurriedly followed over, whereas, Duan Ling Tian naturally followed behind her. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu followed behind Feng Wudao to slowly walk out the audience hall. Outside the audience hall stood an old man past the age of 70, and at this moment, the old man stared fixedly at Feng Tian Wu with eyes that emitted flames and seemed if he wished for nothing more than to kill Feng Tian Wu right away. Third Elder, is there something you need? Feng Wudao naturally noticed the old man's gaze, and his face sank slightly as he asked. Eldest Master. The old man took a deep breath and moved his gaze onto Feng Wudao, and the hatred in his eyes transformed into boundless sorry. My only grandson was killed today. I hope that Eldest Master can give me justice. What? Feng Wudao frowned. What happened? He naturally knew of the situation of the old man's line. The old man's son had died early, and only a single grandson remained. Now that the old man's grandson had died, it would also mean that the last son was gone and the old man's line would be cut off. Eldest Master, I beg you to give me justice. The old man knelt on the ground and implored. For a time, the frown on Feng Wudao's face grew deeper. When he saw this scene, Duan Ling Tian didn't dare hesitate and hurriedly sent a voice transmission to tell Feng Wudao about everything had happened earlier. He was truly worried that Feng Wudao would agree to give the old man justice. In that way, even if Feng Tianwu was Feng Wudao's daughter, Feng Wudao would have to do some things to appease the old man, and that was something Duan Ling Tian wasn't willing to see. After Feng Wudao heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, his brows knit tightly before looking at Feng Tianwu who was by his side and asked with a low voice. Tianwu, you killed the third elder's grandson? Yes. Feng Tianwu nodded and admitted with a calm expression. Did you know that he was third elder's only grandson? Feng Wudao asked again. I've heard of it. Feng Tianwu nodded. Then why did you strike so ruthlessly? Feng Wudao asked again. Meanwhile, even the old man that knelt on the ground couldn't refrain from raising his head to look at Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu knew clearly in her heart that if she didn't explain it now, then it would surely cause her father to be in a difficult position. So, after she took a deep breath, she spoke frankly. Feng Hao made 2 rude remarks about me and insulted me, and Big Brother Duan stood up for me. After that, he himself was afraid of Big Brother Duan, so he sent a voice transmission to threaten me. He said that if I didn't accompany him through the night tonight, then not only would Big Brother Duan die, I would as well. As she finished speaking, Feng Tianwu's voice became slightly colder. So he deserved death. Feng Tianwu looked at the old man that knelt on the ground and spoke without the slightest scruple, whereas, the old man's expression completely went pale when he heard the last sentence Feng Tianwu spoke. Never had he imagined that there was such a reason behind it. Third Elder, did you hear it clearly? At practically the instant Feng Tianwu finished speaking, Feng Wudao's face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice, and he spoke with a low and deep voice. If I was present at that time, I'm afraid I wouldn't hold back either. My daughter has had a rough life, yet in the end, she was actually insulted by your grandson like this. Do you think your grandson deserved death? When the old man heard this, his expression was extremely pale. Eldest Master, I acted rashly in this matter. Indeed, he deserved death. As he finished speaking, the old man stood up, and then he bid his farewell to Feng Wudao before leaving dejectedly. Ling Tian, sit down and accompany Tian Wu in the rear courtyard. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed Feng Wudao looking over. Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded and then called out to Feng Tianwu. Before he left, Duan Ling Tian didn't forget to send a voice transmission to Feng Wudao. Uncle Feng, that third elder of your Feng clan seemed to not be a person that's easy to deal with. I have the feeling that he won't let this matter go. Ling Tian, why do you think I asked you and Tianwu to head to the rear courtyard? Feng Wudao replied with a question when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. This instead caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help but be stunned, and when he returned to his senses, he understood what Feng Wudao meant. It turned out that Feng Wudao had perceived it long ago. Seems like I've said something unneeded. Duan Ling Tian smiled embarrassedly and then headed to the rear courtyard with Feng Tianwu, and at the same time, he didn't forget to console Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, you don't have to pay attention to words spoken by fellows that are worse than animals. Big brother Duan, I'm fine. Feng Tianwu squeezed out a trace of a smile when she heard Duan Ling Tian's consolation. Outside Feng Wudao's estate, after the Feng clan's third elder, Feng Qing, left, his eyes were suffused with a ghastly sheen. Feng Wudao, your daughter ought to not know her birth, right? Once I dig out the proof that our Feng clan annihilated the Long clan all those years ago, I'll help you tell her the truth from all those years ago. Ha 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 ha. When he thought up to here, Feng Qing had a savage expression on his face as if he was possessed by a devil. He knew clearly in his heart that it was practically impossible for him to kill Feng Tianwu and take revenge for his grandson. With Feng Wudao present by Feng Tianwu's side, it was impossible for him to succeed in his entire lifetime, so he chose another method to take revenge on Feng Tianwu. Once you find out the truth about what happened all those years ago, it ought to hurt you more than death, right? Your own grandfather was angered to death by your mother, and your own mother committed suicide because of this. Your own grandfather, grandmother, and many relatives from your mother's side all died at the hands of the clan you currently reside in. I'm curious, what expression would you have after you know all this? Feng Qing muttered to himself. Unfortunately, you're bound to be unable to see it. Right at this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded out by Feng Qing's ears. The voice seemed as if it was beside his ears, yet also seemed as if it was 1,000 miles away, and it was difficult for one to ascertain. But this voice was extremely familiar. He'd heard this voice just moments ago. In the next moment, Feng Qing felt danger envelop his heart, and it caused his to be practically suffocated. Feng Wu, an exceedingly swift fiery red flowing light sliced through the horizon, and it seemed to have transformed into an extremely tiny shooting star that pierced through the space between Feng Qing's brows. Instantly, a bloody hole appeared between Feng Qing's brows, and blood flowed. Unendingly. He quickly fell into a pool of blood with his eyes stared wide open, and he stared blankly into the sky as he gradually lost all signs of life. In next to no time, a strand of flames suddenly leapt about on the space between Feng Qing's brows, and the flame covered Feng Qing's entire body in the blink of an eye and burned him into ashes. Because this place was remote, no one noticed the events that happened here in a short amount of time, so no one knew that Feng Qing had already died. As if a gust of wind blew by, Feng Qing, who'd transformed into ashes, scattered with the wind, and he instantly vanished in the sky. Whereas a fiery red figure abruptly appeared at the place Feng Qing stood before. The owner of the fiery red figure was a dignified middle-aged man that wore a fiery red long robe, and he muttered to himself. In my entire life, the times I've treated my daughter unfairly are already more than enough. No matter who it is, if you dare make my daughter unhappy, then I'll surely not let you off. After Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu stayed in the rear courtyard for some time, they returned to the front courtyard, because an unexpected guest had arrived. This time, the unexpected guests were two people. One of them was someone that neither Duan Ling Tian nor Feng Tianwu were unfamiliar to, Yi Shang. The second young master of the Yi clan. Father, it's him. He slapped me twice and was disrespectful to our Yi clan. Yi Shang pointed at Duan Ling Tian as he spoke to the middle-aged man in an azure robe by his side. The middle-aged man had an appearance that was slightly similar to Yi Shang, and he was obviously the patriarch of the Yi clan. Presently, when the Yi clan patriarch heard Yi Zhang's words, he didn't target Duan Ling Tian but instead looked at Feng Wudao who stood at the side. Lord Wudao, he is. As the Yi clan's patriarch, he had a discerning gaze, and he was able to discern that the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, seemed to regard this violet-clothed young man as important. He's my son-in-law. Feng Wudao glanced indifferently at the Yi clan's patriarch, and spoke unhurriedly. No matter what you want to do, Patriarch Yi, please take your leave. Son-in-law, the Yi clan's patriarch was dumbstruck, and Yi Shang was dumbstruck as well. How could this person of the Feng clan have a son-in-law? Didn't he have no children? Lord Wudao, may I ask where your daughter is? The Yi clan patriarch took a deep breath and couldn't refrain from asking. At the same time, his gaze unintentionally descended onto the red-clothed young woman that stood at the side, and he felt his scalp go numb. He found out clearly about the conflict between his son and this pair of young man and young woman earlier. Of course, what he found out from his son was limited. According to his son, this red-clothed young woman that he insulted as a lowly servant was only an insignificant servant. But now, A bad premonition arose in his heart instead. No matter how he looked at her, the red-clothed young woman before him didn't feel like a servant girl, and she was more like an eldest young miss. Patriarch Yi, has your eyesight gone blurry? Isn't my daughter standing by my son-in-law's side? Feng Wudao spoke indifferently. Practically as if he was going together with Feng Wudao's words, Duan Ling Tian stretched out his hand to grab Feng Tianwu's delicate hand and squinted his eyes as he looked at the father and son pair of the Yi clan. Especially that Yi Shang. Duan Ling Tian deliberately glanced deeply at him. Duan Ling Tian knew that Yi Shang was about to be struck with misfortune. Yi Zhang's current expression was as unsightly could be, and his body even shivered from fear. She's the daughter of Lord Wu. Dao, damn Feng Hao, didn't you say she's only a servant girl? Now, Yi Shang even had the heart to whip Feng Hao's corpse. Trapping someone wasn't done like this, right? Bastard. Right at this moment, the Yi clan's patriarch who recovered from his astonishment raised his hand and slapped Yi Shang, hitting Yi Shang to the point he became dizzy and his head spun. This caused one side of Yi Zhang's face that originally had recovered slightly from the healing medicinal pills he consumed to become swollen once more. Chapter 659, A Mountain of Treasure That Can't Be Used. Father. Yi Shang was bewildered, completely bewildered. Didn't his father come to stand up for him? Bastard, you still have the face to call out to me. I don't have a son like you. The Yi clan's patriarch had an enraged expression, and with a raise of his hand, he slapped Yi Shang once more, hitting Yi Shang to the point his face became like a pig's head. But even then, he still didn't have any attention to stop. Numerous slaps were swung out by him, and Yi Zhang's face was almost struck open by his father. This scene was unexpected to Duan Ling Tian, yet with a quick thought, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. As expected of a clan's patriarch, he truly has resolution. He seems to be teaching his son a lesson, yet he's actually protecting him. It was extremely easy for Duan Ling Tian to guess the Yi clan patriarch's intentions. Today, the Yi clan's patriarch had come under the lead of Yi Shang to denounce Feng Tianwu's crimes, and he naturally intended to deal with Feng Tianwu. But after he found out about Feng Tianwu's true identity, the Yi clan's patriarch surely didn't dare have any thought of taking revenge any longer. Feng Tianwu's father was Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao was the eldest master of the Feng clan who possessed an extremely high cultivation, and in the rumors, he'd already surpassed the two ancestors of the Feng clan and almost possessed a similar strength as the strongest person in the Darken dynasty's imperial family. How could his Yi clan dare offend an existence like this? With a raise of his hand, the Yi clan patriarch knocked Yi Shang out with a slap before looking respectfully and reverently at Feng Wudao as he lowered his head. Lord Wudao, I haven't taught my son well and caused my unfilial son to offend your daughter and son-in-law. I hope Lord Wudao can punish me for my wrongs. The Yi clan patriarch spoke exceedingly humbly. As for Feng Wudao, he had a calm expression from the beginning until the end, and it was as if what happened before was completely unrelated to him. Patriarch Yi. Finally, Feng Wudao spoke indifferently. Since you've already taught your son a lesson, this matter is done. I hope a similar incident doesn't happen a second time. Yes, thank you, Lord Wudao. The Yi clan patriarch felt relieved as he spoke respectfully. Subsequently, he bid his farewell to Feng Wudao before carrying the fainted Yi Shang and hastily leaving the estate Feng Wudao resided in the Feng clan. All along the way, as he looked to the flesh that had split open on the face of his fainted son, his heart was dripping with blood. Although in terms of natural talent, his second son was inferior to his eldest son, he was his son no matter what, after all. Now that Yi Shang had been beaten to such a state by him, it would be a lie if he said his heart didn't ache. Shang, don't blame father for being ruthless. If I didn't use this trick of injuring you to win the forgiveness of Feng Wudao in time today, it is unknown if you could keep your life. The Yi clan patriarch sighed. There had always been a sentence that was spread throughout the Darken dynasty, offend the king of hell rather than offend Wudao. How terrifying Feng Wudao was could be seen from this. After the Yi clan father and son left, the spacious estate once again returned to peace. There's another 10 days of time. During these 10 days, both of you must cultivate properly. Even a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist might not be able to advance in the dynasty martial competition. Feng Wudao looked at Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu, and he spoke with a serious expression. As for the final martial competition of the 10 dynasties, it will be even more intense. At that time, if you don't possess a cultivation at the void interpretation stage, then you'll probably have no qualification to compete for the top 10 positions. Feng Wudao's words were spoken clearly and decisively. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face strained slightly, whereas Duan Ling Tian's face was calm instead. This was something that he was mentally prepared for long ago, so he wasn't so surprised. Tianwu, return to your room first. I have something to say to Ling Tian. Under Feng Wudao's gesture, Feng Tianwu left the room, whereas Feng Wudao looked at Duan Ling Tian, and a contemplating smile unknowingly appeared on the corners of his mouth. When he saw the smile on the corners of Feng Wudao's mouth, Duan Ling Tian was first stunned, and then he laughed timidly. Uncle Feng, what do you want to say to me? Ling Tian, I want to know what your cultivation is now, and how is your comprehension of concept. I heard Tianwu say that you were far from using your full strength when dealing with that Yi clan's second young master. Feng Wudao glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian as he asked. Uncle Feng, wouldn't you know my cultivation and comprehension of concept when the dynasty martial competition begins? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Feng Wudao laughed bitterly. You little kid, you're even keeping me guessing. Fine, at that time, let me see if you're a match for Tianwu. Grandma Shu, prepare a room for Ling Tian. Subsequently, Feng Wudao instructed Grandma Shu that stood at the side. Yes, Grandma Shu replied respectfully before gesturing at Duan Ling Tian and bringing him along to leave through the audience hall's entrance. Duan Ling Tian followed behind Grandma Shu and walked into a unique small courtyard. The small courtyard was very clear, and so were the rooms within it. Obviously, it was cleaned regularly, and it only required some daily necessities to be prepared. Young Master Ling Tian, if you have any instructions, feel free to voice them. I won't disturb you any longer. After she prepared the daily necessities for Duan Ling Tian, Grandma Shu bid her farewell and left, and she closed the courtyard door on her way out. After Grandma Shu left, Duan Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the bed and withdrew the wind concept fragment before closing his eyes. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt his mood had completely calmed. But he didn't circulate the Nine Dragons War Sovereign technique to cultivate. Presently, his origin energy had already arrived at the limit of the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage, and he only lacked a critical factor before being able to break through to the Void Interpretation stage. This critical factor was to comprehend intermediate concept. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian started to ponder slightly, and he made a conclusion towards the strength he possessed currently. My current cultivation is at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. Merely my origin energy is comparable to the strength of 12 ancient horned dragons. Besides that, my wind concept has already broken through to the 7th level. Even though my 7th level wind concept is still at the elementary stage, it's sufficient to compare to the strength of 7 ancient horned dragons. Besides that, because of the lack of a concept fragment to assist my comprehension, my lightning concept's advancement is far inferior to my wind concept. As for the earth concept, even though I possess the 7th level advanced concept fragment left behind by the earth puppet in the Sword Monarch's treasure, but I've currently placed my entire heart and soul onto the wind concept. So I'm temporarily unable to divert my attention to comprehend it. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Because of possessing a 5th level advanced wind concept fragment he obtained from the Sword Monarch's treasure that day to assist his comprehension of wind concept advanced by leaps and bounds. Presently, he'd already comprehended until the 7th level. With the assistance of the concept fragment, the comprehension of elementary concept had indeed become exceedingly simple. I have a feeling that I will perhaps be able to comprehend 8th level wind concept before the dynasty martial competition. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. As for the other 2 types of concept, I've only comprehended lightning concept to the 3rd level. The earth concept was the last concept I comprehended, and it's only at the 1st level. Earth concept is fine because I have the assistance of the 7th level advanced concept fragment to be utilized in the future, and its advance would surely be exceedingly swift. When he thought of the lightning concept, Duan Ling Tian was slightly helpless. But possessing something is better than nothing. 3rd level lightning concept is capable of increasing my strength by the strength of 3 ancient horned dragons at any rate. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian felt at ease. Unfortunately, I don't have a lightning concept fragment in my possession. Otherwise, my advancement in lightning concept in the future will surely be extremely swift. Of course, Duan Ling Tian only thought like this in his heart. How could a concept fragment be something he could obtain just by thinking about it? Not to mention anything else, Just within the territory of the Darken dynasty and the various dynasties around it, there might not be a second person besides him that possessed concept fragments. Concept fragments are too difficult to come by. Duan Ling Tian sighed. There's also those 3 profundity fragments. Besides the concept fragments, there were also 3 profundity fragments in Duan Ling Tian's possession. The profundity fragments were left behind by the white-clothed sword monarch, and they were respectively profundity fragments of wind, lightning, and sword. But, with Duan Ling Tian's current comprehension in concept, he was utterly unable to comprehend the 3 profundity fragments. The profundity fragments would only be of use when Duan Ling Tian was able to comprehend his wind, lightning, and sword concepts to become a 9th-level advanced concept. Presently, Duan Ling Tian's situation was no different than possessing a mountain of treasures, but he was unable to use a shred of it. Only when he obtained the authority to unearth the mountain of treasures would he be able to utilize the treasures. Obviously, Duan Ling Tian didn't possess this authority now. As things are now, it's completely useless for me to continue cultivating the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique. The matter of top priority now is to comprehend a higher level of wind concept. Duan Ling Tian had a certain level of perception towards his plan to break through to the void interpretation stage. He put his mind and soul into comprehending wind concept. To comprehend 8th level wind concept and even 9th level wind concept. After he comprehended 9th level wind concept, advancing a step forward would be the 1st level intermediate wind concept. At that time, he would be able to break through to the void interpretation stage. With this understanding, Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes and got off his bed before walking out of the room, and then he stood in the courtyard and silently felt the breeze that blew on his face. In his hand, he tightly gripped the wind concept fragment. Wind. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian's mind and soul was completely immersed in his comprehension of wind concept. Deep in the night, Duan Ling Tian remained unmoving. Suddenly, the door to the small courtyard was opened, and a thin and aged figure walked in with large strides, a figure of an old lady. After the old lady placed the fine wine and delicacies in her hand onto the stone table in the courtyard, she glanced at the violet-clothed young man that stood silently there before turning around and leaving, and she closed the door on her way out. Grandma Shu, is Ling Tian still cultivating? The old lady had just walked a few steps when she heard a voice come from ahead. Eldest Master. Grandma Shu bowed respectfully to the person that had arrived. This person was precisely Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao nodded. Young Master Ling Tian isn't cultivating, and he's instead standing in the courtyard. He seems to be comprehending concept. Grandma Shu spoke of everything she saw earlier. Comprehending concept. Feng Wudao's brows raised, and then he walked up a few steps with interest and opened the door to the small courtyard Duan Ling Tian resided in. Chapter 660, Young Miss Tian Wu. In the courtyard, the violet-clothed young man stood there quietly like a statue. He really is comprehending concept. Feng Wudao's gaze descended onto the surroundings of the violet-clothed young man. Presently, the surface of the violet-clothed young man was covered with strands of faint flickering azure-colored energy, and a wave of dense aura fused out from it. This aura belonged to concept. This concept wasn't unfamiliar to Feng Wudao. Wind concept. With a raise of his hand, the airflow in the sky flashed out as strong gusts of wind flew out from within his sleeve and gushed towards the violet-clothed young man. Right at this moment, the azure energy on the surface of the young man's body abruptly rose up explosively and blocked the strong wind that assaulted him. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled to converge into 7 ancient horned dragons in the end. 7th level wind concept. The scene before him caused Feng Wudao to be greatly surprised. This little fellow's comprehension ability is actually so high. It's truly shocking. Amongst the younger generation of the Darken dynasty, I'm afraid only Tian Wu can surpass him in terms of comprehension ability. But Tian Wu was born with the fire spirit body and possesses a special sense towards fire concept, and it's slightly unfair if she were to be compared with him. Feng Wudao muttered. Perhaps, if Feng Wudao knew that Duan Ling Tian relied on a wind concept fragment to be able to comprehend this level of wind concept in such a short period of time, he wouldn't think like this. Kid, you're lucky. I just happen to be skilled in wind concept besides fire concept. Feng Wudao stood on the spot, and his expression turned serious. In the next moment, his hands spread out. Instantly, violent winds blew within the small courtyard and swept towards the violet-clothed young man. Duan Ling Tian held the wind concept fragment tightly within his hand and was silently comprehending wind concept with his eyes closed. Through the breeze that flowed in the sky and coupled with the wind concept fragment, his comprehension towards wind concept was improving at an extremely swift speed. Originally, everything was calm and tranquil, but suddenly, Duan Ling Tian felt the breeze transform into violent winds that enveloped him within. The violent winds raged and caused Duan Ling Tian to be able to better feel the might of wind. Relying on the wind concept fragment, Duan Ling Tian noticed that his comprehension towards wind concept had become even faster. After an unknown period of time, the violent winds gradually vanished, and Duan Ling Tian awoke from his cultivation as well. Meanwhile, he noticed that it was already deep in the night now. Violent winds actually arose tonight. It's truly unexpected. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled as he looked at the plants and flowers in the small courtyard that were in ruins from the violent winds. To these plants and flowers, the violent winds were like a nightmare. But to him, the violent winds were instead capable of assisting him to better comprehend wind concept. Young Master Ling Tian. Suddenly, an aged voice sounded out from outside the courtyard. Senior. Duan Ling Tian opened the door and greeted the person in. It was precisely Grandma Shu. Young Master Ling Tian, I brought food over during dinner time, but you were cultivating at that time. I've once again made some food, eat it while it's hot. Grandma Shu placed the fine wine and delicacies on the stone table in the courtyard. Thank you, Senior. Duan Ling Tian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. After Grandma Shu left, as Duan Ling Tian smelt the fragrance of the food, he felt hungry and swept the food clean like a whirlwind. After eating his fill, Duan Ling Tian rested on the table as he raised his head to look at the bright moon in the horizon. In the past, there was still little gold to seize my food. Now, it's slightly cold. Unknowingly, Duan Ling Tian sighed emotionally. Days passed by, day after day. The dynasty martial competition grew closer. Presently, the darkened dynasty was completely bustling with noise and excitement. Not only had the young experts of the various empires gathered together, even the clans and sects that covered the entire darkened dynasty had young geniuses as their representative and had come to participate in the dynasty martial competition. But although there were many people, the order in the capital was as good as always, and no one dared recklessly cause trouble in the capital. During these few days, Duan Ling Tian stayed in the Feng clan and didn't go anywhere. Even though the approaching of the dynasty martial competition didn't cause him to feel pressure, but he still placed all his time on the comprehension of wind concept. With the wind concept fragment, it was practically impossible for him to encounter a bottleneck in comprehending wind concept. It would be a smooth path all the way. During these few days, Duan Ling Tian confirmed one thing, and it was that violent winds would frequently arise while he comprehended wind concept in the small courtyard. But after he asked some guards of the Feng clan, he found out the truth. The weather had always been very good during these past few days, and there never was any violent winds. I presume it ought to be Uncle Feng and Elder Kong that are helping me. Duan Ling Tian guessed some things. Days passed by and the day before the dynasty martial competition had finally arrived. At this time, even the entire Feng clan had become bustling. I heard our Feng clan's 2 positions to participate in the dynasty martial competition have already been decided. Besides young Master Yun Shang, who's the other person? At a corner of the Feng clan martial practice field, a Feng clan disciple curiously asked the companion by his side. You don't even know this. The latter was greatly surprised. Hee, I was in closed-door cultivation and only came out today. The former rubbed the back of his head shyly as he smiled embarrassedly. HMPH. I came out from closed-door cultivation today as well. But I'm probably capable of guessing who the other person is. It ought to be young Master Yun Fei. A Feng clan disciples joined over from the distance, and he spoke as a matter of course. Right, beneath the most outstanding young expert of our Feng clan, young Master Yun Shang, it would undoubtedly be young Master Yun Fei. HMPH. All of you have guessed wrongly, it isn't young Master Yun Fei. It isn't young Master Yun Fei. How could that be possible? What's impossible about that? Besides young Master Yun Shang and young Master Yun Fei, there's still another peerless genius in the younger generation of our Feng clan. Who is it? In next to no time, many Feng clan disciples with information that lagged behind gathered around the well-informed Feng clan disciples and started to inquire about it. The Feng clan disciple that was well-informed was a thin middle-aged man, and after he'd successfully drawn the attention of everyone, he said, all of you ought to have heard of young Miss Tian Wu, right? Of course. Who in our Feng clan doesn't know that young Miss Tian Wu is the only daughter of the eldest master now? I've seen young Miss Tian Wu in the past, but I only thought she was the granddaughter of Senior Shu. I never imagined that she's actually the only daughter of the eldest master. The eldest master was keeping a low profile. If it wasn't for the incident the other day, we would probably only be able to find out the identity of young Miss Tian Wu during the dynasty martial competition. The group of Feng clan disciples were discussing animatedly. Meanwhile, a foolish-looking idiot couldn't help but ask curiously. What are all of you talking about? Besides that, when did the eldest master have a daughter? You wouldn't have not gone out from your home during the past 10 days, right? Instantly, many Feng clan disciples looked at the idiot in surprise, and it was as if they'd discovered a new continent. Hee, I haven't gone out for a long time, the idiot replied with slight embarrassment. This caused the surrounding Feng clan disciples to be speechless. In next to no time, there was someone that started explaining. Meanwhile, nearby the Feng clan disciples that were gathered together was a pair of young man and young woman that seemed like a couple made in heaven, and they walked slowly past this group of disciples. Tian Wu, you're a celebrity as well now. The violet-clothed young man lightly smiled. The red-clothed young woman by his side knit her beautiful brows. It's the first time I feel that it turns out that revealing my identity isn't a good thing. I prefer the times in the past when no one knew my identity. Your identity caused you to be bound to have to reveal yourself in public. It was just a matter of time. The violet-clothed young man was precisely Duan Ling Tian. All along the way, he was able to hear many discussions related to Feng Tian Wu. Those discussions mostly revolved around Feng Tian Wu's identity, whereas Feng Tian Wu's identity was revealed a few days ago. In short, it was because of the incident with the Feng clan's third elder's grandson. Moreover, after that, the third elder vanished into thin air. Although no one explained why third elder would vanish into thin air, everyone was able to guess that the disappearance of the third elder was surely related to the matter of his grandson being killed by Feng Tian Wu. Before third elder vanished, there were people that saw him go to the estate of the eldest master, Feng Wudao. But there were also people that saw the third elder leave that estate. After that, the third elder vanished completely. Perhaps, the members of the Feng clan had guesses towards the disappearance of the third elder, yet no one dared speak rashly. Even though the third elder's status in the Feng clan was great, the direct descendant line he was from had already been cut off without descendants, so no one would be willing to offend an existence that they couldn't offend for him. At the same time, Feng Tian Wu was truly known by the Feng clan. Not only that, the news of the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, possessed a daughter would have probably spread throughout the entire darkened dynasty capital by now. Let's not talk about this. Big brother Ling Tian, how about we spar? Feng Tian Wu's beautiful face bloomed with a smile that could overthrow the world. I don't mind. Duan Ling Tian shrugged, and then he looked at the bustling martial practice field and frowned. But this place is slightly unsuitable, right? We'll spar after we return, said Feng Tian Wu. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu went around half the martial practice field and intended to return. Young Miss Tian Wu, she's young Miss Tian Wu. Meanwhile, many Feng clan disciples with discerning gazes recognized Feng Tian Wu. She's truly beautiful. Supposedly, the eldest master was one of the most handsome in our darkened dynasty all those years ago. I presume that it's impossible for the woman that married him to be ordinary. So, it isn't surprising that they gave birth to such a daughter. More and more Feng clan disciples looked at Feng Tian Wu. Chapter 661, Feng Yunfei. Feng Tian Wu's expression remained unchanged when faced with the gazes of so many people, and she still chatted cheerfully with Duan Ling Tian. Who's that violet-clothed kid? I've seen him before. Right here 9 days ago, he'd successively beaten Feng Hao and Yi Shang into pig heads. Feng Hao was killed by young Miss Tian Wu right after that. Looks like his strength isn't weak. At the same time that the group of Feng clan disciples discussed animatedly, many male disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian with gazes of envy. How they wished that the person chatting cheerfully with young Miss Tian Wu was them. At this moment, they wished for nothing more than to replace Duan Ling Tian. Tian Wu, looks like your charm is exceedingly great. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Big brother Duan, don't make fun of me. Feng Tian Wu's beautiful face went slightly rosy as she glared at Duan Ling Tian. This scene caused many Feng clan male disciples to be dumbstruck, and they felt the red-clothed young woman before them was like a celestial maiden that had descended from the heavens into the mortal world. You're Feng Tian Wu. Suddenly, a slightly neutral voice sounded out from afar. Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu stopped moving at practically the same time, and then they looked towards the source of the voice. In the distance, a young man in azure clothes was walking towards them. Duan Ling Tian frowned. He was able to sense the hostility the young man had towards Tian Wu. The young man walked over slowly until he stood before Feng Tian Wu, then he scanned Feng Tian Wu with a calm gaze and a tranquil expression, and he seemed like a piece of wood that was ignorant of women. "Who are you?" Feng Tian Wu asked with a calm expression. "Feng Yunfei." The young man spoke frankly. Meanwhile, a wave of whispered discussions entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. "It's young Master Yunfei. What does he want to do?" From the discussions of the group of Feng clan disciples, Duan Ling Tian realized that this young man possessed an extraordinary identity in the Feng clan. Otherwise, how could so many people address him as young master? "Is there something you need?" When she saw Feng Yunfei didn't use a detestable gaze to look at her, Feng Tian Wu's tone calmed slightly. "Feng Tian Wu, I want to challenge you. Do you dare fight me?" Feng Yunfei asked with a deep voice. "Challenge?" Including Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tian Wu, all the surrounding people were stunned as soon as they heard Feng Yunfei. "Why?" Feng Tian Wu frowned and asked. Feng Yunfei took a deep breath. "The Feng clan is able to recommend 2 people to participate in the dynasty martial competition tomorrow. One of those positions is possessed by Feng Yunshang. I know that I'm inferior to him, so it's fine. But on what basis have you occupied a position? Because you're the only daughter of the eldest master." As he finished speaking, Feng Yunfei's tone was filled with unwillingness. Feng Yunfei's words was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, and it caused the surrounding group of Feng clan disciples to be shocked and come to a sudden understanding. "No wonder I heard earlier that young Master Yunfei didn't have the luck to obtain one of the 2 positions to participate in the dynasty martial competition of our Feng clan. I was puzzled earlier about who would be able to seize young Master Yunfei's position since he's the strongest besides young Master Yunshang in the younger generation of our Feng clan. So it turns out that young Miss Tian Wu has occupied a position. Even though young Miss Tian Wu's strength isn't bad, she ought to not be a match for young Master Yunfei, right? Supposedly, young Master Yunfei broke through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage recently. Young Master Yunfei is challenging young Miss Tian Wu because he wants to reclaim the position that belonged to him." Many Feng clan disciples guessed. 2 positions. When he heard the discussions of the group of Feng clan disciples, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned. As the strongest clan in the Darken dynasty that was merely inferior to the imperial family, the Feng clan only possessed 2 recommendation positions in the dynasty martial competition. After all, even the various empires possessed 10 positions each. "Young Miss Tian Wu, do you dare fight me? If you win, then I'll obey any request of yours. But if I'm lucky enough to win, then give that positions of yours to me." Feng Yunfei looked at Feng Tian Wu, and his eyes were filled with awe-inspiring battle intent. In his eyes, Feng Tian Wu seemed to not be a drop-dead gorgeous beauty, but was instead an ordinary opponent, and he wouldn't hold back because of his opponent's beautiful skinsuit. 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force stretched out onto Feng Yunfei at the first possible moment and detected his cultivation. Sure enough, it was just like the Feng clan disciples said, Feng Yunfei was a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist. I wonder if young Miss Tian Wu will agree. Even if young Miss Tian Wu doesn't agree, young Master Yunfei will be helpless. After all, young Miss Tian Wu is the only daughter of the eldest master. If I'm young Miss Tian Wu, I'd surely disregard to young Master Yunfei. At the same time that the group of Feng clan disciples discussed animatedly, they looked curiously at Feng Tian Wu. Many people felt that Feng Tian Wu wouldn't agree. As far as they were concerned, even though Feng Tian Wu was the only daughter of the most admirable eldest master of their Feng clan, Feng Tian Wu was too young after all, and she was also a woman. Moreover, Feng Yunfei was at least 10 years elder to Feng Tian Wu. They didn't think that Feng Tian Wu could be a match for Feng Yunfei. I can agree to it. But forget about the request. You don't seem to be hateful, so if I defeat you, just leave. Feng Tian Wu's decisions exceeded the expectations of everyone present except Duan Ling Tian. Including Feng Yunfei, no one imagined that Feng Tian Wu would really agree, especially Feng Yunfei. He'd originally come looking for Feng Tian Wu as a last resort to save a hopeless situation. Yet he never imagined that Feng Tian Wu would agree to his challenge. Now, the opportunity was before his eyes, and it caused him to be excited. Although if he defeated Feng Tian Wu, it would perhaps cause that eldest master of their Feng clan to be unhappy, but he couldn't care about so much. He wanted to participate in the dynasty martial competition and compete with the young geniuses from the Darken dynasty and the various empires. He wanted to fight for the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties as well. Although the chances were slight, it was his aspiration. Thank you, young Miss Tian Wu, for agreeing. Feng Yunfei took a deep breath and took a few steps back before standing in confrontation with Feng Tian Wu. Big brother Duan, wait for me at the side for a while. Feng Tian Wu looked at Duan Ling Tian and smiled lightly. Okay. Duan Ling Tian nodded and stood aside, and he looked at the scene before him with a calm gaze. This Feng Yunfei was a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, whereas Tian Wu was similarly a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist. The gap between the two could only be reflected from their concept. Young Miss Tian Wu, how about we don't use spirit weapons during this spar? Feng Yunfei probed. The reason he had this decision was because he was slightly lacking in self-confidence, as he only possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon and not a grade 4 spirit weapon, whereas, as the only daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, the young woman before him surely had a grade 4 spirit weapon. This was something he didn't doubt in the slightest. Although he didn't think the young woman's cultivation and comprehension of concept could surpass him, but he still decided to be cautious. After all, it was related to whether he was able to obtain the position to participate in the dynasty martial competition. All right, Feng Tian Wu lightly nodded and her beautiful face remained unchanged as she had no objections towards this decision of Feng Yunfei's. This Feng Yunfei is cautious enough. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Young Miss Tian Wu, watch out. When he saw Feng Tian Wu agree, a bright light flashed within Feng Yunfei's eyes, and he flashed out like an eagle, and his hands that contained origin energy that raged and leapt about clawed out like a pair of sharp eagle claws. Instantly, 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Feng Yunfei, and they flashed out along with him to sweep towards Feng Tian Wu's location with an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. Not only that, traces of azure-colored energy suddenly suffused the origin energy on Feng Yunfei's claws, and it revealed a strand of extraordinary aura. Concept. Meanwhile, Feng Yunfei had arrived nearby Feng Tian Wu, and his claws abruptly clawed out, causing 2 claw prints that were condensed into form from origin energy to whistle out while being coiled by dense wind blades on its surroundings. After a short moment, the wind blade in the surroundings of the claw print instantly scattered out to spray down onto Feng Tian Wu like a rain of flowers that covered the sky. Every single wind blade tore open the sky and gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing sounds. Most importantly, amongst those wind blades that covered the sky was 2 claw print that were condensed into form from origin energy and were sweeping over, causing Feng Tian Wu to be in danger. At this moment, another 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Feng Yunfei. Obviously, he'd comprehended 6th level wind concept. Feng Yunfei revealed a smile when he saw his attacks cover the heavens and the earth as they swept towards Feng Tian Wu, and he seemed as if he'd already seen the scene of Feng Tian Wu being defeated. The surrounding crowd of Feng clan disciples that were spectating couldn't help but break out in cold sweat for Feng Tian Wu. The atmosphere at the scene was terrifyingly silent. 6th level wind concept. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched slightly. He was initially slightly worried that Feng Yunfei's comprehension in wind concept would be extremely strong, yet when he saw Feng Yunfei had only comprehended 6th level wind concept, he completely set his mind at rest. Although he didn't know what level Feng Tian Wu's fire concept was at now, Feng Tian Wu was a possessor of the fire spirit body after all, and the speed of her comprehension of fire concept was something that was difficult to reach for ordinary people. This was something that he could confirm via the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. When faced with Feng Yunfei's attacks that covered the heavens and the earth, the origin energy on Feng Tian Wu's body roiled and seemed as if a ball of white-colored flames enveloped her within it. Subsequently, strands of deep crimson red energy appeared within the white-colored flames, causing the half of the white-colored flames to be tainted red, and it was extremely peculiar. Annihilate. Under the gazes of everyone present, Feng Tian Wu's cherry lips slightly moved as she unhurriedly spoke a single word. Subsequently, everyone saw Feng Tian Wu move. With a raise of her hand, the flames that were half red and half white swept out to blood in the sky and seemed to have transformed into numerous shooting stars that flashed out swiftly. For a time, half the sky was enveloped by the shooting stars that were either white or red. The shooting stars tore through the sky and caused a piercing whistling sound to resound out in the sky. Chapter 662, 8th level wind concept. The numerous shooting stars flashed past the horizon and seemed as if they'd grown eyes as they each collided with one of the wind blades that swept through the entire sky. Not only that, there were another two extremely enormous shooting stars that directly flashed out to intercept the two claw prints that belonged to Feng Yunfei. These two claw prints of Feng Yunfei were the strongest amongst all his attacks. In the sky, the shooting stars that were formed by the interweaving of origin energy and fire concept ceaselessly collided with the wind blade, and they crashed and exploded together. After they exploded, they seemed to have transformed into numerous dazzling and striking fireworks. In next to no time, the people present saw that after Feng Tianwu's attacks easily crushed Feng Yunfei's attacks, they flashed out without losing the slightest momentum. In next to no time, the shooting stars that covered the sky swept towards a direction, and then they converged together to form a sharp sword that stopped right before Feng Yunfei's throat. The sharp sword just floated there like that, and it only had to move slightly to cause Feng Yunfei to die on the spot. I've lost. Feng Yunfei's countenance went ghastly pale when he felt the coldness that came from his throat, and his legs seemed as if they were filled with lead and were difficult to move in the slightest. In the sky above the red-clothed young woman in the distance was 18 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes circling in the air and fluttering endlessly. 8th level fire concept. This was the strength of the opponent he was facing now. Earlier, he wanted to dodge, but his opponent was so strong that he had no place to flee. Since he was born, it was the first time that a feeling of extremely powerless defeat arose from the depths of his heart. This feeling defeat was something that he'd never felt even when he faced the strongest in the Feng clan's younger generation, Feng Yunxiang. He didn't deny that Feng Yunxiang was stronger than him, but Feng Yunxiang's age was similar to his after all, and Feng Yunxiang wasn't much stronger than him. But the red-clothed young woman before him was more than 10 years younger than him. Such a young woman possesses such a strength caused him to feel that he'd lived all these years in vain. At the same time, the surrounding crowd of spectating Feng clan disciples went into a complete uproar. We aren't seeing things, right? A single move. Feng Tianwu defeated Feng Yunfei in merely a single more. The scene before them was truly difficult to believe, and some people even felt that they might be dreaming. But when they stretched out their hands to fiercely pinch their thighs, the pain that came from their thighs instead told them that they weren't dreaming. Everything they saw was real. A young woman that seemed to be less than 25 years old had defeated the second strongest expert in the younger generation of their Feng clan, Feng Yunfei. As expected of the eldest master's daughter, young Miss Tianwu has inherited the eldest master's natural talent. Too terrifying. Even the eldest master seems to have been inferior to young Miss Tianwu at such an age, right? I thought young Miss Tianwu would lose to Feng Yunfei. Yet I never imagined that young Miss Tianwu only used a single move to defeat young Master Yunfei. Not only is young Miss Tianwu a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist, she has even comprehended 8th level fire concept. Her comprehension ability is even more heaven-defying than her natural talent. The surrounding Feng clan disciples that were spectating discussed animatedly and couldn't stop discussing even after a long time. Their eyes were filled with burning admiration and adoration. Feng Tianwu's strength had subdued them. The sharp sword of Feng Tianwu's that was at Feng Yunfei's throat gradually dispersed, and it perished in the sky. It was as if it had never appeared. Subsequently, she glanced indifferently at Feng Yunfei before paying no further attention to him. Big brother Ling Tian, let's go back. When Feng Tianwu's gaze moved onto Duan Ling Tian, her face bloomed into a smile that came from the herd, and it caused many Feng clan male disciples to be dumbstruck. Duan Ling Tian returned to his senses when he heard her voice. Feng Tianwu's ability earlier had similarly exceeded his expectations. Although he was mentally prepared and felt that since Feng Tianwu was a possessor of the fire spirit body and her comprehension in fire concept wouldn't be low, he never imagined that Feng Tianwu's fire concept would have actually been comprehended to the 8th level. No wonder a possessor of the fire spirit body is called the favorite of fire. If she wasn't favored by fire, how would she be able to comprehend 8th level fire concept at such an age without the assistance of a concept fragment? Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. When they saw Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu's figure vanish before their eyes, Feng Yunfei and the other group of Feng clan disciples returned to their senses. No wonder besides young Master Yunxiang, the other position was given to young Miss Tianwu. Young Miss Tianwu's strength is indeed stronger than young Master Yunfei, and it's much stronger. Yeah, with young Miss Tianwu's strength, even if she were to compete with young Master Yunxian, I'm afraid it would be difficult to decide a winner. If they didn't use spirit weapons, it would indeed be difficult to determine a victor. But once they utilize spirit weapons, it ought to be young Master Yunxiang. That would be superior. After all, Young Master Yunshang is already an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, and his origin energy foundation is stronger. Besides that, young Master Yunshang has comprehended 7th level saber concept. You're right, but in terms of age, young Miss Tian Wu can't be compared to young Master Yunshang, as once young Miss Tian Wu was at the same age as young Master Yunshang, the current young Master Yunshang would be completely inferior to young Miss Tian Wu. Yeah, young Miss Tian Wu is still young and her latent potential that was unearthed is extremely great. As expected of the daughter of our Feng clan's eldest master, she's extraordinary as expected. Along with the dispersal of the group of Feng clan disciples, it wasn't long before the entire Feng clan knew of Feng Tianwu's strength. Feng Tianwu quickly became the next publicly acknowledged peerless genius of the Feng clan in the recent 100 years after Feng Wudao. Most shocking of it all was naturally Feng Tianwu's gender. A woman possessing such natural talent and comprehension ability was shocking. Right when the entire Feng clan was in an uproar, Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu had already returned to the private estate that belonged to Feng Wudao and stood in the rear courtyard. The two of them stood facing each other and were in confrontation. Within the nearby pergola, Feng Wudao and Elder Kong sat facing each other, and they looked at Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu with interest. At this moment, when facing Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tianwu didn't seem similar to how she was when facing Feng Yunfei earlier. She didn't take Feng Yunfei seriously, but the nearby Duan Ling Tian seemed unfathomable in her eyes. Especially the confident smile on Duan Ling Tian's face, it had unknowingly influenced her and caused her to unconsciously feel that Duan Ling Tian was invincible. Feng Tianwu took a deep breath and moved her gaze away. She knew that if she were to continue in this state, then she would lose before the battle started. "Big brother Duan, watch out!" Feng Tianwu shouted out lightly and chose to attack first to seize the initiative, and she flashed out, seeming to have transformed into a blazing flame that swept towards Duan Ling Tian. It was as if she wanted to swallow Duan Ling Tian. In the sky, 18 ancient horned dragon silhouettes flashed out with an imposing manner then shot into the sky like a rainbow. As soon as Feng Tianwu attacked, her entire origin energy and concept completely exploded out, and she didn't hold back in the slightest. Duan Ling Tian stood on the spot and was unmoving like a mountain. When he saw the flames Feng Tianwu transformed into about to arrive before him, strands of milky white flames finally arose on his body, and they were precisely his blazing origin energy. Not only that, within the origin energy was strands of azure-colored energy that were suffused with a strange aura. "Tianwu, take this." As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his right hand flashed out like a bolt of lightning, and it seemed as if he was assisted by the gods. The sounds of whistling sounded out as the condensed origin energy point force flashed out from the tip of Duan Ling Tian's figure and was coiled by dense azure energy to intercept Feng Tianwu that assaulted over. Along with the origin energy point force hitting Feng Tianwu, a wave of light noises abruptly sounded out. Feng Tianwu's figure stopped and the flaming palm print that flashed out along with her was instantly shattered, but the energy within the origin energy point force was partially consumed because of this. 8th level wind concept. At the same time that Feng Tianwu exclaimed in surprise, her figure flashed out once more like flames to sweep to the side and barely dodged Duan Ling Tian's tempest point that didn't slow down in the slightest. The origin energy point force flashed out to finally easily penetrate the ground and vanish in the end. Duan Ling Tian stood on the spot, and he stood there without moving and in a composed manner. The attack from before didn't even make the clothes on Duan Ling Tian sway in the slightest. 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. As she looked at the 19 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Duan Ling Tian, slight shock suffused Feng Tianwu's face. During these past few years, her improvement was something that she herself felt was already abnormal, yet a large part of the reason she had such a great improvement was because she was a possessor of the fire spirit body. But what about Duan Ling Tian? Duan Ling Tian didn't possess any innate spirit body and was only a martial artist that was as ordinary could be. "Big brother Duan, you're truly formidable." Feng Tianwu couldn't refrain from exclaiming in surprise. "Tianwu, do you want to continue?" Duan Ling Tian smiled as she asked. "There's no need." Feng Tianwu laughed bitterly as she shook her head. "Big brother Duan, if you told me earlier that you've already broken through to the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage and have comprehended 8th level wind concept, I wouldn't have sparred with you." If she knew about Duan Ling Tian's cultivation earlier, why would she give herself over to be beaten? 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh to himself. It looked like that his intentional concealment of cultivation wasn't seen through by Tianwu. After all, He wasn't an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, but was instead a 9th level Void Initiation stage martial artist. As for wind concept, he broke through to the 8th level yesterday. Ling Tian, you really concealed your cultivation deeply. Meanwhile, Feng Wudao, who sat within the pergola, stood up and walked out slowly, and then he scanned Duan Ling Tian from top to bottom as amazement covered his face. When he saw the violet-clothed young man before him for the first time all those years ago, he felt that the young man was extraordinary. Perhaps that prediction is true. Otherwise, how could fate have caused him to encounter Tian Wu? Feng Wudao thought in his heart. At this moment, he believed even more that Duan Ling Tian was the man in the prediction, the man that could save his daughter. Chapter 663, Unusual Change in the Devil Tablet. Someone from a tiny little imperial kingdom actually possesses such a cultivation, and it even far exceeds me from all those years ago. He can be said to be in a class of his own in the entire Darken dynasty. Feng Wudao sighed in his heart. Not long after, the sky gradually dimmed down and the veil of night descended. Duan Ling Tian, Feng Tian Wu, Feng Wudao, Elder Kong, and Grandma Shu sat together around a table covered in fine wine and delicacies that night, and all of this was prepared by Grandma Shu. All of them sat together and started eating, and they occasionally chatted idly. The dynasty martial competition is tomorrow. With Ling Tian's strength, becoming eminent in the martial competition to obtain the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties isn't difficult. But if you want to obtain an outstanding result at the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, then your cultivation must advance. Feng Wudao looked at Duan Ling Tian and spoke slowly. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he was already mentally prepared about this since long ago. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian recalled something and couldn't help but ask. Uncle Feng, I heard today that the Feng clan only possesses 2 recommendation positions for the dynasty martial competition. Yes. Feng Wudao nodded. Why is it like that? Duan Ling Tian had a puzzled expression as he asked. Even the various empires possess 10 positions each. Could it be that the Feng clan is inferior to a mere empire? An empire was undoubtedly a colossus. But if a power like the Feng clan wanted to sweep through an empire and the empire didn't possess the protection of the imperial family of the Darken dynasty, then an empire wouldn't utterly be unable to withstand a power like the Feng clan. The various empires under the Darken dynasty each possessed 1 void interpretation stage expert at most, whereas, there were many void interpretation stage experts in the Feng clan. You can't compare it like that. Feng Wudao shook his head and obviously knew something. Duan Ling Tian had a puzzled expression. Why can't I compare it like that? Feng Wudao smiled. Do you know that the dynasty martial competition this time is divided into 2 phases? 2 phases? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Yes, 2 phases. Feng Wudao nodded and then said, tomorrow is the first phase of the dynasty martial competitions. The young geniuses of the Darken dynasty won't be competing tomorrow. Duan Ling Tian pondered for a moment when he heard Feng Wudao, and then he asked curiously. Could it be that tomorrow is a competition between the young geniuses of the various empires? Yes. Feng Wudao nodded once more. The strongest 30 young geniuses of the various empires will be decided on tomorrow. These 30 young geniuses will obtain the qualification to participate in the second phase of the dynasty martial competition. During the second phase of the dynasty martial competition, these 30 young geniuses will compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties with the young geniuses of our Darken dynasty. Now you understand why our Feng clan only possesses 2 recommendation positions, right? Duan Ling Tian nodded when faced with Feng Wudao's question at the end. Actually, it isn't only our Feng clan. Feng Wudao continued. Besides the imperial family possessing 3 positions, comparatively eminent powers in the territory of the Darken dynasty like our Feng clan each possess 2 positions, and as for those ordinary powers, they only possess a single recommendation position in the dynasty martial competition this time. In this way, that Zhang clan and Yi clan have 2 positions as well. Feng Tianwu looked at Feng Wudao. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he was instantly slightly lacking in interest towards the dynasty martial competition that was held tomorrow. Tomorrow was a battle between the young geniuses of the various empires. Duan Ling Tian wasn't interested in this. It wasn't that he looked down on the young geniuses of the various empires, but as the young geniuses of mere empires, their strengths were still limited compared to the top geniuses of the Darken dynasty. Not to mention anyone else, just Mo Zan who came with me from the Darkstone Empire. Although he was the number 1 genius of the Darkstone Empire a year ago, if he didn't acquire any fortuitous encounters during the past year, then he would at most be at the 5th level of the void initiation stage. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. After they ate their fills, Duan Ling Tian and the others dispersed. Big brother Duan, I'll see you tomorrow. Outside a small courtyard that was elegant, Feng Tianwu waved at Duan Ling Tian before turning and entering the small courtyard. Only after he saw her and did Duan Ling Tian leave and return to his own small courtyard. That night, Duan Ling Tian held onto the wind concept fragment and continued comprehending. Of course, he knew clearly in his heart that it was impossible for he who had just comprehended 8th level wind concept to comprehend 9th level wind concept in a short period of time. I won't be greedy. Allow me to comprehend 9th level wind concept in 3 or 4 months, and comprehend 1st level intermediate wind concept in 7 or 8 months. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he thought in his heart. If someone found out about Duan Ling Tian's current thoughts, they would surely be speechless. This was not being greedy. The night gradually darkened, and Duan Ling Tian finally put away the wind concept fragment before lying on his bed and falling into deep sleep. It had already been a long time since he slept properly. After Duan Ling Tian fell asleep, strands of moonlight beams of moonlight entered from the open window and scattered onto Duan Ling Tian in tiny dots. If Duan Ling Tian was outside his room now, he would surely notice that the moon tonight was exceedingly round, and it was a full moon. Suddenly, there just happened to be a ray of moonlight that descended onto the spatial ring on Duan Ling Tian's hand. From the outside, nothing seemed to be off, yet an unexpected event had occurred in the space within the spatial ring. In the exceedingly quiet space within the spatial ring, various types of things were placed all around in an orderly manner. These things were placed around by Duan Ling Tian's mental intentions. Right at this moment, a wave of light sounds was emitted out from an inconspicuous corner of the space within the spatial ring. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to notice that a broken stone tablet was lightly trembling in that corner. At the same time, a strand of moonlight had actually entered from outside into the spatial ring through unknown means and it ceaselessly gushed into the stone tablet. The frequency of the stone tablet's light trembling grew higher and higher. After an unknown amount of time, or perhaps it was that the sky started to brighten, but the moonlight gradually vanished. Yet atop the surface of the stone tablet was a strand of a faint sheen of moonlight. The sheen gradually fused into the strange name on the tablet's surface before vanishing. When the last trace of moonlight vanished, an unusual change occurred on the stone tablet. The tablet flew up into the sky and fiercely flew out to smash towards a pile of origin stone at a side in the space within the spatial ring, and it smashed the origin stones to the point of scattering them in all directions. Subsequently, the stone tablet continued flying out and smashed some medicinal materials that were left at another side. The stone tablet flew out successively, and every single time it flew out, it would smash everything in the space within the spatial ring to become a complete mess. Gradually, the stone tablet seemed to have lost its strength and completely quieted down. It could be imagined that if Duan Ling Tian saw everything within his spatial ring, he would surely turn pale with fear. But Duan Ling Tian currently didn't know everything that had happened within his spatial ring. Outside the spatial ring was a completely different world. The sky gradually brightened and Duan Ling Tian, who lay on the bed, woke up. The Dynasty Martial Competition is starting. After Duan Ling Tian casually washed up, he withdrew a new set of clothes from his spatial ring with a thought in his heart, but when he intended to toss the set of old clothes back into the spatial ring, he was instead completely stunned. What happened? With a command in his heart, the space within the spatial ring appeared completely before his eyes, but the current space within the spatial ring caused him to be stunned. A mess. Too much of a mess. What's going on? If it wasn't for the space within the spatial ring being unable to hold things that contained life, I would really think that I was robbed. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth twitched. If it wasn't for him being extremely sure about the condition in the space within the spatial ring, he would really think that the space had always been in such a mess. After thinking for a long time, Duan Ling Tian was unable to wrap his head around the matter. Forget it, I'll arrange the things first. Although the space within the spatial ring was in a complete mess, but it was fortunate that all the things Duan Ling Tian kept within weren't damaged, and in next to no time, these things were placed back into position with a thought. Even this devil tablet ran over here. After he put back most of the things, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the broken stone tablet he'd obtained from the Swamp of Death in the Crimson Sky Kingdom had actually moved from its corner. What exactly happened within the spatial ring? Even such a heavy thing like the devil tablet ran out from the corner over there. Now, Duan Ling Tian felt a chill run down his spine, and he felt that what happened was slightly abnormal. The devil-seal tablet was something Duan Ling Tian obtained within the strange palace when he entered deep into the swamp of death with the intention of searching for the secret of his father, Duan Ru Feng's disappearance. At that time, there was an extremely strong soul within the devil-seal tablet, and it flashed out from the tablet with an intention of seizing his body. At that time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that the soul was even stronger than the soul of the rebirth martial emperor. Perhaps, the owner that the soul belonged to was once even stronger than the rebirth martial emperor. After that formidable soul vanished, this devil-seal tablet that held that soul entered into Duan Ling Tian's possession and had always been stored in a corner of his spatial ring. If it wasn't for the incident today, Duan Ling Tian would have almost forgotten it. With a command in his head, a broken stone tablet appeared in his hand. It was exactly the devil-seal tablet. I wonder what writing is on this devil-seal tablet. The rebirth martial emperor that has experienced 2 lifetimes actually doesn't recognize this type of writing. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and once again placed the devil-seal tablet back into his spatial ring. This won't do, I have to quickly change to another spatial ring. This spatial ring is too strange. When Duan Ling Tian recalled what had happened in the space within his spatial ring, he felt his hairs stand on end, and he hurriedly took out another spatial ring and moved all the things within the old spatial ring into the newer spatial ring. As for the old spatial ring, along with Duan Ling Tian raising his hand, his grade 3 weapon flame appeared, and the spatial ring was quickly burnt into a pool of liquid by Duan Ling Tian. With a thought, the liquid gradually transformed into a candlestick. After he casually placed the candlestick on the table, Duan Ling Tian left his room. Chapter 664, Levels of Spectating Area. Because the dynasty martial competition today was a battle between the young geniuses of the various empires, the Feng clan didn't attend in a large scale. When Duan Ling Tian left the Feng clan estate, only Feng Wudao, Feng Tianwu, and Elder Kong were by his side. As for Grandma Shu, she instead stayed within the estate and didn't come along. After staying for over 10 days at Feng Wudao's estate, Duan Ling Tian had obtained a certain level of understanding towards the situation in that estate, and he knew that Grandma Shu was in existence akin to a manager. Food and household affairs were normally managed by Grandma Shu. Uncle Feng, where's the darkened dynasties? Dynasty martial competition being held. Duan Ling Tian, who flew in the air, looked at Feng Wudao by his side and asked. The cage battle arena. Feng Wudao spoke slowly. Cage battle arena. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. The darkened dynasty has a cage battle arena as well. Feng Wudao shook his head when he heard Duan Ling Tian. The darkened dynasty's cage battle arena has existed since the existence of the darkened dynasty. It can be said that the history of the cage battle arena is the history of the darkened dynasty. Presently, some empires, imperial kingdoms, and kingdoms under the darkened dynasty had cage battle arenas established in their imperial cities, and they are all copied from the darkened dynasty. Feng Wudao finished with explaining with a single breath. He was wondering earlier why the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom had a cage battle arena and this darkened dynasty actually had a cage battle arena as well. So it turned out that the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's cage battle arena was a copy. So in this way, the darkened dynasty's cage battle arena is probably backed by the imperial family. Duan Ling Tian asked. As far as he was concerned, since the cage battle arena could be passed down to such an extent, it was presumably relying on an immovable mountain, and that mountain could only be the imperial family. Exactly, Feng Wudao replied, and he confirmed Duan Ling Tian's guess. The darkened dynasty's cage battle arena. Now, Duan Ling Tian was slightly anticipating it. After all, to a certain extent, the scale of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's cage battle arena had shocked Duan Ling Tian all those years ago. The darkened dynasty's cage battle arena would undoubtedly be even more shocking. All along the way, Duan Ling Tian was able to see many people flying over here as well. These people were obviously coming to watch the show. Didn't you say yesterday that you weren't interested in coming because it's only the first phase of the dynasty martial competition today? A middle-aged man that flashed past Duan Ling Tian's side laughed as he looked at the companion by his side. Since I have nothing else to do, it isn't bad to come witness the show of the young geniuses of the various empires, said the latter. Today will surely not be as interesting as tomorrow. It's even to the extent that there are probably not even a few 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses today. The former shook his head. Of course, This first phase of the dynasty martial competition is only a warm-up, and the interesting show starts tomorrow, said the latter. Duan Ling Tian heard many similar discussions all along the way. Brother Duan, Elder Kong smiled as she looked at Duan Ling Tian and spoke slowly. If it wasn't for you participating in the dynasty martial competition today, the eldest master, the young miss, and I might not come join in the fun at the cage battle arena today. This was something that wasn't surprising to him, who were Feng Wudao and Elder Kong. The dynasty martial competition of a mere group of young geniuses from the empires were unable to draw their attention. As for Feng Tianwu, amongst all the young geniuses of the various empires, there were probably only a few people that could compare to her cultivation, and she naturally wouldn't be interested with the dynasty martial competition today. We've arrived. Not long after, Elder Kong's voice entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed that an exceedingly spacious field had appeared in the distance, and it was more than 2 times the size of the cage battle arena in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. On this field was similarly an enormous cage that enveloped the field, and it caused one to be terrified by the sight of it. This is the Darken Dynasty's cage battle arena. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, and his gaze moved from the arena to the surroundings. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian realized that the most distinguishing feature of the Darken Dynasty's cage battle arena wasn't the extremely spacious field, but the surrounding spectating area. When looked at from afar, the surrounding spectating area was divided into 3 levels. The lowest level was like the spectating area in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's cage battle arena, and it was like the seating in the cinemas of Earth in his previous life. Of course, the seating in the cinemas faced a single direction, whereas the spectating area here surrounded the entire cage battle arena. Presently, the surrounding spectating area were already almost filled with people, and when looked from afar, it looked like a dense patch of black. So many people. Duan Ling Tian was surprised as he never imagined that the first phase of the dynasty martial competition would be able to draw so many people. At the edges of the cage battle arena stood many exceedingly enormous stone pillars. These stone pillars held up the 9 spectating areas that floated in midair. The seating on these spectating areas were comparatively few, and many seats were empty. These seats were of a higher class, and they were made with first-rate beast skin. Moreover, at the side of these spectating areas were many armored soldiers standing all around like numerous gods of defense. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian saw a few groups of people flashing past the sky in a formidable array, and in the end, they split up and descended onto the spectating areas that floated in midair. King Yang. Duan Ling Tian's eyes were sharp and recognized the person in the lead of one of the groups of people. It was precisely the Darkstone Empire's King Yang. As for behind King Yang, the 2 old men followed him like a shadow, and another 9 young men followed behind the old men. These people weren't unfamiliar to Duan Ling Tian, as they were the group of people that had come to the Darken Dynasty with him. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian saw that after King Yang indicated his status to the soldiers, he brought along the 11 people behind him to sit at a corner of the spectating area and occupied that area. These spectating areas belong to the second-class spectating area. Elder Kong stood by Duan Ling Tian's side and explained to Duan Ling Tian. During the dynasty martial competition this time, the representatives of the various empires and the young geniuses they brought over will be seated at these second-class spectating areas. Besides that, the representatives and the young geniuses brought over by the ordinary powers of the Darken Dynasty will also be seated here. Second-class spectating area. Duan Ling Tian nodded and sighed rather emotionally in his heart. In this world, everything is divided by grade, and the strong always occupy the best things. In this way, that's the first-class spectating area. Duan Ling Tian's gaze moved up along the stone pillars that shot into the sky and looked at the spectating areas that were even higher. The spectating areas here were similarly divided into 9, yet the seats in every single spectating area were extremely few, consisting of only a single row. The seating of this spectating area was undoubtedly even more luxurious, and when the seating at the second-class spectating area was compared with the seating at the first-class spectating area, it was simply like a place where beggars sat. Exactly, this is the first-class spectating area. Elder Kong nodded. Ordinarily speaking, this first-class spectating area is a place that only the higher-ups of the Imperial family, our Feng clan, the Zhang clan, and the Yi clan are able to bring others to sit. Of course, the experts in the Darken Dynasty are numerous like the clouds, and some formidable independent martial artists and existences with special statuses, like Grade 4 weapons craftsmen, Grade 4 alchemists, and high-grade inscription masters are able to bring others up there as well. Elder Kong spoke slowly. Let's go. Feng Wudao called out to Duan Ling Tian and the others before flying up and heading towards the first-class spectating area in the blink of an eye. At the same time, their figures drew the attention of many people. Who are they? They're actually ascending to the first-class spectating area. Some of the martial artists that sat in the third-class spectating area couldn't refrain from exclaiming in shock. They seem to be unfamiliar faces. I don't recognize them, another person continued. Duan Ling Tian, in the second-class spectating area, all the 12 people from the Darkstone Empire including King Yang had finally noticed Duan Ling Tian. I truly never imagined that Duan Ling Tian even had acquaintances in the Darken dynasty. Moreover, the identities of those people are obviously extraordinary, especially that red-robed middle-aged man in the lead. At the same time that Su Li was surprised, he couldn't help but gasp. The instant he saw the red-robed middle-aged man, his heart couldn't help but shake, and it was as if the red-robed middle-aged man was a savage monster. This feeling, I've only felt it when facing Master and Martial Uncle Saber. Su Li was shocked in his heart. There's actually an existence that can compare to Master and Martial Uncle Saber in the Darken dynasty. No wonder Duan Ling Tian's improvement was so swift all along the way. So it turns out that he's acquainted with an expert like this. Now, Su Li thought that it was exactly because of obtaining this expert's assistance that Duan Ling Tian possessed his shocking cultivation. If Duan Ling Tian knew of Su Li's current thoughts, he would surely be speechless. At most, Feng Wudao had helped him comprehend wind concept a few days ago, and besides this, Feng Wudao didn't provide any more help towards his cultivation. Mo Zan and the other young geniuses were similarly shocked. Duan Ling Tian followed behind Feng Wudao and descended into one of the first-class spectating areas. In next to no time, an armored soldier that stood on this spectating area bowed respectfully to Feng Wudao and Elder Kong. Lord Wudao, Elder Kong. Duan Ling Tian clearly saw the reaction of the soldier earlier. After he saw Feng Wudao, the soldier's eyes obviously revealed a slightly dazed expression. But when he saw Elder Kong, it seemed as if he was suddenly enlightened, and not only had he recognized Elder Kong, he even guessed Feng Wudao's identity. Feng Wudao nodded lightly, and then brought Duan Ling Tian along to sit at the side. Presently, in the 9 first-class spectating areas, only the spectating area with Duan Ling Tian's group was occupied. Uncle Feng, I'll go over first. Duan Ling Tian notified Feng Wudao and intended to join Kong Yang and the others. After all, he had to participate in the first phase of the dynasty martial competition today, and he was unable to purely be a spectator like Feng Wudao's group of 3. Go ahead, I'll ask Elder Kong to place more origin stones on you. Feng Wudao smiled. Origin stones. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Subsequently, through Elder Kong's explanation, Duan Ling Tian found out that the wager established for the first-class spectating area wasn't gold and silver, but origin stones. Of course, it was low-grade origin stones. Chapter 665, 5,000 low-grade origin stones. Uncle Feng, is there any limit to the betting in this cage battle arena? Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. No. Feng Wudao shook his head, and then asked curiously. Could it be that you're asking this because you want to bet as well? But a bet of gold and silver has to be done in the other 2 spectating areas below. No, I'm not betting in gold and silver. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and then he contemplated for a moment before he raised his hand, and a pile of low-grade origin stones appeared in his hand. A few thousand low-grade origin stones were held up like this by Duan Ling Tian with his origin energy. It wasn't that he wanted to do this, but it was truly too many origin stones, and if he didn't use his origin energy to support them, he wouldn't be able to hold all of them even if he extended both his hands. For a time, Feng Wudao, Elder Kong, and Feng Tianwu were stunned as they looked at the origin stones in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Tianwu, there are 5,000 low-grade origin stones here. Help me place them on myself. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled, and with a raise of his hand, the 5,000 low-grade origin stones flew towards Tianwu and floated before her. Yes, big brother Duan. Feng Tianwu recovered from her shock and put away all the origin stones into her spatial ring. Low-grade origin stones weren't unfamiliar to her. But even she had at most a few tens of low-grade origin stones in her positions. She believed that even if it was her father, he wouldn't be able to take out so many low-grade origin stones at a single time. We'll share the gains equally. Duan Ling Tian smiled. Big brother Duan, I can't accept it. No matter how much the gain is, I'll give it all to you. Feng Tianwu shook her head and was unwilling to take advantage of Duan Ling Tian. When he saw Feng Tianwu persisting, Duan Ling Tian didn't continue persuading her. At any rate, Feng Tianwu had Feng Wudao standing behind her, so she presumably had no lack of low-grade origin stones. In the Darken Dynasty, even though mid-grade and high-grade spirit stones were rarely seen, but low-grade spirit stones were numerous. After all, the imperial family of the Darken Dynasty controlled a low-grade origin stone vein. Of course, guarding this ore vein wasn't something a mere imperial family was able to do, and it still had to rely on the assistance of the formidable powers like the Feng clan, Zhang clan, and Yi clan. So every time low-grade origin stones were mined, besides the imperial family obtaining a big portion, the other powers like the Feng clan would obtain a portion. The amount the Feng clan was able to obtain was merely inferior to the imperial family. As the eldest master of the Feng clan, an existence with extraordinary strength, Feng Wudao naturally had no lack of low-grade origin stones. You wouldn't be thinking of informing your superiors, right? Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, and he looked at the nearby armored soldier and spoke with a low voice. Presently, the soldier was intending to leave. Obviously, he was intending to secretly deliver the information and ask them to reduce the payment rate for Duan Ling Tian being victorious. Meanwhile, Elder Kong reacted to this, and he glanced coldly at the soldier and grunted. "If you dare make another move, I'll kill you." Elder Kong's words caused the soldier's body to stiffen, and his face became ghastly pale. But he didn't dare get up to any little tricks. He knew clearly in his heart that with the status of this old man in the Darken Dynasty, killing him was as simple as crushing an ant. "Ling Tian, even I don't carry so many origin stones with me. Where did you get them?" Feng Wudao looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with slight surprise. Duan Ling Tian withdrawing 5,000 low-grade origin stones in one go had shocked him as well. Many. The corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth lightly twitched when he heard Feng Wudao. He wondered that if Feng Wudao knew that besides a few thousand low-grade origin stones, there were also a few tens of mid-grade origin stones and a single high-grade origin stone in his spatial ring at this moment, what would Feng Wudao's expression be like? Of course, he didn't plan to tell Feng Wudao. "Uncle Feng, I went wandering in the surroundings when I first arrived at the Darken Dynasty. Later on, I found a concealed cave in a remote mountain ridge." Duan Ling Tian spoke at random and fabricated a bizarre experience. "At that time, I noticed a skeleton in a spatial ring within that cave. Those origin stones are from that spatial ring. Big brother Duan, your luck is really good." Feng Tianwu spoke with surprise. "Yes, a fortuitous encounter like this isn't something that anyone can chance upon. Brother Duan is a person with good luck as expected. All those years ago, you found the underwater abode, now, you encountered the remains of a predecessor with an extraordinary background." Elder Kong sighed. As far as he was concerned, a person that possessed 5,000 low-grade origin stones in his spatial ring was surely of extraordinary background. "Yeah, your luck isn't bad." Feng Wudao glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to feel slightly afraid of being found out. He was able to discern that Feng Wudao didn't quite believe what he said. "Tian Wu, I'll go join King Yong and the others." After notifying Feng Tianwu, Duan Ling Tian flew out and headed towards the second-class spectating area and firmly descended onto the spectating area where King Yong and the others were, and he descended just before the seats of King Yong and the other. Meanwhile, many gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian. This young man had obviously come down from the first-class spectating area. He seems to be someone from an empire under our Darken Dynasty. But he seems to have ascended the first-class spectating area earlier. Looks like he's acquainted with a distinguished figure of our Darken Dynasty. It's probably like that. The crowd of spectators at the third-class spectating area discussed animatedly, whereas, in the other second-class spectating areas, the young geniuses of representatives from the various empires looked at Duan Ling Tian with astonished gazes now. When did the Darkstone Empire have such a figure? He's actually related to a distinguished figure of the Darken Dynasty. If I defeat him, then wouldn't it be a great honor? I'll surely make him become my stepping stone. At this moment, the young geniuses of the various empires looked at Duan Ling Tian as if they were hunters looking at their prey, and it was as if they wished for nothing more than to enter the arena and defeat Duan Ling Tian. King Yong. After he descended, Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he greeted King Yong. "Duan Ling Tian, come, sit here." King Yong gestured at Duan Ling Tian to sit by his side. Presently, amongst the group of people from the Darkstone Empire, King Yong was sitting alone at the front. The two old men instead sat at the row behind him, whereas the row behind the two old men was where Su Li and the other young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire sat. "I'll sit by Su Li's side." Duan Ling Tian smiled to King Yong and flashed out to descend onto the empty seat by Su Li's side. King Yong didn't persist when he saw this. After he sat by Su Li's side, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force couldn't help but stretch out and envelop Su Li, and he quickly detected Su Li's cultivation. 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. As expected, Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart, and he wasn't surprised by this. The other day, he detected that Long Yun's cultivation has already broken through to the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, so he guessed that Su Li's cultivation ought to have improved again. Now it would seem that his guess was correct. "Su Li, how's your comprehension in sword concept?" After he detected Su Li's cultivation, Duan Ling Tian couldn't refrain from asking. "Wouldn't you know when it's my turn to fight?" Su Li smiled mysteriously. Su Li is actually keeping me guessing. But when he thought about how he liked to keep people guessing as well, he couldn't help but shake his head. Could it be that this is retribution? Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian's gaze started to flash past the numerous second-class spectating area, including our Darkstone Empire. There are a total of 17 empires that have arrived. But it seems that not all of them have arrived. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian saw many more people arriving at the second-class spectating area. Along with the passage of time, the people of the 31 empires had quickly gathered. Meanwhile, the people that arrived grew fewer and fewer. I wonder how many empires are there in total within the Darken dynasty. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. There are a total of 36 empires in the Darken dynasty. Su Li heard Duan Ling Tian's muttering and lightly smiled as he spoke. "Su Li, you even know this?" Duan Ling Tian spoke curiously. Su Li smiled. "Not only do I know of them, I've practically gone to all of them." Duan Ling Tian was astonished, as he never imagined that Su Li had once gone to so many places. "I presume it's that master of Su Li's that brought him to these places." Now Duan Ling Tian was more and more interested towards Su Li's master. "Su Li, has your master come today?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously. Today was the dynasty martial competition and Su Li would be participating to compete for the qualification to participate in the second phase of the dynasty martial competition. "No." Su Li shook his head. "Right." Duan Ling Tian smiled. "It's only the first phase of the dynasty martial competition today, and it will decide on the 30 strongest young geniuses of the various empires. With your current strength, I presume it's in the bag. Your master knows the outcome, so it isn't strange that he isn't coming." Su Li glanced at Duan Ling Tian with astonishment. He never imagined that Duan Ling Tian was so confident towards him. After all, he'd never revealed his current cultivation in public, and only he and his master knew about it. "No." Su Li shook his head. "Not only will master not be coming today, even if I pass through the first phase of the dynasty martial competition and obtain the qualification to participate in the second phase tomorrow, master will still not come. He isn't coming tomorrow either." This time, it was Duan Ling Tian who was completely stunned. Could it be that Su Li's master isn't interested in the dynasty martial competition and even the martial competition of the 10 dynasties? Or perhaps, he feels that Su Li will surely obtain the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. So there was no need to come. The more he thought about it, the more Duan Ling Tian was sure about it. "Duan Ling Tian, let's not talk about my master first. Earlier, that person that brought you up to the first-class spectating area seems to not be simple." Su Li glanced at Duan Ling Tian and asked with deep meaning in his words. "He is." Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he said, "But no matter how extraordinary, I'm afraid he can't compare to that master of yours. After all, your master is in existence from the foreign lands." The words, "foreign lands," possessed an absolute deterrent force in the various dynasties. Never had Su Li imagined that in the blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian had turned around the topic, and he shook his head helplessly and didn't ask any further. Otherwise, he didn't know to where Duan Ling Tian would twist the topic to. Chapter 666, Long Yun's Strength. Along with the passage of time, the representatives and young geniuses of the 36 empires that included the Darkstone Empire had arrived successively. For a time, people flowed about in the second-class spectating area of the cage battle arena, and it was filled with people. There were even the representatives and young geniuses of 3 more empires at the side of the spectating area that Duan Ling Tian and group of people from the Darkstone Empire sat. "King Yong, we haven't met for many years." Have you been well? The representative of an empire that had just brought his group over sat near King Yong and took the initiative to greet him. This was an old man in gray clothes who looked old and shaky, his pair of muddy eyes were expressionless, and his entire body emitted an unfathomable aura. Senior Lu. King Yong lightly smiled as she looked at the gray-clothed old man. I've been well. I truly never imagined that you're leading the Holdwen Empire's group this time. Old people have to get out more often. The old man surnamed Lu replied with a smile. Subsequently, the old man's gaze flashed past the 10 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, and as he scanned every single one of them, there seemed to be a strand of bright light at the depths of his muddy gaze. This was something that Duan Ling Tian saw clearly. King Yong, I heard that the number 1 young genius of your Darkstone Empire is called Mo Zan. I wonder which one he is. The old man asked curiously. Mo Zan, this is Senior Lu, and he's ranked in the top amongst the 5 great revered elders of the Holdwen Empire. King Yong turned around to look at Mo Zan in the 3rd row when he heard this. Senior Lu. Mo Zan looked at the old man and lightly nodded in greeting. Not bad, he's indeed a talented person. The old man praised. HMPH. Number 1 young expert of the Darkstone Empire. As far as I'm concerned, all this has already become past tense now. A cold grunt broke the peaceful atmosphere at the scene. For a time, everyone that heard this including Duan Ling Tian shot their gazes towards the source of the voice. At that place sat a young man with a cold expression. Long Yun. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian recognized this young man who was precisely Long Yun, who he'd long since known. Long Yun was from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom like him. He still remembered that when he met Long Yun for the first time all those years ago, it was during the martial competition of the 5 great sects of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. At that time, Long Yun was someone who was covered in the honor and glory given to him by a myriad of people. During the martial competition of the 5 great sect all those years ago, amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, only Long Yun, the saber young master, had participated. At that time, practically everyone felt that Long Yun would obtain the honor of number 1 in the martial competition. Unfortunately, the outcome exceeded the expectations of everyone. Duan Ling Tian was like a black horse that defeated Long Yun and obtained the honor of number 1 and had greatly lowered Long Yun's fame. It could be said that at that time, Duan Ling Tian stepped on Long Yun to become famous in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Long Yun, 1 year ago, you didn't have the courage to battle me. Could it be that you think you can defeat me now? Mo Zan's face sank slightly, and his eyes were suffused with a glow as he shot out a fierce gaze that slowly descended onto Long Yun. You don't have the qualifications to fight me now. Long Yun looked at Mo Zan and shook his head. Presently, amongst the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, only Duan Ling Tian and Su Li have the qualifications to become my opponents. You are not good enough. His words wantonly trampled upon Mo Zan's dignity. You're courting death. Mo Zan abruptly stood up, his hair standing on end with rage, his eyes were suffused a crimson-red color as he stared fixedly at Long Yun, and the voice that he emitted was cold to the extreme. I've said it before, you don't have the qualifications. Long Yun shook his head. From beginning until the end, he never took Mo Zan seriously, and he did not take Mo Zan seriously. Perhaps he wasn't a match for Mo Zan a year ago. But now, with the help of his formidable master, his cultivation had undergone a tremendous change when compared to a year before. It was exactly as he'd said, amongst the group of young geniuses in the Darkstone Empire now, he only took Duan Ling Tian and Su Li seriously. Die. Finally, Mo Zan was unable to restrain himself, and he shouted out explosively as he pounced towards Long Yun as if he'd transformed into a wild beast that had opened its bloody mouth with an intention of swallowing Long Yun directly. At the same time, along with the origin energy on Mo Zan's body skyrocketing, 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes gradually condensed into form above him. When strands of violet-colored energy that contained numerous bolts of lightning striking within it appeared within his origin energy, another 5 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky above Mo Zan. 5th level of the Void Initiation Stage. 5th level Lightning Concept. This was Mo Zan's current strength. Mo Zan struck out with his fist, his origin energy and lightning concept following his fist like a shadow and giving rise to a wave of roiling waves of airflow that blew on the clothes of Duan Ling Tian and the others to the point of fluttering in the air. This punch that carried the might of lightning whistles out like a shooting star that swept past the horizon and fiercely smashed towards Long Yun. Ignorant fool. When faced with Mo Zan's punch that approached menacingly, Long Yun still had disdain on his face. Suddenly, Long Yun made a move. With a raise of his hand, his palm formed a saber, and origin energy raged and bloomed atop his fist. Right at this instant, besides Duan Lingtian and Su Li who were still able to maintain their calm, everyone present stared with their eyes wide open, and they looked at the scene before them in disbelief. At this moment, there were shockingly 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that had appeared in the sky above Long Yun, merely using origin energy to draw upon the energy of heaven and earth to develop 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. 7th level of the Void Initiation stage. King Yong couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Never had he imagined that amongst the group of young geniuses he brought over, Long Yun, who was originally only able to be ranked as above average, would actually undergo such a tremendous change in his cultivation after a year. The expressions of everyone else was covered in shock as well. The first shock had barely subsided when a second rose. With a raise of his hand, the saber formed from his palm whistled out to intercept Mo Zan's fist strike that approached menacingly. The saber formed from his palm was only halfway to its target when it exploded out with a sharp and overbearing aura. In the sky, another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. 7th level saber concept. King Yong's brows raised, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. What exactly did this Long Yun encounter in the past year? Now, King Yong was practically able to be sure that during the past year, Long Yun had surely obtained a fortuitous encounter, and it was even a shocking fortuitous encounter that was rare to come by. If it wasn't for a shocking fortuitous encounter, would a person that was mediocre a year ago be able to reveal a strength that shocked everyone? Long Yun's attack descended down while carrying the strength of 17 ancient horned dragons. When compared with Mo Zan's strength of 12 ancient horned dragons, it was stronger by 5 ancient horned dragons. The strength of these two people was utterly not on the same level. When he saw the 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Long Yun, Mo Zan's expression had already gone pale. Now, even if his heart was filled with deep regret, he was irrevocably committed. As the saying goes, spilled water can't be gathered. At this moment, he even didn't have the time to withdraw his spirit weapon and could only collide head-on with Long Yun's attack. He was practically able to guess the outcome. Enough. Right when Mo Zan was in despair, King Yong shouted out with a low voice. In the next moment, King Yong made a move, easily dissolving the attacks of the two of them and shocking them back to their respective seats. Long Yun lightly sat down. Unlike him, Mo Zan fiercely sat back on his seat, and his forehead broke out in cold sweat. At that instant earlier, he felt death was so close, and it was the first time in his life that he felt the threat of death. Futile effort. Right at this moment, Long Yun's disdainful voice entered into Mo Zan's ears, causing Mo Zan to seem as if he was struck by lightning, and his face instantly flushed red. But he just happened to have no way of retort. After all, he was indeed inferior to Long Yun. For a time, he felt ashamed and resentful. Although he didn't look at the gazes that the surrounding people shot onto him, he was able to guess that there was surely numerous gazes of ridicule. King Yong. Finally, Mo Zan lowered his head and took a deep breath before saying to King Yong, "I withdraw from the dynasty martial competition this time." Withdrawal. Although Mo Zan's speech was short, it was resolute and decisive. This Mo Zan wouldn't be unable to tolerate such a small blow, right? Duan Ling Tian was stunned. Meanwhile, Mo Zan's figure flashed to transform into a swift flowing light that left the second-class spectating area before charging into the sky and vanishing in the horizon. As soon as Mo Zan left, the people present returned to their senses, and they shook their heads. No one had expected that Mo Zan would be unable to accept defeat to this extent. King Yong, looks like the #1 expert of your Darkstone Empire isn't really the strongest young genius of your Darkstone Empire. The old man surnamed Lu looked at King Yong and sighed. Mo Zan's departure caused King Yong to be stunned, and he recovered from his shock at this moment when he heard the old man. Even I never imagined that Long Yun would be able to possess such a cultivation in a short period of a single year. Long Yun's change was something that King Yong has never expected. Earlier, he said that amongst the young geniuses of your Darkstone Empire, only Duan Ling Tian and Su Li have the qualifications to be his opponent. The old man said with surprise, "King Yong, your Darkstone Empire has really concealed your strength deeply. Looks like besides this person, there are another 2 more young geniuses in your Darkstone Empire that are stronger than the so-called #1 expert, Mo Zan, of your Darkstone Empire. I wonder who those 2 are." As the old man finished speaking, his tone was filled with interest. The group of Holdwin Empire young geniuses behind the old man recovered from the shock they experienced from the scene before. As well, and they sized up the remaining 8 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire with interest. Obviously, they they were extremely curious as to who that Duan Ling Tian and Su Li were. In next to no time, they followed the gazes of the other 6 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire to obtain the answer they wanted. So young. When their gazes descended onto the violet-clothed young man and red-clothed young man that sat together, they were flabbergasted. Aren't they a little too young? Amongst the 2 people before them, the red-clothed young man ought to be almost 30, whereas the violet-clothed young man was only around 25, no matter how they looked at him. Chapter 667, Command Token No. 32. It was these 2 young men that were taken to be true opponents by that young genius of the Darkstone Empire that was at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage and comprehended 7th Saber concept. They were slightly unable to believe it. After all, if it was according to this, then wouldn't these 2 young men be existences at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above? Actually, it wasn't just the group of young geniuses from Holdwin Empire that didn't believe it, even the other 6 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire weren't willing to believe it. Long Yun possessing the strength to crush Mo Zan after a single year had already caused them to be shocked. If it was according to what Long Yun said, then wouldn't it mean that Duan Ling Tian and Su Li's strengths were sufficient to crush Mo Zan as well? In this way, wasn't the number 1 expert of their Darkstone Empire too worthless? In merely a single year, he was completely surpassed by 3 people that were entirely inferior to him a year ago. Duan Ling Tian, Su Li. Actually, even King Yong didn't dare believe it. If it was just Duan Ling Tian, he wouldn't doubt it so much, but when coupled with Su Li, it caused him to be slightly unsure. Suddenly, a wave of wind howls that were ear-piercing flashed out from the distance. At the same time, a figure stood in the sky above the cage battle arena. Instantly, the group of people from the Darkstone Empire and Holdwin Empire had their gazes drawn over. The sky above the cage battle arena usually prohibited martial artists from standing there in midair. Only members of the cage battle arena and members of the Darken Dynasty's imperial family could stand in the sky above the arena. Presently, the person that stood in the sky above the cage battle arena was a white-clothed young man. The young man was around the age of 35, with a cold appearance and eyebrows that slanted upwards, and he possessed a graceful bearing. He's the person that's presiding over the dynasty martial competition. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised. How young? Actually, it wasn't just Duan Ling Tian that was surprised. Even the representatives and young geniuses of the various empires and the spectators sitting at the 3rd-class spectating area were shocked by the white-clothed young man's age. After all, the people that presided over the cage battle arena in the past were at least middle-aged men. Only a host with a formidable strength was able to deter the slaves and demon beasts that were undergoing cage battles, whereas one's strength was matched with an old age to a certain extent. I welcome the representatives and young geniuses of the 36 empires to our Darken Dynasty's Dynasty Martial Competition. I'm the host for the first phase of the selection today. The white-clothed young man had a cold expression as he spoke slowly. Subsequently, the white-clothed young man changed his tone, and he went straight to the point, directly speaking of the objective of the Dynasty Martial Competition being held today. All in all, the final objective of the Dynasty Martial Competition held today was to decide on the most outstanding 30 young geniuses from the 360 young geniuses of the 36 empires. These 30 young geniuses would converge with the young geniuses of the Darken Dynasty tomorrow and compete for the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. The others ought to have known these rules long ago, right? Duan Ling Tian noticed that the representatives and young geniuses of the various empires seated at the 2nd-class spectating area weren't surprised when they heard the white-clothed young man. In next to no time, the white-clothed young man started introducing the specific rules of the martial competition. Duan Ling Tian listened seriously. The rules for the Dynasty Martial Competition today are extremely simple. The 360 young geniuses will each draw a numbered command token that belongs to them and undergo advancement selection according to the order on these command tokens. Due to the amount of people, we'll hold 10 battles at the same time at the beginning. Besides that, there will be someone specially assigned to record the outcome of each battle. The white-clothed young man had just spoken up to there when 10 figures flew up from below and stood behind him. These were 10 middle-aged men with expressionless faces, as if they were 10 statues. Obviously, these people were in charge of recording the results of the battles. The first round of selection will eliminate half the people, and the second round of selection will once again eliminate half of the people remaining. At that time, only 90 people will remain. After the 90 people are decided, the rules will change once again. If a young genius with a good strength was eliminated due to having bad luck and felt disgruntled, then you'll be given a chance in the end, and you'll still have the chance to obtain one of the final 30 positions. The white-clothed young man finished speaking in one go. Subsequently, it was time to draw the command tokens. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 9 swift figures flew into the sky and respectively descended onto one of the second-class spectating areas. These were 9 young men with a wide wooden tray in their hands, and the wooden tray was covered with 40 command tokens that were made from metal. These command tokens were facing downwards, with their backs facing up, and they looked the same from their appearance. Looks like the drawing of command tokens requires us to choose a command token ourselves, whereas, these command tokens have completely different numbers on them. Su Li's voice entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Long ago, when the young man carrying the wooden tray had just descended to their second-class spectating area, his spiritual force had already silently stretched out to cover the command tokens on the wooden tray. Although Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force couldn't be used as an eye, he was still able to use his spiritual force to detect the grooves inscribed on the command token and determine the number inscribed on them. The numbers of these 40 command tokens are actually random. There's a number 3 command token, a number 52 command token, and a number 327 command token. There isn't the slightest pattern to them. Now, Duan Ling Tian was practically able to confirm that the command tokens on the wooden trays in the hands of the 9 young men had been jumbled up, and there was no pattern to follow. For example, the young man that arrived at the second-class spectating area, Duan Ling Tian, and the others were only possessed a single command token number 3, with a number before number 10 amongst the 40 command tokens on the wooden tray. Number 1, number 2, and number 4 to number 9 were all not on the wooden tray. The young geniuses of a total of 4 empires were at the spectating area Duan Ling Tian was at, and the total of 40 people perfectly corresponded to the 40 command tokens. The young man first walked over to Duan Ling Tian's side, and the 9 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire were the first to draw their command tokens. If your empire doesn't have enough people, then representative, please draw the lot in the place of the 10th young genius. Later on, when it's the turn of the command token that representative holds, the person that's going against this command token's possessor will be automatically advanced to the next round. The young man that held the tray arrived by King Yong's side and spoke to King Yong. Obviously, he knew of the matter that one of the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire had left. All right, King Yong nodded, and then he raised his hand with an intention of drawing a command token. Wait, Duan Ling Tian called out to King Yong. King Yong looked at Duan Ling Tian with a bewildered and puzzled expression. Duan Ling Tian, you. Big brother. Duan Ling Tian looked at the young man that held the wooden tray and asked with a light smile. After we draw the command tokens, how will the advancement selection battles be carried out? The possessor of command token number 1 will go against the possessor of command token number 2, the possessor of command token number 3 will go against the possessor of command token number 4, and so on and so forth. In the end, the possessor of command token number 359 will go against the possessor of command token No. 360. The young man explained with extreme patience. I understand. Duan Ling Tian nodded and then looked at King Yong as he said via voice transmission, King Yong, please choose the 5th command token from the left amongst the row of command tokens closest to you. King Yong couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, as he didn't know why Duan Ling Tian would ask him to choose that command token, but it was the same to him no matter which command token he chose. After all, no matter which command token he chose, it would help the possessor of another command token to advance. For example, if he chose command token number 1, then the possessor of command token number 2 would win without a battle in advance, whereas, if he drew command token number 28, then the possessor of command token number 27 would advance. King Rong raised his hand and drew the command token that Duan Ling Tian spoke of. Meanwhile, the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire clearly saw that the command token in King Yong's hand was command token No. 31. Subsequently, the group of Darkstone Empire young geniuses started to choose their command tokens. After everyone started choosing, Duan Ling Tian and Su Li joined them, and Duan Ling Tian's gaze was firmly locked onto one of the command tokens now. That command token was situated at the corner and no one showed interest to it. Duan Ling Tian only slowly turned over the command token that belonged to him after the other 8 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire had drawn their command tokens. As soon as Duan Ling Tian turned over his command token, the young man that held the tray was stunned. King Yong was stunned as well. the remaining 8 young geniuses were all stunned. 3.32. As Su Li looked at the command token in Duan Ling Tian's hand and looked at the command token in King Yong's hand, he couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Duan Ling Tian, your luck is really not bad, as you're able to advance directly in the first round. The command token in King Yong's hand was considered to be the possession of Mo Zan who'd left. No matter who it was, so long as they encountered Mo Zan's command token, they would be able to obtain the privilege of advancing directly, and now. This privilege was obtained by Duan Ling Tian, number 32. The command token in King Yong's hand was No. 31. Under numerous gazes of envy, Duan Ling Tian put away the number 32 command token. Meanwhile, a surprised voice transmission entered into Duan Ling Tian's ear in a timely manner. Duan Ling Tian, how did you know? This voice transmission belonged exactly to King Yong. Earlier, even though King Yong felt it was strange when Duan Ling Tian asked him to choose that command token, he didn't know why Duan Ling Tian wanted to do that. Only when King Yong saw the command token number 32 that Duan Ling Tian drew did he realize all of this was something Duan Ling Tian had planned. Or perhaps, Duan Ling Tian knew the numbers beneath these command tokens beforehand. Intuition, said Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission. Intuition. The corners of King Yong's mouth twitched and he didn't believe the nonsense Duan Ling Tian spoke. Chapter 668, The Dynasty Martial Competition begins. Could this be sensed by intuition? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian naturally perceived King Yong didn't believe him, yet he didn't make any further explanation. In fact, Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't rely on intuition to know that King Yong would obtain the number 32 command token, and he didn't rely on intuition to just happen to obtain the number 31 command token. Early on when the young man holding the wooden tray has ascended the spectating area Duan Ling Tian was seated at, his spiritual force had already stretched out to check the numbers on the 40 command tokens. Only 2 of the command tokens on the tray were successive to each other, and it was number 31 and No. 32. It was precisely because of this that all the subsequent events had happened. He's asked King Yong to draw the number 31 command token, and he instead drew the number 32 command token. So long as it's an inscription master that's skilled in controlling spiritual force, then practically any inscription master is capable of detecting the numbers on these command tokens that are covered. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Because of this, he didn't think he was extraordinary in any way. Duan Ling Tian, could it be that you're an inscription master? In next to no time, a shocked voice sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ear, and it was exactly the voice transmission of King Yong. Obviously, King Yong had recovered from his earlier surprise and was already able to make an accurate judgment. This time, Duan Ling Tian didn't continue keeping him guessing and nodded lightly. This caused King Yong to be unable to refrain from shaking his head and sighing, and then he sent a voice transmission and said, since you're able to use your spiritual force to detect the numbers on these command tokens, it's sufficient to show that you're extremely skilled in the control of your spiritual force, and your attainments in the art of inscription are high. Actually, your natural talent in the martial Tao is shocking, so why waste your time on studying the art of inscriptions? If you didn't study the art of inscription, then your strength now would surely be even stronger. As he finished speaking, King Yong seemed to be slightly regretful. As far as he was concerned, since Duan Ling Tian's attainments in the art of inscriptions was high, it indirectly represented that Duan Ling Tian had put painstaking effort into this and had wasted much time on it. If Duan Ling Tian was able to use this time that he'd wasted on his cultivation, then Duan Ling Tian's strength would surely be even stronger. Duan Ling Tian naturally noticed the regret that King Yong revealed towards him, and he only shook his head and smiled towards this. Only he himself knew that his attainments in the art of inscriptions was inherited from the rebirth martial emperor, and he'd never wasted any time on it. Duan Ling Tian, I thought that I'd be able to see you fight first. Now it would seem that it isn't going to happen. Su Li sat by Duan Ling Tian's side and shook his head. The command token he drew was No. 237. My luck's good, what can I say? Duan Ling Tian shrugged and spoke shamelessly, and he neither went red with shame nor breathed heavily. It was as if it truly was because of his luck being good that he just happened to draw command token number 32. But Su Li didn't doubt it. After all, Su Li didn't know that Duan Ling Tian had asked King Yong to draw command token number 31 earlier. After a short moment, all 360 young geniuses of the 36 empires had drawn the command token that belonged to themselves. These command tokens indicated a unique number. Now, The young geniuses with command token number 1 to number 20, please enter the arena. In the sky above the arena, the white-clothed young man stood there, his appeared cold as before as he spoke with a deep voice. Meanwhile, the 10 middle-aged men behind him instantly transformed into numerous flowing lights, and when they appeared once more, they were already spread out in the sky above the various areas of the cage battle arena. The 10 of them had intentionally spread apart by quite a distance. Everyone, I'll be going first. Amongst the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, someone had acquired command token number 3, and he'd notified Duan Ling Tian and the others now before flying out. This young genius was someone Duan Ling Tian had an impression of. He was Gao Yuhai that had fought Long Yun that day, and the weapon in his possession was a spirit fan. 1 year ago, he was a martial artist at the 8th level of the Void Prying stage, and he'd comprehended advanced saber force. He has actually broken through to the 1st level of the Void Initiation stage after a year. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart as he looked at Gao Yuhai's figure. Early on when Gao Yuhai had just spoke out, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force had already enveloped him like a shadow, causing his cultivation to be unable to escape Duan Ling Tian's detection. 1st level of the Void Initiation stage. Amongst the young geniuses of the various empires, although it wasn't to the extent of being at the bottom, it was below average. Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had intentionally detected the cultivation of the young geniuses of many empires. Amongst them, the weakest were some 9th level Void Prying stage martial artists. 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. Participating in the Dynasty Martial competition is merely a formality for them. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Meanwhile, the other 19 young geniuses had flashed out from their respective spectating area and gathered with Gao Yuhai. The possessors of command token number 1 and number 2, come over here. In next to no time, one of the middle-aged men in charge of recording the results of the battle spoke out with a voice that wasn't loud, yet it clearly entered the ears of the 20 young geniuses that had entered the arena. Instantly, 2 young geniuses swiftly arrived near the middle-aged man. The possessors of command token number 3 and number 4, come over here. Subsequently, another person spoke out. In next to no time, Gao Yuhai and another young genius arrived beside another middle-aged man in charge of recording the results of the battle. The remaining 16 young geniuses had taken their respective places as well. The 20 young geniuses were split into groups of 2 that stood in confrontation with each other. Near every single group of young genius standing in confrontation was a middle-aged man standing with a solemn expression, and the middle-aged man played the role of witness. The battle would start at any moment. I was originally worried that if the battles were slowly carried out one by one, then the time of a single day would utterly not be enough for 360 people. Now, these 10 battles carried out together is greatly efficient. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart as he looked at the 20 young geniuses that stood in confrontation. Begin. Meanwhile, the white-clothed young man that stood in the sky at the center of the arena abruptly shouted out with a light voice. Instantly, the young geniuses of the various empires that were spread into 10 areas attacked out while utilizing all their ability. Numerous figures that were exceedingly swift intersected each other. Everywhere they passed, origin energy skyrocketed as concept followed them like shadows, and their spirit weapons fiercely smashed towards their opponents. In merely a single move, there were 6 people that admitted defeat. The strengths of these 6 people had been completely surpassed by their opponents, and they utterly had no room for resistance. If they didn't admit defeat, they would surely suffer heavy injuries and even lose their lives. After all, on a stage like the Dynasty Martial competition, even if they were killed, they would have died for nothing. After the 6 people admitted defeat, another 6 people advanced, whereas the remaining 8 people were still fighting like raging fire. 8 people divided into 4 groups were locked in battle. Every 2 people who were locked in battle had comparable strengths, and they were on par and were in a deadlock for a time. Amongst them was the Darkstone Empire's Gao Yuhai. Presently, Gao Yuhai relied on the grade 5 spirit weapon in his possession to utilize his entire origin energy and 1st level saber concept to fight intensely with his opponent. His opponent was similarly a 1st level Void Initiation stage martial artist who possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon and 1st level concept, causing his opponent's strength to not be inferior to him. But although their strengths were on par, it was a fight of combat experience and various skills at a time like this. With a raise of his hand, the grade 5 spirit fan in Gao Yuhai's hand flew out to transform into fan-shaped saber light that covered the sky and enveloped towards his opponent. In the hand of Gao Yuhai's opponent, a grade 5 spirit spear suddenly shook as swift spear images swept out like shadows to intercept the fan-shaped saber lights that covered the sky. Every time the grade 5 spirit sword flashed out, there would be a fan-shaped saber light that was destroyed. But unfortunately, Gao Yuhai was obviously prepared, and at the instant when the fan-shaped saber lights were completely obliterated by his opponent and his opponent revealed a complacent smile, he struck out swiftly like a bolt of lightning. Along with Gao Yuhai's figure shaking, he seemed to have transformed into a saber that flashed directly towards his opponent, and the spirit fan in his hand even emitted a wave of ear-piercing sounds from tearing through the sky. What a pity! This person's strength isn't inferior to Gao Yuhai. When he saw Gao Yuhai was about to defeat his opponent, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and felt pity for Gao Yuhai's opponent. Gao Yuhai's opponent had given Gao Yuhai an opportunity to take advantage of because of his carelessness. Number 3 is victorious. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man that was in charge of recording the outcome of the battle between Gao Yuhai and his opponent spoke out with a cold and indifferent voice. At the same time, a paper and brush appeared in his hand as he started to record the outcome. It was a good match. Gao Yuhai, who'd blasted his opponent flying with his fan at the critical moment, smiled lightly to his opponent and nodded. "Thank you for showing mercy." Gao Yuhai's opponent replied sincerely. Obviously, he knew clearly that if it wasn't for Gao Yuhai changing his attack to an attack using the side of the fan in a timely manner, he'd have already died under Gao Yuhai's fan, and not only be injured internally. Compared with Gao Yuhai showing mercy, the other 6 people were completely different. 6 people that were equally matched had bloodshot eyes as they fought. In the end, 2 died and 1 was heavily injured. The other 3 people that obtained victory were more or less injured slightly. Not bad. When he saw Gao Yuhai returning victorious and bringing honor to the Darkstone Empire, King Yang nodded with satisfaction. Gao Yuhai's character isn't bad. Duan Ling Tian praised in his heart as he looked at Gao Yuhai return to his seat. Young geniuses that have drawn command token number 21 to number 40, enter the arena. Meanwhile, the white-clothed young man spoke out once more. "It's my turn." Duan Ling Tian smiled. Even though he knew that he utterly had no opponent for this battle, he still flew up to converge with the other 18 young geniuses. Subsequently, the 10 middle-aged men started calling them over to their sides. "The possessor of command token number 31 and number 32, come here." When a middle-aged man's voice sounded out, Duan Ling Tian headed over directly. When he saw only Duan Ling Tian come over and the remaining young geniuses had already taken their places, the middle-aged man frowned. "Where's the other person? What's your number?" Subsequently, the middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked. Chapter 669, The White-Clothed Young Man's Ability. "No, 32. Duan Ling Tian replied. The middle-aged man nodded and then he looked into the surroundings as his voice transmitted out. "Where's the possessor of command token number 31? Along with the middle-aged man speaking out, the third-class spectating area went into an uproar. "There's someone who isn't entering the arena to battle. It's all right to go in and admit defeat." "Exactly. Moreover, this young man that possesses the number 32 command token might be a weakling." Many spectators discussed animatedly. Right at this moment, a young man dressed as a worker of the cage battle arena flashed over and arrived by the side of the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. "Lord," a young genius from the Darkstone Empire left at the last moment. The representative of the Darkstone Empire drew a command token in his place, and it's precisely no. 31. The young man explained. The middle-aged man came to an understanding, and then he looked at Duan Ling Tian. "Number 32, since the possessor of command token number 31 isn't present, you advance in this battle." Duan Ling Tian, who was prepared for this long ago, wasn't surprised in the slightest, and he directly flew off. Only now did the group of spectators in the third-class spectating area understand what was going on. "So that's how it is. This young man's luck is really good. Yeah, otherwise, based on his age, he would have probably been eliminated in the first battle. Yet now he has instead directly advanced." Many spectators discussed. Their words didn't think Duan Ling Tian was really strong and only felt that Duan Ling Tian's luck was exceptionally good. While Duan Ling Tian returned to his seat, the white-clothed young man spoke once more. "Begin." Subsequently, the other 18 young geniuses started to battle intensely. Some of them admitted defeat, whereas another portion of them fought to the bitter end. Big brother Duan actually advanced automatically. His luck is really good. In the first-class spectating area, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was covered in shock. "Young miss, it might not be luck." Elder Kong shook his head. As an inscription master as well, he naturally knew of Duan Ling Tian's extraordinary ability in controlling his spiritual force, and Elder Kong vaguely guessed all of this was done intentionally by Duan Ling Tian. Huh, Feng Tianwu had a puzzled expression as she looked at Elder Kong with a bewildered expression. Young miss, don't forget. Brother Ling Tian is also an outstanding inscription master, and as an outstanding inscription master, it would be extremely easy for him to see through the numbers on the command tokens by relying on his spiritual force and choose the command token that he wanted. Elder Kong explained slowly. Grandpa Kong, what you mean is, Big Brother Duan intentionally chose the command token that could automatically advance. Feng Tianwu wasn't stupid, and after Elder Kong's reminder, she instantly reacted to what had happened. Elder Kong nodded. Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't know that his little tricks were already seen through by Elder Kong. Presently, Duan Ling Tian had returned to sit by Su Li's side, and he silently gazed at the sky above the cage battle arena. There were 3 groups of young geniuses that were battling intensely. For the sake of winning one of the 30 positions in the first phase of the Dynasty Martial competition today, all of these young geniuses were exerting their entire strengths and struggling desperately. In next to no time, a young genius was heavily injured, and his opponent obtained the final victory. Not long after, another young genius was killed and became the stepping stone of his opponent. For a time, only 2 people battling fiercely remained. These 2 people had always been well matched in strength and couldn't decide on a victor. But up until now, only the 2 of them were locked in combat in the sky above the cage battle arena, and the silent surroundings brought an unusual feeling to them. In next to no time, one of them was slightly distracted, whereas, the consequence of becoming distracted was being directly defeated by the other person. At this time, another 10 people advanced from the possessors of command token number 21 to no. 40. The Dynasty Martial competition still continued on, and the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire entered the arena one by one. In next to no time, Long Yun entered the arena as well. Long Yun's opponent was a young man that carried a slightly arrogant expression from the beginning until the end. This young genius boasted shamelessly at first glance of Long Yun. Kid, you look to be a little over 30, right? If you're sensible then quickly admit defeat and go home to have some milk. The young genius's voice wasn't soft, yet it spread out to the entire cage battle arena. Instantly, the people present shot strange gazes at Long Yun. Looks like this person's opponent is strong. We can see from his arrogant words that if he doesn't have some skill, would he dare humiliate another like this? But, when compared to his opponent, he's indeed much younger. Needless to say, his composure isn't bad, as he's able to maintain his calm even until now. The group of spectators in the third-class spectating area discussed animatedly. Many people even admired Long Yun's composure. Only Duan Ling Tian and the other people on the second-class spectating area he was on had a different atmosphere. Practically everyone on this second-class spectating area had seen Long Yun's strength with their own 2 eyes. 7th level saber concept. Up until now, a martial artist at the 7th level void initiation stage or above hadn't appeared amongst the young geniuses of the various empires, nor were there martial artists that had comprehended 7th level concept. It could be said that Long Yun was the young genius with the strongest strength that had entered the arena up until now, but this fact was only known by all the people present. On the spectating area where Duan Ling Tian was, Long Yun's opponent was obviously from another spectating area and didn't notice the scene of Long Yun revealing his 7th level void initiation stage strength to crush the 5th level void initiation stage Mozan and force Mozan to give up on participating in the Dynasty Martial competition. For a time, everyone on the spectating area Duan Ling Tian sat and looked at Long Yun's opponent with gazes of pity. Although Long Yun appeared to be extremely composed and seemed as if he didn't hear the insulting words of his opponent, all of them could perceive that Long Yun's heart had probably long since been filled with flames of rage. Long Yun was only waiting for a chance to let his flames of rage ravage his opponent. I only hope that you can walk the walk. Don't be unable to receive a single strike of mine. Long Yun looked at his opponent and spoke indifferently. What a joke. Long Yun's opponent grunted coldly with disdain, and then his body started being suffused with vast origin energy. In the sky, 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form and revealed his cultivation. 6th level of the void initiation stage. Instantly, no matter if it was the spectators in the third-class spectating area or the various representatives and young geniuses from the empires in the second-class spectating area, all of them exclaimed in surprise. After all, only one 6th level void initiation stage young genius had appeared before this, and that young genius had merely used a single move to defeat his opponent and advance smoothly. No wonder he was so arrogant earlier, and even didn't hesitate to humiliate his opponent. So it turns out that he's actually a 6th level void initiation stage martial artist. In the Dynasty martial competition of today, a 6th level void initiation stage martial artist is already considered to be a rare expert. It's even to the extent that it's practically confirmed that he'll obtain one of the final 30 positions today. If his opponent doesn't admit defeat now, then he's probably going to be struck with misfortune once the battle really begins. I think that his opponent will admit defeat right away. Many people in the 3rd class and 2nd class spectating areas whispered in discussion and couldn't refrain from guessing. Unfortunately, they quickly realized that they were wrong. When faced with the cultivation revealed by his opponent, Long Yun's expression remained unchanged, and he stood there in the sky unmoving like a mountain, without the slightest intention to admit defeat. Begin. Right at this moment, the white-clothed young man spoke out. But, at this moment, the other 18 young geniuses had a rare moment of not fighting, and their gazes had instead descended onto Long Yun and Long Yun's opponent. Kid, since you're not admitting defeat, then I'll send you to hell right now. Long Yun's opponent revealed an arrogant smile as he flashed out, and he seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind that swept towards Long Yun. In the sky, another 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form. The grade 5 spirit weapon utilized by Long Yun's opponent was a rare sledgehammer, and the sledgehammer swiftly tore through the sky like a cannonball, and it seemed to carry unparalleled might. The sledgehammer smashed down at Long Yun as if it wanted to smash Long Yun into a meat biscuit. Long Yun is going to make a move, said Su Li to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded, as he's noticed the slight movements on Long Yun's hand as well. They're utterly not on the same level. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. As far as he was concerned, this battle before him was without suspense. But, not everyone thought the same way as Duan Ling Tian, and many people felt that it would be difficult for Long Yun to escape death. Now, even if he wants to admit defeat, he wouldn't be in time. Sometimes, pride can cause one to lose one's life. Many people shook their heads, and some of them even couldn't refrain from closing their eyes. It isn't certain who will go to hell yet. Suddenly, Long Yun's chilly voice sounded out. Right when most people were stunned by this, Long Yun moved. Origin energy instantly skyrocketed atop Long Yun's body, and in the next moment, he seemed to have formed into an enormous saber that tore through the sky and easily avoided the sledgehammer of his opponent that smashed towards him. Die. Subsequently, Long Yun shouted out lightning and he'd already arrived above his opponent. Suddenly, a spirit saber appeared in Long Yun's hand, and it instantly bloomed into an extremely sharp saber light that descended menacingly towards his opponent. Long Yun's opponent was chopped into two from top to bottom, and blood sprayed out all over the entire sky. HMPH. Right at this moment, the white-clothed young man that was in charge of presiding over the Dynasty martial competition grunted in a low voice, and with a raise of his hand, wind whistled out from his palm while carrying a shocking wave of heat. It was origin energy that covered the sky and carried along formidable fire concept that tore through the sky as it swept out and burned Long Yun's opponent's mangled corpse and the blood that covered the sky into ash. The white-clothed young man's movement was swift like a bolt of lightning, and the ancient horned dragon silhouettes above him weren't able to condense into form before dispersing. 9th level void initiation stage. 9th level fire concept. As he looked at the white-clothed young man, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but gasp. If nothing unexpected happens, then he's probably one of the young geniuses that will be participating in the Dynasty martial competition tomorrow. Duan Ling Tian guessed in his heart. Chapter 670, Second Round. Most importantly, he's a member of the Darken Dynasty's imperial family. This time, he's surely amongst the 3 people recommended by the imperial family. The more Duan Ling Tian thought, the surer he was, but what the people present noticed was different from what Duan Ling Tian noticed. Numerous gazes descended onto Long Yun, and the astonishment from the beginning until the shock at the end, it revealed their surprise towards Long Yun. Or perhaps, at that instant earlier, they'd gotten to know Long Yun once again. 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage. He's actually a 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist. I truly never imagined. His strength is actually so strong. I was originally thinking that he would be crushed to death by his opponent's hammer strike. It's simply unexpected. Who would have thought that he's actually a 7th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist? His opponent is unfortunate as well. Perhaps, that person thought that since he was a 6th level of the Void Initiation Stage martial artist, he could look down on others. But unexpectedly, he'd actually kicked on such a hard plate of steel. Needless to say, sometimes, some things are fated. No matter if it was the spectators in the third class or the second class spectating area, many people shook their heads and sighed emotionally. Number 73 is victorious. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man that was in charge of recording Long Yun's results recovered from his shock and announced, Long Yun advanced. When Long Yun returned to the second-class spectating area, many surrounding spectators looked at him with gazes of reverence. Of course, there were also some that looked hatefully at him. In another second-class spectating area, the representative of an empire stared fixedly at Long Yun with eyes that almost split apart. His hands had formed fists that were clenched tightly, and his body trembled intensely. His nephew had been killed by this person. Even though in an occasion like this, his nephew was bound to have died for nothing, but he still hated Long Yun to the extreme and wished for nothing more than to tear Long Yun apart. At the same time, along with Long Yun killing his opponent, the other 18 young geniuses made a move successively. The battles in the first phase of the dynasty martial competition were carried out vigorously. After Long Yun and until Su Li entered the arena, another 3 7th level void initiation stage martial artists had appeared, and as for 6th level void initiation stage martial artists, there were even more, around 20 or so. In next to no time, Su Li entered the arena. Su Li was the possessor of command token No. 237. An ear-piercing sword howl sounded out. Su Li's opponent, a young genius at the 5th level of the void initiation stage, had his belt instantly cut off by Su Li, and he embarrassedly held up his pants as he admitted defeat and left. Ha 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 ha. Sure enough, a wave of laughter arose in the surroundings. The originally serious atmosphere of the dynasty martial competition was completely destroyed. At the same time, Su Li advanced. This young sword cultivator's strength is so strong. With just a single strike, he'd cut off his opponent's belt, and from the beginning until the end, the ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky hadn't even had the time to condense into form before dispersing. Although we can't determine his cultivation from the ancient horned dragon silhouettes, but I guess that his cultivation is at least at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. This is for sure. If he isn't at the 7th level of the void initiation stage, it would be impossible for his sword to be so swift. Another 7th level void initiation stage martial artist. Up until now, there have already been 5 martial artists at the 7th level of the void initiation stage amongst the young geniuses of the various empires. There are still another 1/3 of young geniuses that haven't entered the arena. I presume that another 2 or 3 7th level void initiation stage martial artists will appear. Under the waves of bustling discussion, Su Li returned to sit by Duan Ling Tian's side. Su Li. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as a slight puzzled expression suffused his face. Earlier, even though Su Li had attacked, yet he didn't utilize a single shred of sword concept, causing the curiosity in Duan Ling Tian's heart to grow deeper. To what level had Su Li, who was at the 8th level of the void initiation stage, have comprehended his sword concept to? Long Yun's saber concept improved so swiftly that it's shocking. Or Long Yun possesses a concept fragment, and it's a saber concept fragment. When he thought of Long Yun's current comprehension in saber concept, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but guess like this. Besides this, he was unable to wrap his head around why Long Yun's saber concept would advance so quickly. If Long Yun possesses a saber concept fragment, then Su Li will surely possess a sword concept fragment. In this way, Su Li's attainments in sword concept ought to surpass Long Yun's attainments in saber concept. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath. If it really was like this, then Su Li and Long Yun's fortuitous encounters were truly shocking. Even though this fortuitous encounter was inferior to his, it wasn't much inferior. At this moment, besides Duan Ling Tian and Long Yun, the gazes everyone present in this spectating area shot at Su Li was completely different. King Yang, I finally understand why your Darkstone Empire's Long Yun praised him so highly since the beginning. His strength is really not inferior to Long Yun. The representative of Holdwin Empire, the old man surnamed Lu, glanced at Su Li before looking at King Yang and sighing. Your Darkstone Empire is really hiding many talented people. The corners of King Yang's mouth twitched when he heard this. Presently, Su Li's strength was indeed not inferior to Long Yun. Senior Lu, you're too kind. Long Yun and Su Li successively bringing honor to the Darkstone Empire caused King Yang, who was the representative of the Darkstone Empire, to feel exceedingly proud, and he was imperceivably superior when facing the representative of the Holdwin Empire now. Now, I'm slightly looking forward to the performance of the other young genius of your Darkstone Empire that Long Yun takes seriously. As he spoke, the old man's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian. King Yong looked over along with the old man. Duan Ling Tian. Now, even he couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. Needless to say, Long Yun and Su Li's strength had indeed shocked him. But in his eyes, no matter in what aspect, Duan Ling Tian had always surpassed Long Yun and Su Li without a doubt. Even now, when he saw that Su Li and Long Yun had obtained fortuitous encounters of their own that allowed their strengths to increase greatly when compared from a year ago. Even then, he still looked favorably upon Duan Ling Tian. So he was similarly looking forward towards Duan Ling Tian's performance. Duan Ling Tian naturally noticed the gazes of the old man and King Yong, yet he didn't care. His gaze descended onto the sky above the arena, and he watched the pairs of young geniuses fight each other. In next to no time, the first round of the selection today was almost at the end. In the later parts of the first round, another 2 7th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses had appeared. Along with a 6th-level Void Initiation Stage young genius defeating another 6th-level Void Initiation Stage young genius, the first round of the selections was officially over. Merely this first round had eliminated 180 people. Of course, there were many people that weren't resigned to their elimination. For example, the 6th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist that was the last to be defeated. If it wasn't for him being unlucky and just happened to encounter a 6th-level Void Initiation Stage martial artist that was stronger than him, he would have surely been one of the people that advanced. But he wasn't anxious, because he knew he still had a chance. This first round of the selections has ended. After 15 minutes, the second round of the selections will continue, and 90 people will be eliminated once more. The white-clothed young man stood in the sky above the arena as he spoke with a sonorous voice that spread out. During the 15 minutes of time, the 10 middle-aged men that were in charge of recording the results had gathered together and started to unify the results and list out the order of battles, whereas, the group of young geniuses that had advanced finally had a chance to catch a breath. King Yong, I was thinking that our Holdwin Empire could compete with your Darkstone Empire and see the young geniuses of which side will be able to stand until the end. Now it would seem that there's no need for this. The old man looked at King Yong as he shook his head and sighed. Now, the situation was clear. Their Holdwin Empire's young geniuses were far inferior to the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. The Darkstone Empire had 2 young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above and another young genius that was suspected to be at the 7th level of the Void Initiation Stage or above. Their Holdwin Empire only had 2 6th-level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses and was utterly unable to compare with the Darkstone Empire. The group of young geniuses of the Holdwin Empire lowered their heads in embarrassment when they heard this, and they felt that they'd thrown the face of the Holdwin Empire. Whereas no matter if it were the young geniuses that had been eliminated or not, all the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire sat ramrod straight with brilliant smiles on their faces. Amongst the 9 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, 3 were eliminated. Amongst the 10 young geniuses of the Holdwin Empire, 5 were eliminated. The Darkstone Empire's results caused Duan Ling Tian to be slightly surprised. The second round of the selections begin. In next to no time, 15 minutes has passed, and the white-clothed young man's voice sounded out once more, causing everyone to be unable to refrain from shuddering and returning to their senses. As for the 10 middle-aged men that were in charge of recording the results, they'd already taken their respective positions. The possessors of command token number 1 until number 40, so long as you've advanced in the first round, then come over. The white-clothed young man spoke with a sonorous voice. After the first round of selection, half of the people amongst the possessors of command token number 1 until number 40 had been eliminated, and only 20 people remained. It was just enough to pool together 10 battles. This time, 2 people from the Darkstone Empire entered the arena. One of them was Gao Yuhai. The other. No, 32. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he looked at the number on the command token in his hand, and then he followed Gao Yuhai to leave the spectating area and arrive in the sky above the arena to gather with the other 18 young geniuses. The possessors of command token number 2 and number 3, come over here. A middle-aged man spoke out directly. Instantly, Gao Yuhai who'd drawn command token number 3 earlier went over with another young genius. Obviously, during the first round of the selection earlier, number 2 had won the battle with number 1 and advanced. In the battle between number 3 and number 4, it was instead number 3 that was victorious. Subsequently, the other 9 middle-aged men spoke out successively. The possessors of command token number 30 and number 32, come over here. Along with a middle-aged man in the east speaking out, Duan Ling Tian flew over. After Duan Ling Tian, another young man followed over like a shadow. Obviously, he was the possessor of command token number 30, and at the same time, he was Duan Ling Tian's opponent for this battle. Chapter 671, Duan Ling Tian displaying his skill. The possessor of command token number 30 was a young man around the age of 35. Needless to say, the young geniuses of the various empires were top genius martial artists in the empires they were from, and they possessed their own pride. Duan Ling Tian's opponent was no exception. The young man had an arrogant expression as he sized Duan Ling Tian up with contempt, and asked with disdain, "You're that kid that advanced automatically in the first round." However, Duan Ling Tian paid no attention to the young man, or perhaps, it could be said that Duan Ling Tian couldn't be bothered. After he used his spiritual force to detect his opponent's cultivation, Duan Ling Tian had already completely disregarded his opponent. A 5th-level void initiation stage martial artist was of no threat to him in the slightest. "Kid, you're rather arrogant." When he saw Duan Ling Tian disregard him, the young man's face sank, and his eyes revealed a ruthless sheen as he spoke in a deep voice. "Do you know that no one has dared disregard me? Someone has today." Duan Ling Tian still didn't look at the young man as he straightened out his sleeves and spoke unhurriedly. "Kid, you're courting death." The young man's face darkened as origin energy rose on his body, and he seemed to have transformed into flames as he whistled out. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled to finally converge into 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. All of this had undoubtedly revealed the young man's cultivation. If it wasn't for the white-clothed young man that was in charge of presiding over the dynasty martial competition today having not announced the beginning of the battles, the young man would have already impatiently attacked Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, the gazes of everyone on the spectating area. The group of Darkstone Empire's members were present and looked at Duan Ling Tian. Especially King Yong and the representative of Holdwen Empire, they even stared at Duan Ling Tian with burning gazes. Both of them wanted to know what Duan Ling Tian's current cultivation was, as he was actually able to make Long Yun, who had broken through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage, think so highly of him. Duan Ling Tian. Long Yun stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian as he took a deep breath and similarly anxiously wanted to know Duan Ling Tian's current cultivation. Besides defeating Su Li and bringing honor to his master, his goal was to defeat Duan Ling Tian and wash away the humiliation of the past. If it was possible, he would kill Duan Ling Tian after defeating Duan Ling Tian, so as to avoid Duan Ling Tian looking for trouble with the Azure Forest Tri-Sect in the future. Within the Azure Forest Tri-Sect, the original sect leader of the demonic Lotusblade sect was his foster father, and he owed his foster father greatly. He didn't want to allow his foster father to be in danger. "I'm finally able to see you fight." At the same time that he muttered, Su Li had an expression filled with anticipation. The third-class spectating area in the surroundings of the cage battle arena was now in an uproar. "That's the young man that had good luck during the first round of the selections and advanced automatically. This young man ought to be the youngest amongst the young geniuses of the various empires that have arrived here today, right?" "Exactly, he's indeed the youngest, and he looks to be around 25 at most." "Which empire is he from? Could it be that there was no one else amongst the younger generation of that empire?" These spectators in the third-class spectating area were unable to see the situation in the second-class spectating areas. Another member of the Darkstone Empire. Some representatives of other empires in the second-class spectating areas knew of Duan Ling Tian's origins. This time, the 2 young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above had come from the Darkstone Empire, and it was difficult for the Darkstone Empire to not draw attention. "Kid, if you're sensible then quickly admit defeat. Otherwise, once the battle starts, I'll tear you in two." Duan Ling Tian's opponent, the young man, had a savage expression, and his eyes flickered with a bloody red sheen that seemed as if he was waiting for an opportunity to swallow Duan Ling Tian up. "Tear me in two." Duan Ling Tian smiled. "That will depend on if you have the ability. You'll see soon enough." Although Duan Ling Tian's composed expression causing the young man to faintly feel something was off, but this trace of uneasiness vanished when he saw Duan Ling Tian's young appearance. He didn't think that a young man that was around the age of 25 would be a match for him, a 5th-level void initiation stage martial artist, and his opponent was just being deliberately mystifying. He believed that so long as he persisted to the moment that the white-clothed young man announced that the battle's begun, then this young man before him would surely admit defeat at the first possible moment, whereas, he would seize the opportunity within that instant to tear the young man in two. He would do as he said. "Begin." After the 20 young geniuses took their places, the white-clothed young man spoke out. Instantly, many young geniuses attacked, and they chose to attack first to seize the initiative. Amongst them included Duan Ling Tian's opponent. The instant the white-clothed young man finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's opponent flashed out towards Duan Ling Tian like a hunting eagle that was capturing its prey. In the sky, another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared by the side of the existing 7 ancient horned dragons. Obviously, not only was Duan Ling Tian's opponent a 5th-level void initiation stage martial artist, he'd even comprehended 5th-level concept and possessed a grade 5 spirit weapon. The young man's right hand held tightly onto his spirit weapon claw as it tore through the sky and gave rise to a wave of light howl of the wind that were slightly ear-piercing. His figure flashed out like the wind and arrived before Duan Ling Tian in the blink of an eye. He attacked out swiftly like a bolt of lightning, his grade 5 spirit weapon containing raging origin energy as his 5th-level concept followed his origin energy like a shadow and flashed out in the sky to head straight towards Duan Ling Tian's head. Duan Ling Tian's expression was calm as before when faced with the full-forced strike of a 5th-level void initiation stage martial artist. When he saw his opponent's sharp claw flashing over, his opponent hadn't arrived, yet Duan Ling Tian had already raised his hand and lightly shook his hand. No one present clearly saw the violet-colored sword light that flashed by, and it seemed to have transformed into a toxic colubridae snake that fiercely bit the young man's neck. Along with the sword light vanishing, the surrounding spectators weren't even in time to react to what had happened when Duan Ling Tian had already put away the violet myrtle flexible sword in his hand and kicked out. At the instant before the young man's sharp claw had approached him, Duan Ling Tian's leg had kicked onto the young man's chest and kicked him flying. At this moment, the young man remained unmoving and allowed Duan Ling Tian to kick him flying. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to notice that it wasn't that he didn't want to move. It was because he was already dead. On his throat was an exceedingly tiny mark of the sword, and dazzling and resplendent fresh blood was ceaselessly spraying from there. A 5th-level void initiation stage martial artist was killed by Duan Ling Tian with a single move. Number 32 is victorious. The middle-aged man that was in charge of recording the results was stunned for a moment before recovering from his shock and announcing the results. How strong! He killed a 5th-level void initiation stage martial artist in a single move. Is this really a young man only around the age of 25? The crowd that originally thought that Duan Ling Tian would surely lose were dumbstruck. Why does the Darkstone Empire have so many young experts? Many Empire representatives couldn't help but frown, as they never imagined that such strong young geniuses would appear successively from the Darkstone Empire. As far as they were concerned, the strength of this violet-clothed young man seemed to not be inferior to the other 2 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire that were at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above. As expected, the Holdwin Empire's representative sighed. Even though King Yong was mentally prepared since long ago, he was still shocked. Duan Ling Tian is actually so strong. This fellow seems to have still been holding back. Su Li's straight brows raised as he thought to himself. Duan Ling Tian. Long Yun had a serious expression. When Duan Ling Tian attacked earlier, he wasn't able to see it clearly, and it allowed him to realize that he was still slightly inferior to Duan Ling Tian. This caused him to be extremely displeased. I wonder what the odds for my victory were. When faced with the numerous burning gazes, Duan Ling Tian completely disregarded them as he flashed out and transformed into a violet-colored bolt of lightning that flashed out. But this time, he didn't return to where the others from the Darkstone Empire were at, and he instead headed directly towards the first-class spectating area. His actions caused many people to be stunned. It doesn't seem like everyone is able to go up there, right? Even the white-clothed young man that was in charge of presiding over the cage battle arena couldn't help but look over slightly. When he saw Duan Ling Tian sit by the side of the 3 members of the Feng clan, slight surprise suffused the white-clothed young man's face. Someone from a tiny empire like him actually knows Feng Wudao. Tian Wu, how much did we win? Duan Ling Tian sat by Feng Tian Wu's side and asked slightly impatiently. Feng Tian Wu was stunned, then she realized what Duan Ling Tian was speaking of, and she couldn't help but say with a bitter smile. Big brother Duan, the cage battle arena hasn't started the betting yet. The betting will only start once when the 3rd round of the selections begins. It only starts during the 3rd round of the selections. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, and then he realized that he was too impatient. Duan Ling Tian smiled embarrassedly, and then he notified Feng Wudao and Elder Kong before returning to the spectating area that the others from the Darkstone Empire were seated at and sat by Su Li's side. Duan Ling Tian, you know someone sitting in the first-class spectating area. The representative of the Holdwen Empire, the old man surnamed Lu, looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a surprised expression. Kind of. Duan Ling Tian nodded casually. Kind of. The corners of the old man's mouth twitched. What kind of answer is this? After Duan Ling Tian sat down, he could notice many gazes still lingering on him and weren't withdrawn for a long time, and it caused him to be speechless. Fortunately, after a short while, those gazes moved away from him successively, and it caused him to heave a sigh of relief. The feeling of being looked at like a monkey was extremely displeasing. Meanwhile, the other 18 young geniuses had successively decided on the victor of their battles. The 10 people including Duan Ling Tian had become the people that were the first to advance in the second round, whereas Gao Yu Hai who'd entered the arena with Duan Ling Tian had instead been eliminated. Subsequently, the second round continued. Because the people participating in the second round were only half of the people that participated in the first round of the selections, the second round finished quickly. At the side of the Darkstone Empire, only Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Long Yun had advanced. As for the Holdwen Empire, only 2 of them remained, and they were the 2 strongest 6th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists of the Holdwen Empire. The second round of the selections has ended. Rest for 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, the third round of the selections will continue. The white-clothed young man spoke out in a timely manner. Chapter 672, Advancing Successively. Up until now, the group of young geniuses that participated in the Dynasty Martial competition had either directly crushed their opponents or directly been crushed by their opponents. Of course, there were some that were on par, and the battles between these young geniuses relied more on their own combat experience and skill. The skill here usually meant martial skills. But in terms of the level of their martial skills, the young geniuses present were practically on par, and they'd all mastered a high-grade Earth-rank martial skill at the perfection stage. This was something that Duan Ling Tian had noticed since long ago. To avoid prying stage martial artist, Earth-rank martial skills were connected to the force they'd comprehended. So long as their force attained the advanced stage, their high-grade Earth-rank martial skill would step into the perfection stage, whereas, this caused Void Initiation stage martial artists to be in an extremely embarrassing situation. Unless they comprehended Void Interpretation concept as soon as possible and cultivated a Heaven-rank martial skill, otherwise, when they were going against an opponent, they would notice that their opponents were usually on par with them in their attainments of martial skills. Thus, a battle between the two was mostly reliant open origin energy and concept. If their origin energy and concept were on par, then it would instead be a test of their respective combat experience and the difference between 2 martial skills that were similarly high-grade Earth-rank martial skills. One with a more obvious gap of inferiority to the opponent would surely lose. In relation to martial skills, there's an insurmountable gap between Heaven-rank martial skills and Earth-rank martial skills. Through the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, Duan Ling Tian had a certain level of understanding towards Heaven-rank martial skills. Heaven-rank martial skills were different from Earth-rank martial skills. Earth-rank martial skills completely relied on the level of one's force, whereas, even though Heaven-rank martial skills had a threshold of requiring the Void Interpretation stage to comprehend, or in other words intermediate concept to cultivate, it didn't adhere to the level of concept. It was mainly a guide to more flawlessly utilize one's concept and origin energy so as to execute a much more effective attack, defense, and speed. For example, in a battle between 2 first-level Void Interpretation stage martial artists, their comprehension in concept were equal, yet the former's spirit weapon was a level lower than the latter. It would be the strength of an entire 2 ancient horned dragons inferior to the latter. Under these circumstances, if the former's attainments in a Heaven-rank martial skill far surpassed the latter, then it wouldn't be impossible for the former to obtain victory. At that time, the profundity of a Heaven-rank martial skill was sufficient to disregard the difference of a mere 2 ancient horned dragons. For example, the latter's brute strength surpassed the former, yet the former was more adept in skills than the latter. So, it wasn't impossible for the former to obtain victory. Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked when he thought up to here. Of course, even though it was brute strength, the difference couldn't be too great. For example, when an adult was compared against a child, even if the adult didn't know any skills, yet the child had attained perfection in his skills, it would still be impossible for a child to defeat an adult. When difference in strength comes to a certain extent, the one with a stronger strength would completely crush the weaker one. This was something that Duan Ling Tian was extremely clear of. Amongst Heaven-rank martial skills, low-grade Heaven-rank martial skills are still fine as they don't possess too many requirements. If it was a high-grade heaven-rank martial skill, then not everyone was capable of cultivating it. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but shake his head when he recalled the 9 Tribulations sword control technique he obtained in the Sword Monarch's treasure. That 9 Tribulations sword control technique required spiritual force to be utilized when executing it, unless one was an inscription master. Otherwise, only once one became a martial emperor would one be capable of utilizing spiritual force to execute the 9 Tribulations sword control technique. Compared to the 9 Tribulations sword control technique, even though the 9 Dragons Radiant Flash contained within the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was a high-grade heaven-rank martial skill, it didn't require relying on spiritual force. It relied on. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian started flashing through the memories related to the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique left behind by the rebirth martial emperor. Sword concept. Never had Duan Ling Tian imagined that besides the mental cultivation method, the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique also taught one how to comprehend sword concept in the shortest amount of time possible. So it turns out that this 9 Dragons Radiant Flash is a sword skill. It's a completely new sword skill that the Rebirth Martial Emperor combined the high-grade heaven-rank sword skill, 9 Dragons Flash and Radiant Sword, to form. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding. Sword skill, sword concept. If I'm able to comprehend sword concept, then by relying on the sword concept fragment in my possession, wouldn't my advancement in sword concept be similar to my wind concept and advance at a tremendous pace? When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian's feelings surged. A pleasant surprise came too quickly. Early on, when he obtained the sword concept fragment, Duan Ling Tian had once thought of comprehending sword force and allowing his sword force to transform into sword concept. In this way, the sword concept fragment could be used and not wasted. Moreover, if he comprehended sword concept, it would affect his future greatly. When he was in the Sword Monarch's treasure the other day, he'd once obtained 3 profundity fragments. One of the fragments amongst them was a sword profundity fragment. If he wanted the sword profundity fragment to be of use, then he had to first comprehend 9th level advanced concept, and only then would he be able to start touching upon sword profundity. No matter what, the 7th form of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique could be said to be timely assistance this time, and it pointed out the path of advancement for Duan Ling Tian and allowed him to avoid taking a wrong turn. Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, in his daze, he heard a wave of shouts calling out to him. He shuddered and returned to his senses before looking at Su Li, who was by his side. What's wrong? Earlier, it was exactly Su Li who was calling him. Don't get distracted. It's your turn to enter the arena. Su Li laughed bitterly. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he heard this, and then he raised his head to look over and saw Long Yun had already flashed towards the sky above the arena. There were also another 18 young geniuses flashing out. The 3rd round has started. Duan Ling Tian reacted to what was going on, and then he flashed out to follow up to the others. The people that were the first to enter the arena after the 3rd round of the selections begun were the young geniuses that possessed command token number 1 to number 80 that had won their battles. Duan Ling Tian's opponent was a young man in green clothed. 4th level void initiation stage. After he detected his opponent's cultivation, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned. After the 20 young geniuses took their positions, the white-clothed young man's voice sounded out. Begin. I admit defeat. As soon as the white-clothed young man finished speaking, a panicked voice sounded out right after, and it was extremely anxious. It was Duan Ling Tian's opponent, the green-clothed young man that had admitted defeat. It was slightly out of Duan Ling Tian's expectations that his opponent would admit defeat so swiftly, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Even a 5th level void initiation stage martial artist was killed by you with a single move. I feel I'm far from being a match for you. May you be able to obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties in the end. Before the green-clothed young man left, he nodded to Duan Ling Tian. As far as he was concerned, with the strength of the violet-clothed young man before him, it wasn't difficult to advance in the first phase of the martial competition today. So, he wished Duan Ling Tian success in obtaining the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and replied. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian became the first person to advance in the 3rd round. I admit defeat. In next to no time, another voice sounded out. It was Long Yun's opponent that had admitted defeat. Long Yun was the second to advance. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian and Long Yun headed towards the same place and returned to the 2nd-class spectating area where everyone from the Darkstone Empire was seated. Congratulations. A smile appeared on King Yong's face. At this moment, he was able to notice that when the representatives of the various empires looked at him, their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy, and it caused him to feel as if he was floating. Besides a portion of people admitting defeat in the third round, the battles were even more intense. It's my turn. Not long after, it was Su Li's turn, whereas, Su Li had only gone over as a formality, because his opponent had directly admitted defeat without the slightest hesitation. Su Li advanced. At the side of the Darkstone Empire, all the three young geniuses that had obtained the qualification to participate in the third round had advanced, whereas, the two young geniuses of the Holdwen Empire had good luck, as they didn't encounter an existence above the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage, allowing both of them to advance. Only 45 young geniuses were able to advance from the third round of the selections. After another 15 minutes of rest, the fourth round continued. The goal of the fourth round was to decide on the 30 young geniuses. Duan Ling Tian, Long Yun, and Su Li didn't encounter the other 7th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses and easily advanced once again. But, after they advanced this time, the middle-aged man that was in charge of recording the results asked them to stay behind. Looks like the result for today's competition is about to be announced. Su Li's voice transmission entered clearly into Duan Ling Tian's ears. It's still so early. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian looked at the sky, and he noticed that dusk still hadn't descended. In next to no time, the other 27 young geniuses had advanced as well. The fourth round of the selections have ended. Now, the fifth round of the selections will begin. No matter who it is, as long as it's someone that had been eliminated, you have a single chance to issue a challenge. The white-clothed young man's voice sounded out in the entire cage battle arena, and his voice reverberated in ears of everyone like thunder. Those who feel their luck was bad earlier can come up here and issue a challenge to the 30 young geniuses here. Remember, everyone only possesses one's chance. Once you've lost, you'll lose any chance of participating in the next phase of the dynasty martial competition. The white-clothed young man continued to add. Instantly, a wave of heavy breathing that rose and fell rhythmically sounded out from the second-class spectating area that surrounded the cage battle arena, whereas, everyone in the third-class spectating area looked toward the sky above the arena in anticipation. All of them knew that this was the last chance for the group of young geniuses that were eliminated earlier. So long as they possessed strength and confidence, the young geniuses would surely not let this opportunity slip by. Chapter 673, End of the First Phase. It has finally come to this time. A young man in one of the second-class spectating areas stood up before flashing out to stand in the sky above the arena, and he rubbed his palms together as he spoke with an excited expression. Obviously, he was waiting a long time for this moment. Duan Ling Tian looked towards the young man, and he had a slight impression of this person. This person was a 6th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist that didn't have good luck earlier and encountered another 6th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist that caused his loss. In next to no time, this young man chose an opponent. His opponent was in existence at the 5th level of the Void Initiation stage. When he revealed his strength at the 6th level of the Void Initiation stage, his 6th-level concept, and Grade 5 spirit weapon, his opponent admitted defeat directly, and he smoothly advanced. Me too. With someone taking the lead, another few young geniuses that felt their luck weren't good earlier had flashed out successively as well and started to issue challenges. Some succeeded, while some didn't, yet even if they failed, they weren't the slightest bit dejected, and instead heaved a sigh of relief. At least, they'd tried and had no regrets. Along with the passage of time, practically all the 5th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists amongst the 30 young geniuses that had advanced to this stage were eliminated via challenges from others. For a time, besides young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above, only a group of 6th level of the Void Initiation stage martial artists remained. From the beginning until the end, the almost 10 young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage and above, which included Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Long Yun, weren't challenged by anyone, but some other 6th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses were occasionally replaced. Unknowingly, a red glow started to emerge in the horizon, and dusk gradually descended. Meanwhile, there were already no people taking the initiative to issue a challenge any longer. After 15 minutes, if no one comes up to issue a challenge any longer, then the dynasty martial competition today will come to an end. The white-clothed young man stood in the sky above the arena and spoke slowly, and his voice clearly spread out toward the surroundings. In next to no time, 15 minutes passed and no one issued a challenge any longer. The dynasty martial competition today has come to an end. The 30 young geniuses that have advanced to the second phase will still gather here tomorrow. At that time, all of you will gather with the young experts of the various powers of the Darken dynasty and carry out the battles of the second phase of the dynasty martial competition. After he finished speaking, the white-clothed young man directly flew off. The crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena left successively as well. It was only a warm-up today. Tomorrow will be the most interesting. At that time, these 30 young geniuses of the various empires that were carefully selected will compete with the most outstanding young geniuses of our Darken dynasty, and it's truly something that's worthy of anticipation. All the spectators at the third-class spectating area gradually dispersed, and similar excited voice rose and fell. I must come earlier and occupy a good spot tomorrow. Now that I speak of it, my luck was really good by placing my bets on those 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses. Even though the return wasn't high, I still earned some silver. You still want to occupy a good spot tomorrow? What a joke. I've already decided that once most people have left, I'll occupy a spot and not leave. I'll pass the night here tonight. This idea isn't bad, why didn't I think of it earlier? In next to no time, many spectators in the third-class spectating area stopped moving, and their gazes stared at the extremely good seats as if they were starving wolves staring at their prey. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the 30 young geniuses stood silently in the air. Right at this moment, waves of ear-piercing howls of the wind sounded out. Subsequently, numerous figures could be seen flying through the sky and standing in the sky above the cage battle arena. These people were the people from the various empires that the 30 young geniuses belonged to. Presently, the faces of all these people were filled with excitement. As for those empires that didn't advance to the second phase, their representatives and young geniuses left with dejection. Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, Long Yun. Congratulations. King Yong brought along the members of the Darkstone Empire to stand nearby Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 as he lightly smiled and spoke. 3 people from the Darkstone Empire had advanced, and this was something only the Darkstone Empire had succeeded in doing. This time, the Darkstone Empire could be said to be in the limelight. It was even to the extent the person in charge of the cage battle arena had even personally come to see King Yong and said that due to the Darkstone Empire's performance this time, the Darken dynasty's imperial family would bestow generous rewards to the Darkstone Empire. Duan Ling Tian and Su Li replied with a smile, and as for Long Yun, he had a calm expression that showed no emotion from the beginning until the end. But, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian had instead clearly noticed that when Long Yun occasionally glanced at him, it obviously contained deep battle intent. Obviously, Long Yun still had the intention of trampling on Duan Ling Tian beneath his feet and washing away the shame he suffered in the past. Big brother Duan. Suddenly, a voice transmission entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this was Feng Tianwu's voice. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian informed King Yong and Su Li before flying up to ascend the first-class spectating area under the complicated gazes of everyone from the Darkstone Empire, and he arrived by the side of the 3 members of the Feng clan. Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian looked at Feng Tianwu and smiled. How much are the winnings? He guessed that the reason Feng Tianwu called him over was none other than because of the wager of low-grade origin stones. Feng Tianwu laughed bitterly. Your odds were very low. I placed all the low-grade origin stones during the 3rd and 4th round, yet only 300 low-grade origin stones were won in the end. 0.300 low-grade origin stones. Duan Ling Tian was stunned. So little, even though he'd guessed that his odds wouldn't be so high, yet he never imagined that it would be low to such an extent. Isn't this a little too absurd, right? He only wanted to earn some origin stones. He wasn't greedy, he only wanted to double his origin stones and obtain another 5,000 origin stones. Just a small wish of his was so hard to realize. Brother Duan, you're too anxious. The dynasty martial competition today could utterly not be considered as the real dynasty martial competition, and it's only a competition between the young geniuses of your various empires. The nearby elder Kong shook his head, and then he said, the dynasty martial competition tomorrow is the true main attraction. At that time, ask the young miss to place all the low-grade origin stones on yourself, and you'll surely earn quite a bit. Of course, the precondition would be that you're confident in continuously obtaining victory. Tomorrow. Duan Ling Tian's gaze abruptly lit up when he heard this. Right, tomorrow is the true start of the dynasty martial competition. At that time, All the 30 young geniuses including him that had just advanced to the second phase would gather together with all the outstanding young geniuses of the Darken dynasty to compete for the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. He could imagine that the dynasty martial competition that began tomorrow would surely be even more bustling and interesting. Today, amongst the 30 people that had become eminent from the young geniuses of the various empires, there were less than 10 existences at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above, whereas, the young geniuses at the 7th level of the void initiation stage and above in the Darken dynasty were far more than this. Since it's like this, Tian Wu, take care of those origin stones for me. Tomorrow, if I enter the arena, remember to place all the origin stones on me, said Duan Ling Tian to Feng Tian Wu. Now, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have already seen a large pile of low-grade origin stones waving at him and waiting for him to take them. Unfortunately, if it wasn't for mid-grade origin stones and high-grade origin stones being too attention-drawing, I'd surely bet all the origin stones in my possession on myself. Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart and felt great regret that he was unable to be too conspicuous. Ling Tian, follow us back today as well. Presently, even though the Darken dynasty seems to be peaceful, but undercurrents are actually flowing in secret, and it's the safest if you're by my side. Feng Wudao looked at Duan Ling Tian and suggested. His words were filled with confidence, as if so long as Duan Ling Tian was by his side, then no one would dare touch Duan Ling Tian in the territory of the Darken dynasty. Okay, Duan Ling Tian didn't refuse Feng Wudao's good intentions and directly agreed before saying, Uncle Feng, I'll go notify King Yang. Since he'd decided to continue staying at the Feng clan estate, then he had to notify King Yang. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian's figure flashed to appear nearby King Yang and the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that King Yang was surrounded in the center by a group of old men and was chatting cheerfully with them. As he spoke, he was in high spirits as if he'd encountered a happy thing. Even though he couldn't clearly hear what King Yang was discussing with the old men, Duan Ling Tian could guess some things. It was none other than because 3 people from the Darkstone Empire had advanced today. Duan Ling Tian was able to recognize that the old men surrounding King Yang were the representatives of the other empires. Because of him, Su Li, and Long Yun, the Darkstone Empire could be said to be standing right beneath the limelight this time, and it caused the members of the other empires to hold the Darkstone Empire in high esteem. King Yang, Duan Ling Tian spoke out suddenly, and although his voice wasn't loud, it caused King Yang to return to his senses. Duan Ling Tian. King Yang looked over to the source of the voice. King Yang, your Darkstone Empire is really more than meets the eye. Such a young little fellow already possesses a cultivation that seems to be at the 7th level of the void initiation stage and above. He really isn't simple. Duan Ling Tian. This name is domineering enough. He too is just like his name. After the old men saw Duan Ling Tian, they weren't stingy with words of praise in the slightest. Thank you, seniors, for the praise. I'm embarrassed by this undeserved praise. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled to the old men. Not bad, neither arrogant nor haughty, he's a good young prospect. The old men nodded repeatedly in praise once more. King Yang. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian didn't continue to exchange pleasantries with the old men, and he looked at King Yang instead. I won't be going back with all of you today. I'll return to the Feng clan estate with Uncle Feng and the others. All right, King Yang nodded. Then I'll see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Duan Ling Tian replied to King Yang, and then he bid his farewell to Su Li before leaving with the 3 members of the Feng clan. King Yang, this Duan Ling Tian of your Darkstone Empire even knows a great figure that has the qualification to ascend to the first-class spectating area of the capital's cage battle arena. An old man looked at Duan Ling Tian's figure that disappeared into the distance and asked King Yang curiously. Chapter 674, Grade 3 Spirit Sword. The differences in the levels of spectating areas of the Darken Dynasty's capital's cage battle arena was something that one could know clearly by slightly inquiring about it. The old man that asked King Yang had obviously long since known of this. Yes, King Yang nodded when faced with the old man's question. He said the Feng clan earlier. Feng clan. Could it be that Feng clan? When the figures of Duan Ling Tian and the 3 Feng clan members vanished before their eyes, another old man reacted to the meaning within Duan Ling Tian's words, and his pupils couldn't help but constrict as he asked with shock. Subsequently, the gazes of the old men descended onto King Yang in unison, who within the territory of the Darken dynasty didn't know of the Feng clan. The Feng clan was a formidable clan that was merely inferior to the imperial family in the Darken dynasty. Supposedly, even the Darken dynasty's imperial family doesn't dare to really come into conflict with the Feng clan. Perhaps, with the imperial family's hidden reserves and resources, it was sufficient to annihilate the Feng clan. But even if the Feng clan is annihilated, the imperial family would surely be greatly injured in the process as well. How terrifying the Feng clan was could be known from this. It was precisely because of this that the Feng clan's status in the Darken dynasty was exceedingly high, and it could be said to be below one and above all. Now, a mere young man from the Darkstone Empire actually seemed to be related to the higher-ups of the Feng clan. This caused them to be shocked. Exactly, it's the Feng clan. King Yang nodded when faced with the old men's questions. As far as he was concerned, this was no secret. It was even to the extent that so long as the higher-ups of the various powers in the Darken dynasty were to gather together, then the identity of that person from the Feng clan would surely be exposed, and it would be difficult to be concealed. Although they had already guessed it, when they heard King Yang personally admit it, the old men couldn't help but gasp. King Yang, do you know which person of the Feng clan's higher-ups is that person? An old man couldn't refrain from asking. Curiously, whoever is the strongest in the Feng clan, he is that person. King Yang spoke slowly. At the same time that the old men were dumbstruck, King Yang called out to the other 8 young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire and flew off with them. Only after the figures of King Yang and the others vanished in the horizon did the old men recover from their shock, and all of them were visibly moved. I truly never imagined that not only has a young expert appeared in the Darkstone Empire. That young expert is even related to that eldest master of the Feng clan. It isn't as simple as being related. If I'm not wrong, the red-clothed young woman that followed by the Feng clan's eldest master's side earlier ought to be that young woman that gave rise to much discussion lately, the daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, Lord Wu Dao. It looked to me that Lord Wu Dao's daughter was very close with Duan Lingtian. Could it be that the two of them, at the same time that the old men guessed, they couldn't refrain from gasping? Looks like not only can we not offend Duan Lingtian, even the Darkstone Empire can't be offended in the future. In next to no time, the old men had come to a mutual view. Presently, he'd already returned to the Feng clan estate with Feng Wu Dao, Feng Tian Wu, and Elder Kong, and returned to the estate within the estate. Grandma Shu had prepared a sumptuous feast for their dinner. After they ate their fill, Elder Kong looked at Duan Lingtian. Brother Duan, huh? Duan Lingtian looked curiously at Elder Kong, and he had slight bewilderment in his eyes. He didn't know what Elder Kong wanted to do. With a raise of his hand, a completely pitch-black 3-foot-long blade had appeared in Elder Kong's hand, and there were strands of a black-colored sheen flowing about in the surroundings of the blade. Grade 4 Spirit Sword. With a single glance, Duan Lingtian discerned the grade of this spirit sword, and at the same time, he guessed the reason Elder Kong withdrew this spirit sword, causing his heart to go slightly warm. Brother Duan, I know that you use swords. During the dynasty martial competition tomorrow, you'll surely encounter some young experts of the Darken dynasty that possess grade 4 spirit weapons. If you don't possess a grade 4 spirit weapon, then you'll be disadvantaged. This grade 4 spirit sword is something I asked an old friend to refine many years ago, and I'll gift it to you today. As Elder Kong spoke, he passed over the grade 4 spirit sword to Duan Lingtian. However, Duan Lingtian didn't stretch out his hand to receive it, and he shook his head instead. Elder Kong, keep it. I don't need this grade 4 spirit sword. I don't need it. Duan Lingtian's attitude was extremely clear. He didn't need this grade 4 spirit sword. Brother Duan, it isn't the time to be polite now. How about this? If you really don't want to keep this sword of mine, then take it as I'm lending it to you. How about it? Elder Kong thought that Duan Lingtian wasn't willing to accept his gift, and he took a step back and suggested. When she saw Duan Lingtian remaining indifferent, Feng Tianwu, who sat by Duan Lingtian's side, couldn't watch on any longer, and she persuaded as well. Big brother Duan, take it. This is Grandpa Kong's good intentions. Moreover, it's just as Grandpa Kong said. During the dynasty martial competition tomorrow, most of the young geniuses of the Darken dynasty will surely possess grade 4 spirit weapons. You'll be at a disadvantage if you don't possess a grade 4 spirit weapon. As she finished speaking, Feng Tianwu herself was slightly anxious. When Feng Tianwu started persuading him, the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled into a slightly bitter smile. After Feng Tianwu finished speaking, the bitter smile on the corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth grew even deeper. Tianwu, Elder Kong, I know both of you have good intentions. But I really don't need this grade 4 spirit sword. Duan Ling Tian spoke helplessly. In this age, why don't people believe you when you speak the truth? Grade 4 spirit sword, that was only a leftover of his, and it was no different than trash to him. All of you can stop persuading him. In terms of grade, that spirit sword in Ling Tian's possession is much higher than the spirit sword in Elder Kong's hands. Right when Feng Tianwu and Elder Kong were stunned, Feng Wudao spoke out, and his words seemed as if he was extremely clear of Duan Ling Tian's ability. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but gasp. Never had he imagined that the sword strike he struck out and had appeared for only a brief moment during the first phase of the dynasty martial competition today had actually been seen through by Feng Wudao. In terms of grade, it's even higher than this spirit sword. Feng Wudao's words caused Elder Kong to be unable to help but gasp, and he muttered as he looked at the black sword in his hand. Didn't that mean that the spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's possession is a spirit sword that possessed a grade even higher than grade 4? Could it be a grade 3 spirit sword? Father, what you mean is, the spirit sword in Big Brother Duan's possession is a grade 3 spirit sword. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu recovered from her shock and asked with a trembling voice. Even to her, a grade 3 spirit weapon was in existence that was far beyond her reach. It was only because a grade 3 weapons craftsman didn't exist in the Darken Dynasty, so it was extremely difficult for a grade 3 spirit weapon to appear. Within the Darken Dynasty, there was only a single grade 3 spirit weapon that was known of, and it was in the possession of the Darken Dynasty's imperial family. Even the Feng clan didn't possess a grade 3 spirit weapon. Now, she heard that Duan Ling Tian possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon, so how could she not be shocked? This is something you have to ask him. Feng Wudao didn't reply directly, and instead looked at Duan Ling Tian, who had a helpless expression. Big Brother Duan. Instantly, Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Ling Tian. You really have a grade 3 spirit sword? Yes. Duan Ling Tian didn't deny it, and he had no intentions of denying it. After all, so long as he wanted to participate in the dynasty martial competition, then the grade 3 spirit sword in his possession would be exposed sooner or later. Exposing it sooner or later was actually the same. Moreover, he trusted the people before him and wasn't afraid that they would arouse malicious intentions because of the grade 3 spirit weapon in his possession. Big Brother Duan, can you let me see your grade 3 spirit sword? I've never seen a grade 3 spirit weapon. Feng Tianwu was excited to the point her beautiful face was slightly rosy, and she looked at Duan Ling Tian with a yearning gaze. Of course, Duan Ling Tian nodded and didn't hesitate in the slightest to withdraw his violet myrtle flexible sword. This violet myrtle flexible sword was advanced to the ranks of grade 3 spirit weapon with the remaining materials after he helped Zhang Shouyang advance the spirit weapon gourd to the ranks of grade 4. Now, the violet myrtle flexible sword's outward appearance was no different than before, yet there were strands of a violet-colored sheen moving rhythmically on the surroundings of the sword, and they were numerous violet-colored little snakes that were unwilling to leave the violet myrtle flexible sword. After Feng Tianwu received the violet myrtle flexible sword, she impatiently poured her origin energy into the sword. Instantly, the energy of heaven and earth roiled above Feng Tianwu, and it first condensed into 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes before condensing another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes. The latter were obviously from the amplification of the violet myrtle flexible sword. 70%. An amplification of 70%. As she looked at the 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes above her, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was covered in shock, and she slightly lost her composure. Her pair of eyes that were like autumn water were even suffused with strands of disbelief. An amplification of 70%. Meanwhile, Feng Wudao, who sat nearby, Elder Kong, and Grandma Shu were stunned as well. Especially Feng Wudao. Although he'd already discerned that the sword Duan Ling Tian used was a grade 3 spirit sword when Duan Ling Tian fought today, he thought it was an ordinary grade 3 spirit sword. In the Darken Dynasty, an ordinary grade 3 spirit sword was already shocking. Never had he imagined that the grade 3 spirit sword in Duan Ling Tian's possession was actually a grade 3 spirit sword that was at the top grade amongst the top grade. How many grade 3 spirit swords that provided an amplification of 70% existed in this world? Big Brother Duan, where did you obtain this grade 3 spirit sword? Feng Tianwu was shocked to the point the hand she held the sword with trembled. If I said that I refined it myself, would you believe me? Duan Ling Tian smiled as he asked. At this moment, he seemed as if he entirely didn't notice the slightly dumbstruck gazes of Feng Wudao, Elder Kong, and Grandma Shu. Big Brother Duan, is what you said true? This was really refined by you. Although Feng Tianwu felt it was unbelievable, she understood Duan Ling Tian's character and knew he wouldn't talk nonsense. I guarantee. Duan Ling Tian shrugged and lightly smiled. Chapter 675. Refining weapons in the presence of everyone. When he saw Feng Tianwu's peerlessly beautiful face reveal a dumbstruck expression, Duan Ling Tian said, Tianwu, if you want a grade 3 spirit weapon, then Big Brother Duan can refine one for you. But Big Brother Duan temporarily doesn't possess the materials needed to refine grade 3 spirit weapons, so I need you to provide it for yourself. Duan Ling Tian's words were extremely casual, and it was as if refining a grade 3 spirit weapon was utterly nothing to him. Of course, in reality, refining a grade 3 spirit weapon was indeed nothing to Duan Ling Tian. Big Brother Duan, you want to help me refine a grade 3 spirit weapon? After she recovered from her shock, Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was mixed with slight excitement and uncertainty as she asked. Not to mention her, even her father didn't have one in his possession. In the entire Feng clan, there wasn't a single grade 3 spirit weapon. Now she would have the opportunity to obtain a grade 3 spirit weapon. How could she not be excited? As for the problem of materials, she didn't care. With the resources and reserves of the Feng clan, not to mention the materials required for a grade 3 spirit weapon, even the materials required for a grade 2 spirit weapon might be able to be gathered. Father. After she obtained Duan Ling Tian's confirmation, Feng Tianwu looks at Feng Wudao. Meanwhile, Feng Wudao recovered from his shock as well. He'd heard the conversation between Duan Ling Tian and his precious daughter, and he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Ling Tian, what materials do you need? With a raise of his hand, a paper and brush had appeared in Duan Ling Tian's hand, and he wrote down a pile of materials. You need so many materials. When he looked at the dense amounts of words on the paper Duan Ling Tian passed over, Feng Wudao was slightly shocked. The materials I wrote on there is sufficient to refine 4 conventional grade 3 spirit weapons. At that time, Tian Wu will get one, Uncle Feng will get one, and both Elder Kong and Grandma Shu will get one. Duan Ling Tian slowly explained. The reason he said conventional was because the spirit weapon gourd that belonged to Zhang Shouyang had cast a shadow over Duan Ling Tian's heart. The amount of materials required by that spirit weapon gourd was utterly not something an ordinary spirit weapon could compare to. You also want to refine grade 3 spirit weapons for the 3 of us? Even Feng Wudao, who'd passed half his lifetime, couldn't help but be shocked by Duan Ling Tian's verve at this moment. Originally, when he heard Duan Ling Tian wanted to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon earlier, he was already extremely shocked. After all, Duan Ling Tian was truly too young. Could such a young grade 3 weapons craftsman really appear in this world? However, the grade 3 spirit sword Duan Ling Tian took out and the extreme confidence Duan Ling Tian unintentionally revealed had instead allowed him to realize that Duan Ling Tian ought to not be boasting. If Duan Ling Tian was boasting, then he would utterly not take the initiative to propose refining a grade 3 spirit weapon for his precious daughter. Now, not only was Duan Ling Tian intending to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for his daughter, he even intended to refine one for every single person present. Brother Duan, you aren't joking, right? Elder Kong's breathing became slightly rapid, and he asked slightly uncertainly. In the entire Darken dynasty, his attainments in the Tao of inscriptions could be considered to be at the top, but in the Tao of weapons refinement, he was a complete stranger. He possessed a network of relationships that belonged to himself in the Darken dynasty, and his network of relationships encompassed the few grade 4 weapons craftsmen of the Darken dynasty. But even then, he only possessed a few grade 4 spirit weapons. Not to mention that he didn't dare think about a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even to those grade 4 weapons craftsmen friends of his, it was an existence that was far beyond reach. Yet now, someone wanted to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for him. Most importantly, this person was Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's miraculousness was something he deeply came to understand a few years ago. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had guided him greatly in the Tao of inscriptions, and it caused him to obtain great benefits. At that time, he knew that this young man couldn't be underestimated, as although Duan Ling Tian was young, Duan Ling Tian possessed an attainment in the art of inscriptions that far surpassed him. Such a young man possessed an attainment that far surpassed him in the Tao of inscriptions had already caused him to be exceedingly shocked, and he felt he'd lived more than half his lifetime for nothing. But now, this young man said that he could refine a grade 3 spirit weapon. If all this was true, Then wouldn't that mean that the attainments of this young man in the Tao of weapons refinement was similarly able to be said to be superb and sufficient to make those old fellows that were the most outstanding in the Tao of weapons refinement in the Darkened Dynasty to blush with shame? Even Elder Kong didn't know why, but at this moment, he actually felt slightly pleased in his heart. Perhaps it was because another few people had joined him on the same boat now. Elder Kong, why would I deceive you? When faced with Elder Kong's question, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled. Once the materials are gathered, I'll refine grade 3 spirit weapons. For all of you, Elder Kong, the clan ought to have these materials in storage. Make a trip and get them. With a raise of his hand, Feng Wudao passed over the paper that was filled with names of materials to Elder Kong. Elder Kong nodded and received the paper before leaving, whereas, Duan Ling Tian instead continued to sit before the table and savor the tea Grandma Shu made for him. At this moment, his heart was extremely calm. But at this moment, only Duan Ling Tian was able to maintain calm. No matter if it was Feng Wudao and Feng Tianwu who sat nearby, or Grandma Shu who stood nearby, their expressions flickered indeterminately, and they occasionally looking at the violet-clothed young man that silently drank tea and felt they were more and more unable to see through him. After half an hour, Elder Kong had returned, and he brought back the pile of material Duan Ling Tian had written. As expected of the great clan that's merely inferior to the Darkened Dynasty's imperial family. This Feng clan's resources and reserves are shocking. Duan Ling Tian was slightly shocked in his heart, as he never imagined that Elder Kong only used half an hour to prepare so many materials. Since the materials had arrived, Duan Ling Tian intended to start refining the grade 3 spirit weapons. Firstly, Duan Ling Tian arranged the pile of materials Elder Kong withdrew from his spatial ring as he asked Feng Tianwu, Feng Wudao, Elder Kong, and Grandma Shu mainly about what type of spirit weapon they usually used. There were many types of spirit weapons, like spirit sabers, spirit swords, spirit spears, etc. Big brother Duan, refine a spirit whip for me. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face was excited to the point of becoming slightly rosy. When he heard Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but recall the beautiful scene when he saw Feng Tianwu's for the first time in the Darkstone Empire's Phoenix Nest City. At that time, on the arena of the groom search competition, he'd fought with Feng Tianwu right after they'd met for the first time. He still remembered that Feng Tianwu's weapon at the time was a spirit whip. All right, Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and nodded, and then he started preparing to refine a spirit whip for Feng Tianwu. A spirit whip wasn't a special spirit weapon, and the materials required by it weren't much different from a spirit saber and spirit weapon. With a raise of his hand, a strand of violet flames arose in his palm, and traces of copper flickered in the surroundings of the violet flames. Violet copper weapon flame. Elder Kong's pupils constricted as he cried out in surprise. As an outstanding inscription master and coupled with his relationship being very good with those few grade 4 weapons craftsmen of the Darkened Dynasty, Elder Kong had a certain level of understanding towards high-grade weapon flames. He knew clearly in his heart that the violet copper weapon flame was a grade 3 weapon flame, and only a grade 3 weapons craftsman was capable of condensing it. At this moment, he didn't doubt Duan Ling Tian's identity as a grade 3 weapons craftsman any longer, whereas, the nearby Feng Wudao revealed slight astonishment as well. Although he was mentally prepared since long ago, when he really saw Duan Ling Tian reveal his grade 3 weapons flame, he still couldn't help but be slightly shocked. As expected of the man in the young Mrs. Destiny. He's really extraordinary, Grandma Shu muttered as she stood nearby. Grandma Shu's voice wasn't loud, yet which person present didn't possess a deep cultivation and great hearing. Besides Duan Ling Tian who was concentrated in refining, the remaining people clearly heard Grandma Shu's mutters. Feng Tianwu's beautiful face blushed as she sneaked a peek at Duan Ling Tian. And she couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when she noticed Duan Ling Tian seemed to have not heard Grandma Shu. Presently, her heartbeat was exceedingly quick. Because of that prediction, she had a strange feeling towards Duan Ling Tian who's once defeated her. This feeling pulled the distance between her and Duan Ling Tian to go closer and closer. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian naturally didn't notice Feng Tianwu's guilty gaze that swept over occasionally as his entire body and soul was immersed within refining at this moment. The speed Duan Ling Tian's hands moved grew swifter and swifter, and they seemed to have transformed into bolts of lightning that ceaselessly crisscrossed past each other. At the same time, the pile of materials in his hand were quickly melted into pools of liquid by his grade 3 weapon flame, and they ceaselessly roiled in the air. What a miraculous weapons refinement technique! Elder Kong gasped with admiration. Although he was considered an outsider in the Tao of weapons refinement, but as the saying goes, even if one hasn't tasted the flesh, one has seen an animal. In the past, Elder Kong had seen 3 Grade 4 weapons craftsmen refining Grade 4 spirit weapons. But in his eyes, the technique of those weapons craftsmen was utterly unable to compare with the technique of the violet-clothed young man before him. They were completely not on the same level. 2 hours later, the shape of a long whip was slowly forming between Duan Ling Tian's hands that raged with Grade 3 weapon flame. Now, it was already at the final moment, and it was less than an hour away from being completely refined successfully. Presently, Duan Ling Tian still remained concentrated as he looked at the spirit weapon that was forming within his hands, and he seemed as if he was concentrated staring at his lover. This scene caused Feng Tianwu's feelings to surge slightly. It was still the first time she'd seen Duan Ling Tian have such a concentrated appearance. Undeniably, Duan Ling Tian's current appearance was very enchanting, and it had completely attracted her. It was even to the extent that it had unknowingly and silently captured her heart. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten the so-called prediction, and wasn't restrained by the prediction any longer, and she'd truly fallen for this man that was filled with charm. Alas, daughters can't be kept forever. As an experienced person, Feng Wudao naturally noticed the changes in the gaze of his precious daughter, and he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Chapter 676. I miss him. 1 hour hadn't passed when the violet copper weapon flames in Duan Ling Tian's hand had abruptly extinguished, and an extremely dazzling crimson-red exquisite whip which flickered with strands of a crimson sheen had slowly descended into his hands. Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled as he passed over the whip in his hand to Feng Tianwu. Try it, thank you, big brother Duan. Feng Tianwu's face was filled with unrestrainable excitement, and she received the whip from Duan Ling Tian as if she'd received a treasure before taking a deep breath and causing the origin energy in her hand to rage and fuse into the whip. Instantly, the crimson-red whip seemed as if it was bestowed with intelligence, causing it to lightly flick up as if it had transformed into a crimson-red python. Feng Tianwu's hand shook, causing the whip to flash out instantly like a venomous snake leaving its burrow, and it shot out in full fury. At the same time, 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky before another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed subsequently in the sky. The 17 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes converged together and possessed an imposing manner that shot into the sky like a rainbow. 70%. 70% amplification again. Feng Tianwu, who put away the spirit whip in her hand, gazed at the sky above her and the gradually dispersing 17 ancient horned dragon silhouettes, and she couldn't help but be flabbergasted. The nearby Feng Wudao, Elder Kong, and Grandma Shu were dumbstruck. The scene before them had completely exceeded their expectations. It wasn't because they'd seen Duan Ling Tian refine a Grade 3 spirit weapon with their own 2 eyes that they were so shocked, as early on when they saw Duan Ling Tian reveal a violet copper weapon flame, they knew that Duan Ling Tian was indeed a Grade 3 weapons craftsman, and it wasn't difficult for a Grade 3 weapons craftsman to refine a Grade 3 spirit weapon. Now, the reason they were shocked was because of the amplification ability of the spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand. Although they'd witnessed the 70% amplification ability of the sword in Duan Ling Tian's possession earlier, they thought that Duan Ling Tian's good luck had allowed him to refine that Grade 3 spirit weapons that could be said to be at the top grade amongst the top grade. Who would have imagined that Duan Ling Tian would refine another Grade 3 spirit weapon with an amplification of 70% again this time? It caused them to be extremely shocked. Would it be luck? For a time, it wasn't only Feng Wudao's group of 3, even Feng Tianwu was shocked by the amplification ability of the spirit whip in her possession. As far as they were concerned, this might be luck. In next to no time, their gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian's once more. Presently, Duan Ling Tian had already started refining the second Grade 3 spirit weapon. This Grade 3 spirit weapon was refined for Feng Wudao, and the weapon Feng Wudao carried along with him was a sword. Duan Ling Tian was extremely familiar with swords, so refining it was much faster than the spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's possession. In merely 2 hours, Duan Ling Tian had refined a completely new Grade 3 spirit sword. So fast, Duan Ling Tian's weapons refinement speed was so swift that it caused Elder Kong, who'd once witnessed Grade 4 weapons craftsmen refine Grade 4 spirit weapons, to be unable to refrain from gasping. If he didn't remember wrongly, even if it was those famous Grade 4 weapons craftsmen he knew in the Darken Dynasty, the fastest amongst them seemed to have to spend more than 10 hours to refine a Grade 4 spirit weapon. But in Duan Ling Tian's hands, a Grade 3 spirit weapon that was of a higher grade only required 2 hours to be successfully refined. HMPH. Those fellows boasted too much in front of me in the past. If they know that Brother Duan only spent 2 hours to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon, let me see who dares boast again. Elder Kong snorted lightly as he muttered, Uncle Feng. With a raise of his hand, a completely jade-green 3-foot-long blade in Duan Lingtian's hand whistled out to be carried by his origin energy and flowed before Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao lightly nodded and raised his hand, and the 3-foot-long blade before him had already arrived before Feng Tianwu. Father. Feng Tianwu was stunned. Test it, said Feng Wudao said to Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu took a deep breath when she heard this, and then she put away the grade 3 spirit whip in her hand like she was putting away a precious treasure before holding onto the grade 3 spirit sword Duan Lingtian had just refined. The grade 3 spirit sword was completely jade green with azure lights flickered faintly on its surroundings, and combined with its sharp edge, it gave one an indestructible feeling. Feng Tianwu's origin energy soared and gushed into the grade 3 spirit sword. Subsequently, the energy of heaven and earth started roiling above Feng Tianwu, and then 10 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that brandished their claws and bared their fangs were directly condensed and coiled down, whereas, at the side of these 10 ancient horned dragons, another few ancient horned dragons were swiftly condensing into form. At the same time, Feng Wudao, Elder Kong, and Grandma Shu had held their breaths at practically the exact same time, and they looked at the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that were slowly condensing into form with serious expressions. In next to no time, another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared before their eyes. 70% amplification again. The corners of Elder Kong's mouth twitched and his expression was slightly stiff. Grandma Shu was dumbstruck. As for Feng Wudao, a bold guess had arisen within his heart, and that was that so long as Duan Lingtian refined a grade 3 spirit weapon, it ought to be a top-grade spirit weapon amongst the top grade. A single time was luck, a second was luck as well, but if the third time was like this as well, it was very unlikely to be luck. As expected, along with Duan Lingtian continuing the refinement, the final 2 grade 3 spirit weapons he refined similarly displayed an amplification ability of 70%. At this time, Feng Wudao had completely confirmed his guess. So long as Duan Lingtian refined a grade 3 spirit weapon, it would surely possess an amplification of 70%. Now, it wasn't only Feng Wudao that had confirmed this, even Feng Tianwu, Elder Kong, and Grandma Shu had as well. For a time, all of them looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as if they were looking at a monster. Such a young grade 3 weapons craftsman was already sufficient to cause extreme shock. But Duan Lingtian instead wasn't just a grade 3 weapons craftsman, he was a weapons craftsman that was capable of easily refining grade 3 spirit weapons that amplified strength by 70%. Although they knew nothing of weapons craftsmen at grade 3 or above, but they could imagine that refining a grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70% was surely not an easy thing for an ordinary grade 3 weapons craftsman. Unknowingly, even the sky is about to become bright. I'll go take a short rest. Duan Lingtian glanced at the 4 people that were staring at him in high spirits, and he stretched before leaving right away. For a time, only the 4 people that were looking at each other remained. Freak. In the end, besides Feng Tianwu, Feng Wudao, Elder Kong, and Grandma Shu practically spoke at the same time. Wu, go take a rest. Dawn is arriving soon. At that time, the second phase of the dynasty martial competition will begin, said Feng Wudao to Feng Tianwu. Okay. Feng Tianwu replied and left. Not a trace of exhaustion could be seen on her beautiful face as her beautiful eyes were beaming with energy, and she was utterly not like a person that hadn't slept the entire night. Actually, to a martial artist at Feng Tianwu's level, even if they didn't sleep for a few days, it wouldn't have any adverse effect to them. Looks like we've still underestimated Brother Duan. Elder Kong looked repeatedly at the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand, and he sighed after a long time. He's surely the man in young Mrs. Destiny. Grandma Shu had a definite expression. We've indeed underestimated him. Feng Wudao lightly nodded as he looked repeatedly at the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand, and unknowingly, a wisp of a light smile had appeared on the corners of his mouth. After Duan Lingtian returned to his room, he didn't go to sleep. I never expected that I'm actually not the slightest bit fatigued after refining spirit weapons for the entire night. Looks like my memories have already completely merged with the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he sat cross-legged on the bed. Completely merging with the memories of the rebirth martial emperor also meant that Duan Lingtian had truly inherited everything the rebirth martial emperor possessed, including his experience and ability in a certain aspect. For example, when he refined weapons tonight, if it was before, continuously refining a few spirit weapons like this would have caused Duan Ling Tian to be dead tired long ago, but now, he didn't feel the slightest bit of exhaustion. When I refined those grade 3 spirit weapons today, it was exceedingly easy, and it was as if the weapons refinement technique and experience I utilized were something I was born with. Duan Ling Tian spread out his hands and looked concentrated at them. There are still a few hours before dawn. I can take a short nap. As Duan Ling Tian thought, he lay down on the bed and closed his eyes before slowly falling asleep. In his sleep, he'd had an extremely long dream. In the dream, he'd reunited with his 2 exquisitely beautiful fiancées, and passed a quiet and peaceful life without fighting and pressure. They lived in seclusion in the mountains, he took care of the farm while they did their housework, and they lived freely. In next to no time, Kair and little Fei were pregnant successively. When he was about to become a father, Duan Ling Tian seemed to have noticed something, and he shuddered before waking up. "Big brother Duan, we're about to leave." A voice that was pleasing to the ear sounded out from outside his room. Unknowingly, a wisp of a bitter smile had appeared on the corners of his mouth. I was about to enjoy the feeling of being a father, yet this shout of Tian Wu's has shattered this dream. While he washed up and changed his clothes, 2 beautiful and graceful figures were still ceaselessly flashing into appearance within his mind. It was precisely the figures of his 2 fiancées, Kair and Li Fei. "Kair, little Fei. How are the both of you now?" Duan Ling Tian muttered. Foreign lands. On a magnificent and precipitous peak, pure white snow descended all year long, and it caused the entire mountain to seem as if it had been covered in silver clothes. Suddenly, 2 swift and graceful figures flew side by side in the air, and in a short moment, they'd arrived outside the snow mountain and stood in the sky. These were 2 women in white clothes and possessed appearances that could be said to be drop-dead gorgeous. The 2 women had comparable appearances, yet they were completely not of the same type, and each had their own merits. "Big sister Fei." Suddenly, one of the white-clothed women looked towards the south and muttered. "What do you think the young master is doing now?" As the woman spoke, her beautiful eyes were filled with yearning. I don't know." The other white-clothed woman lightly shook her head, and her beautiful eyes that were originally slightly icy cold seemed like melted ice as they emitted dense warmth. "But, I miss him." Chapter 677, Feng Clan Patriarch. Duan Ling Tian, Feng Wudao, Feng Tian Wu, and Elder Kong soared into the sky and left the estate within the estate. Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian saw 4 people were gathered together in the sky ahead, and the person in the lead was a handsome middle-aged man in white clothes. The middle-aged man possessed a dignified expression between his brows and was obviously one who was in a high position for a long time. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed the middle-aged man looking over. Subsequently, the middle-aged man brought along the people behind him to head over to him. Of course, Duan Ling Tian knew his own ability and knew that the middle-aged man wasn't coming because of him. Before long, the middle-aged man approached under Duan Ling Tian's gaze and lightly smiled as he looked at the nearby Feng Wudao. "Big brother, Elder Kong." After the middle-aged man greeted Feng Wudao, he looked towards Elder Kong who was by Feng Wudao's side. Feng Wudao's expression remained unchanged, and he nodded indifferently. "Patriarch." Elder Kong instead lightly smiled as he replied, "Eldest Master, Senior Kong." Meanwhile, the 3 people that followed behind the middle-aged man bowed and greeted Feng Wudao and Elder Kong in a slightly respectful manner. "Tian Wu." The middle-aged man looked towards Feng Tian Wu and lightly smiled. As the saying goes, a woman's appearance changes constantly as she grows up, and using this on you is extremely accurate. "Second uncle, you're too kind." Feng Tian Wu nodded to the middle-aged man, yet it wasn't really warm. Actually, she did indeed have no relationship with the middle-aged man in the past. In the end, the middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a curious expression. "This is..." Now, he already knew the middle-aged man's identity. The middle-aged man was undoubtedly the current patriarch of the Feng clan, and he seemed to be called Feng Tian Nan. "Patriarch, this is brother Duan, Duan Ling Tian." Elder Kong introduced Duan Ling Tian to Feng Tian Nan, and then he looked at Duan Ling Tian and introduced. "Brother Duan, this is our Feng clan's patriarch." "So it's brother Duan, I'm sorry I didn't recognize you earlier." Feng Tian Nan looked at Duan Ling Tian, and he squeezed out a trace of an amiable smile. "Patriarch Feng." Duan Ling Tian squeezed out a smile in reply, and he didn't lose his composure because of the middle-aged man was the Feng clan's patriarch. Duan Ling Tian instead didn't know that when his composure entered into Feng Tian Nan's eyes, it instead turned into unfathomableness. Since the moment he heard Elder Kong call Duan Ling Tian his brother Duan, Feng Tian Nan looked slightly highly upon him, as he knew that Elder Kong wouldn't casually call a junior his brother. A person that could make Elder Kong address him in this way surely had something extraordinary about him. Big brother, let's go. Along with Feng Tian Nan slightly respectfully greeting Feng Wudao and Feng Wudao replying, Duan Ling Tian and the group of Feng clan members soared into the sky and left the Feng clan estate to head towards the cage battle arena. On the way, Duan Ling Tian started sizing up the other 3 people that followed closely behind Feng Tian Nan. Amongst the 3 people, 2 were past age 70, and only one of them was a young man. The young man wore white clothes, and since he greeted Feng Wudao and Elder Kong, his return to calm and seemed as if he was indifferent to everything in his surroundings. Could it be that this person is the Feng clan's Feng Yunxiang? Under his curiosity, Duan Ling Tian's spiritual force swept out and instantly detected the young man's cultivation. 8th level of the Void Initiation stage. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised, as he never imagined that the Feng clan possessed such a strong young genius. No wonder the Feng clan disciples spread widely that Feng Yunxiang was the strongest in the younger generation of the Feng clan. Looks like he is indeed worthy of his reputation, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was practically able to confirm that this young man was Feng Yunxiang, the #1 expert of the Feng clan's younger generation. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Elder Kong had turned around and glanced at him with deep meaning in his gaze. Duan Ling Tian reacted to the meaning behind this gaze and smiled slightly embarrassedly. He knew that he was surely noticed by Elder Kong when he used his spiritual force to detect Feng Yunxiang's strength earlier. With Elder Kong's spiritual force that was extremely formidable, it wasn't difficult to notice his spiritual force. Elder Kong's strength isn't simple. Now, Duan Ling Tian, who possessed a spiritual force at the 2nd level of the Void Interpretation stage, was still able to notice the gap that was like a chasm between himself and Elder Kong. According to Duan Ling Tian's guess, Elder Kong was very likely in existence at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage or above. At least, Elder Kong's spiritual force was at the 4th level of the Void Interpretation stage or above. Brother Duan, I heard you're a member of the Darkstone Empire. You've come to participate in the Dynasty Martial competition this time as well. On the way, Feng Tian Nan seemed to be extremely interested in Duan Ling Tian and took the initiative to ask. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded, as this wasn't a secret. Presumably, Feng Tian Nan had already clearly investigated his identity since long ago, and he was only acting as if he didn't know Duan Ling Tian earlier. Brother Duan's natural talent is extremely strong. I heard that 3 members of the Darkstone Empire advanced from the first phase of the Dynasty Martial competition yesterday. One of them ought to be Brother Duan, right? As he finished speaking, Feng Tian Nan glanced deeply at Duan Ling Tian. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded once more. He's a comparatively outstanding young genius of our Feng clan. Brother Duan can get to know him. He's called Feng Yunxiang. Subsequently, Feng Tian Nan introduced Feng Yunxiang that followed closely behind himself to Duan Ling Tian. I've heard of him. Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled and glanced at Feng Yunxiang, yet he noticed that the latter utterly didn't spare him a glance. As the most outstanding young genius of the Feng clan, having some arrogance was unavoidable. Although with Feng Tianwu's presence, he might not be the most outstanding young genius of the Feng clan. These 2 are our Feng clan's Grand Elder and Second Elder. Feng Tian Nan introduced the 2 old men to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded to the 2 old men, but the 2 old men didn't shoot a glance at Duan Ling Tian from the beginning until the end, let alone pay attention to Duan Ling Tian. Obviously, no matter if it was Feng Yunxiang or the 2 old men, they didn't take Duan Ling Tian seriously. HMPH. Conceited old goats. After Feng Tianwu noticed Duan Ling Tian falling into an embarrassing situation, she couldn't help but grunt coldly and helped Duan Ling Tian out of the predicament. Feng Tianwu's words caused the old men's expressions to go grim, yet they didn't flare up in the end. This young woman wasn't an ordinary young woman, and the person that stood behind her was far from someone they could go against. If they really irritated that person, they would die without the slightest doubt. Although no one knew what happened and caused Third Elder's disappearance, they were able to guess who did it from some clues. But even if they'd guessed it successfully, they could only deeply bury it at the bottom of their hearts. Once they exposed it, it would be they who died. Duan Ling Tian's heart felt slightly warm when he saw Feng Tianwu protect him. Brother Ling Tian. When the cage battle arena was nearby, a sonorous voice suddenly sounded out by Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian looked over to the source of the voice. In the distance, 5 people were flying in the air, and one of them had increased his speed to arrive before Duan Ling Tian in a short moment. Big Brother Zhang. When he saw the person that had arrived, Duan Ling Tian's face revealed a brilliant smile. The person that had arrived was none other than the Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shouyang. After not seeing each other for many days, Zhang Shouyang was still beaming with vigor and sparkling with spirit. Lord Wu Dao, Senior Kong. After he lightly smiled to Duan Ling Tian, he hurriedly looked at Feng Wu Dao and Elder Kong, and he lightly bowed in greeting. Patriarch Feng. In the end, he looked at Feng Tian Nan and lightly nodded. As for the 2 Feng clan elders, he utterly paid no attention to them. Feng Wu Dao had a calm expression as he nodded to Zhang Shouyang. Zhang Shouyang didn't mind this, and it was even to the extent that as far as he was concerned, the person before him being able to give him a nod was already the greatest honor to him. A friendly smile appeared on Elder Kong's face as he praised. Patriarch Zhang has an outstanding son. I truly never imagined that you actually know Brother Duan, and you seem to know him very well. Feng Tian Nan was slightly surprised. I and Brother Ling Tian have known each other since a few years ago, and we can be considered to have fate between the two of us. Zhang Shouyang nodded, and then he said, I've always felt proud for being able to get to know a friend like him. His words showed extremely high esteem towards Duan Ling Tian. Brother Duan is indeed extraordinary. Feng Tian Nan agreed. This ought to be Lord Wu Dao's daughter, young Miss Tian Wu, right? Suddenly, Zhang Shouyang's gaze descended onto Feng Tian Wu, and he revealed a friendly light smile. Big Brother Zhang, since you're a friend of Big Brother Duan, then you're a friend of mine. You can call me Tian Wu. Feng Tian Wu returned a friendly smile to Zhang Shouyang. Haha, alright, Tian Wu. Zhang Shouyang was a straightforward person, and he directly agreed. However, when he looked at Duan Ling Tian once more, his gaze became even more peculiar, and he said via voice transmission at the same time, Brother Ling Tian, you're really capable. In my opinion, this young Miss Tian Wu seems to have already given her heart to you. When Duan Ling Tian heard Zhang Shouyang's frivolous words, the corners of his mouth twitched lightly, and he countered. Big Brother Zhang, are you feeling envious of me? If you're envious, then I'll properly discuss it with sister-in-law later, and ask her to allow you to get a concubine. You win. As soon as Duan Ling Tian said this, Zhang Shouyang instantly became speechless, and he didn't continue arguing with Duan Ling Tian. Or perhaps, it could be said that his Achilles heel was grabbed onto by Duan Ling Tian. Lord Wu Dao, Elder Kong, Patriarch Feng. Meanwhile, the Zhang clan members that were left behind by Zhang Shouyang had come over under the lead of the Zhang clan's patriarch, and they slightly politely greeted Feng Wu Dao, Elder Kong, and Feng Tian Nan. This group of people included the Zhang Shouyang's second brother, Zhang Shouyuan. Therefore, Duan Ling Tian took an extreme few glances at them. After Zhang Shouyuan was looked at by Duan Ling Tian, his originally normal expression instantly went ghastly pale, and he seemed as if Duan Ling Tian was a dreadful monster. In the Darken dynasty, the Zhang clan could be considered to be a formidable clan, yet before the Feng clan, it was greatly inferior. In the Darken dynasty, the imperial family was undoubtedly the most formidable power, below it was the Feng clan, and the other first-rate powers like the Zhang clan were only further below. Chapter 678, Zither Young Master, Zishang. Unknowingly, the Darken dynasty's cage battle arena had once again appeared before Duan Ling Tian. Compared to yesterday, the cage battle arena today was much more bustling with noise and excitement. Besides the third-class spectating area being filled with people, there were no empty seats in the second-class spectating area as well, and even half of the first-class spectating areas were filled with people. Yet the spectating area Feng Wu Dao's group of 3 sat at yesterday was completely empty. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian followed along with the group of Feng clan members to descend onto the first-class spectating area. Meanwhile, through Elder Kong's explanation, Duan Ling Tian found out that this first-class spectating area turned out to have been prepared specially for the Feng clan by the imperial family of the Darken dynasty. Brother Ling Tian, I'm heading over first. Zhang Shouyang notified Duan Ling Tian before heading towards another first-class spectating area with the group of Zhang clan members and sitting in its luxurious seats. but half of that spectating area was already seated with people, and those people were obviously not from the Zhang clan. Elder Kong, the Zhang clan doesn't have a first-class spectating area that belongs to them. Duan Ling Tian asked Elder Kong curiously. Elder Kong shook his head. Only Outfeng clan and the imperial family have a first-class spectating area specially reserved for us. The higher-ups of the Zhang clan and the other first-rate powers have the qualifications to ascend the first-class spectating areas, yet they don't have a spectating area reserved for themselves. As for those figures with exceptional status in the Darken dynasty, like Grade 4 weapons craftsmen and Grade 4 alchemists, they similarly do not possess a reserved place for themselves. But so long as they've come over, anyone would warmly invite them to sit by their side. Elder Kong continued. Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised by this, as no matter if it was a Grade 4 weapons craftsman or Grade 4 alchemist, they were considered as exceedingly rare existences in the territory of the Darken dynasty, and there usually would be many people that were requesting that they help refine a weapon or pill. Any power would try their best to curry favor with such an existence. Uncle Feng, Elder Kong, Tian Wu, I'll be going down first. Duan Ling Tian glanced down and noticed the group of Darkstone Empire members were already sitting at the second-class spectating area they sat at yesterday, and he bid his farewells to Feng Wudao's group of three. Feng Wudao's group of three nodded lightly. Patriarch Feng, farewell. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian nodded to Feng Tian Nan before flashing out to leave the first-class spectating area and headed towards the second-class spectating area. After a short moment, Duan Ling Tian descended before King Yong and the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire. King Yong. After Duan Ling Tian greeted King Yong, he sat down by Su Li's side. Zither young master. Duan Ling Tian had only just sat down when he heard an exclaim of surprise sound out by his ears. The person who exclaimed was none other than Long Yun. Duan Ling Tian was stunned and glanced at Long Yun with a slightly puzzled expression. Only now did he notice that Long Yun was staring fixedly towards high above in the distant sky at this moment, and Long Yun seemed as if he'd seen something that caused extreme astonishment in him. Duan Ling Tian followed along Long Yun's gaze to gaze over. In the distance, three figures had appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. The person in the lead was an old man. The old man wore black clothes, his emaciated face extremely calm, and his pair of muddy eyes didn't even have the slightest sheen. Although this black-clothed old man looked to be an ordinary old man, yet Duan Ling Tian didn't dare underestimate him in the slightest. A person like this was usually the most terrifying. Experts are numerous like the clouds in the cage battle arena today, and I'm afraid there's no lack of inscription masters with formidable spiritual forces. I can't rashly utilize my spiritual force. Otherwise, I could directly use my spiritual force to detect this old man's cultivation. Duan Ling Tian was extremely confident of his own spiritual force. Long Yun isn't looking at him. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian's gaze moved slightly to the left, and it was the place Long Yun's gaze was looking at. A white-clothed young man was followed closely by the left side behind the old man, and the young man had a chilly expression as if he was indifferent to everything in the surroundings. Zither young master. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned when he saw this white-clothed young man. The Zither young master, Zi Shang, wasn't a stranger to Duan Ling Tian. A few years ago, before the Seven-Star Sword sect was annihilated, and when Duan Ling Tian was still at the Seven-Star Sword sect, this Zither young master had once descended to the Seven-Star Sword sect and spoke nonsense about wanting to marry his fiancée, K.Er, and great conflict was formed between Duan Ling Tian and Zither young master because of this. He'd established the agreement of 2 years with Zither young master on the first day they'd met. 2 years later, when Duan Ling Tian and Zither young master faced each other, Duan Ling Tian was far inferior to Zither young master in terms of cultivation at the time, but because of his spiritual force being more formidable than Zither young master and his mastery of the soul skill, Thousand Illusions, he easily had Zither young master under his thumb. The scenes on the Seven-Star Sword sects do be peak from all those years were still vivid before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. At that time, Zither young master was completely helpless before his soul skill, Thousand Illusions, and Zither young master had fled in a sorry state in the end. But when he left, Zither young master had once said that he'd seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian in the future. At that time, Duan Ling Tian utterly didn't take Zither young master's words seriously. Along with the passage of time, his strength had swiftly advanced step by steps, and he'd even tossed the threats from Zither young master from all those years ago to the back of his head and was indifferent to it. As far as he was concerned, with the current advancement of his cultivation, zither young master had surely already been left far behind him, and was unable to be of any threat to him. Although he still thought this way when he saw zither young master now, he still couldn't help but be surprised by seeing zither young master here today. Could it be that zither young master has come to participate in the dynasty martial competition as well? At the same time that Duan Ling Tian was surprised, his gaze moved up to descend onto the figure on the right of the old man. This was a graceful figure. The owner of this figure was a drop-dead gorgeous woman, and when she stood at the right side behind the old and stood side by side with zither young master, they seemed like a match made in heaven. Even though Duan Ling Tian disliked zither young master's character, but he had to admit that zither young master was handsome. Flute Fairy, why is she here? This woman wasn't a stranger to Duan Ling Tian, and she was precisely the Flute Fairy, Ziyan, that he'd met in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Imperial City all those years ago, and was also the younger sister of zither young master. What a beautiful woman. Yeah, in our darkened dynasty, there ought to not be a woman that can compare to her appearance, right? She's too beautiful. Presently, there weren't many people that were flying in the sky towards the cage battle arena, thus because of the existence of Flute Fairy, Ziyan, the black-clothed old man's group of three had drawn the gazes of many people. Many people looked at Ziyan and they weren't stingy with their words of praise. Of course, there were some people that didn't agree with the words of others. HMPH, who said that our darkened dynasty doesn't have a woman that can compare to her? Are all of you blind? Looks over to the first-class spectating area where the members of the Feng clan are sitting. Lord Wu Dao's daughter isn't inferior to her in the slightest. A young genius of a power in the darkened dynasty grunted from the second-class spectating area. His words instantly caused the crowd of people to be unable to refrain from looking up. With just a glance, all of them were dumbstruck. That's the daughter of Lord Wu Dao's who has been widely spoken of in the capital lately. So beautiful, she's simply like a celestial maiden that has fallen down to the mortal world. In terms of appearance, Lord Wu Dao's daughter is indeed not inferior to that woman. In terms of bearing, she far exceeds that woman. Of course, she's the daughter of Lord Wu Dao. Instantly, the attention of most of the people in the cage battle arena had turned towards Feng Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian heard similarly discussions as well, and he deeply agreed with this. Feng Tianwu and Ziyan had different origins that were utterly not of the same level after all. So, the bearing they developed would naturally be quite different. In the distant sky, zither young master was originally following quietly behind his master, yet suddenly, he felt a gaze lock fixedly onto him. In a short moment, he followed the gaze to look over, and with a glance, it caused him to be unable to refrain from revealing shock. Saber young master. As a figure that was once part of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, he was naturally familiar with Saber young master. But to his surprise, Long Yun had actually appeared here, and he'd appeared in the second-class spectating area. Could it be that Long Yun is participating in the dynasty martial competition as well? For a time, Zishang couldn't help but be slightly shocked. As far as he was concerned, the reason he was able to appear here today and possessed the qualifications to participate in the competition between the various young geniuses of the Darkened Dynasty and the Dynasty Martial competition was basically because of his master and some fortuitous encounters he'd obtained. Of course, at the bottom of it all, it was still the contribution of his master. If he didn't have his master, then it would be impossible for him to arrive at the Darkened Dynasty and possesses a superb cultivation environment. If he didn't come to the Darkened Dynasty, then he wouldn't fortunately obtain that fortuitous encounter. It was precisely because of this series of experiences that constructed the current him. Duan Ling Tian. Suddenly, a surprised and delicate exclaim clearly entered into Zishang's ears. Zishang was recalled his experiences in the recent years, and when he suddenly heard his younger sister's surprised exclaim, he was first stunned before his expression darkened. This name was naturally familiar to him. It was even to the extent that during these past few years, he dreamed back to that day many times, and he wished for nothing more than to kill this person and rejoice after washing away his past humiliation. Yan, where's that Duan Ling Tian? Zishang suddenly turned around to look at his younger sister and asked with slight agitation. Over there. Ziyan naturally knew her older brother's feelings, and she hurriedly signaled towards the distance. Subsequently, Zishang looked over. A violet-colored figure sat nearby Long Yun. If it wasn't for his attention being on Long Yun earlier, he'd probably have noticed Duan Ling Tian long ago. Compared to a few years ago, although the violet-clothed young man in the distance had undergone minute changes, he was still capable of recognizing the young man with a single glance. Chapter 679, 8 Bear Palanquin. As he looked at the distant violet-clothed young man, Xianxia's eyes stared wide open, and his body started trembling slightly. At this moment, he seemed as if he'd seen his mortal enemy. In truth, in Xianxia's heart, he'd long since taken the violet-clothed young man before him to be a mortal enemy, and it was an irreconcilable enemy. He was unable to forget the humiliation the violet-clothed young man gave him that day for his entire lifetime. As far as he was concerned, the hatred in his heart could only be vented with the violet-clothed young man's death. Xianxia's loss of composure was noticed by the old man that walked ahead of him, his master. Xianxia, what's wrong? Xianxia took a deep breath. His surging feelings were unable to calm down for some time, so he was temporarily unable to answer the old man. Senior. Meanwhile, the nearby Ziyan spoke. It's Duan Ling Tian, the Duan Ling Tian that utilized demonic techniques to humiliate Big Brother at the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 7-star sword sects du Be Peak all those years ago. Duan Ling Tian. When the old man heard Ziyan, he followed along Ziyan's gaze to look at the distant second-class spectating area, and his gaze descended onto the group of people from the Darkstone Empire. That violet-clothed young man, the youngest of them all. He's Duan Ling Tian, Ziyan added. Him. The old man's brows raised as he muttered. I heard that a shockingly young violet-clothed young man had appeared during the first phase of the dynasty martial competition yesterday. He looked to be around the age of 25, and his cultivation was at the 7th level of the void initiation stage or above. Could it be that it's him? As he finished speaking, a rare strand of bright light flashed past the old man's muddy eyes. 7th level of the void initiation stage. The old man's words caused Ziyan to be unable to help but be stunned, and she spoke with slight disbelief. How could this be possible? How could Duan Ling Tian's advancement possibly be so fast? She was slightly unable to believe it. Even though she'd witnessed Duan Ling Tian's natural talent in the martial Dao and knew that Duan Ling Tian's natural talent was shocking, at that time, Duan Ling Tian was only stronger than the group of young geniuses in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. In the entire Darken Dynasty, the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was only a tiny place that wasn't worth mentioning. In the vast territory of the Darken Dynasty, experts were numerous like the clouds and geniuses gathered like clumps of clouds. So in the entire Darken Dynasty, the group of young geniuses in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom were utterly nothing. All of this was something that Ziyan felt deeply after arriving at the Darken Dynasty. But now, she heard Duan Ling Tian's cultivation had actually already broken through to the 7th level of the void initiation stage. This truth caused her to be unable to accept it for some time. He's participating in the dynasty martial competition as well. The nearby Xianxia's eyes lit up abruptly when he heard the old man, and the killing intent in his words were difficult to be concealed. In this way, I have the chance to kill him with my own 2 hands before all the experts of the Darken Dynasty. Presently, Xianxia's mood seemed to have gradually calmed down, and the gaze he stared at Duan Ling Tian with didn't contain the slightest feelings. I heard his strength isn't bad, and he can be considered to be at the top amongst the young geniuses of the various empires that fought yesterday. If nothing unexpected happens, both of you will have the chance to encounter each other. The black-clothed old man spoke with an expressionless face. He'd heard of the matter between his disciple and the 7-star sword sect's Duan Ling Tian in the past. Actually, with his strength and background, not to mention killing Duan Ling Tian, even annihilating the 7-star sword sect was extremely easy. But he didn't do that because he wanted to allow his disciple to deal with it by himself. He wanted Xianxia to stand up from where he fell. Since the beginning, he'd always taught his disciples like this. Yes, Xianxia nodded, and then they clustered around the old man as they headed onto the first-class spectating area. Zither young master. Duan Ling Tian naturally noticed Xianxia's icy cold gaze that contained killing intent, yet he paid no attention to it. As far as he was concerned, unless Xianxia possessed fortuitous encounters that were similar to him, otherwise, even if Xianxia possessed a master in the Darken Dynasty, it would be impossible for Xianxia to catch up to him. Even if they really were to fight each other, Xianxia could only be a piece of meat the chopping block. When Duan Ling Tian saw Xianxia and Ziyan following behind the black-clothed old man to head directly towards a first-class spectating area, he couldn't help but be stunned. Because presently, only that spectating area was completely empty amongst the 9 first-class spectating areas in the cage battle arena. Moreover, that first-class spectating area just happened to be at the east, and it was obviously the first-class spectating area that belonged to the host, whereas the host of the cage battle arena was the imperial family of the Darken dynasty. Who's that old man? He's actually ascending to the first-class spectating area that belongs specially to the imperial family. Instantly, some people couldn't refrain from exclaiming in surprise. Without the invitation of someone in the imperial family, even an existence with an exceptional status in our Darken dynasty would probably not dare ascend that first-class spectating area. He should be a member of the imperial family. Many people guessed. The experts in the imperial family are numerous like the clouds, and there's no lack of experts that rarely make a public appearance. Perhaps this black-clothed old man is one of such people. It's possible. In the cage battle arena, the crowd of people discussed animatedly as they guessed the old man's identity. The more everyone guessed, the surer they were. A member of the Darken dynasty's imperial family. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. For the sake of confirming it, Duan Ling Tian raised his head to look at the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, and his voice transmission flashed out to enter into Feng Wudao's ears. Uncle Feng, that black-clothed old man is a member of the imperial family. Duan Ling Tian asked Feng Wudao. Feng Wudao originally had his eyes closed and was resting his mind, and he remained indifferent even when the black-clothed old man appeared. At this moment, when he heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, he slowly raised his head and glanced indifferently at the first-class spectating area that belonged to the imperial family, then said, "Yes, he's a member of the imperial family. He's the imperial uncle of the current emperor of the Darken dynasty. Normally, he rarely makes a public appearance, and he's a solitary person. His strength isn't bad." As he finished speaking, Feng Wudao emphasized his words slightly, and he was undoubtedly emphasizing that the black-clothed old man's strength wasn't bad. His strength isn't bad. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised, and he looked at the black-clothed old man with slight surprise. Although he was able to discern a trace of indifference in Feng Wudao's tone. However, a person that was able to be evaluated like this by Feng Wudao obviously had something extraordinary about himself, and this caused Duan Ling Tian to feel slight fear towards the old man. I truly never imagined that this Xianxia would actually take such a great figure as his master. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Disregarding the foreign lands, and only speaking in terms of the Darken dynasty, then this old man's identity could indeed be considered to be a great figure, whereas, Xianxia, one of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, the zither young master, was only a young martial artist who possessed a natural talent that could be considered to be not bad in the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. The identity of these two people was like the difference between the heavens and the earth. How did they become master and disciple? This was something that Duan Ling Tian was unable to guess. Logically speaking, with the old man's status and background, he only needed to say the word and numerous young geniuses with better natural talent than Xianxia within the Darken dynasty would fight to the death to become his disciple. I really can't wrap my head around it. I really can't. Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he was truly unable to understand it. Perhaps, only the black-clothed old man himself knew why he took Xianxia as his disciple. Here comes His Majesty. Suddenly, a voice that was like a thunderclap instantly exploded out high above in the sky of the cage battle arena, and it sounded out far away and suppressed the exceedingly clamorous noise in the cage battle arena. Subsequently, the cage battle arena was deathly silent. Those people that were still chatting and discussing earlier had shut their mouths, whereas, those who were looking around earlier had fixed their gazes straight towards the place the voice came from. The emperor of the Darken dynasty. Like most of the people present, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but raise his head to look towards the source of the voice after hearing it. In next to no time, the vast clouds and mist in the distance slowly dispersed. At that same time, a luxurious palanquin that seemed to glow with a golden light under the early morning sun appeared before the eyes of everyone. This palanquin was extremely large. Based on Duan Ling Tian's estimation, it was an entire 2 times larger than the palanquin King Yang sat on when he made an appearance during the Young Genius competition of the Darken dynasty. It wasn't just that. This luxurious palanquin that glowed with a golden brilliance was held up by 8 people. It was an 8-bearer palanquin. These 8 people were armored soldiers, and they stared ahead with icy cold gazes as they flew forward. Their movements were uniform and brought a type of visual impact to everyone. As the 8-bearer palanquin flew in the sky, it was stable like Mt. Tai, and it didn't shake in the slightest. The cultivation of these 8 people is probably extraordinary. At the void prying stage, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but think in his heart as he looked at the 8 armored soldiers. Now, he was itchy in his heart. He wanted to utilize his spiritual force to detect the cultivations of these 8 people, but he was slightly worried that there would be some inscription masters present here. The inscription masters here were easily existences that had stepped into the void interpretation stage, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to not dare be careless in the slightest. Although even if his spiritual force was exposed, he wouldn't be in the slightest danger so long as Feng Wudao was present, but it was impossible for him to stay by Feng Wudao's side forever, so he still took the position of being cautious. As the saying goes, better safe than sorry. As expected of the Darken Dynasty's emperor, what a display. As he gazed at the eight-bearer palanquin that slowly descended from amongst the clouds and mist, Duan Ling Tian sighed in his heart. When compared to the display before him, the scene when King Yong made an appearance in the Darkstone Empire's imperial city 1 year ago was simply like child's play, and it wasn't worth mentioning. There are people behind the palanquin. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian's sharp gaze noticed that besides the 8 soldiers that held up the palanquin, there were another 2 people following behind. These were 2 young men. One wore white clothes, the other black, and shapelessly, they formed an extremely striking contrast. It's him. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised when he saw the white-clothed young man. It would seem like his guess yesterday wasn't wrong. This white-clothed young man was indeed one of the 3 young geniuses of the Darken Dynasty's imperial family that were participating in the dynasty martial competition. It's that young man that presided over the dynasty martial competition yesterday. Meanwhile, the crowd of spectators were in an uproar as well, as they'd recognized the white-clothed young man. Chapter 680, in confrontation with the Emperor. The 2 young men followed behind the 8-bearer palanquin, and in the blink of an eye, they'd arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena. Meanwhile, 2 more ear-piercing sounds resounded out, and it drew the gazes of most of the people present. Subsequently, under the gazes of everyone present, after the 8-bearer palanquin left the layer of clouds and mist, 2 more aged figures had appeared, and they were old men that were beaming with spirit. In the blink of an eye, the 2 old men arrived before the 8-bearer palanquin and bowed. "Your Majesty." The 2 old men spoke respectfully in unison. At the same time, one of the old men walked ahead to lift open the curtain that covered the door to the palanquin and looked in. "Your Majesty, please." A dignified middle-aged man in a golden dragon robe slowly walked out of the palanquin, and he stepped on the sky as if he was stepping on the ground. The dignified middle-aged man had an obvious mustache that was shaped like the Ba character, and it looked to be very distinguishing. This Ba character-shaped mustache caused one to have a deep impression of him, and it was like the deep impression the red mole between King Yong's brows gave others. "He's the Darken Dynasty's emperor," Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. "Your Majesty." Meanwhile, besides the group of people that still sat on the spot in the first-class spectating area, and some of them not even having the slightest reaction, everyone in the third-class and second-class spectating area stood up, and they bowed respectfully to the emperor of the Darken Dynasty. Only Duan Ling Tian stood up with the others and nodded indifferently, and he didn't even bend his back. Not many people noticed this scene, yet the Darken Dynasty's emperor just happened to see it, as he just happened to be lightly smiling and glanced at the area that Duan Ling Tian stood, causing him to notice that Duan Ling Tian didn't bow to him. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was like a giant amongst dwarves in the eyes of the Darken Dynasty's emperor. For a time, the smile on the emperor's face froze. It was understandable that the people in the first-class spectating area didn't have the slightest reaction, as every single one of them had extremely extraordinary identities. After all, a few of the people were even existences that he didn't dare easily offend. "Everyone else has bowed in salute to me, yet why do you not bow?" The emperor stroked the mustache on his mouth as he stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian and asked, "Could it be that you feel I don't have the qualifications to make you bow?" Instantly, the scene went into an uproar. The gazes of everyone followed along the emperor's gaze to descend onto Duan Ling Tian in unison. "It's that young man of the Darkstone Empire. Although this young man is young, yet his strength is extraordinary. But he actually dares to not bow when facing His Majesty. He's truly arrogant. Someone from a tiny empire actually dares to not bow when facing the emperor of our Darken Dynasty. It's simply a great disrespect. It looks to me that he's going to be struck with misfortune." The crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena discussed animatedly. Some took pleasure in Duan Ling Tian's misfortune while others broke out in cold sweat for him. "Your Majesty, he was awed by your majestic appearance earlier, and that's why he was impolite. I hope that your Majesty can pardon his offense." When he saw the emperor of the Darken Dynasty was directing his words at Duan Ling Tian, King Yong broke out in cold sweat from fear, and he spoke with a terrified expression. Although he was the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, he was still nothing before the Emperor of the Darken Dynasty. If the Emperor wanted to kill him, the Emperor only had to say the word. "And who are you?" The Emperor looked at King Yong and asked indifferently. "Your Majesty, I'm the representative of the Darkstone Empire this time, a king of the Darkstone Empire's imperial family." King Yong replied, "The Darkstone Empire." The Emperor pondered slightly and then said, "You're the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire, King Yong." "I've heard of you, Your Majesty, I am King Yong." When he heard this, at the same time that he was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, a bitter smile appeared on King Yong's face, the #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire. Not to mention anything else, he could casually find a large number of experts with strengths much stronger than him amongst the group of experts present. In this place, the so-called #1 expert of the Darkstone Empire was nothing worth mentioning. "He's a member of your Darkstone Empire." The Emperor glanced at Duan Ling Tian before looking at King Yong and asked with a low voice. "Yes." King Yong nodded as cold sweat broke out from his forehead and his palms went cold. At this moment, he only hoped that the person from the Feng clan would be able to speak out and help Duan Ling Tian out of this predicament in a timely manner. He believed that so long as that person spoke out, even if this Emperor of the Darken Dynasty was any more displeased by Duan Ling Tian, he would give that person some face. "Since he's a member of your Darkstone Empire, then as the representative, you can't absolve yourself from punishment as well. Both of you must be punished." The Emperor's tone was calm as if he was speaking of a trivial matter. "On what basis?" Right at this moment, Duan Ling Tian, who silently watched the events unfold, couldn't sit idly by any longer, and he flashed out to stand before King Yong and looked up towards the Emperor as he shouted out with a light voice. "On what basis?" Duan Ling Tian's shout spread out to the entire cage battle arena. For a time, the sounds of gasping rose and fell continuously in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. Most of the people present felt their scalps go numb. Has this young man from the Darkstone Empire gone mad? No matter how high his natural talent is, he hasn't matured. After all, so long as the Emperor says a single word, he'd practically only be left with an end of certain death. On what basis? The Emperor's calm expression was finally destroyed by Duan Ling Tian, and he abruptly took a step forward before his dignified voice sounded out once more. "On the basis that I'm the Emperor of the Darken Dynasty and ruler over the entire Darken Dynasty." Is this enough? When faced with the Emperor using the power of the Darken Dynasty's imperial family to oppress him, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged. Or perhaps, he was utterly not worried in the slightest. Even if the Darken Dynasty's Emperor wanted to lay a hand on him, Feng Wudao wouldn't be wiling. Not to mention he had a deep relationship with Feng Wudao's entire family. Even if they didn't have a deep relationship, Feng Wudao would still not stand idly by. After all, he was the man that was in Feng Tianwu's destiny according to that prediction, and he was the man capable of saving Feng Tianwu. Duan Ling Tian. Su Li's expression darkened slightly, and he broke out in cold sweat for Duan Ling Tian. Besides Long Yun, who had an expressionless face, the other young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire looked at Duan Ling Tian with slight worry on their faces. Narrow-minded and making a fuss over a trifling matter. I really don't know how the Darken Dynasty would have an emperor like you. Duan Ling Tian raised his head to look at the Emperor with a calm expression, and he spoke unhurriedly. In Duan Ling Tian's dictionary, there was always the saying, offend only when offended. If there really was someone who offended him, then he wouldn't be afraid of the trouble that ensued, no matter who the person is nor how shocking the person's identity was. Presumptuous. Right when the Emperor was angered to the point his expression went ominous, the two old men that stood before the palanquin shouted out. Besides that, the soldiers that held up the palanquin emitted cold lights from their eyes at this moment, and they stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian. It was as if they were prepared to leave the palanquin and attack Duan Ling Tian at any moment. As for the other two young men, the expression of the black-clothed young man darkened slightly, whereas, the white-clothed young man looked at Duan Ling Tian with a fearful expression. Compared to the other people of the imperial family, he was more familiar towards Duan Ling Tian and knew that Duan Ling Tian had a deep relationship with that person of the Feng clan. Speaking shamelessly and humiliating His Majesty. You deserve death. As soon as one of the old men before the palanquin finished speaking, he transformed into a bolt of lightning that shot straight towards Duan Ling Tian. Father. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, Feng Tianwu looked anxiously at Feng Wudao. But Feng Wudao didn't make the slightest movement, and he only shook his head. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Practically at the instant Feng Wudao finished speaking, The old man had already arrived nearby Duan Lingtian, and with a raise of his hand, vast origin energy raged. Subsequently, he slapped out with his palm, giving rise to a wave of roiling wind. In the next moment, an enormous palm print condensed into form from origin energy whistled out to envelop Duan Lingtian. Stay your hand. Right when Duan Lingtian thought Feng Wudao would make a move, a rather familiar voice exploded out by Duan Lingtian's ears, and the voice was filled with slight anxiousness. Subsequently, a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind could be heard approaching him. A material sword light tore through the sky and easily destroyed the enormous palm print that swept towards Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a tall figure appeared before Duan Lingtian and firmly protected Duan Lingtian behind himself. Pavilion Master Shang. When he thought of the familiar voice from before and saw the familiar figure before him, Duan Lingtian recognized the person that had appeared in time to save him. It was precisely the Milky Way City's treasure-gathering pavilion's master, the Vice Guild Master of the Darken Dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild's main guild, Shang Ying. We meet again. We'll catch up later. Shang Ying turned around to lightly smile at Duan Lingtian before turning his head around once more. He didn't look at the old man that attacked Duan Lingtian but instead looked at the Emperor of the Darken Dynasty. Your Majesty, this is a little brother of mine. I hope that you can give me some face and forgive this little brother of mine for the incident today. How about it, Shang Ying? The Emperor frowned slightly when he saw Shang Ying appear, and he shook his head when he heard Shang Ying. This matter isn't related to you, you'd better not involve yourself in it. If it was anything else, he would perhaps give Shang Ying some face. After all, Shang Ying was one of the few Grade 4 weapons craftsmen in the Darken Dynasty, and doing a Grade 4 weapons craftsman a favor was entirely beneficial. But when he thought of how Duan Lingtian had publicly humiliated him, flames of rage leapt up in his heart once more and were difficult to put out, causing him to wish for nothing more than to see Duan Lingtian die miserably on the spot. If it wasn't for him being the Emperor of the Darken Dynasty and every action of his represented the Darken Dynasty, he'd have personally killed Duan Lingtian since long ago. The Emperor's resolution exceeded Shang Ying's expectations. For a time, Shang Ying was slightly hesitant. If he continued to persist, he would undoubtedly offend the Emperor. But if he didn't persist, Duan Lingtian would probably die here today. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration arose in Shang Ying's mind, and he looked at the Emperor as he said via voice transmission, "Your Majesty, there's something I have to tell you. Behind this little brother of mine is a Grade 3 weapons craftsman that has a deep relationship with him." The Emperor, who originally had a resolute expression, couldn't help but waver slightly when he heard Shang Ying's voice transmission, and there was even slight fear in the depths of his eyes. Is what you said true? Meanwhile, the Emperor was slightly hesitant. Chapter 681. Duan Lingtian's background. Even though Grade 3 weapons craftsmen had appeared in the history of the Darken Dynasty, it was only for a brief moment. Moreover, that was already a matter of a few hundred years ago. At this day, in the Darken Dynasty and even in the various other dynasties, there wasn't any word of the appearance of a Grade 3 weapons craftsman. It was precisely because of this that a Grade 3 weapons craftsman could be considered to be an existence of legend in the eyes of the members of the Darken Dynasty. It was imaginable that if a Grade 3 weapons craftsman were to appear in a dynasty, then it would surely cause an exceedingly great stir. It was even to the extent that the weapons craftsman only had to promise a Grade 3 spirit weapon as the price before being able to make the powers and experts of the various dynasties to rush to his aid. The temptation of a Grade 3 spirit weapon was too great. As the Emperor of the Darken Dynasty, although a Grade 4 weapons craftsman was rare, it wasn't to the point there being none, so he could disregard Shang Ying. But if it was a Grade 3 weapons craftsman, then he had to be afraid. Your Majesty, if you think I'm speaking like this intentionally, then you can go ahead and act. Arbitrarily, Shang Ying looked at the Emperor with a calm expression as he spoke via voice transmission. The Emperor's expression was exceedingly gloomy, and for a moment, he didn't know how to choose. Presently, he was obviously slightly irrevocably committed. If he didn't do anything to Duan Lingtian, then would his dignity as the Emperor of the Darken Dynasty still exist? If he were to do something to Duan Lingtian, then wouldn't he likely offend the Grade 3 weapons craftsman Shang Ying spoke of? Offending a Grade 3 weapons craftsman wasn't a joke. A Grade 3 weapons craftsman only had to pay the price of a few Grade 3 spirit weapons before being able to urge the numerous experts of the various dynasties to look for trouble with the Darken Dynasty's imperial family. The Darken Dynasty's imperial family did possess great resources and reserves, and there were experts as numerous as the clouds in it, yet it was impossible for the imperial family to constantly keep an eye on and protect their descendants and disciples. Who knew if the grade 3 weapons craftsman wouldn't vent his anger on the direct descendant disciples of the imperial family? At that time, even if the grade 3 weapons craftsman used a single grade 3 spirit weapon in exchange for the lives of 10 direct descendant disciples of the imperial family, there would probably be countless experts that came one after the other to put their lives on the line for it. All of this wasn't something he was willing to see. Why isn't His Majesty punishing Duan Lingtian? On the spectating area that belonged to the imperial family, Zishang sat upright as his brows frowned slightly. He was originally prepared to watch the show, yet who knew that it would suddenly turn into awkward silence. Right when the atmosphere in the cage battle arena became slightly strange, a white-colored bolt of lightning flashed past the sky above the cage battle arena, and it instantly arrived before the Emperor as he called out respectfully, "Imperial Uncle." The person that arrived by the Emperor's side was precisely the white-clothed young man, the person that presided over the first phase of the dynasty martial competition yesterday. At this moment, although his voice wasn't loud, but it seemed to be exceptionally sonorous in the exceedingly silent cage battle arena. "Imperial Uncle." For a time, many people were stunned. I never imagined that he's actually a direct descendant disciple of the imperial family. I wonder which prince's son he is. I only know that the black-clothed young man is the second son of His Majesty. As for him, I've never heard of or seen him before. The second prince is one of the 3 publicly acknowledged most outstanding young experts in our Darkin dynasty, and he's equally famous as the Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shouyang, and the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao. Who wouldn't know him? Within the cage battle arena, the sounds of discussions went on ceaselessly, causing it to be extremely bustling. Many people were curious towards the white-clothed young man. When the Emperor heard this, he looked at the white-clothed young man, his nephew, and asked via voice transmission, "How? What is it?" The white-clothed young man's brows raised as he spoke something via voice transmission. A short sentence caused the Emperor's expression to change indeterminately before finally heaving a sigh of relief, and he seemed as if he'd obtained the answer to a difficult question. Subsequently, the Emperor raised his head to look towards one of the first-class spectating area. Duan Lingtian frowned as he didn't know what the Emperor was doing, but he still followed along the gaze of the Emperor to notice that 2 people he recognized sat where the Emperor was looking at, the Yi clan's patriarch and the Yi clan's second young master, Yi Shang. But at this moment, there was another person between the 2 of them. There was a young man with a calm expression, and he slightly resembled the Yi clan patriarch and Yi Shang between the brows, causing Duan Lingtian to be unable to help but think in his heart. Could it be that he's the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao? Presently, Duan Lingtian wasn't the fool that had just arrived at the Darkin dynasty's capital. He'd heard of some things that were widely known in the Darkin dynasty. Within the Darkin dynasty, there were 3 extremely outstanding young geniuses that were publicly acknowledged as the top genius martial artists in the younger generation of the Darkin dynasty. These people were respectively the imperial family's second prince, Bai He, the Zhang clan's eldest young master, Zhang Shouyang, and the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao. Amongst these 3 people, Duan Lingtian only knew Zhang Shouyang. He clearly understood Zhang Shouyang's natural talent in the martial Dao, and even in the entire Darkin dynasty, Zhang Shouyang was absolutely a top existence. Since Yi Xiao was capable of being equally famous as him, Yi Xiao would surely not be weak. Duan Lingtian's thoughts hadn't finished spinning when he heard the Emperor speaking to him once more, yet the Emperor's tone had undergone a tremendous change. "So your big brother Wu Dao's son-in-law, it's really as the saying goes, a misunderstanding caused 2 that are related to almost cause harm to each other. It's indeed I who had done wrong as a senior today." The Emperor changed his attitude on a whim. His gloomy expression had instantly become warm as if he'd instantly transformed into an amiable senior. He had the appearance as if he was a magnanimous senior that wouldn't fuss about things with his juniors. This caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to react for some time, and when he did, he glanced deeply at the Emperor. "Big brother Wu Dao." He naturally guessed who the big brother Wu Dao the Emperor mentioned was. It was undoubtedly the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao. As for why the Emperor wouldn't suddenly know of his relationship with Feng Wu Dao, based on Duan Lingtian's guess, it was surely related to the white-clothed young man and the Yi clan patriarch. Earlier, the white-clothed young man ought to have warned the Emperor. Subsequently, the Emperor looked towards the Yi clan patriarch because it was very likely that he used a voice transmission to ask about the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu Dao. When the emperor completely confirmed it, it caused the following changes in his expression. Looks like that white-clothed young man is very concerned about it. He actually knows that the Yi clan's patriarch has knowledge about my background. Duan Lingtian glanced deeply at the white-clothed young man that stood by the emperor's side. The son-in-law of Lord Wu Dao. So this young man from the Darkstone Empire has another layer of identity. Truly shocking. Lord Wu Dao's daughter is so outstanding, yet such a beauty is taken, what a pity. A pity, even if Lord Wu Dao's daughter isn't taken, do you think you have the chance? Laughable. After they knew of the relationship between Duan Lingtian and Feng Wu Dao, the entire cage battle arena was once again in an uproar. What? He's the son-in-law of Feng Wu Dao. On the first-class spectating area that belongs solely to the imperial family, the old man in black clothed went slightly grim in expression. No, impossible. How could this be? Zishang, who sat by the old man's side, had an extremely unsightly expression, as it never occurred to him that Duan Lingtian would have this identity as well. He'd arrived at the Darken Dynasty for some time and knew some things of the Darken Dynasty in detail, and amongst these things included the matter about the eldest master of the Feng clan. He knew that the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao, was a top expert in the territory of the Darken Dynasty. Supposedly, his cultivation isn't inferior to that strongest person of the imperial family. Due to this, Feng Wu Dao's status in the Darken Dynasty was special, and even the emperor didn't dare offend him lightly. This was something that anyone with good sense would be able to discern from the change in attitude of the emperor after he found out of Duan Lingtian's identity. I never imagined that this Duan Lingtian is playing the role of a pretty boy as well. Ziyan's beautiful brows knit slightly as she spat, and her tone was filled with disdain and contempt. Zishang. The old man looked at Zishang and spoke with slight fear. Originally, I didn't have any reason to interfere in the matter between you and Duan Lingtian. But now, since he has the identity of being the son-in-law of Feng Wu Dao, you can't kill him intentionally. Otherwise, even Master is unable to protect you. As the old man finished speaking, his words were filled with fear towards Feng Wu Dao. Zishang had an unwilling expression as he muttered with a low voice. Could it be that the enmity between me and Duan Lingtian has to be let go like this? Of course not. The old man shook his head and said slowly, it's all right so long as you don't kill him intentionally. At the same time, you can't intentionally cripple his cultivation either. You can do anything else. Sometimes, humiliating a person is more painful than killing the person. With the reminder of the old man, Zishang's eyes lit up. If I trample wantonly on Duan Lingtian's dignity after I defeat him, wouldn't that be even more wonderful? With Duan Lingtian's pride, it would surely be difficult for Duan Lingtian to endure the humiliation I give him. He could imagine that Duan Lingtian would surely feel that death was better than living at that time. Disciple understands. Zishang took a deep breath as a piercingly cold light flashed deep within his eyes. Meanwhile, when facing the emperor that had changed his attitude, Duan Lingtian only glanced at him indifferently before looking at Shang Ying, who was stunned at the side since long ago. Pavilion Master Shang, thank you for what you did earlier. Shang Ying recovered from his shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice, and he laughed in self-ridicule. Looks like I shouldn't have interfered. If I knew you had such a relationship with the Feng clan's eldest master, then I wouldn't have made a fool of myself earlier. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian had such a relationship with the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wu Dao. No matter what, I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor of yours in my heart. Duan Lingtian shook his head and spoke with a serious expression. Subsequently, Duan Lingtian invited Shang Ying to sit at the spectating area with the members of the Darkstone Empire. Originally, with Shang Ying's status and identity in the Darken Dynasty, he would disdain to sit at the second-class spectating area. If he wanted to sit at the first-class spectating area, even the higher-ups of the Darken Dynasty's imperial family would warmly invite him to the spectating area they sat at. Chapter 682, Horrifying Selection Process. Now, under the gazes of everyone present, Shang Ying had agreed to Duan Lingtian's invitation and descended by Duan Lingtian's side. King Yang, this is the Darken Dynasty's weapons craftsman main guild's vice guild master Shang. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian introduced Shang Ying to King Yang, and introduced King Yang to Shang Yin at the same time. The vice guild master of the Darken Dynasty's weapons craftsman main guild. Earlier, King Yang had realized this person wasn't simple when he saw Shang Ying stand up for Duan Lingtian. After all, it wasn't everyone that dared make a move against a member of the imperial family before the Darken Dynasty's emperor. Moreover, that old man had attacked Duan Lingtian under the tacit approval of the emperor. Now, after he found out about Shang Ying's identity, King Yang couldn't help but be shocked, and he hurriedly invited Shang Ying to sit by his side. Vice Guild Master Shang, please sit down. At the same time, he started to flash through his memories related to the Darken Dynasty. In next to no time, he recalled it. He seemed to have once heard someone say that the Darken Dynasty's Weapons Craftsman Guild possessed 3 Grade 4 weapons craftsmen. One of them was the Guild Master, and the other 2 were Vice Guild Masters, whereas, one of those 2 Vice Guild Masters seemed to be surnamed Shang. Grade 4 weapons craftsman. For a time, King Yang's feelings surged once more. After all, even if it was the entire Darkstone Empire, there was only a single Grade 4 spirit weapon, and it was in his possession. A Grade 4 spirit weapon could be considered to be a rare treasure to him in the Darkstone Empire. Yet now, a Grade 4 weapons craftsman that could easily refine a Grade 4 spirit weapon had appeared before him just like this, and it caused him to be unable to refrain from being shocked, and his feelings surged extremely. As for Duan Lingtian, when he saw Shang Ying and King Yang sitting down successively, he returned and sat down indifferently by Su Li's side. Duan Lingtian. Su Li, who broke out in cold sweat for Duan Lingtian earlier, raised his thumb at Duan Lingtian, and he revealed admiration between his brows. Never had he imagined that Duan Lingtian had just made a trip to the Darken Dynasty, yet Duan Lingtian had actually conquered the daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, and had even become Feng Wudao's son-in-law. Yesterday, he noticed that the daughter of the Feng clan's eldest master looked at Duan Lingtian with a slightly different gaze, but he didn't think too much of it at the time. Now when he thought about it, it was because she favored Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian naturally noticed the dubious gaze in Su Li's eyes, and he knew what Su Li was thinking, causing him to be unable to refrain from angrily rolling his eyes at Su Li. Duan Lingtian, you're just leaving the emperor of the Darken Dynasty aside like that. Isn't that improper? Meanwhile, Su Li glanced into the distance. Presently, Duan Lingtian seemed to have completely forgotten the Darken Dynasty's emperor that still stood there in the air. If he likes to stand there like an idiot, then let him. Duan Lingtian shrugged and had an indifferent expression as he spoke. The corners of Su Li's mouth twitched when he heard this. That was the supreme emperor of the Darken Dynasty, and he wasn't some Tom, Dick, or Harry. At this moment, the emperor was slightly embarrassed, yet even though there was quite an amount of rage in the depths of his eyes, he didn't flare up. Subsequently, under the escort of the 2 old men and the 2 young men, the emperor ascended to the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darken Dynasty's imperial family before looking at the black-clothed old man and speaking respectfully. Imperial uncle. The black-clothed old man nodded. Sit down. After the emperor sat down, Zishang and Ziyan, who sat at the other side of the black-clothed old man, stood up and bowed to the emperor. Your Majesty, Zishang, I've told you since long ago, you're the personal disciple of my imperial uncle, so you're of similar seniority as me. Call me big brother or senior brother in the future. The emperor shook his head. Zishang doesn't deserve such an honor. Zishang spoke with slight fear in his voice. Little sister Ziyan. Meanwhile, the black-clothed young man that arrived behind the emperor revealed burning desire and happiness when he saw Ziyan. Second prince. Ziyan nodded to the black-clothed young man, yet seemed to be unwilling to pay any more attention to him, and she completely disregarded the burning gaze of the second prince that seemed as if he wanted to swallow her. Prince Hao. Meanwhile, Zishang and Ziyan looked at the white-clothed young man that was beside the black-clothed young man and greeted him. The white-clothed young man was the son of one of the emperor's older brothers, and his name was Bai Hao. He was a young genius that had a natural talent that wasn't inferior to the second prince, Bai He. In the past, Bai Hao very rarely stayed at the Darken Dynasty, and he was mostly gaining experience and tempering outside the dynasty and wandering about in the various dynasties, causing his experience to be abundant. It was precisely because of this that few people in the Darken Dynasty knew his existence, and he'd only returned when the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was about to begin. Bai Hao nodded to Zishang and Ziyan, and then he sat on a seat at the side, seeming to be a person that preferred his own companionship. As for the second prince, Bai He walked out with large strides to sit by Ziyan's side. Little sister Ziyan, it's all right that I sit here, right? After he sat down, Bai He smiled as he asked, and he had the manner of performing the deed before asking for permission. Ziyan frowned imperceptibly as a wisp of detest flashed in the depths of her eyes, yet when she thought about his identity, she didn't flare up in the end. Zishang noticed his younger sister's feeling, and he was deeply afraid that she would flare up, so he spoke to Bai He before she could. Second prince is joking, there's naturally no problem. Bai He nodded indifferently. Even though he was warm to Ziyan, he was indifferent when facing Zishang, and it was even to the extent that slight disdain was contained in the depths of his gaze. He looked down on Zishang from the bottom of his heart. In his eyes, Zishang was only a lowly person that came from a tiny imperial kingdom, and it was only Zishang's good luck that allowed Zishang to be taken as a personal disciple by his imperial grand uncle. Otherwise, Zishang wouldn't even be worthy to carry his shoes. Zishang naturally noticed the disdain and contempt in the depths of Bai He's gaze, and he knew what Bai He was thinking. Zishang took a deep breath as strands of cold lights leapt about in the depths of his eyes. Bai He, I'll make you and Duan Ling Tian my stepping stones today. Zishang cursed in his heart, and then he sat down slowly. At the same time, the surroundings of the cage battle arena recovered its calm, and no one arrived anymore for some time. Begin. Right at this moment, the emperor spoke out and announced that the second phase of the dynasty martial competition would begin. The second phase of the martial competition was the true dynasty martial competition. Amongst the great figures of the Darken dynasty, only Feng Wudao had attended the dynasty martial competition between the young geniuses of the various empires yesterday because of Duan Ling Tian, and it could only be considered to be a tiny warm-up. Now, the brilliant performance would officially begin. Along with the emperor speaking out, the cage battle arena went silent. Yes. Meanwhile, the old man that attacked Duan Ling Tian earlier and the other old man replied successively before flashing up into the sky and arriving in the sky above the cage battle arena. The two old men stood at two sides in the sky, and they seemed to have transformed into two statues in midair. The 30 young geniuses of the various empires that advanced yesterday, please enter the arena. One of the old men spoke slowly, and even though his voice wasn't loud, it transmitted clearly into the ears of every single person present. It's time to go. Duan Ling Tian smiled to Su Li. Su Li nodded. Subsequently, the two of them left their seats to flash out. Long Yun followed closely behind the two of them. At this moment, Long Yun had a complicated gaze as he looked at Duan Ling Tian's back, as what he found out earlier caused him to be unable to avoid from feeling slightly shocked. HMPH. So what if your father-in-law is the eldest master of the Feng clan, Feng Wudao? Feng Wudao is a top expert in the Darken dynasty, yet he isn't worth mentioning in the foreign lands, and he's inferior to my master. When he thought up to here, Long Yun slightly consoled himself in his heart. In next to no time, the 30 young geniuses of the various empires, including Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Long Yun, had gathered together and stood in the sky above the cage battle arena. Now, the young geniuses that were recommended by the various powers of our Darken dynasty, please gather together with the young geniuses of the various empires. The first round of eliminations in the dynasty martial competition today is about to begin. Another elder spoke with a sonorous voice. Instantly, besides many young geniuses flashing out from the second-class spectating area, even the first-class spectating area had many young geniuses flash out from them. Amongst the young geniuses that flashed out from the first-class spectating area, Duan Ling Tian only recognized Feng Tian Wu, Feng Yunshang, Zhang Shouyang, Zhang Shouyuan, Zishang, Yi Shao, and the white-clothed young man from the imperial family. So many people. When all the young geniuses of the Darken dynasty entered into the arena, the formidable array in the scene caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to refrain from being shocked. Including him, there were only 30 young geniuses from the various empires, whereas, all the young geniuses of the Darken dynasty were almost 100 people, and they appeared in vast groups in the sky of the cage battle arena. Why have all of us been asked over? We'll know soon. For a time, the sky above the cage battle arena was filled with clamorous noise. Everyone, the first round of the selections will begin right away after I explain it to all of you. Meanwhile, one of the old men abruptly stepped up into the sky, and he stood in the sky above all of the young geniuses as he spoke in a clear voice that spread out and suppressed all the sounds in the surroundings. Instantly, the sky above the cage battle arena gradually returned to quietness. The gazes of all the young geniuses including Duan Ling Tian descended onto the old man that spoke as they wanted to know what he wanted to say next. Today, the first round of the selection will be to eliminate people from amongst all of you until 20 remain. So all of you have to be mentally prepared. The old man spoke slowly. Until 20 remain. The old man's words caused most of the young geniuses present to go grim in expression, and they were slightly fearful. Only the first round of the selections will eliminate us until 20 people remain. Isn't this too horrifying? I was still thinking of showing my capabilities and passing through a few more rounds. I know my own limitations. I have no hope to obtain the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, but if I'm unable to fight a few battles, then how would I be worthy of the only recommendation position that the sect possesses? Many young geniuses couldn't help but shake their heads and were rather annoyed. What selection is so horrifying to actually want to eliminate more than 100 of us? Unlike the annoyance of most of the young geniuses, Duan Ling Tian was instead filled with curiosity, and his gaze converged onto the old man. Chapter 683, Obvious Difference Between the Weak and the Strong. The first round of the selection in the Dynasty Martial competition today will be carried out by the two of us. We'll exert our strength at the same time to gradually increase the force of our strength and suppress all of you. So long as you're suppressed to the point of falling down, then you're considered to have been eliminated. The last 20 people remaining will pass through the first round of the selection and obtain the qualifications to participate in the second round of the selection. The old man spoke slowly. Instantly, the young geniuses present understood the content of the first round of selection, and all of them revealed fearful expressions. The two old men will be utilizing their strength to suppress us. They could imagine that these two old men were surely existences at the void interpretation stage or above. Begin. Right at this moment, the other old man stepped up into the sky and stood by the side of the first old man in the blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian's expression became serious when he saw this scene, whereas the other people had serious expressions as well. Instantly, origin energy skyrocketed on the bodies of the two old men, and it seemed to have transformed into two balls of raging flames. The two balls of flames coiled around the old men, causing them to seem as if they'd transformed into two titans that ceaselessly emitted white-colored flames. At the same time, the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above the two old men, and it started to condense into numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes. In the end, 20 ancient horned dragons appeared above each of the two old men. Two first-level void interpretation stage martial artists. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he discerned their cultivation from the phenomenon that appeared when the two old men exerted their strengths. Suddenly, the two old men shouted out. Immediately, the flames condensed into form by their origin energy covered the heavens and the earth as it swept out from all directions to smash together in collision. Instantly, two extremely formidable origin energy abruptly exploded together. For a time, waves of air swept out in all directions in the sky as the sounds of air exploding rose and fell continuously. After the howling origin energy exploded out, they seemed to have transformed into an enormous net that enveloped the group of young geniuses. The terrifying origin energy swept down in descent, and it pressed down, causing the faces of most of the young geniuses to flush red. Instantly, most of the young geniuses started mobilizing their origin energy and concept to withstand this extremely formidable pressure, and some people had even withdrawn their spirit weapons. Of course, there were also some people that were composed, like Duan Ling Tian, Zhang Shouyong, Yi Xiao, Bai He, Bai Hao, and Zi Shang. Zi Shang. Duan Ling Tian looked at Zi Shang and couldn't help but frown. Truthfully speaking, he was already surprised when he saw Zi Shang here today. Now, when he saw Zi Shang was able to be composed under such pressure, he couldn't help but look slightly highly at Zi Shang. At this moment, even 8th level void initiation stage martial artists have to use their origin energy to withstand the pressure that's coming from these two old fellows. Zi Shang is still able to maintain such composure until now, thus there's only one possibility. Duan Ling Tian glanced at Su Li, and at this moment, even Su Li had to utilize his origin energy to withstand the pressure. In comparison, Zi Shang seemed much more unfathomable. It's very likely that this Zi Shang has already broken through to the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. 9th level of the Void Initiation stage. Needless to say, Zi Shang's strength caused shock in Duan Ling Tian. Su Li and Long Yun's fortuitous encounters can already be considered to be not bad. But even then, it's still far inferior to Zi Shang now. Looks like not only does this Zi Shang possess a master in the Darkened Dynasty, it's possible that he has obtained other shocking fortuitous encounters. Duan Ling Tian guessed in his heart. It's even to the extent that his fortuitous encounters are extremely likely to be not inferior to my fortuitous encounter in the Sword Monarch's treasure. When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian couldn't refrain from gasping. Never had it occurred to him that Zi Shang actually possessed such great fortune. Now, when Duan Ling Tian was surprised from seeing Xianxia being composed, Xianxia was similarly surprised. Looks like this Duan Ling Tian has already broken through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage. Exactly what fortuitous encounters did he obtain? After his surprise, Xianxia's expression became unsightly to the extreme. He originally thought that he could completely crush Duan Ling Tian this time, yet now when he saw Duan Ling Tian reveal such a shocking cultivation, he couldn't help but be slightly unconfident in his heart. But in next to no time, the gloominess on Xianxia's expression vanished. Perhaps his cultivation is strong because his luck is good, and he obtained many precious spirit fruits. His comprehension of concept is surely unable to keep up with his cultivation. When he thought up to here, Xianxia's mood was much better. Right when Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia were in confrontation with each other and were shocked by each other's cultivation, Zhang Shouyang, Yi Xiao, Bai He, and Bai Hao had shocked expressions as well. Never had they imagined that there were actually so many people with comparable cultivations to them in the Darkened Dynasty. Xianxia is actually a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist as well. Bai He looked at Xianxia as his brows knit, and he seemed to be slightly unhappy. After all, in his eyes, he'd never taken Xianxia seriously. Especially because when Xianxia had just arrived at the Darkened Dynasty's imperial family, he'd once privately requested for a spar, and when Xianxia was about to be crushed by him, Xianxia could only admit defeat humbly and respectfully. Never had he imagined that Xianxia, who he'd taken to be an ant in the past, would actually have a cultivation at the same level as himself. Xianxia has surely obtained fortuitous encounters. Bai He's eyes flickered with a cold and grim light, and he was able to guess some things. Brother Ling Tian is actually at the 9th level of the void initiation stage as well. Zhang Shouyang's eyes were filled with shock when his gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian. It could be said that he'd see Duan Ling Tian grow in strength, from the time they first met to participating in the Darkened Dynasty's martial competition together at this moment. All along this way, Duan Ling Tian, who had a strength that was far inferior to him, had actually caught up to his cultivation. I'm afraid it won't be long before Brother Ling Tian will completely surpass me. Zhang Shouyang sighed in his heart. These two people. In next to no time, Zhang Shouyang looked at Bai Hao and Xianxia. I've never seen them in the past. Looks like people of unusual ability are indeed hidden within the Darkened Dynasty. Besides Bai He, Yi Xiao, and Brother Ling Tian, there are actually another two people that are able to compare with me in terms of cultivation. At this moment, Zhang Shouyang felt slight shapeless pressure, but in next to no time, he revealed a smile on his face. It seemed to have become more and more interesting. Zhang Shouyang muttered to himself. When he saw so many young geniuses with comparable cultivations to him had appeared in the dynasty martial competition, he felt the blood in his body was already starting to boil, and his entire body was filled with battle intent. Bai He is. Yi Xiao's gaze descended onto Bai Hao, and he asked the nearby Bai He with a curious expression. He's my imperial uncle's son, Bai Hao. Yi Xiao, you have to watch out if you go against him. Brother Hao's strength isn't inferior to me, said Bai He to Yi Xiao. Oh, Yi Xiao was slightly surprised when he heard this. As the Darkened Dynasty's second prince, Bai He had always had an arrogant character, and Yi Xiao knew this. But to Yi Xiao's surprise, an arrogant person like Bai He actually admitted that his cousin brother had a strength comparable to his own. At this moment, he had no choice but to look more highly upon Bai Hao. He's the second prince. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised when he heard the conversation between Yi Xiao and Bai He, and he looked at Bai He. Never had he imagined that this black-clothed young man was the second son of the Darkened Dynasty's emperor, the second prince Bai He, the expert that was equally famous with Zhang Shouyang and Yi Xiao in the Darkened Dynasty. HMPH. Duan Ling Tian had just glanced at Bai He when he was noticed by Bai He, and Bai He glanced coldly and indifferently at Duan Ling Tian as he grunted. Duan Ling Tian, I hope you don't encounter me too early on. Otherwise, even if I can't kill you, I'll surely teach you a good lesson. So that I can let you know that a little kid like you doesn't have the qualifications to be arrogant before my imperial father in the Darkened Dynasty. Duan Ling Tian was indifferent when he heard Bai He's words, and he shrugged. Second prince, since it's like this, then I'll be waiting. I only hope that you don't disappoint me. As he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian's words were filled with deliberate provocation. You're courting death. When had Bai He ever been provoked like this? His expression instantly darkened, his eyes flickered with cold lights, and he seemed to have transformed into a venomous snake that was prepared to bite Duan Ling Tian at any moment. Duan Ling Tian paid no further attention to Bai He and started observing the surroundings. Presently, besides the few existences at the 9th level void initiation stage maintaining their composure, Su Li, Long Yun, Feng Tianwu, and another 10+ people seemed to be comparatively at ease. The remaining people had swiftly utilized their origin energy and concept to resist the formidable pressure that came from the two old men. The situation in the sky above the cage battle arena clearly entered into the eyes of all the spectators present. Two void interpretation stage experts are utilizing their strength to suppress them. The two of them haven't even utilized their concept, yet have already caused most of the young geniuses to be in confusion. Of course, do you think the might of the void interpretation stage is a joke? Look, some young geniuses are unable to continue persisting. Along with spectators in the third-class spectating area discussing animatedly. Over 10 people successively had their faces flush red in the sky above the cage battle arena, and their bodies fell uncontrollably. Meanwhile, even though they'd left the area, the pressure enveloped, and their countenance had recovered slightly, yet their eyes were filled with helplessness and embarrassment. They knew clearly in their hearts that they were already eliminated. Duan Ling Tian is actually so strong. King Yang looked at Duan Ling Tian from afar with an astounded expression. Little freak. Shang Ying, who sat by King Yang's side, was speechless for a long time before spitting out these two words, in the imperial family's first-class spectating area. Even though this Duan Ling Tian is arrogant, his strength isn't bad. His cultivation seems to be able to compare with Bai He and Bai Hao. The Darken Dynasty's emperor's brows frowned slightly as he spoke with a deep voice. When he saw a little kid like Duan Ling Tian possessed such a deep cultivation, he felt a wave of displeasure in his heart. The nearby black-clothed old man had a slightly serious expression. Not only was he surprised by Duan Ling Tian's cultivation, he was surprised by the cultivation of his personal disciple Xianxia at the same time. When did Xianxia break through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage? Imperial uncle, Xianxia. The emperor had finally noticed Xianxia, who was composed like Duan Ling Tian, Bai Hao, and Bai He. Chapter 684, we still have to decide on the specific rankings. The emperor had a certain level of understanding of Xianxia. He knew that even though the personal disciple of his imperial uncle had not bad natural talent, yet it was merely not bad. In the entire Darken Dynasty, young geniuses with equal natural talent to Xianxia could be seen everywhere. Sometimes, even the emperor was unable to wrap his head around the reason why his imperial uncle didn't choose the group of young geniuses in the entire Darken Dynasty, but had instead chosen Xianxia, who came from a remote imperial kingdom, to be his personal disciple. But now, he suddenly realized that his previous thinking was undoubtedly mistaken. At this moment, Xianxia revealed a cultivation that wasn't inferior to his son or nephew. 9th level of the void initiation stage. Xianxia has actually broken though to the 9th level of the void initiation stage as well. Imperial uncle, what exactly is going on? How did Xianxia's cultivation catch up to Bai He and Bai Hao in such a short period of time? The emperor looked at the black-clothed old man as he took a deep breath and asked with slight curiosity. I don't know either. The old man shook his head, yet slight excitement seemed to have emerged in the depths of his gaze. Truthfully speaking, it was even unexpected to him when Xianxia revealed such a strong cultivation, and he felt pleasantly surprised from the bottom of his heart. Looks like the prediction of the Lord Oracle all those years ago was right. My personal disciple is from the faraway Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Xianxia is my fated personal disciple. The old man's feelings surged. All those years ago, the Feng clan's Lord Oracle, the ancestor of the Feng clan's eldest master and patriarch, had once made a prediction of his fate, and during this process, she'd given him a prediction. According to what that prediction indicated, he headed to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom at a specially appointed time and just happened to encounter Xianxia. It was precisely because of this that he'd taken Xianxia as personal disciple long ago. Even if Xianxia's later display couldn't be considered to be outstanding, but so long as he recalled the prediction of the Lord Oracle, he would once again put his entire heart and soul into teaching Xianxia. He believed that the Lord Oracle's prediction wouldn't be nonsense. Now it would seem that the prediction had come true, as the personal disciple he'd taken from his trip to the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom was extremely outstanding. The Lord Oracle is truly a divine being. Perhaps she knew long ago that Xianxia would have this future. Truthfully speaking, he was slightly perturbed in his heart when he took Xianxia as his personal disciple in the beginning. Especially the doubtful gazes from the people surrounding him had caused him to doubt the soundness of his decision on many occasions, but he persisted in the end. The facts proved that his persistence wasn't wrong. Even Imperial Uncle doesn't know. The Emperor was slightly surprised, and then he guessed. Looks like Xianxia should have obtained some fortuitous encounter recently. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to chase up to Bai He and Bei Hao in such a short amount of time. Perhaps. The black-clothed old man nodded and neither agreed nor disagreed. His gaze slowly descended onto the violet-clothed young man, and then his eyes slightly narrowed. Duan Ling Tian is the youngest amongst the young geniuses present. He seems to have already broken through to the 9th level of the void initiation stage. In the end, the old man's brows slightly frowned, and he felt slightly afraid. 9th level of the void initiation stage. This kid has really concealed his strength deeply. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, Feng Wudao shook his head and had a complicated gaze. The nearby Elder Kong had a slightly dumbstruck expression at this moment. As for the Feng clan's patriarch, he was completely stunned instead. This Duan Ling Tian is a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist. He's stronger than Yun Shang. He's still so young. Unknowingly, the gazes of most of the people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had descended in unison onto the violet-clothed figure in the sky above the cage battle arena. That figure was a violet-clothed young man, sword-shaped brows and starry eyes, and a handsome appearance. Of course, if it was only an outstanding appearance, it wouldn't be sufficient for him to become the center of attention. After all, he wasn't the only handsome young man in the sky above the cage battle arena. The part of him that attracted the gazes of everyone was his composed expression and that face that was shockingly young in the current occasion. In terms of age, amongst the over 100 young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena, it seems that only Lord Wudao's daughter is younger than this young man of the Darkstone Empire. Someone couldn't refrain from speaking out in surprise. Now, including him, there are less than 10 people that are able to maintain their composure, and it's even to the extent that he hasn't even utilized his origin energy. He's undoubtedly the youngest amongst these people that are able to maintain their composure. His natural talent in the martial Dao is truly too terrifying. I originally thought that within the younger generation of our Darken dynasty, people like the Second Prince, the Zhang clan's eldest master, and the Yi clan's eldest master were already the most outstanding figures. Now it would seem that we were looking at the sky from within a well. Yeah, besides these people, there are many black horses this time. Firstly, it's this young man from the Darkstone Empire. The second is the white-clothed young man that presided over the first phase of the dynasty martial competition yesterday, and he ought to be a young prince. The last person who's also wearing white clothes seems to be a member of the imperial family as well. The second prince and these two white-clothed young men were all recommended by the imperial family. The imperial family is going to gain great honor this time. The entire cage battle arena was in an uproar, and it seemed like a market. Right at this moment, the two old men that stood in the sky above all the young geniuses looked at each other before nodded, and then they exerted strength once more. Instantly, two extremely formidable origin energy flames skyrocketed on the bodies of the two old men once more, and they seemed to transform into circle after circle of white-colored ripples that swept out towards the surroundings with the two old men as the center. For a time, a fierce gale sprang up above the cage battle arena, and some cultivators with low cultivations were even forced to close their eyes. With the two old men as the center, the origin energy ripples that spread out ceaselessly finally collided with each other to form an exceedingly strong pressure that swept down and enveloped all the young geniuses. Instantly, the pressure endured by the young geniuses present increased greatly. Instantly, waves of shrill cries sounded out as another 10+ young geniuses were pressed down from the sky and suffered the tragic fate of elimination. At this moment, even Duan Ling Tian's expression went slightly serious, whereas Zhang Shouyang and the others were the same as well. Even up till now, all the 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses including Duan Ling Tian hadn't utilized their origin energy to resist the pressure that came from the two old men. But everyone's nerves had tensed up as they became serious, and they were no longer as carefree as before. Obviously, they felt a certain level of pressure. On the other hand, Su Li, Feng Yunshang, the other 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses, and the top figures amongst the 7th level void initiation stage martial artists like Feng Tianwu and Long Yun, had already increased the strength of their mobilized origin energy to resist the pressure that descended down upon them. Based on their actions, they seemed to be at extreme ease, and it was as if they didn't feel much pressure. Amongst the 20 people that advance in the end, besides 9th level void initiation stage and 8th level void initiation stage martial artists, there should be some 7th level void initiation stage martial artists that can advance. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed as he looked at Feng Tianwu and said via voice transmission, "Tianwu, you can do it." Feng Tianwu looked at Duan Ling Tian and nodded lightly, and extreme firmness could be seen within her pair of bright and beautiful eyes. Duan Ling Tian smiled, and he was extremely confident of Tianwu. Even though Tianwu's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the void initiation stage, the concept she'd comprehend far exceeded something ordinary 7th level void initiation stage martial artists could compare to. Tianwu was a possessor of the fire spirit body, and she possessed an innate affinity towards fire concept, causing her to comprehend it extremely swiftly. Another enormous bang sounded out, and it came from the second ripple emitted from the roiling origin energy on the two old men colliding with each other. For a time, waves of air once again covered the heavens and the earth as they swept out in the sky, and another layer of extremely strong pressure fiercely pressed onto the group of young geniuses. Subsequently, many people were eliminated. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian's body was suffused with origin energy, and it formed into an origin energy barrier that enveloped him within. No matter how the pressure from the two old men increased, Duan Ling Tian remained unmoving like a mountain. At the same time, Zhang Shouyang, Zishang, Yi Shao, Bai Hao, and Bai He formed an origin energy barrier to resist the enormous pressure that descended from above. Instantly, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared above each of them. 72 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared at the same time was a magnificent sight. 6 9th level void initiation stage martial artist. A portion of the people present had already guessed the cultivations of Duan Ling Tian and the others, yet there was a portion of people that were completely ignorant. At this moment, all of them were shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian and the others reveal their cultivations. Looks like the dynasty martial competition today will surely be extremely interesting. Supposedly, besides competing for the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, the group of young geniuses of our Darkin dynasty also have to decide on the specific rankings and win the various rewards distributed by the imperial family. Some well-informed people couldn't help but speak out. For a time, the atmosphere in the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar once again, and sharp cries of excitement rose and fell without end. In this way, it would also mean that every single one of them would have the opportunity to witness the battles amongst the top young geniuses of the Darkin dynasty. How could they not be excited? We still have to decide on the specific rankings. Duan Ling Tian clearly heard the discussion of the spectators in the cage battle arena, and he couldn't help but be slightly shocked. He originally thought that the Darkin dynasty's martial competition would be similar to the Darkstone Empire's Young Genius competition and the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's Genius competition. Only the strongest young genius had to be decided upon and there was no need to decide on specific rankings. Now it would seem that he'd guessed wrongly. Besides deciding on the people who'll acquire the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, the dynasty martial competition of the Darkin dynasty that was held today would also go a step further and decide on the rankings of the young geniuses in the Darkin dynasty. Chapter 685, 20 people. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that besides the group of young geniuses that had come from the various dynasties like him were slightly surprised, the people from the powers of the Darkin dynasty, like Feng Tianwu and Zhang Shouyang, weren't surprised and seemed as if they knew about this since long ago. Duan Ling Tian, are you confident in taking the first in the dynasty martial competition? Suddenly, a familiar voice entered Duan Ling Tian's ears via voice transmission, and it was precisely from Su Li. Duan Ling Tian looked at Su Li and shrugged before replying via voice transmission. I don't know, I believe in you. Su Li's words were filled with confidence towards Duan Ling Tian. Originally, Su Li, who'd broken through to the 8th level of the void initiation stage, thought he'd already surpassed Duan Ling Tian. Only when Duan Ling Tian entered the arena and revealed a cultivation at the 9th level of the void initiation stage did he find out that he'd been left behind by Duan Ling Tian as usual. This caused him to be unable to help from feeling bitter in his heart, and after feeling bitterness, he couldn't refrain from being happy for Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was his friend, and he hoped that Duan Ling Tian would be able to go higher and further in the path of the martial Tao. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled when he heard Su Li's practically blind confidence. His gaze quickly swept past Zhang Shouyang, Zishang, and the other 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses. He knew that these people would be his final opponents. If he wanted to acquire a better ranking in the Darkin dynasty's martial competition, then he would have to compete with these people for it. Right now, he didn't know their exact strength, and he only knew that they were 9th level void initiation stage martial artists. Another enormous bang sounded out, and it was the third ripple formed by the two old men colliding together, and it caused an even stronger pressure to sweep down. Instantly, another few people were eliminated. Numerous loud bangs continued resounding out without end, whereas, every single enormous bang would herald that the pressure that enveloped the group of young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena had increased a step further, and it caused many young geniuses to be in a sorry state as they utilized their origin energy, concept, and spirit weapons to resist this pressure. Every single time, there would be many young geniuses that were eliminated. Another enormous bang sounded out, and 5 young geniuses were eliminated. 2 of these people were familiar to Duan Ling Tian, and they were the 2 6th-level Void Initiation stage young geniuses from the Holdwen Empire. I hope all of you can hold on to the very end. The 2 young geniuses of the Holdwen Empire could be said to be acquainted with Duan Ling Tian, Long Yun, and Su Li. Even though they weren't so familiar with each other, they'd still wished them luck before leaving. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian nodded as he thanked them. After the 2 young geniuses of the Holdwen Empire returned, the Holdwen Empire's representative, the old man surnamed Lu, sighed before looking towards the nearby King Yong. King Yong, based on the current situation, if nothing unexpected happens, then at least 2 of your Darkstone Empire's members will be able to pass through this first round of the selections. The old man's tone was filled with envy. Yes, King Yong nodded. Unknowingly, his gaze had descended onto Long Yun. He was able to discern that with Duan Ling Tian and Su Li's strength, it wasn't difficult for them to pass through the first round of the selections, whereas, it seemed to be slightly strenuous for Long Yun. After all, Long Yun was only a 7th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist. Originally, Long Yun could already be considered to be extremely outstanding for possessing a cultivation at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage at his age. But everyone amongst the group of young geniuses present now were the top young experts of the Darken Dynasty, and Long Yun instead seemed slightly ordinary when amongst them. At this moment, practically all the young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena were existences at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above, and all these young geniuses were over 30 in number. Experts are really numerous like the clouds in the Darken Dynasty. Duan Ling Tian couldn't hold back his shock when he saw this scene. After all, including himself, Su Li, and Long Yun, there were less than 10 people at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage and above in the various empires. In other words, over 20 people amongst the 30-plus young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage or above were from the powers of the Darken Dynasty. The origin energy ripples emitted from the 2 old men were still colliding with each other's. Every single collision would cause an extremely strong pressure to sweep out along with the collision, and layer after layer of pressure pressed down onto the 30-plus young geniuses at the scene as it intended to eliminate another 10-plus people. However, this time, no one was eliminated. The 8th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists were still fine, but those 7th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists had practically used every ounce of strength in their bodies at this moment, as only then were they able to prevent themselves from being pressed down from the sky. Amongst the 7th-level Void Initiation stage martial artists, only Feng Tianwu and Long Yun seemed to be at ease. The spirit saber in Long Yun's hand is a grade 3 spirit saber. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. He was able to discern that the reason Long Yun could be so at ease like Tianwu was because he possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon to rely on like Tianwu. Presently, the grade 3 spirit whip Duan Ling Tian had refined for her had appeared in Tianwu's hand as she did her best to resist the pressure that descended from the sky. Because there were many people present in the sky, so the ancient horned dragon silhouettes had practically squeezed together and its owner couldn't be distinguished, so not many people noticed that something was out of the ordinary with the spirit weapons in Long Yun and Feng Tianwu's hand. Another 3 enormous bangs sounded out, and it successively resounded out after a short period of time. At the same time, only 20 people remained amongst the young geniuses in the sky of the cage battle arena. The final outcome had appeared. As soon as the results were out, Feng Tianwu put away the grade 3 spirit whip in her hand and heaved a sigh of relief, and then her gaze unintentionally descended onto the nearby Duan Ling Tian. Her pair of beautiful eyes contained tenderness that was soft as water. Compared to Long Yun, Feng Tianwu could be considered to be in a comparatively better state. After all, the fire concept she'd comprehended was stronger than Long Yun's saber concept. Long Yun's countenance seemed slightly pale, and his body was slightly trembling. Of course, Long Yun wasn't the one in the sorriest state. The people in the sorriest state were the other 7 young geniuses at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage, as it was because of their foundation being slightly better than the other young geniuses that they were able to successfully advance. These 7 young geniuses were drenched in sweat at this moment, and they breathed heavily without end, as if they'd fought 3,000 rounds with another. You 20 have advanced. Rest for half an hour. After half an hour, the second round of the selections will continue. The second round of the selections will directly compete for the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. One of the 2 old men slowly spoke out. For a time, the group of young geniuses in the sky above the cage battle arena left successively. Duan Ling Tian, I'll surely trample on you beneath my feet and wantonly trample on your pride. Before leaving, Zishang glanced viciously at Duan Ling Tian and swore in his heart. Duan Ling Tian frowned as he noticed a gaze that was like a venomous snake was staring at him with ill intentions. When he turned around to look, Duan Ling Tian noticed the figure that was heading towards the first-class spectating area that belonged to the imperial family. Zishang. With just a glance, Duan Ling Tian recognized this voice, and it was precisely the figure of the former zither young master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom. Zishang is much more mature than before. If it was him from before, he would have surely been just like Bai He from before and talk a load of nonsense before me. Now, he didn't say a single word and had instead concealed his hatred within his heart. It can be said that during these past few years, he had already changed from a wild beast that was on a rampage into a venomous snake that is laying in ambush in the shadows. When he finished thinking, Duan Ling Tian felt slight fear in his heart. If Zishang were to roar at him like a madman and speak of killing him, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't think much of it, but Zishang was so calm now, and it caused him to perceive traces of danger. For an unknown reason, he had a strong feeling subconsciously that Zishang was much more terrifying than the second Prince Bai He. Let's go back, Su Li called out to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he looked at Feng Tian Wu and laughed via voice transmission. Tian Wu, don't forget to place bets for me when I enter the arena. Don't worry, big brother Duan. Feng Tian Wu replied with beautiful dimples on her face. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian and Su Li moved side by side to head towards the second-class spectating area that the group of people from the Darkstone Empire were seated at. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian was able to notice 2 fierce gazes that were staring fixedly at him. With a slight turn of his head, Duan Ling Tian noticed the owners of these 2 gazes. Bai He, Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao probably wants to stand up for his younger brother. Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised that Bai He wanted to go against him, and his gaze descended onto Yi Xiao as he guessed in his heart. Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, Long Yun. Congratulations. After Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 returned, King Yong and all the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire congratulated Duan Ling Tian's group of 3. Congratulations. The Holdwen Empire representative that sat at the side congratulated Duan Ling Tian's group of 3 with the group of young geniuses from Holdwen Empire. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian and Su Li lightly smiled as they replied. Only Long Yun held a gloomy expression as he returned to his seat with eyes that flickered with bright lights, and what he was thinking was a mystery. Brother Ling Tian, even though I knew your strength wasn't weak, yet never had I imagined that you're actually a 9th-level Void Initiation stage martial artist. Shang Ying, who sat by King Yong's side, looked at Duan Ling Tian and sighed. Shang Ying's words aroused the same feelings in the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire. Yeah, Duan Ling Tian. I truly never imagined that you're the strongest amongst us. Looks like you were concealing your strength a year ago, right? Exactly. Didn't you conceal it a little bit too much? If you made a move a year ago, Mo Zan would probably not be able to withstand a single move. After the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire witnessed Duan Ling Tian's strength, they naturally thought that Duan Ling Tian had held back a year ago, and it was precisely because of this that Mo Zan was able to obtain the honor of #1 expert in the Darkstone Empire. Concealed my strength. The words of everyone caused the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth to twitch. 1 year ago, he's used a grade 4 spirit sword to exchange for the spirit fruit used by void-prying stage martial artists from Mo Zan. If he was capable of defeating Mo Zan at that time, would there be any need to do this? Chapter 686. I have an objection. Even though it was a mere grade 4 spirit sword that was nothing in his eyes, it wasn't to the extent of casually giving it to a stranger, right? Of course, Duan Ling Tian didn't explain further about it, yet when this scene entered into the eyes of the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, they thought Duan Ling Tian had tacitly admitted it. Amongst the 20 young geniuses that have advanced today, Duan Ling Tian sat by Su Li's side as he closed his eyes in meditation, and he thought in his heart. There is a total of 6 9th-level void initiation stage martial artists including me. Besides that, there are Su Li, Feng Yunshang, and another 3 8th-level void initiation stage martial artists. The last 9 people are 7th-level void initiation stage martial artists that include Tian Wu and Long Yun. I wonder exactly how many positions there are to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be slightly worried about Feng Tian Wu. In the past, even though he'd heard about the number of positions for Darken Dynasty young geniuses to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, but all of that was basically some rumors, and it couldn't be believed to be true. Some people said there were only 5 positions, some said there were 15 positions, some said 7, and some said 8. All in all, before the imperial family of the Darken Dynasty officially announced it, everything was possible. That martial competition of the 10 dynasties is a competition between the young geniuses of the 10 dynasties including the Darken Dynasty. Logically speaking, every dynasty wouldn't be allowed too many young geniuses, yet it was impossible for very little to be allowed either. According to my guess, it ought to be not more than 10 people. Duan Ling Tian guessed in his heart. While Duan Ling Tian closed his eyes in meditation, the entire cage battle arena was bustling with noise and excitement, and besides discussing the 20 people that had advanced, even more of them were discussing one of the young geniuses. The 6 9th-level void initiation stage experts including Duan Ling Tian were the first to be discussed. After that, the attention of everyone moved towards the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. I wonder how many positions are there to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Many people were curious. In the first-class spectating area, Feng Tian Wu silently sat on her seat and closed her eyes. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to notice that she was cultivating, and it seemed slightly like a last-minute effort. Half an hour later, the 2 old men that presided over the first round of selection earlier had flashed out successively, and they once again arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena and stood there in the sky. One of the old men spoke slowly. Next, the second round of the selections of the martial competition today will begin. The second round of the selections will decide on the strongest 10 young geniuses. These 10 young geniuses will obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that's held 1 year from now. 10 positions. Duan Ling Tian opened his eyes when he heard this, and a flowing light flashed within it. 10 positions. The gaze of Su Li who sat by his side couldn't help but light up. If there were 10 positions, then he would be confident in obtaining one. 10 positions. The nearby Long Yun frowned slightly, and he looked to be slightly unconfident. Suddenly, Long Yun's gaze descended onto Duan Ling Tian, and there seemed to be slight unwillingness and helplessness mixed deep within his gaze. After a year, he was filled with confidence and thought he would be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian in the dynasty martial competition. But unfortunately, his dreams were beautiful, yet reality was brutal. The 9th-level void initiation stage cultivation Duan Ling Tian revealed caused Long Yun to be astonished and feel slight despair arise from the depths of his heart at the same time. It turned out that while he was thinking that under the assistance of his master, he possessed a strength more formidable than Duan Ling Tian, yet Duan Ling Tian had already left him far behind once again. Meanwhile, Long Yun had a feeling as if the gods were unfair for bringing Duan Ling Tian into this world after allowing his existence to be born. In next to no time, Long Yun took a deep breath and slowly returned to his senses. 10 positions. There are a total of 6 9th-level void initiation stage martial artists including Duan Ling Tian. These 6 people are existences that are difficult for me to shake at this moment. In other words, I can only compete for one of the other 4 positions. Otherwise, I'll be fated to be unable to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Long Yun, who was originally filled with confidence, felt pressure assault him, and he was slightly unable to catch his breath. At this moment, when they heard that there were only 10 positions, the other young geniuses that had passed through the first round were both happy and worried. 20 people, 10 positions. A 50% chance. Amongst the 9 7th-level void initiation stage young geniuses that had advanced, besides Tian Wu and Long Yun who were still cultivating, all the others revealed helpless and bitter smiles. Obviously, they didn't carry too much hope. For the sake of saving time, the 6 9th-level void initiation stage young experts from the second round will directly advance. In next to no time, The old man in the sky above the cage battle arena spoke out once more. This is being done for the sake of allowing the second round of the selections to end as soon as possible. After the 10 positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties is set, the strongest 10 young geniuses will be ranked into a specific ranking. The young geniuses with high rankings will obtain generous rewards from our darkened dynasty's imperial family. Do any of the other 14 people have objections? As he finished speaking, the old man asked. Directly advance. Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up when he heard the old man. In this way, he didn't have to fight in the second round of the selections, and this was a very normal rule. Su Li, who sat at the side, glanced enviously at Duan Ling Tian. Objection. When they heard the old man, all the 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses that advanced from the first round smiled bitterly. What objection could they possibly have? A 9th level void initiation stage martial artist was sufficient to crush them in every aspect. As for the 5 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses including Su Li, besides Su Li having no objection, the other 4 people including Feng Yunxian had flickering gazes at this moment. Their gazes descended in unison onto the spectating area that the group of Darkstone Empire members were seated at. More precisely speaking, their gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, looks like some people aren't convinced of your strength. After Su Li noticed the gazes of these 4 people, he couldn't help but make fun of Duan Ling Tian. If they're not convinced, then we'll fight. Duan Ling Tian shrugged, and his eyes revealed slight cold lights. But I'm afraid they'll be unable to bear the consequences of fighting me. At the same time, billowing killing intent flashed on Duan Ling Tian's body. The others were fine and didn't notice anything, but Su Li who sat by Duan Ling Tian's side was instead able to clearly sense the terrifying killing intent, and frightful coldness emerged from the bottom of his heart. What a terrifying killing intent. Su Li glanced fearfully at Duan Ling Tian. This good friend of his that he'd known since his youth seemed to have become more and more unfathomable. Looks like even if I have master's assistance, it isn't easy for me to surpass Duan Ling Tian. Su Li couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What, Yunshang, you want to challenge Duan Ling Tian? On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, the Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tian Nan, looked at Feng Yunshang who was by his side and asked curiously. Feng Yunshang nodded lightly, as far as he was concerned. Even though Duan Ling Tian was a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist, Duan Ling Tian was too young, after all. So, Duan Ling Tian's cultivation was probably piled up by relying on a large amount of spirit fruits. Presumably, Duan Ling Tian's comprehension of concept wasn't great. The 9th level of the void initiation stage sounded frightening, but in terms of origin energy, it only surpassed the 8th level of the void initiation stage by the strength of a single ancient horned dragon. In other words, so long as Duan Ling Tian's comprehension in concept was inferior to the concept of an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist, then an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist might have a chance to defeat Duan Ling Tian. Now, based on his own inference, Duan Ling Tian's comprehension in concept ought to be inferior to him. So he wanted to challenge Duan Ling Tian. But when he thought about how Duan Ling Tian was the son-in-law of their Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, he was slightly hesitant, and his gaze unintentionally glanced at Feng Wudao. Big brother, Elder Kong. Do the two of you approve if Yunshang challenging brother Duan? Feng Tian Nan noticed Feng Yunzhang's worries, and his gaze moved to descend onto Feng Wudao and Elder Kong before asking with a slight smile. Go ahead if you're confident. Feng Wudao's reply was very straightforward. I agree with what the eldest master said. Elder Kong nodded. When he heard Feng Wudao and Elder Kong, Feng Yunzhang's gaze lit up, and he didn't have any worries any longer. Feng Yunshang stood up hurriedly and was about to speak out to challenge Duan Ling Tian, but unfortunately, he was too late. I have an objection. A slightly hoarse and unpleasant voice suddenly sounded out from one of the first-class spectating areas. Subsequently, everyone at the cage battle arena saw a figure flash out from the side of the Yi clan's patriarch, and the figure arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena in the blink of an eye. This was a young man in green clothes around the age of 37 or 38 and had an ordinary appearance. Yi Lu. Instantly, many people recognized this green-clothed young man. Yi Lu was a figure in the younger generation of the Yi clan that possessed a strength merely inferior to the eldest young master, Yi Shao. His cultivation was at the 8th level of the void initiation stage, and at the same time, he was one of the people that had advanced from the first round. Yi Lu wouldn't be intending to challenging Duan Ling Tian as well, right? Feng Yunshang frowned and sat back down in the end, and he silently watched the events unfold. On the first-class spectating area that the Yi clan members were seated at, the corners of the Yi clan's second young master, Yi Shang, curled into a cold smile, and his vicious gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, who was at the second-class spectating area below him. Duan Lingtian, so what even if you're at the 9th level of the void initiation stage? Can your concept keep up with your cultivation? Even though Yi Lu's cultivation is inferior to you, his water concept has already been comprehended to the 8th stage, and it's surely stronger than you. Just wait to be defeated by Yi Lu. Yi Shang was extremely complacent in his heart. Obviously, he didn't think Duan Lingtian had comprehended a concept to the 8th level or above, and it was even to the extent that he felt Duan Lingtian's comprehension in concept wasn't even at the 7th level. As far as he was concerned, Duan Lingtian was like a piece of fish on the chopping block before the second strongest experts in the younger generation of the Yi clan, Yi Lu, and Duan Lingtian would be at Yi Lu's mercy. What objection do you have? Feel free to speak of it. If you're not convinced with any 9th level void initiation stage young expert, feel free to challenge that person. So long as you're able to defeat that person, then he must participate in the second round of the selections along with you and the other 14 people. The old man looked at Yi Lu and spoke slowly. Chapter 687, Water Dragon Destruction. Along with Yi Lu's appearance and the old man speaking out, the surroundings of the cage battle arena were deathly silent. The gazes of many people had simultaneously descended onto Yi Lu. Yi Lu ought to be thinking of challenging that young man from the Darkstone Empire. I think so too. That young man is too young, after all. Even if his cultivation isn't bad, the concept he has comprehended ought to not be strong to any extent. Cultivation can be pushed up by spirit fruits, but concept can only be raised by relying on oneself. The spectators discussed animatedly in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. Besides Duan Lingtian, Su Li, and Long Yun, who neither agreed nor disagreed when they heard these discussions, most of the people had similar thoughts. Obviously, all of these people didn't know of the existence of concept fragments. If it was said that spirit fruits could push up a person's cultivation, then concept fragments were similarly able to push up one's comprehension of concept. The other 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses are fine, but I'm not convinced of the strength of this person from the Darkstone Empire. I want to challenge him. As expected, Yi Lu's gaze passed through the sky and flashed past the group of young geniuses from the Darkstone Empire before finally locking onto Duan Lingtian. His eyes were filled with dense battle intent. Because many people had already guessed Yi Lu's decision earlier, they weren't surprised by the outcome now. Right at this moment, the old man's gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian and he spoke slowly. This young genius from the Darkstone Empire, please come over and battle this Yi clan's young genius in a battle of life and death. Duan Lingtian didn't say anything before directly leaving his seat and soaring into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, he'd arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena to stand facing Yi Lu. Are you sure you want to challenge me? Duan Lingtian looked silently at Yi Lu before asking indifferently. What? You're afraid? Yi Lu started laughing. Afraid? Yi Lu's words caused Duan Lingtian to be unable to refrain from being stunned, and then he shook his head and laughed. Perhaps there are many people in this world that can make the current me afraid of them, but you're not amongst them. You'll change your opinion soon. Yi Lu's tone was clear and filled with confidence. Is that so? Duan Lingtian's smile remained unchanging, yet suddenly, he restrained his smile, and his expression became exceedingly cold. I'll give you a chance. There's still time for you to admit defeat now. What? Could it be that you're arrogant to the point of thinking you can kill me? Yi Lu laughed, and his laughter grew louder and louder as if he'd heard an extremely great joke. Looks like you have already made a decision. The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up like lightning, and an evil arc hung there. Earlier, when the old man had explained the rules of the second round of selections, he already had come to a decision in his heart. No matter who it was, so long as they dared challenge him, then he would surely kill the person. In this way, not only would he be able to empty out a position for Tian Wu and allow her to have a better chance of obtaining the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, he could also warn the others to make them not dare underestimate him. Stop trying to be deliberately mystifying. I won't kill you today since you're the son-in-law of Lord Wu Dao. But, I'll still defeat you and deflate your arrogance. Yi Lu shouted out with a grim voice, and the clothes he wore fluttered without the wind blowing on it. At the same time, vast origin energy suffused Yi Lu's body and enveloped him within, and he seemed as if he was within a ball of white-colored flames. Simultaneously, the energy of the heaven and earth roiled above Yi Lu to condense into 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that were vast and powerful. It wasn't just that, along with his origin energy, strands of blue-colored energy leapt up within it, and another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky. 8th level water concept. Instantly, many people present couldn't help but exclaim with surprise. Comprehending 8th level water concept at the 8th level of the void initiation stage didn't just test one's natural talent in the martial Tao, it tested one's comprehension even more. As far as many people were concerned, Yi Lu's ability of being able to attain such a state was extremely hard to come by. No wonder he dares challenge this young man from the Darkstone Empire. It turns out that he came prepared. Even though this young man is a 9th level void initiation stage martial artist, but the concept he has comprehended is probably not even at the 7th level. It's very likely that he'll lose. Looks like the Yi clan is going to be in the limelight this time. Many people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were whispering in discussion. Most people were filled with confidence towards Yi Lu as they didn't think that this young man, Duan Ling Tian, would be able to compare with Yi Lu in terms of concept comprehension. According to the thinking of ordinary people, they wouldn't think that the concept Duan Ling Tian comprehended was strong to any extent. At the same time that Yi Lu utilized his origin energy and water concept, a spear appeared out of thin air within his hands. The speak shook as origin energy swiftly fused into it, and it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. Instantly, another 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 3,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared beside the existing 19 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Yi Lu. Grade 4 spirit weapon. Instantly, many spectators in the surroundings couldn't refrain from exclaiming in surprise. Of course, even more people weren't surprised. Perhaps with Yi Lu's status in the Yi clan, it wasn't sufficient for him to possess a grade 4 spirit weapon, but it was the dynasty martial competition today, and it was related to the face of the Yi clan. Even if it was by way of lending, the Yi clan would lend a grade 4 spirit weapon to Yi Lu. No matter if Yi Lu won or lost today, it was related to the face and honor of the Yi clan, so it was impossible no matter what for the Yi clan to treat it casually. The strength of 25 ancient horned dragons and 3,800 ancient mammoths. As he gazed at the phenomenon Yi Lu brought about from utilizing his entire strength, Duan Ling Tian had a calm gaze and stood on the spot without moving like a mountain, and it was as if his expression would remain unchanged even if Mt. Tai collapsed before him. Yi Lu is attacking with his full strength right off the bat. Looks like he doesn't dare underestimate this young man from the Darkstone Empire either. On the stage that is the dynasty martial competition, no one dares be careless. Once one is careless, it's very likely that it would signify loss. Indeed, under the gazes of the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena, Yi Lu attacked. Yi Lu's spear flashed out as if it had transformed into a bolt of lightning, and its speed was so swift that some spectators with low cultivations were even unable to see Yi Lu's shadow, whereas, in the eyes of the spectators with strong cultivations, the current Yi Lu had flashed to arrive near the Darkstone Empire's Duan Ling Tian in the blink of an eye. Water Dragon Destruction. Suddenly, an explosive shout sounded out throughout the quiet cage battle arena. Under the gazes of everyone present, Yi Lu stopped moving as the spear in his hand shook, and then his roiling origin energy roared as it shot out with the 8th level water concept follow it like a shadow. Yi Lu's hand shook and the grade 4 spirit spear in his hand that was coiled with origin energy that contained water concept seemed to have transformed into a water dragon that pierced towards Duan Ling Tian. Instantly, the exceedingly terrifying force on the tip of the spear pressed onto the sky to the point the airflow in the surroundings pulsed and emitted a wave of low sounds of exploding, and it was as if a water dragon was emitting a wave of dragon roars. Your martial skill isn't bad, but unfortunately, you're too weak. Right when many people broke out in cold sweat for Duan Ling Tian's faint voice slowly resounded out and spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. Right when everyone couldn't help but be stunned, they saw Duan Ling Tian move. He didn't dodge but instead flashed out to intercept the grade 4 spirit spear Yi Lu pierced over that seemed like a water dragon leaving its cave. Is Duan Ling Tian courting death? When they saw this scene, many people felt their scalps go numb and felt that Duan Ling Tian's actions were no different than suicide. The spear of another was flashing over with full fury, yet you're using your body to intercept it. Wasn't this courting death? Of course, the gazes of many people lit up and seemed to have seen through Duan Ling Tian's intentions. Since you're seeking death, then you can't blame me. When he saw that not only did Duan Ling Tian not dodge but instead moved to intercept him, Yu Lu revealed a frenzied expression as the spirit spear in his hand shook and the condensed energy on the tip of his spear instantly exploded out. This was the high-grade earth rank martial skill that he was executing, Water Dragon Destructions, trump card. It used condensed energy to transform into a water dragon, and at the instant it arrived close to the opponent, it would explode. It utilized its formidable collision force and even explosive force to heavily injure and even annihilate the opponent in one go. At almost the exact same instant that the energy on the tip of Yi Lu's spirit spear exploded out, many of the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had subconsciously stood up. Duan Ling Tian. There was no lack of people that knew Duan Ling Tian amongst them, like King Yang, Shang Ying, and Su Li. Of course, there were also some people like Feng Wudao, Elder Kong, and Zhang Shouyang who knew Duan Ling Tian that still maintained their composure, and it was as if they were filled with confidence towards Duan Ling Tian. If he can't even defeat Yi Lu, then this Duan Ling Tian doesn't have the qualifications to be my opponent. The corners of the second prince, Bai He's, mouth curled into a cold smile. Duan Ling Tian. Zishang stared concentrated at the scene before him, and he seemed as if he wasn't willing to miss the slightest detail. He wanted to see to what extent his enemy of the past had grown to. Under the gazes of everyone present, at the instant the energy on the tip of the grade 4 spirit spear in Yi Lu's hand exploded, Duan Ling Tian made a move. People with deep cultivations were able to notice that with a raise of Duan Ling Tian's hand, a violet colored sword light flashed by. In the next moment, a jarring sound of weapons colliding resounded out abruptly, and it spread throughout the cage battle arena, causing many spectators with low cultivations to flush red, and some even bled from their 7 apertures and cried out loudly. Subsequently, many people saw that Duan Ling Tian seemed to have appeared out of thin air behind Yi Lu. Right when they were surprised and bewildered, the grade 4 spirit spear in Yi Lu's hand instantly slipped out and fell down to the cage battle arena. At the same time, those with discerning gazes were able to see fresh blood was dripping ceaselessly from the hand that Yi Lu held his spear with, and as it fell through the sky, it was dazzling and resplendent like numerous beautiful red roses. Chapter 688, Slitting the Throat with a Single Strike. At the instant that the spirit spear fell, the origin energy and water concept on Yi Lu's body went out along with it, and his entire body fell straight towards the ground. Under numerous astonished gazes, Yi Lu fiercely fell onto the iron cage that covered the cage battle arena, and he was suspended just like that on the iron cage in midair. For a time, the scene was deathly silent. The fresh blood on Yi Lu's body was still ceaselessly dripping, and it dripped onto the cage battle arena and sprayed into numerous beautiful and resplendent roses. In next to no time, everyone was able to notice that Yi Lu was completely devoid of movement and signs of life at this moment. Because of their angle, the crowd of spectators on the eastern spectating area were able to clearly see that Yi Lu's blood was flowing from his throat, and there was a long and narrow injury on it. It's a sword mark. His throat was slit with a single strike. A one-hit kill. Yi Lu's throat was sliced open with a single strike. Instantly, many people on the eastern spectating areas couldn't refrain from exclaiming in surprise. In next to no time, the feelings of shock started spreading from the eastern spectating area and spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. For a time, practically everyone knew that the second strongest expert in the Yi clan's younger generation, Yi Lu, was killed with a single strike to the throat by the Darkstone Empire's Duan Ling Tian. What a swift sword! I'm an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist at any rate, yet I was still unable to clearly see the trace left behind by his sword when Duan Ling Tian attacked earlier. If you're able to discern it, then Yi Lu probably would be able to as well. In that way, he wouldn't have died. He seemed to have attacked Yi Lu once after he blasted back the grade 4 spirit spear in Yi Lu's hand. This is even more terrifying. The speed of his attack is too swift. The ancient horned dragon silhouettes weren't even in time to condense completely into form. Sounds of discussion rose and fell in the entire cage battle arena, and most people were shocked by the speed that Duan Ling Tian attacked. Even though Duan Ling Tian had fought a battle, yet no one knew exactly how great his strength was. Because he only used a single sword strike to kill his opponent, and it was a sword strike that was swift to the limit. Because the phenomenon of ancient horned dragon silhouettes hadn't completely condensed into form, so even the void interpretation stage experts present that possessed unique gazes were unable to know exactly how strong Duan Ling Tian was. They could only rely on their own guesses. This Duan Ling Tian's strength is much stronger than Yi Lu. When he attacked, there seemed to be more than a single concept. I vaguely heard a wave of the sound of lightning and wind, and it ought to be both wind concept and lightning concept used together. On the first class, spectating area that belongs solely to the imperial family, the black-clothed old man spoke with a slightly serious expression. I heard it as well. The Darken Dynasty's emperor that sat beside the old man nodded, and then his gaze descended onto the violet-clothed young man that stood in the sky above the cage battle arena. As expected of Feng Wudao's son-in-law, he's extraordinary, as expected. Now, the emperor was able to understand why Duan Ling Tian was able to possess such arrogance when facing him. Duan Ling Tian was a peerless genius with a proud and unyielding character, and he wouldn't bend before anyone. Two concepts. The old man's words caused the nearby Bai He's expression to go slightly grim. After all, even he had only comprehended a single concept, and an advanced force. The time and energy needed to be spent in order to comprehend two types of concepts was something that was difficult for him to imagine. Duan Ling Tian's comprehension ability is actually so strong. Bai He stared at Duan Ling Tian with eyes that were filled with envy, and at the same time, his gaze flickered with cold lights as he muttered and guessed. But since he utilized two types of concept, I presume none of his concepts have attained the 9th level. Otherwise, he would utterly have no need of utilizing the second concept to kill Yi Lu. Duan Ling Tian, I'll defeat you for sure. Even when he found out that Duan Ling Tian had comprehended two concepts, Zisheng wasn't afraid in the slightest, and the depths of his burning gaze seemed to contain flames that leapt about and were waiting for a chance to swallow Duan Ling Tian up. Amongst the people of the imperial family, only Bai Hai alone was comparatively more composed. After a trace of astonishment flashed within the depths of Bai Hao's gaze when he saw Duan Ling Tian's display, he didn't make any further movement, on the first-class spectating area that belonged solely to the Feng clan. The Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tian Nan, was completely dumbstruck as he looked at the distant violet-clothed young man with disbelief. Never had he imagined that the strength of this violet-clothed young man would actually be so terrifying. From the beginning until the end, killing an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist that had comprehended 8th level concept was as simple as killing a chicken and cutting grass. Eldest master, look, that Yi clan patriarch's face has turned black. Ha 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 ha, but unfortunately, the young miss is at the critical moment of her cultivation and is unable to see this battle. Otherwise, she would surely be happy for brother Duan. The nearby elder Kong looked at Feng Wudao who was by his side as he laughed happily. He probably had the intention of making way for Tian Wu by killing Yi Lu. Feng Wudao didn't look at the Yi clan's patriarch, and his calm gaze descended onto the violet-clothed figure in the distance as he muttered with a light voice. Looks like brother Duan cares about the young miss very much. Elder Kong smiled. At this moment, Feng Yunshang who sat by the side of Feng Tian Nan had a slightly stiff appearance, and the depths of his eyes even emitted a sheen of feeling lucky from surviving a disaster. He could imagine that if it wasn't for Yi Lu challenging Duan Ling Tian a step before him, then the person who was dead now wouldn't be Yi Lu, and it would instead be him, Feng Yunshang. At this instant, Feng Yunshang felt the clothes on his back become completely wet from his cold sweat, and the feeling of almost losing his life was something he'd felt for the first time. As expected of the eldest master's son-in-law, this cultivation is far from something I can compare to. Feng Yunshang took a deep breath, and when he looked at Duan Ling Tian once more, his gaze seemed to contain slight fear. At this moment, the Yi clan's patriarch that sat on another first-class spectating area had an extremely unsightly expression at this moment. Yi Lu was the second strongest expert in the younger generation of their Yi clan, and now that he was killed, it also meant that their Yi clan had lost a future void interpretation stage expert. To any power within the Darken Dynasty, a void interpretation stage expert was someone who played a decisive role. Duan Ling Tian, the Yi clan's patriarch revealed a gaze of hatred as he stared fixedly at Duan Ling Tian, and he wished for nothing more than to transform into a wild beast that swallowed Duan Ling Tian alive. Impossible, impossible, how could this Duan Ling Tian possibly be so strong? How could this be possible? The Yi clan's second young master, Yi Shang, shook his head ceaselessly as he was unwilling to believe that everything before his eyes was real. I'm surely dreaming, I'm surely dreaming. Enough. Yi Xiao who sat nearby seemed to feel Yi Shang was too noisy, and he frowned as he shouted out in a low voice. Instantly, Yi Shang was frightened and stopped muttering to himself. Brother, Yi Lu is dead. After a short moment, Yi Shang returned to his senses, and he looked at Yi Xiao with an extremely unsightly expression. I'll take revenge for Yi Lu. Yi Xiao's expression was as normal, and up until now, Yi Xian didn't reveal the slightest fluctuation in feelings as if he was an outsider. Yi Zhang's sorrowful and enraged eyes contained a trace of the light of hope when he heard this. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian. In the third-class spectating area of the cage battle arena, the crowd was in an uproar and shouted Duan Ling Tian's name loudly. Duan Ling Tian stood in the sky above the cage battle arena, and as he heard the shouting that entered his eyes, he lowered his head to look toward for a while before lightly shaking his head. The current me seems to be no different than that great celebrity that were chased after in the earth of my previous life. Before he left, Duan Ling Tian grinned and looked around in his surroundings as he spoke with a sonorous voice. If there are still people that are unconvinced of my strength, I welcome you to continue challenging me. Needless to say, Duan Ling Tian was extremely arrogant now, but the people present didn't think anything bad about Duan Ling Tian because of this. This was because he'd used his strength to prove that he had the ability to be arrogant. For a time, besides Su Li and Feng Tian who was still cultivating, the remaining 13 young geniuses couldn't help but reveal a bitter expression. Challenge Duan Ling Tian. Isn't that courting death? The warning of their predecessor's failure was still hanging on the iron cage of the cage battle arena. Yi Lu's corpse seemed as if it was constantly warning them to not rashly challenge Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian, I truly never imagined that not only has your cultivation risen, even your comprehension in concept had attained such a level. You deserve being the #1 genius in the history of our Darkstone Empire. King Yong was excited to the point of slightly losing his composure when Duan Ling Tian returned to the spectating area that everyone from the Darkstone Empire sat at. When I saw Brother Ling Tian that day, I'd perceived that Brother Ling Tian was extraordinary. Brother Duan's elegant demeanor today has caused me to be filled with admiration. Shang Ying, who was by King Yong's side, spoke out as well. King Yong, Pavilion Master Shang, you're too kind. Duan Ling Tian spoke modestly. Duan Ling Tian, nice. After Duan Ling Tian returned to his seat and sat down, he saw Su Li give him a thumbs up. It was just an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled, and he didn't feel that killing an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist was something worth being complacent about. It was just an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist. The corners of Su Li's mouth twitched when he heard Duan Ling Tian's casual words, and then he had a bitter smile on his face. In terms of cultivation and concept, Yi Lu who'd fought Duan Ling Tian earlier was comparable to him. Perhaps, by relying on the formidable offensive strength of his sword concept, it would be sufficient to suppress Yi Lu, yet it was extremely difficult for him to truly defeat Yi Lu. Of course, this didn't mean that he was unable to defeat Yi Lu. So long as he utilized the grade 3 spirit sword that his master gave him, then killing Yi Lu wouldn't be a difficult matter. Brother Ling Tian, you're formidable. The representative of the Holdwin Empire looked at Duan Ling Tian and wasn't the slightest bit stingy with his words of praise. Yeah, you're formidable. Brother Ling Tian, with your strength, you'll surely be able to show extraordinary talent during the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that's a year from now. The entire group of young geniuses from the Holdwin Empire followed the old man to flatter Duan Ling Tian, and they weren't the slightest bit stingy with their words of praise. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian's strength had shocked them, it caused them to feel reverence that came from the bottoms of their hearts. Chapter 689, 9th Level Sword Concept. At the same time, the representatives of many emperors had come over one by one to warmly greet King Yong. Of course, King Yong knew his own ability and knew that their interests weren't in him, and their final objective was to get acquainted with Duan Ling Tian. Presently, not only was Duan Ling Tian the son-in-law of the Feng clan's eldest master, he was even a monstrous genius in the martial Dao that possessed a terrifying strength, and it was sufficient to make the representatives of the various empires look up at him and exhaust their efforts to curry favor with him. Duan Ling Tian originally wanted to disregard the representatives of the various empires, but for the sake of not making it difficult on King Yong, Duan Ling Tian responded to every representative of the various empires with a slight smile, and by the time he'd greeted all of them, he felt his face had become stiff from smiling. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief after the representatives of the various empires left. No matter if it was his past life or his current, this sort of social courtesy annoyed him the most. Fame brings trouble for men just like fat does for pigs. This saying isn't wrong in the slightest. You're taking pleasure in my misfortune. Duan Ling Tian glared angrily at the nearby Su Li when he saw Su Li was laughing to himself. Only now did Su Li stop laughing, and then he changed the topic. Duan Ling Tian, do you think the other 3 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists will issue a challenge to the other 5 9th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses? A total of 6 9th level Void Initiation Stage young geniuses had appeared during the Dynasty Martial competition this time, and the reason Su Li said 5 was because Duan Ling Tian had just revealed his strength and proven himself. So as far as Su Li was concerned, it was impossible for the other 3 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artists to challenge Duan Ling Tian unless they weren't afraid of death, so they could only choose from the other 5 people. How would I know? Duan Ling Tian shook his head. Aren't you an 8th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist? What, you don't intend to challenge a 9th level Void Initiation Stage martial artist? There's no need. Su Li shrugged and grinned. There are 10 positions at any rate. Now that the Yi clan's Yi Lu has died, the competition has grown smaller, and I have the confidence to obtain a position. Since it's like this, then why should I go waste my strength? When did you become so lazy? Duan Ling Tian was speechless when he heard this. Of course, he believed that with Su Li's strength and the grade 3 spirit sword in Su Li's possession that came from Su Li's master, even if Yi Lu didn't die, it wouldn't be a difficult thing for Su Li to obtain one of the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Looks like there really is someone who wants to issue a challenge. I wonder who his target is. Su Li's gaze that looked into the distance lit up abruptly. Duan Ling Tian followed along Su Li's gaze to look over when he heard this. In the distance, a thin figure instantly flew to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena, and he drew the attention of everyone in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. This was a young man around the age of 35, his expression dark, and he seemed to give others the feeling that he was undernourished, yet his eyes were bright to the point they were like a pair of dazzling stars. It's the Dark Moon sect's number 1 disciple in the inner court, Feng Yu 1. He's the head disciple of the Dark Moon sect, Feng Yu. This Feng Yu is a sword cultivator. Supposedly, his sword is even swifter than a bolt of lightning, and it's swift to the point that he kills without spilling blood. Many people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena recognized the thin young man, Feng Yu, the number 1 disciple in the inner court of the Darken Dynasty's Dark Moon sect and the head disciple of the Dark Moon sect. In the Dark Moon sect, Feng Yu could be said to be an outstanding talent in the martial Dao that was respected by all, and coupled with him being the personal disciple of the Dark Moon sect's leader, he'd long since been decided upon, yet not announced as the selected person to become the next generation's sect leader. Killing without spilling blood, Duan Ling Tian and Su Li looked at each other before shaking their heads and laughing when they heard the discussions of some people. They were similarly capable of killing without spilling blood. Of course, if one wanted to achieve this, it required spending much more complicated effort than killing people as they would ordinarily, so it could be said to be an arduous, but fruitless task. So they usually couldn't be bothered to do that. As far as they were concerned, that was only a fancy method of killing. Presently, so long as it was someone who possessed formidable strength, practically all of them weren't surprised by this ability of Feng Yu's, because they were similarly capable of achieving it. So long as one possessed sufficient strength and speed, killing another without spilling blood wasn't a difficult thing. I wonder who this Feng Yu will challenge, said Su Li. It should be Zishang. Even though Feng Yu didn't look towards any of the 9th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses after appearing in the sky above the cage battle arena, Duan Ling Tian still made his guess. Zishang, that person from the Darken Dynasty's imperial family. I saw Long Yun staring fixedly at him as if Long Yun knew him. Su Li's face was filled with bewilderment. Moreover, I keep having the feeling that this name is slightly familiar. It seems as if I've heard it somewhere. Do you know about the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom? Duan Ling Tian smiled as he asked. Of course. Su Li nodded. Long Yun is ranked at the end amongst the 5 great young masters. But with his current strength, he ought to be the strongest existence amongst the 5 great young masters. Including Long Yun, Su Li had met 4 of the 5 great young masters. They were respectively Crazy Young Master who was ranked at the top, Flame Young Master who was ranked the second, and Sword Young Master who was ranked at the 4th. Suddenly, Su Li's eyes lit up as if he'd recalled something. I remember now. Zither Young Master. Zither Young Master who's ranked the 3rd amongst the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom seems to be called Zishang. Exactly, it's him. Duan Ling Tian nodded. I said earlier that Long Yun ought to be the strongest existence amongst the 5 great young masters now. But I never imagined that I've slapped my own face in the blink of an eye. I truly never expected that there's actually someone amongst the 5 great young masters who acquired fortuitous encounters that surpassed Long Yun. As he finished speaking, Su Li couldn't help but sigh. He'd heard of the zither young master, Xianxia, and according to rumor, zither young master's natural talent wasn't much superior to Long Yun. As far as Su Li was concerned, since Xianxia was able to possess this cultivation at the 9th level of the void initiation stage today, Xianxia had surely obtained some fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Xianxia to advance so quickly. In Su Li's opinion, the fortuitous encounter he and Long Yun obtained were already considered to be extremely good, but when compared with Duan Ling Tian and Xianxia, it seemed to be quite inferior. Feng Yu, who do you want to challenge? In the sky above the cage battle arena, the old man asked Feng Yu. At the same time, Feng Yu slowly raised his head, and his gaze directly descended onto the first-class spectating area that belonged to the imperial family before flashing past the 3 young figures. All these 3 young men were young geniuses at the 9th level of the void initiation stage. The young geniuses of the imperial family had occupied an entire half of the amount of 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses in the dynasty martial competition today, and the imperial family could be said to be in the limelight. Feng Yu wants to challenge the young geniuses recommended by the imperial family. Instantly, many people cried out with low voices. Amongst the 3 young geniuses of the imperial family, the strength of second prince is something that anyone from the Darken dynasty knows very well. So Feng Yu probably won't challenge second prince, whereas, the other 2 people are unfamiliar faces. Both the other 2 people are wearing white clothes. One of the one-clothed young men is that person that presided over the first phase of the martial competition yesterday. This person's cultivation is surely not weak. Of course, otherwise, the imperial family wouldn't make him preside over the dynasty martial competition yesterday. Endless discussions sounded out in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, and all of them were guessing who Feng Yu's target would be. In the end, the gazes of most people descended onto the white-colored figure that was the most unfamiliar to them. This person and the second prince, Bai He, sat at both sides of the drop-dead gorgeous beauty. HMPH. When he noticed the numerous gazes from the surroundings, Xianxia's expression sank slightly, as this feeling of being looked down upon caused him to feel displeased. I challenge him. In the end, Feng Yu chose his target. It was just like most of the people present had guessed, the target Feng Yu chose to challenge was Xianxia. Xianxia, you must try hard. If you're defeated by an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist, then not only are you losing face for yourself, you're also losing face for Imperial Granduncle and our Darken Dynasty's Imperial family. Bai He looked at Xianxia and mocked via voice transmission. Because Ziyan, who he'd always admired, was sitting by his side, he didn't dare directly speak these words and could only mock Xianxia via voice transmission. He liked Ziyan, yet he disliked her older brother, Xianxia, extremely. Precisely speaking, he looked down upon Xianxia from the bottom of his heart. Don't worry, second prince, I'll absolutely not lose face for my master and the imperial family. Xianxia took a deep breath and suppressed the rage in his heart when he heard Bai He's voice transmission, and he refused to admit being inferior. Then I'll wait and see. Bai He nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled into a ridiculing smile. Big brother, good luck. Ziyan's beautiful face was slightly red as she cheered Xianxia on. Xianxia nodded at Ziyan with a tender expression before gesturing at his master and the emperor, and then he flew into the sky to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena to stand in confrontation with Feng Yu. Darkmoon Sect, Feng Yu. Feng Yu's eyes that were bright like stars stared fixedly at Xianxia, who stood in confrontation with him as he spoke slowly. Xianxia spoke indifferently. You seem to be a member of the imperial family. Or perhaps it's I who possess limited information and knowledge, yet I've never seen nor heard of you in the past. Feng Yu said, in the past, I only knew that the imperial family had a second prince, and he's one of the 3 great young experts of our Darken dynasty. Even you said so, that was the past. Xianxia's tone was flat, yet so long as it was an attentive person, they would be able to discern a trace of proud and overbearing arrogance within that flat tone. Looks like you're extremely confident of your own strength. But, I'm not an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist that's as weak as the earlier Yi Lu. As Feng Yu spoke, the origin energy on his body pulsated, and at the same time, a peerlessly sharp aura instantly stretched out within his origin energy, sword concept. Instantly, the origin energy on Feng Yu's body flawlessly merged with his sword concept to transform into a sword-shaped flame that enveloped his entire body within, causing him to seem as if he'd transformed into a sword. In the sky above Feng Yu, 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared first before another 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared subsequently. 9th level sword concept. Duan Ling Tian's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he saw this scene. 1 TL note: he isn't a member of the Feng clan. It's a case of different words having the same pinyin. Chapter 690, Xianxia displaying his skill. Feng Yu has actually comprehended 9th level sword concept. He deserves to be called the publicly acknowledged number 1 sword cultivator in the younger generation of our Darken dynasty. He's extraordinary as expected. His cultivation is merely at the 8th level of the void initiation stage, yet he has already comprehended 9th level sword concept. Feng Yu's strength is even stronger than the Yi clan's Yi Lu that was killed earlier. While Duan Ling Tian was surprised, the entire cage battle arena had gone into an uproar, as all of them were shocked by the 9th level sword concept that Feng Yu utilized. 9th level sword concept. It wasn't rare, yet it was sufficient to be shocking when an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist comprehended such a concept. Such comprehension ability was truly monstrous. 9th level sword concept. Duan Ling Tian noticed that Su Li who sat by his side was staring fixedly at Feng Yu now with a gaze that was filled with burning battle intent. Obviously, as a sword cultivator, Su Li had aroused battle intent towards Feng Yu. Feng Yu's strength isn't bad, but he's older to Su Li by 7 or 8 years. So, based on current circumstances, he's inferior to Su Li in terms of natural talent and comprehension ability. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Of course, Duan Ling Tian knew as well that there was no lack of assistance from the mysterious master behind Su Li that allowed Su Li to obtain such a great advancement within such a short period of time. Perhaps, in the course of Su Li's cultivation, there was utterly no lack of spirit fruits. Even if it was sword concept fragments, Su Li similarly had no lack for them. Su Li, are you confident in defeating him? Duan Ling Tian laughed via voice transmission. If I don't utilize my grade 3 spirit sword, then I'm not a match for him. If I utilize my grade 3 spirit sword, then he'll lose for sure. Su Li replied via voice transmission. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian noticed that when Feng Yu utilized his origin energy in 9th level sword concept, a spirit sword that was coiled with origin energy had appeared in his hand. At the same time, another 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 3,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared in the sky above Feng Yu. Grade 4 spirit sword. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised as he vaguely guessed where Su Li's confidence came from. In terms of cultivation, Su Li and Feng Yu were comparable. In terms of sword concept, Su Li was inferior by a level, and it was an ancient horned dragon worth of strength difference. In terms of spirit sword, the spirit sword in Su Li's possession was a grade higher than the spirit sword in Feng Yu's possession, and it provided Su Li with more than a single ancient horned dragon worth of strength. In terms of combined strength, Su Li surpassed Feng Yu slightly. Of course, it wasn't much. Normally speaking, if the two of them were to really fight a bloody battle, then they would surely be on par and find it difficult to decide on a victor. But when he thought of the strong confidence that Su Li revealed earlier, Duan Ling Tian believed that Su Li surely had the confidence to win for sure, or perhaps Su Li had an ability or method to assure his victory. Su Li's master was a sword cultivating expert from the foreign lands that had studied the Tao of sword cultivating for many years. Perhaps he'd already taught Su Li some formidable methods that belonged to sword cultivators. All these abilities were derived from sword skill, yet they surpassed the sword skills themselves. For example, if a high-grade earth-ranked sword skill were to be studied a step further by an expert that was proficient in the path of sword cultivating, the expert would perhaps be able to derive many things from it. It was even to the extent that they were capable of perfecting the sword skill to the point of being almost a heaven-ranked sword skill. Duan Ling Tian, do you think Feng Yu can defeat Xianxia? Su Li asked suddenly. Duan Ling Tian's gaze locked onto the two people in the sky above the cage battle arena. At this moment, Feng Yu held the sword with a single hand as 26 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 3,800 ancient mammoth silhouettes surrounded him from the sky like a host of stars surrounding the moon. It wasn't just that, the raging origin energy on Feng Yu's body had converged together to form a vast sword-shaped flame that enveloped his entire body, causing his to seem to have transformed into a sharp sword. Compared to the current Feng Yu, Xianxia stood there like an ordinary person. Not a trace of origin energy could be seen on Xianxia. Xianxia stared at Feng Yu with a calm gaze, and then he finally spoke slowly. In reply to Feng Yu's question from before, so what if you're stronger than Yi Lu? In my eyes, No matter if it's him or you, you're both ants. I don't care about the strength between ants. Xianxia's tone was extremely calm, yet the contempt it contained caused many people to be stunned. What do you think now? Duan Lingtian looked at Su Li and didn't directly answer Su Li's question but instead asked a question in reply. Looks like he's a monster just like you. Su Li sensed the confidence in Xianxia's words, and he shook his head and laughed bitterly. Xianxia is really confident. He actually takes Feng Yu to be an ant. I wonder if he really possesses strength, or is being deceiving. His age is obviously slightly younger than Feng Yu. Could it be that he has comprehended 9th level concept as well? So long as he isn't being deceiving, then it's very likely that he has comprehended 9th level concept. The atmosphere of the cage battle arena that had calmed down once again rose into an uproar because of Xianxia's words. Some people felt that Xianxia was being deceiving, yet there were also some people that felt Xianxia really possessed strength. Ant. Feng Yu's expression darkened as the sword-shaped flames on his body skyrocketed slightly, and his eyes squinted with a fierce gaze as his gaze that was like a sword stared at Xianxia. You take me to be an ant? As the head disciple of the number 1 sect in the Darken Dynasty, the Dark Moon sect, Feng Yu possessed arrogance and dignity of his own. Today, he was belittled by someone who wasn't well known in the Darken Dynasty in the past. This caused the killing intent in the depths of his heart to grow ceaselessly, and in the end, he was unable to restrain it any longer, causing it to gush out. Shocking killing intent flashed ceaselessly within Feng Yu's eyes. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I'll spare your life. Xianxia paid no attention to what Feng Yu said, and he stood in the sky, his clothes fluttering without any wind blowing upon him, as he looked calmly at Feng Yu and spoke slowly, kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Xianxia's words caused the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena to be unable to refrain from going into an uproar. Isn't Xianxia too arrogant? He actually wants the Dark Moon sect's head disciple, Feng Yu, to beg for forgiveness before him. He's thinking wishfully. I'm more and more unable to see through him. Does Xianxia really possess strength or is he being deceiving? The confusion in the eyes of the surrounding crowd of spectators grew deeper and deeper, whereas, even more people were instead anticipating how the events would progress. Imperial Uncle, looks like this disciple of yours is very confident of his strength. On the spectating area that belongs solely to the Imperial family, the Darken Dynasty's emperor glanced at the black-clothed old man by his side and smiled. Confidence is a good thing. When the old man spoke, he had a calm face that was calm like an ancient well. HMPH. Xianxia, I hope you don't slap yourself in the face. The corners of Baihe's mouth curled into a wisp of a sneer. At this moment, the expressions of the higher-ups of the Dark Moon sect were extremely unsightly. Xianxia's contempt and humiliation towards their Dark Moon sect's head disciple was no different than humiliating the Dark Moon sect. Want to take my life? That will depend on if you have the ability. In the sky above the cage battle arena, Feng Yu was completely enraged and couldn't restrain his rage any longer, and his figure flashed out to seem to transform into a sharp sword that brought about a wave of terrifying waves of air that pierced towards Xianxia. At the same time, Feng Yu's body flashed out. The grade 4 spirit sword pulsated before him and transformed into 9 grayish sword lights in the end, and they were like shadows as they flashed out along with him to aim directly towards Xianxia's vital points. Under his extreme rage, he'd struck a killing blow. It's the Dark Moon sect's high-grade Earth rank sword skill, 9 vassal demon swords. Instantly, there were people that recognized the sword skill Feng Yu executed. The 9 vassal demon sword was a sword skill with extremely shocking offensive ability. Once it was executed, not only would one seem as if one had transformed into a sword, even the spirit sword in one's hand would transform into 9 fierce and swift sword lights that were mobilized forward by one's own speed. Its offensive ability was strong and its speed wasn't weak. Amongst the various high-grade Earth-ranked sword skills, the 9 vassal demon sword could be considered to be a first-rate sword skill. The 9 grayish sword lights moved like shadow, and they caused waves of ear-piercing sword howls as they swept towards Xianxia. At this instant, the hearts of the surrounding spectators couldn't help but rise to their throats as they gazed concentrated at the development of the events before them. The following scene was something they anticipated extremely. Zither young master looks to really be much stronger. Duan Lingtian's attention had always been on Xianxia. He noticed that from the beginning until the end, Xianxia had a carefree expression that wouldn't change even if Mt. Tai collapsed before him, and it was as if Xianxia utterly didn't take Feng Yu seriously. He ought to make a move now. When he saw the 9 sword lights were about to pierce through Xianxia's body, Duan Ling Tian was shocked in his heart. Practically at the instant Duan Ling Tian's thought it emerged, Zishang made a move. Duan Ling Tian saw a white bolt of lightning flash by, and in the next moment, Zishang's had already soared into the sky to arrive at a higher point. At the same time, a seemingly ancient and simple zither had appeared in Zishang's hands. It isn't that zither from all those years ago. With a single glance, Duan Ling Tian discerned that this zither wasn't the zither Zishang used in the past. This zither is a grade 4 spirit weapon. At practically the exact instant that Zishang soared into the sky, the 9 sword lights that Feng Yu executed had followed Zishang to soar into the sky and flashed towards Zishang once more. Those 9 sword lights seemed as if they had grown eyes, and they continued to flash towards the vital points on Zishang's body. They seemed as if they wouldn't stop before killing Zishang. It's over. Amongst these numerous ear-piercing sword howls, Zishang's calm voice sounded out. In the next moment, the people with deep cultivations were able to clearly see Zishang's hand pluck a string on the zither in his hand, and then his hand shook abruptly. Instantly, a strand of material origin energy shot out from the tip of Zishang's finger that plucked the zither string, and accompanying this strand of origin energy was a strand of azure energy and fiery red energy. Suddenly, the sound of a zither that was ear-piercing and displeasing instantly resounded out, and it suppressed the waves of sword howls that rose and fell without end. So fast. After Duan Ling Tian saw the zither string being plucked by Zishang and the tiny origin energy light that instantly flashed out swiftly, he was shocked greatly in his heart. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian felt something flash before his eyes. In the next moment, the figure that soared into the sky and charged at Zishang with full fury had stopped for a moment before continuing to charge into the sky. Chapter 691, Self-Destruction. At this moment, Feng Yu's pupils were completely dilated, and he was brought up into the sky by momentum. The origin energy on his body had gone out instantly. The 9th level sword insight had vanished without a trace, whereas, the 9 sword lights executed by the sword skill, 9 vassal demon sword, had vanished along with the origin energy and concept. Feng Yu was completely without any trace of life. When faced with Feng Yu who was brought flying up into the sky by momentum, Zishang unhurriedly moved to the side after putting away his zither. After charging up for some time, Feng Yu's speed gradually reduced and then stopped, and then Feng Yu's body plunged down before crashing heavily onto the cage that enveloped the cage battle arena, following in the footsteps of the Yi clan's Yi Lu to hang atop the iron cage. Unlike Yi Lu, even though Feng Yu had died, there wasn't a trace of blood on his body, and it was as if he'd instantly died an unnatural death. For a time, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar. Of course, the people that were in an uproar were those with comparatively weak cultivations. Can anyone tell me if they were fucking acting? Zishang only plucked the zither a single time and Feng Yu is dead. Moreover, he died without spilling blood. Killing without spilling blood, isn't this Feng Yu's ability? He was killed now, yet actually didn't spill blood as well. Could it be that this is karma? Has Feng Yu really died? Why do I feel that it seems fake? Have any of you seen someone pluck a zither once and kill another? Many spectators couldn't help but shook questioning gazes towards the corpse of Feng Yu that hung on the cage atop the cage battle arena. Feng Yu is indeed dead. Meanwhile, one of the old men that were in charge of presiding over the second round of the selections announced. The old man's words were something that the group of spectators would naturally not doubt. He's really dead. Zishang is too terrifying, right? He only plucked his zither and Feng Yu died. Not only does Zishang kill without spilling blood, he kills imperceptibly. Exactly. Even if Feng Yu killed another, he would need to utilize his sword. But Zishang seemed as if he utterly didn't require any weapons and was able to kill people imperceptibly. Many spectators whispered in discussions, and when they looked at Zishang once again, their eyes revealed slight terror. Of course, not everyone's thoughts were similar to these spectators. When all was said and done, the reason these spectators felt that Zishang killed imperceptibly was because their cultivations were too low, and it caused the strength of their gazes to be inferior, thus they were utterly unable to catch sight of any traces of Zishang's attack. Earlier, so long as it was a martial artist at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage or above, practically all of them were able to clearly see that at the instant Zishang plucked his zither string, the origin energy that flashed out from the tip of his finger combined with 2 types of concept before transforming into a matchlessly swift tiny origin energy light that killed Feng Yu right after it flew out. Because the tiny origin energy light was extremely small and thin, and its speed was exceedingly swift, so after it passed through Feng Yu's corpse, it didn't leave behind any obvious traces of Feng Yu's body. As for blood, it had utterly no way to flow out. This was something that achieved the same goal with different means when compared to Feng Yu's previous methods of killing others, and they were both methods of killing without spilling blood. The grade 4 spirit sword in Feng Yu's hand was a sword that was shockingly thin. Killing imperceptibly. To think that they can think of such a thing. Duan Ling Tian shook his head when he heard the discussions of the crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena, and he felt that these spectators were truly too naive. Duan Ling Tian. Zisheng killed Feng Yu by shooting out his origin energy earlier. Su Li took a deep breath and asked. Even though he was an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist, but he only saw the scene of origin energy appearing on the tip of Zisheng's finger and the origin energy fusing into the zither, whereas, after Zisheng plucked the zither string, the strand of tiny origin energy had completely vanished from his field of vision. He guessed that it had probably flashed out to attack Feng Yu. Yes, Duan Ling Tian nodded. Earlier, he combined his origin energy with wind concept and fire concept, and then he relied on the amplification of the grade 4 spirit zither to condense it into a small and thin origin energy light that was flicked out by the zither string to shoot and kill Feng Yu. This was something that was similar to a bow and arrow. The tiny origin energy light was the arrow, whereas the spirit zither was the bow. As for the zither string, it was the bow string. I truly never imagined that Zisheng's strength was so terrifying. Moreover, he has comprehended 2 types of concept like you. Duan Ling Tian, were you able to discern what level his wind concept and fire concept attained? Su Li gasped after he heard Duan Ling Tian, and he couldn't refrain from asking curiously in the end. No, Duan Ling Tian shook his head. The instant he attacked, the ancient horned dragon silhouettes hadn't even had the time to completely condense into form when they'd dispersed. Zisheng had attacked so swiftly earlier that it wasn't inferior to the speed he killed Yi Lu with earlier. Never had I imagined that Zisheng's strength has actually risen to such an extent now. Duan Ling Tian had an extremely complicated gaze as he looked at Zisheng. Even though when he carried out the 2-year agreement with Zisheng all those years ago, Zisheng's cultivation far surpassed him, but because he possessed a spiritual force that was stronger than Zisheng in the soul skill, 1,000 illusions, to rely upon, he was still able to completely dominate Zisheng. After that, he obtained fortuitous encounters again and again all along his way, and he originally thought he would be able to leave Zisheng far behind, yet who would have imagined that the fortuitous encounters Zisheng obtained in the recent years seemed to not be inferior to his own. The scene before him exceeded his expectations. Feng Yu. In the western spectating area, the expressions of the Dark Moon sect's higher-ups turned ominous. Never had they imagined that their Dark Moon sect's head disciple would fall here and would be killed by a single strike, without the slightest ability to resist. They could imagine that after today, their Dark Moon sect would become the laughing stock of the Darken dynasty. The Dark Moon sect's higher-ups looked at each other before making a decision in the end. They carried along Feng Yu's corpse and left the cage battle arena, and before they left, they looked at Zisheng with gazes that were filled with extreme killing intent. The Dark Moon sect had never been a righteous sect, and they were unscrupulous for the sake of attaining their objective. Today, Zisheng had killed the Dark Moon sect's head disciple and caused the Dark Moon sect to lose face, and he'd undoubtedly offended the Dark Moon sect, so it was impossible for the Dark Moon sect to let it go easily. Even though Zisheng was a member of the Darken dynasty's imperial family, it was impossible for him to be protected by the experts of the imperial family for his entire lifetime. So long as they were able to find a chance, they would surely kill Zisheng. Dark Moon sect. As he looked at the disappearing figures of the Dark Moon sect's higher-ups, cold lights flashed within Zisheng's narrowed eyes. Obviously, Zisheng had heard of the Dark Moon sect's reputation long ago. Duan Ling Tian, I extremely anticipate battling you. Before Zisheng left the sky above the cage battle arena, his gaze locked onto Duan Ling Tian as he spoke via voice transmission. This was the first time after so many years that Zisheng spoke to Duan Ling Tian. I anticipate it extremely as well. I hope you won't flee like a stray dog like you did the last time. Duan Ling Tian grinned and replied bluntly via voice transmission. HMPH. I won't talk crap with you. Duan Ling Tian's words caused Zisheng to be unable to refrain from recalling the past events that were unbearable to him, and his expression went grim, but it quickly returned to normal as if he'd instantly recovered his calm. Slight fear arose in the depths of Duan Ling Tian's gaze when he saw the changes in Zisheng's expression. If Zisheng had been enraged all the way, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't think much of it. But Zisheng had calmed down so quickly, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to realize that the present Zisheng was already not the same Zisheng as before. The current Zisheng was much more terrifying. After a short moment, Zishang withdrew the gaze he shot at Duan Ling Tian, and then his figure flashed out to return to the first-class spectating area that belonged solely to the imperial family. Zishang, I truly never imagined that your strength is already strong to such an extent. Even Bai He might not be a match for you now. The emperor smiled as he spoke to Zishang, and he wasn't stingy with words of praise in the slightest. Your Majesty, you're too kind. Zishang spoke neither arrogantly nor humbly, whereas, Bai He, who sat nearby, had an expression that was as unsightly could be. The words his imperial father spoke seemed as if they'd transformed into numerous sharp needles that fiercely plunged into his heart, and it caused him to be extremely angry. He was inferior to Zishang. Zishang, I'll soon prove to my imperial father that you can't even withstand a fight before me. Bai He looked at Zishang and spoke with a low voice via voice transmission. Zishang glanced indifferently at Bai He, and then he changed his previous humble tone as he replied via voice transmission. Even though I don't know why you've always been against me, but I still want to let you know that if we fight, I won't hold back. What, you think that you're capable of defeating me if you don't hold back? Bai He mocked via voice transmission. But Zishang paid no attention to Bai He this time, and he looked at the black-clothed old man instead. Master, Zishang didn't lose face for you. Good, good. The old man was extremely satisfied with Zishang's display, and he took the initiative to gesture for Zishang to sit down. Big brother, congratulations. Ziyan congratulated Zishang excitedly, and her peerlessly beautiful face was beaming with spirit and even more striking. Zishang lightly smiled as he nodded, and the gaze he shot at Ziyan was filled with tender affections. Now, are there still any people that are not convinced and want to challenge the young geniuses at the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage? In the sky above the cage battle arena, one of the old men that were in charge of presiding over the martial competition spoke out once more, and his voice spread out throughout the cage battle arena. For a time, besides Feng Tianwu, who was cultivating with her eyes closed, the remaining 11 7th level Void Initiation stage and 8th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses shut their mouths tightly. Would any of them still dare be unconvinced at this moment? Yi Lu and Feng Yu could be said to be the top figures amongst them, yet they were both killed because of being not convinced with the strength of the 9th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses, and they died at the hands of the young geniuses that looked to possess the weakest strengths. They didn't doubt in the slightest that if any one of them still dared to challenge a 9th level Void Initiation stage young genius, they would surely follow in the footsteps of Yi Lu and Feng Yu. What a pity. With Feng Yu's strength, he originally had a 100% chance of obtaining one of the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It wasn't just Feng Yu. Even if Yi Lu didn't die, he would similarly be able to obtain a position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. They destroyed themselves. Chapter 692, Feng Tianwu's Strength. In the end, none of the remaining 12 young geniuses stood out. Since no one has any objections, then I declare that the second round of the selections had begun. The old man in the sky above the cage battle arena announced once more. Instantly, besides Su Li, the gazes of the other 2 8th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses lit up. As far as they were concerned, the 2 8th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses who were stronger than them had died, and only another 3 8th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses, including them, remained. Whereas besides the 6 9th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses each occupying a position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, there were another 4 positions remaining. It wasn't difficult for them to obtain a position. Tian Wu is still cultivating. When he saw the second round was about to begin, Duan Ling Tian's gaze passed through space to finally descend onto the first-class spectating area that belonged solely to the Feng clan. Actually, when he killed Yi Lu earlier, he'd intentionally glanced a few times at Tian Wu. Of course, his aim was mainly to know if Feng Tianwu had placed his pile of low-grade origin stones as a bet on himself. When he saw Feng Tianwu was cultivating with her eyes closed, he knew that this little girl had surely not placed the bet. At this moment, after a short while of Duan Ling Tian's gaze descending onto Feng Tianwu had suddenly and unexpectedly opened her eyes, and a bright light flashed within her eyes. Tianwu seems to have changed. After Duan Ling Tian, who originally intended to withdraw his gaze, noticed Tianwu had awoken, he took another few glances at her, and this glance caused him to notice some inklings. Tianwu, you've broken through. When he thought of how there were many experts in the first-class spectating areas and inscription masters that were skilled in utilizing their spiritual force might be present, Duan Ling Tian didn't utilize his spiritual force to detect Tian Wu's cultivation, but instead asked her via voice transmission. Feng Tian Wu, who'd just awoken, hadn't even had the time to suppress her pleasantly surprised feelings when she heard Duan Ling Tian's voice transmission, and she couldn't help but reply. As expected, Duan Ling Tian gasped, and he was once again shocked by the natural talent of a fire spirit body's possessor. Tian Wu was different from him. He possessed the memories of the rebirth martial emperor and many fortuitous encounters before being able to possess his current achievements, whereas Tian Wu only had her fire spirit body to rely upon. Most importantly, Feng Tian Wu was younger than him. In next to no time, Feng Tian Wu had completely sobered up, and after she found out what happened earlier from Elder Kong, her peerlessly beautiful face went slightly grim as she hurriedly looked at Duan Ling Tian and said via voice transmission, "Big brother Duan, I'm sorry. I was cultivating earlier and didn't place a bet on you. There's no rush." Duan Ling Tian lightly shook his head and spoke while revealing an indifferent expression towards missing the chance to bet earlier. There are always more chances later on. Feng Tian Wu didn't have the time to reply when the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena had already spoken. The goal of the second round of the selections is to decide on the final 4 people amongst the remaining 12 young geniuses, and they will obtain the qualifications to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties along with the other 6 9th-level void initiation stage young geniuses. When the old man spoke up to hear, he started speaking about the rules of the second round of the selections. The second round of the selections was carried out in the form of being able to freely challenge another. The 12 young geniuses, including Su Li and Feng Tian Wu, soared into the sky, yet didn't converge together, but stood in the sky above their own respective spectating area. For a time, the 12 young geniuses had become the center of attention. Any one of you can enter the arena first to issue a challenge to another. No matter who wins, the 2 people will be allowed to rest for one battle. The second person that issues a challenge isn't allowed to challenge the 2 people that had just fought. The challenges will continue like this until the strongest 4 are decided upon. The old man spoke slowly. This method of allowing them to freely challenge another isn't bad. If you don't possess sufficient strength, then it's difficult to slip through. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Practically at the instant the old man finished speaking, an 8th-level void initiation stage young genius flew out and was the first to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena. It was Feng Yunxiang. Before Feng Tian Wu's identity was revealed, Feng Yunxiang was the number 1 expert and number 1 genius in the martial Dao of the Feng clan's younger generation. But when compared with Feng Tian Wu's natural talent and comprehension ability, he was slightly unable to compare. "Please choose one person from the other 11 people to issue a challenge to," said the old man to Feng Yunxiang. "I challenge you." Feng Yunxiang pointed at a 7th-level void initiation stage young genius as he spoke. Subsequently, the 2 of them fought. No matter if it was cultivation or comprehension of concept, Feng Yunxiang was much superior and the outcome was obvious. Feng Yunxiang won. After this battle, Feng Yunxiang left the arena. Subsequently, numerous figures flew out one by one to challenge the opponent they felt confident in defeating, and it caused the atmosphere at the scene to become completely heightened. In next to no time, Feng Yunxiang entered the arena once more. This time, his gaze descended onto the fiery red beautiful figure that hadn't entered the arena up until now. "Young Miss Tian Wu, I'm sorry. The person that was challenged was precisely Feng Tian Wu. It's young Miss Tian Wu. He's too shameless, right? He's actually challenging young Miss Tian Wu when she's over 10 years younger than him. To think he's really able to steal his heart and destroy a flower. Perhaps he feels that young Miss Tian Wu's natural talent is greater than his and has seized away his limelight in the Feng clan, and it caused him to be slightly angry out of embarrassment." For a time, the spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena emitted a wave of curses. So long as it was a normal person, they would subconsciously sympathize with the weaker party. Especially a peerless beauty like Feng Tian Wu would more so cause others to feel tender and protective towards her from the bottom of their hearts. At the same time, Feng Yunxiang's identity was slightly sensitive. "Make a move." When facing Feng Yunxiang, Feng Tian Wu had a cold and indifferent expression, and she spoke with a dull tone. When compared with how she was when facing Duan Ling Tian, she completely seemed like a different person. "Sorry for the offense." Feng Yunxiang took a deep breath before flashing out, and a grade 4 spirit saber appeared in his hand. Then his origin energy skyrocketed as his saber concept followed his origin energy like a shadow and flashed straight towards Feng Tian Wu. In the sky, 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared first before another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared successively, 8th level void initiation stage. The phenomenon of the heaven and earth continued to change until Feng Yunzhang's saber flashed out like a bolt of lightning, and another 6 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 3,000 plus ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared once more. The saber in Feng Yunzhang's hand instantly transformed into saber image that covered the sky, and they were like dense shooting stars that flew straight for Feng Tianwu. He'd attacked with his entire strength, and the strength contained within his saber was comparable to the strength of 24 ancient horned dragons and over 3,000 ancient mammoths. When faced with Feng Yunzhang's saber images that covered the sky and descended like a heaven-encompassing net, Feng Tianwu rose her hand unhurriedly as a crimson-red whip appeared out of thin air within her hand. This whip was precisely the grade 3 spirit weapon Duan Ling Tian had refined for her. Winds arose abruptly, causing the red clothes Feng Tianwu to slightly flutter and seem like a ball of blazing flames. Suddenly, origin energy started to bloom on the grade 3 spirit whip Feng Tianwu held, and then fire concept appeared right after it before fusing into the spirit whip. In the sky, the energy of heaven and earth roiled to first converge into 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes before another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. In the end, another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 7,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. A grade 3 spirit weapon that provided a 70% amplification. This was Feng Tianwu's true strength at this moment. The grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand shook abruptly before flashing out like a venomous serpent, and the energy contained within it was the strength of an entire 26 ancient horned dragons and 7,000 ancient mammoths. It wasn't just slightly superior to Feng Yunshang. For a time, most of the people present, including Feng Yunshang, had astounded expressions when they saw the phenomenon of the heaven and the earth that Feng Tianwu caused when exerting her full strength. They weren't in time to recover from their shock when Feng Tianwu had already attacked. Feng Tianwu's figure flashed out like a ball of flames that swept out, and everywhere she passed, she gave rise to a wave of explosions from the air exploding, and it caused the waves of airflow in the sky to sweep out towards the surroundings of the cage battle arena. For a time, a fierce gale sprung up within the cage battle arena. Subsequently, the spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand flew out from her hand to transform into a crimson-red colored bolt of lightning that coiled and flashed around her. Because of its speed being too swift, it seemed as if a layer of crimson-red colored light barrier had formed in Feng Tianwu's surroundings, and it was like a large fireball that protected Feng Tianwu within it. Right at this instant, the saber lights that covered the skies arrived like shadows descending from the sky. The saber lights were like rainwater as they descended and crashed onto the crimson-red light barrier around Feng Tianwu before emitting a wave of heaving sounds, yet they were unable to break open the light barrier in the end. The martial skill Tianwu is executing now is a defensive martial skill executed by combining her spirit whip and fire concept. This defensive martial skill is an earth rank martial skill. Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he saw this scene. At this moment, Feng Yunzhang's attack wasn't even capable of breaking open the light barrier on the surface of Feng Tianwu's body, let alone harming Feng Tianwu. In next to no time, the saber image that approached in full fury as they covered the sky had gradually dispersed. At the instant the crimson-red colored light barrier that surrounded Feng Tianwu vanished, the grade 3 spirit whip returned to her hand, and with a raise of her hand, she easily blasted apart the remaining saber images. I admit defeat. When Feng Tianwu intended to attack once more, Feng Yunshang recovered from his shock and hurriedly spoke of his admission of defeat. He was utterly convinced of his defeat in this battle. She's worthy of being the eldest master's daughter. Feng Yunshang sighed in his heart. The people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena that were dumbstruck by Feng Tianwu's strength had recovered from their shock. Young Miss Tianwu is so strong. Yeah, she's too strong. Not only is her cultivation at the 8th level of the void initiation stage, even her fire concept has been comprehended to the 8th level. Most shocking of all is that whip in her hand seems to be a grade 3 spirit weapon. Without concept, young Miss Tianwu is an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist and is capable of exerting the strength of 11 ancient horned dragons. The amplification of a spirit weapon uses this strength as its foundation. Yet earlier, the amplification of young Miss Tianwu's spirit weapon had attained the strength of 7 ancient horned dragons and 7,000 ancient mammoths. In other words, the grade 3 spirit weapon in young Miss Tianwu's possession is capable of providing an amplification of 70%. The entire cage battle arena was completely in an uproar. Numerous burning gazes converged onto the crimson-red whip in Feng Tianwu's hand, and it seemed as if this whip was much more alluring than Feng Tianwu herself. A grade 3 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. Even amongst all the grade 3 spirit weapons, it can be considered to be at the top amongst the top. At the second-class spectating area that the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated at, Xiang Ying stood up from his seat and slightly lost his composure. Chapter 693. A defensive martial skill that's almost a heaven-rank martial skill. As one of the only 4 grade 4 weapons craftsmen in the Darken Dynasty, Xiang Ying's research into the Tao of weapons refinement was extremely deep. It was precisely because of this that he would know what a grade 3 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 70% meant. As the Vice Guild Master of the main guild of the Weapons Craftsmen Guild in the Darken Dynasty, Xiang Ying's knowledge towards this group that as weapons craftsmen wasn't limited to the Darken Dynasty and the surrounding dynasties. After all, the faraway foreign lands possessed weapons craftsmen guilds as well. It was even to the extent that every few tens of years, the Weapons Craftsmen Guild of the foreign lands would send a special ambassador to the Darken Dynasty's Weapons Craftsmen Guild to guide them in the Tao of weapons refinement. Those special ambassadors were usually grade 3 weapons craftsmen. Every time those special ambassadors left the Darken Dynasty's Weapons Craftsmen Guild, they would leave behind a piece of their work which was either a grade 3 spirit weapon or grade 2 spirit weapon. The Weapons Craftsmen Guild of the Darken Dynasty was the only place in the Darken Dynasty that possessed a grade 2 spirit weapon. But the spirit weapons left behind by these special ambassadors couldn't be misappropriated. No matter if it was the grade 2 spirit weapons or grade 3 spirit weapons in the Weapons Craftsmen Guild, not to mention a spirit weapon that was at the top amongst the top grade, there wasn't even a single one that could be said to be top grade. Amongst the grade 3 spirit weapons collected by the Weapons Craftsmen Guild, most of them amplified strength by 67%, and a few were capable of amplifying strength by 68%. Yet now, he'd seen a grade 3 spirit weapon that could provide an amplification of 70% here, so how could he not be shocked? The last time the special ambassador came seemed to have been 30 years ago. At that time, Xiang Ying was only a disciple of an ordinary clan in the Darken Dynasty. Supposedly, that special ambassador claimed to be a top figure amongst grade 3 weapons craftsmen. But the grade 3 spirit weapon refined by him was only capable of providing an amplification of 68%. Besides that, this grade 3 spirit weapon in the possession of young Miss Tianwu. When did the Feng clan have a grade 3 weapons craftsman? When his feelings gradually calmed, Xiang Ying frowned and was slightly unable to wrap his head around it. According to his knowledge, even the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, only possessed a grade 4 spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 59%, and could be said to be top grade. Now, he was truly unable to wrap his head around how such a grade 3 spirit weapon appeared in the hands of Feng Wudao's daughter. Suddenly, a flash of enlightenment arose in his mind, and he slightly turned his head to glance at the violet-clothed young man that sat silently on a seat in the back. Could it be that it's because of brother Ling Tian? He knew that Duan Ling Tian had a grade 3 weapons craftsman behind him. So when he thought about the relationship between Duan Ling Tian and Feng Tianwu, he guessed that it was very likely that the grade 3 spirit weapon in Feng Tianwu's possession was refined by the grade 3 weapons craftsman behind Duan Ling Tian. The more he thought about it, the surer he became. But he temporarily didn't point it out, as he wanted to confirm it a step further. If the grade 3 spirit weapon in young Miss Tianwu's possession is really from brother Ling Tian, then brother Ling Tian surely possesses a grade 3 spirit weapon as well. Besides Xiang Ying, there were many weapons craftsmen present here. Presently, their gazes stared fixedly at the grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand, and they wished for nothing more than to directly charge forward and seize it away before making it their own. But when they thought of Feng Wudao who backed Feng Tianwu, all of them seemed as if they were doused in cold water and were completely helpless. Within the Darken Dynasty, no one dare doubt Feng Wudao's strength. The grade 3 spirit weapon in Feng Tianwu's possessed gave rise to a wave of noise and excitement in the cage battle arena, and most people including the 2 old men that were presiding over the selections were shocked to the extreme. If who was comparatively more composed amongst the people present was pointed out, then it would undoubtedly be Feng Tianwu herself, Duan Ling Tian, Feng Wudao, and Elder Kong. Because they knew beforehand, so they weren't surprised. Big brother. The Feng clan's patriarch, Feng Tian Nan, looked at Feng Wudao with a slight loss of composure, and his voice trembled slightly. The grade 3 spirit weapon in Tianwu's possession. At this moment, he'd even completely forgotten that Feng Tianwu had defeated Feng Yunshang. That's a present a grade 3 weapons craftsman gave to Tian Wu because of my son-in-law. Feng Wudao spoke unhurriedly. As soon as Feng Wudao said this, it wasn't just the Feng clan's patriarch, even the other higher-ups were stunned. Subsequently, their gazes descended in unison onto the second-class spectating area that the members of the Darkstone Empire sat at. More precisely speaking, their gazes descended onto the violet-clothed young man. Duan Ling Tian has a grade 3 weapons craftsman backing him. For a time, the members of the Feng clan were shocked greatly. They originally thought that Duan Ling Tian was able to become Feng Wudao's son-in-law because his luck was good, and all of them felt that Duan Ling Tian had risen in social standing and joined their Feng clan. But now, they didn't think like this. Even the emperor of the Darken dynasty would probably wish for nothing more than to betroth his daughter to a figure that is backed by a grade 3 weapons craftsman, right? Duan Ling Tian noticed the burning gazes of the Feng clan members at the first possible moment. In next to no time, he guessed what was going on and hurriedly sent a voice transmission into the ears of Feng Wudao and Elder Kong. Uncle Feng, Elder Kong. Both of you have sold me out just like that. Ha ha. Brother Duan, the eldest master didn't sell you out. He only said that there's a grade 3 weapons craftsman backing you. Elder Kong's voice transmission was filled with amusement. Duan Ling Tian caught his breath when he heard this. It was fine like this. If the news that he himself was a grade 3 weapons craftsman spread out, then he could have imagined that he would surely become the center of all attentions, and he didn't like the feeling of being looked at like a monkey. A grade 3 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. Where did this Feng clan's eldest master's daughter obtain this spirit weapon? The Darken dynasty's emperor had a slightly serious expression. Even the Darken dynasty's imperial family only possessed a single grade 3 spirit weapon, yet it was only capable of providing an amplification of 67% and was simply trash when compared with the grade 3 spirit weapon in Feng Tian Wu's possession. In the Darken dynasty, the single one possessed by our imperial family is publicly known of. Of course, most people know clearly in their hearts that there are many grade 3 spirit weapons in our Darken dynasty's weapons craftsman guild's main guild, and there are even many grade 2 spirit weapons. The black-robed old man muttered. Could it be that the grade 3 spirit weapon in the hands of Feng Tian Wu is from the weapons craftsman guild's main guild? No, the emperor shook his head and spoke extremely surely. There isn't a single grade 3 spirit weapon in the weapons craftsman guild that can be called a top-grade spirit weapon that provided an amplification of 69%, let alone something at the top amongst the top grade that can provide an amplification of 70%. Moreover, not to mention the members of the Feng clan, the spirit weapons of the weapons craftsman guild's main guild are something that even the guild master can't utilize himself. So to say the grade 3 spirit weapon in Feng Tian Wu's possession was obtained from somewhere else. The old man couldn't help but gasp. Looks like it's very likely that Feng Wudao went to the foreign lands and became acquainted with a grade 3 weapons craftsman. There's this possibility. The emperor nodded and then sighed. A spirit weapon like this in the hands of a grade 8 void initiation stage martial artist. It's truly a waste of God's given gifts. The nearby Bai Hao, Zi Shang, and Zi Yan agreed deeply. HMPH. As for the second prince, Bai he had an expression of displeasure. To think that he himself, the dignified second prince of the Darken dynasty, didn't possess a grade 3 spirit weapon, yet a little girl possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon, and it caused him to be extremely resentful. In the sky above the cage battle arena, Feng Tian Wu put away the grade 3 spirit whip that was the focus of everyone's attention before returning to the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan and stood there in the air. Now, the other 10 people can issue a challenge. The old man that presided over the second round of selections recovered from his shock and reminded with a loud voice. Perhaps it was because they were unable to recover from their shock, the other 10 young geniuses didn't react after a very long time. In the end, it was Su Li who was the first to recover from his shock and fly out to arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena. His gaze flashed past one by one of the 9 young geniuses that he could choose. In the end, his gaze locked onto the single 8th level void initiation stage young genius amongst the 9 young geniuses. At this moment, Su Li was still shocked in his heart. The Feng clan's eldest master's daughter actually possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon, and it was a grade 3 spirit weapon that could provide an amplification of 70%. In terms of the strength of amplification, it far surpassed the grade 3 spirit sword in his possession. Besides that, the defensive martial skill Feng Tian Wu executed earlier caused him to be extremely shocked as well. That was a defensive martial skill that could be executed by relying on one's spirit weapon while combining it with origin energy and concept. According to Master, it seems that only heaven-ranked defensive martial skills are capable of being flawlessly executed while combined with spirit weapons. But weren't heaven-rank martial skills only able to be utilized by relying upon intermediate concepts or above? This was something that Su Li couldn't understand no matter how he racked his brains. Actually, it wasn't just Su Li, even Duan Ling Tian was puzzled as well, because what Su Li's master told him was something Duan Ling Tian knew clearly of from the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. Tian Wu. Duan Ling Tian couldn't refrain from asking via voice transmission. The defensive martial skill you utilized earlier. Big brother Duan, the defensive martial skill I executed earlier is formidable, right? Before Duan Ling Tian could finish speaking, Feng Tianwu had already interrupted him via voice transmission, and her tone was filled with complacency. It is. Duan Ling Tian nodded, and then he said, Tianwu, according to my knowledge, only heaven-ranked defensive martial skills are capable of being utilized flawlessly while combined with spirit weapons. Yet the concept you've comprehended now ought to be insufficient to utilize a heaven-ranked martial skill, right? Big brother Duan, what I utilized earlier wasn't a heaven-ranked martial skill. This defensive martial skill is something my father obtained by chance many years ago, and it's a high-grade earth-ranked defensive martial skill that's almost a heaven-ranked martial skill. Its biggest distinguishing feature is being able to be executed while relying on one spirit weapon. Feng Tianwu explained slowly. So that's how it is. Duan Ling Tian came to a sudden understanding, and he couldn't help but be slightly shocked in his heart. Even if it's executed along with one spirit weapon, an ordinary earth-rank martial skill is unable to flawlessly fuse its amplification force into the martial skill, and only a heaven-ranked defensive martial skill is capable of achieving this. Being able to rely on the amplification of spirit weapons to execute a high-grade earth-ranked defensive martial skill without comprehending intermediate concept was something that even the rebirth martial emperor had never heard or seen before. Chapter 694, Surmounting a Level to Do Battle. Big brother Duan, if you're interested in this defensive martial skill, I can teach it to you. This defensive martial skill can be executed by relying on any spirit weapon and concept, said Feng Tianwu to Duan Ling Tian via voice transmission. At the same time that warmth arose in Duan Ling Tian's heart from hearing this, his gaze was extremely complicated. Perhaps the defensive martial skill Feng Tianwu executed earlier couldn't compare to a heaven-ranked defensive martial skill, but to someone who hadn't comprehended intermediate concept, it was a heaven-defying martial skill. Once this defensive martial skill was executed, then so long as one's opponent's strength didn't exceed one's own by a great deal, the user would be practically capable of defeating all such opponents. Moreover, even the memories of the rebirth martial emperor didn't contain a martial skill like this, and it was sufficient to show how precious it was. Now, Feng Tianwu readily wanted to teach it to him, and it was sufficient to show his importance in Feng Tianwu's heart. There's no need. But Duan Ling Tian still refused Feng Tianwu's good intentions. It wasn't that he was such a great person, but it was because he felt there was no need. No matter how high one's comprehension ability was, wanting to cultivate this defensive martial skill to the level Feng Tianwu executed it would require at least 2 or 3 years of time. Not to mention Duan Ling Tian didn't have the time to cultivate this defensive martial skill. Even if he did, he wouldn't cultivate it, because his biggest goal at the moment was to successfully comprehend intermediate wind concept before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties began a year from now. At that time, he could directly cultivate the various heaven-rank martial skills in the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, and there was no lack of heaven-rank defensive martial skills that could rely on the amplification of spirit weapons, so there was utterly no need for him to waste time on this type of defensive martial skill. Su Li. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian returned to his sense, and his gaze converged towards the sky above the cage battle arena. At this moment, Su Li and an 8th level Void Initiation Stage young genius were standing in confrontation. This 8th level Void Initiation Stage young genius had fought a battle earlier, and he'd only comprehended 7th level concept, causing him to be unable to be of any threat to Su Li. But because Su Li hadn't truly revealed his strength up until now, this young genius that was Su Li's opponent didn't know of Su Li's true ability. Suddenly, Su Li's opponent attacked. His entire body flashed out and seemed to have transformed into a sharp arrow that had left the bowstring of a heavy bow, and he arrived before Su Li in the blink of an eye. With a raise of his hand, an azure sword light that was condensed into form from origin energy and 7th level sword concept flashed out and seemed to have transformed into a venomous azure serpent that fiercely bit at Su Li. Die! Su Li's opponent shouted out angrily as the sword in his hand pointed towards Su Li's throat. Obviously, he wanted to kill this person that challenged him with a single sword strike. HMPH. When he noticed the killing intent in his opponent's sword, Su Li snorted coldly before attacking as well. A similar sword light was skillfully executed by Su Li, yet it contained an even stronger sword concept that was like a shadow as it intercepted his opponent's sword light. At this instant, it seemed like two venomous serpents were biting each other. Some spectators with low cultivation covered their ears hurriedly when they saw this scene, as they were deeply afraid the sounds of the collisions of the two spirit swords would damage their eardrums. In next to no time, they realized that their worries were truly too unnecessary. Another ear-piercing sword howl resounded out. Subsequently, the people present could clearly see that Su Li had flashed out and seemed to transform into a sharp sword that pierced through the sky, whereas, when he and his sword were about to collide with the spirit sword of his opponent, he instantly dodged to the side. At the instant before his opponent reacted to this, Su Li had attacked once more. The spirit sword in Su Li's hand seemed as if it had eyes as it directly flashed towards his opponent. In the next moment, a hideous bloody hole had appeared on the throat of Su Li's opponent, causing dazzling and resplendent blood to spray out from it, and his opponent struggled for a few moments before finally stiffening. After being carried out by momentum for a distance, the figure of Su Li's opponent stopped and plunged to the ground. Another corpse hung on the cage above the cage battle arena. What a swift sword! When Su Li attacked to kill his opponent, Duan Ling Tian's pupils had already been unable to refrain from constricting, and his face was filled with astonishment. At that instant, he clearly saw Su Li execute an extremely pure sword skill. The sword skill didn't have any fanciness to it, and it stressed upon being straightforward. As soon as the sword struck out, blood would be seen. This was something that achieved a similar result as his sword drawing arts, but with different means, but the sword skill Su Li executed was obviously much more formidable than his sword drawing arts. Perhaps only by utilizing the Tempest Point would I be able to keep up with the speed Su Li executed his sword skill with earlier. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. If Su Li utilized a grade 3 spirit sword to kill his opponent, Duan Ling Tian wouldn't be so shocked. But the problem was Su Li had only used a grade 4 spirit sword. In terms of strength, he only surpassed his opponent by a single level in sword concept, and possessed an extra strength of one ancient horned dragon. Killing one's opponent who's only inferior to one by the strength of a single horned dragon in a single move was unbelievable in the eyes of any void initiation stage martial artist. Yet Su Li had achieved it by utilizing his pure and formidable sword skill. Another 8th level void initiation stage young genius has died. After everyone in the cage battle arena recovered from their shock, they sighed. This young sword cultivator seems to be a member of the Darkstone Empire. The members of the Darkstone Empire have really seized the limelight this time. Yeah, up until now, not only does the Darkstone Empire have Duan Ling Tian, who had entered the second round of the selections, there are another two people that have similarly entered the second round of the selections. This young sword cultivator and Duan Ling Tian will surely advance from the second round of selections. I only wonder if the remaining young genius is able to successfully advance. That person seems to be a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist. I think he's in a dangerous position. After all, besides the 6 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses and the 3 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses, only a single position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties remains. A single position competed for by 9 7th level void initiation stage young geniuses. It's dangerous indeed. The surroundings of the cage battle arena were filled with animated discussions, and the gazes of many people descended onto Long Yun as they shook their heads. When he heard these discussions, Long Yun's gaze was like a saber that flickered with a ghastly cold light. He was determined to obtain the final position. No, he wanted to do more than that today. Under the gazes of everyone present, Su Li returned to the sky above the spectating area. The members of the Darkstone Empire were seated at and stood by Long Yun's side. Su Li, congratulations. Meanwhile, everyone from the Darkstone Empire including King Yong congratulated Su Li. Who's issuing a challenge next? In next to no time, the old man's voice sounded out once more, causing the nerves of the other 9 young geniuses besides Su Li and Feng Tianwu to become strained. A wave of the howls of the wind sounded out abruptly, and a young man appeared in the sky above the cage battle arena. Long Yun, When Duan Ling Tian looked at Long Yun, who was in the sky above the cage battle arena, he didn't think anything of it, but when he noticed Long Yun's gaze had actually locked onto Feng Yunshang, who'd challenged Feng Tianwu and admitted defeat, he couldn't help but be shocked. Long Yun wanted to rely on his cultivation at the 7th level of the Void Initiation stage to surmount a level and challenge Feng Yunshang. At this instant, without mentioning anything else, Duan Ling Tian's slight admiration faintly emerged within Duan Ling Tian's heart as he admired Long Yun's courage. As a top figure in the younger generation of the Feng clan, Feng Yunshang possesses a saber concept that's at a similar level as Long Yun, yet his cultivation is a level higher than Long Yun, thus giving him an extra strength of an ancient horned dragon. Even if Long Yun utilizes a grade 3 spirit saber, his strength would at most be equal to Feng Yunshang. This battle is extremely dangerous to the both of them. Since Long Yun chose in this way, then he's either determined to gain face, or he really has the confidence to defeat his opponent. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, I challenge you. Finally, Long Yun looked at Feng Yunshang as he spoke resolutely. For a time, the originally clamorous cage battle arena became deathly silent. You want to challenge me? Feng Yunshang was stunned when he was challenged by Long Yun, and then he asked with slight uncertainty. At this moment, he even thought that Long Yun had mistaken him for someone else. Not only do I want to challenge you, I want to kill you. Long Yun slowly opened his mouth, and his face was suffused with an evil smile as his eyes were covered with killing intent. Long Yun's reply was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, causing the quiet cage battle arena to instantly become bustling. Numerous gazes from every direction pierced through the sky to descend onto Long Yun. At this moment, Long Yun had become the center of attention of the entire cage battle arena. A 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist dares challenge an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, and even threatens to kill his opponent. No matter what, this courage is hard to come by. Exactly, with the Yi clan's Yi Lu and the Darkmoon sect's Feng Yu as an example, this saber cultivator of the Darkstone Empire actually still dares to surmount a realm to challenge an opponent. His courage truly deserves compliment. No matter what the outcome is. I support him as well. The atmosphere in the entire cage battle arena was completely lit ablaze, along with Long Yun challenging the 8th level Void Initiation stage young genius, Feng Yunshang. A 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist like you wants to kill me? Feng Yunshang started laughing, and as he finished laughing, his face seemed to be covered in a layer of ice. If you can't kill me during this battle, then you're dead. That would depend on if you have the ability. Long Yun spoke indifferently. HMPH. Feng Yunshang grunted coldly. He couldn't restrain himself any longer, and he attacked first to gain the upper hand. Just like when he fought Feng Tianwu earlier, saber images that covered the heavens and the earth swept out, and they seemed to have transformed into a heaven-encompassing net that enveloped Long Yun. In the sky above Feng Yunshang, 24 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 3,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes dashed out behind him. Grade 4 Spirit Saber. This was Feng Yun Zhang's strength. Duan Ling Tian, how long do you think Long Yun will take to kill Feng Yunshang? Duan Ling Tian was originally watching the battle with concentration, yet suddenly, a clear voice transmission sounded out by his ear. Duan Ling Tian was able to discern that this voice transmission was from Su Li. Duan Ling Tian was first stunned before asking, are you so sure that Long Yun is able to kill him? Chapter 695. Unity of Man and Saber. My guess is Long Yun is able to kill him within 10 breaths after he makes his first move. Do you want to bet with me? Su Li's voice transmission continued to transmit out. 10 breaths. Su Li's words caused Duan Ling Tian to realize Su Li's confidence towards Long Yun. He felt that Su Li wouldn't just randomly talk nonsense. After all, Su Li's master and Long Yun's master were senior and junior brothers, and perhaps Su Li knew of some important things. For example, Long Yun had currently mastered a shocking martial skill, whereas that martial skill came from Long Yun's master. Since you're speaking like this, you're obviously extremely confident of Long Yun. If I still bet with you at a time like this, then wouldn't I be an idiot? Duan Ling Tian derided via voice transmission. Su Li was first stunned when he heard this, and then he revealed a bitter smile. He seemed to have been slightly too anxious, and it caused Duan Ling Tian to not fall into his trap. After hearing what Su Li said earlier, Duan Ling Tian was filled with interest towards the battle before him, and he started to watch the battle with concentration. Presently, Feng Yunshang had executed the martial skill he executed when facing Feng Tianwu earlier. and it formed saber images that covered the sky and swept menacingly towards Long Yun. Every single saber image was filled with peerlessly fierce killing intent. On the other side, when faced with the saber images that covered the sky as they swept down, Long Yun's eyes abruptly squinted, and with a raise of his hand, the spirit saber that Duan Ling Tian saw once before had appeared once more. During the first round of the selections, Duan Ling Tian had once seen Long Yun utilize this spirit saber to resist the pressure that was emitted by the two old men. At that time, Duan Ling Tian had discerned that this was a grade 3 spirit saber. Along with the origin energy in Long Yun's hand pouring into the spirit saber, numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes swiftly condensed into form. In next to no time, the spectators noticed a shocking thing, and that was the ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Long Yun weren't much different in amount when compared to the ancient horned dragon silhouettes above Feng Yunshang. There were 23 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 8,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes in the sky above Long Yun, and it was only a few thousand ancient mammoth silhouettes lesser than Feng Yunshang. Grade 3 spirit weapon. This saber-cultivating young genius of the Darkstone Empire possesses a grade 3 spirit weapon as well. The entire cage battle arena was instantly in an uproar once again. Grade 3 spirit weapon. Another grade 3 spirit weapon. The previous grade 3 spirit weapon belonged to the Feng clan's Feng Tianwu, whereas, this grade 3 spirit weapon instead belonged to this young saber cultivator of the Darkstone Empire. Up until now, 2 grade 3 spirit weapons had appeared in the Dynasty Martial competition. Grade 3 spirit weapon. After Feng Yunshang found out that the spirit saber in Long Yun's hand was a grade 3 spirit weapon, his expression couldn't help but go grim. What a young man a little over 30 years of age that possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon represented was something he was extremely clear about. Exactly what is his background? For a time, he couldn't help but arouse a sense of fear in his heart, and even his attack became slightly sluggish. At this moment, he felt deep fear towards Long Yun's mysterious background. Long Yun attacked, swinging his saber again and again like a bolt of lightning, and for a time, the origin energy saber lights that contained the amplification of his spirit weapon and saber concept tore through the sky. Instantly, numerous saber lights that were condensed into form from origin energy moved to intercept the saber image that covered the sky and became slightly sluggish because Feng Yunshang was distracted. Originally, even if Long Yun attacked swiftly, he'd attacked at the last minute after all, and it was equivalent to making efforts at the last moment and was unable to condense sufficient amounts of saber lights to defend against the saber images that covered the sky. Right when most of the spectators thought that Long Yun would lose. After the origin energy saber lights that flashed out from the spirit saber in Long Yun's hand flew to midair, all of them actually split into 3, and these saber lights that split up to continue without losing momentum in the slightest to intercept the saber image that covered the sky. For a time, the saber lights and saber images were comparable in amount. The saber lights and saber images collided with each other and emitted waves of oppressive explosions. At the same time, strands of roiling waves of air swept out to transform in a fierce gale that swept towards the surroundings. For a time, the clothes on most of the spectators in the cage battle arena couldn't help but flutter with the wind. Under the gazes of everyone present, Long Yun easily crushed the saber images that covered the sky and flawlessly defended against Feng Yunzhang's attack. In the next moment, Long Yun's movements caused many people to reveal bewildered expressions. Logically speaking, Long Yun ought to press on an attack without letting up now, yet he didn't do this and instead held the grade 3 spirit sword tightly in his hands before holding it horizontally above his head. Origin energy skyrocketed on Long Yun's body, and it contained the peerlessly fierce and swift 7th level saber concept. At this moment, everyone around the cage battle arena even had the misconception that Long Yun seemed to have fused into one with the grade 3 spirit saber in his hand and transformed into an enormous saber. The reason they had this misconception was because the skyrocketed origin energy on Long Yun's body had formed into the shape of an enormous saber before enveloping Long Yun's entire body within it. Unity of man and saber. Suddenly, Long Yun spoke word by word, his voice low and heavy, and it didn't contain the slightest emotion. Unity of man and saber. Feng Yunshang had originally recovered from his shock, yet when he heard Long Yun's words at this moment, his face couldn't help but become grim and be extremely shocked in his heart. As someone who similarly cultivated the saber, he naturally knew what these words meant. The unity of man and saber represented a supreme stage of saber cultivation. Saber and man weren't distinguished between each other. The man was a saber just like the saber was the man. Both lived and died together. In the next moment, the origin energy that was shaped like an enormous saber and covered Long Yun shook abruptly, then it carried along Long Yun to flash out like an enormous flying saber, and it split the airflow in the sky. After it arrived nearby Feng Yunxiang, the enormous sword suddenly stood upright before aiming at Feng Yunxiang and howled as it abruptly descended in the next moment while carrying the might to split everything. As the enormous saber descended, an enormous saber light whistled out from its tip. If one were to look carefully, one would be able to notice that the saber light that whistled out from the grade 3 spirit saber Long Yun held with both hands contained his origin energy, saber concept, and amplification from his spirit saber. When the enormous sword formed from origin energy that enveloped Long Yun descended, his entire body followed it to slant down, and the grade 3 spirit saber in his hand slashed down towards Feng Yunxiang from midair. This scene occurred in the blink of an eye, and it was swift to the point that some people were unable to react to what had happened. No, Feng Yunxiang seemed to have realized how terrifying this strike of Long Yun's was, and he shouted out with a grim voice as his figure flashed out with the intent of dodging, but would he be able to dodge it? The enormous saber that slashed down seemed to have locked onto Feng Yunxiang, as no matter where he headed, it still slashed down towards him. Feng Yunxiang wasn't in time to get far when he was slashed into two by the saber light that whistled out from the tip of the enormous saber. The top figure in the younger generation of the Feng clan had fallen here halfway on his path of growth. When Feng Yunxiang's corpse was about to split into two and reveal a bloody scene, the enormous saber suddenly changed its course. The blade of the saber tore through the sky as it gave rise to a wave of ear-piercing howls of the wind, and it slapped towards Feng Yunxiang's corpse that hadn't split up yet. An enormous bang sounded out, and Feng Yunxiang's corpse transformed into a rain of blood that covered the sky as it sprayed down and not a single intact piece of him could be found. The cage battle arena was deathly silent. Up until now, even though it wasn't the first time someone had died in the dynasty martial competition today, this method of dying that was even more brutal than being torn into pieces had appeared for the first time. At the same time, the enormous saber transformed from origin energy in the sky above the cage battle arena had gradually dispersed and only a young man remained standing there with his sword before him. The tip of the spirit saber in his hand was still ceaselessly dripping with dazzling and resplendent blood. The blood scattered through the sky and seemed to have transformed into numerous little roses. The numerous roses ceaselessly descended onto the cage battle arena. Yunxiang, on the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan, the Feng clan's patriarch Feng Tian Nan and the few higher-ups were the first to recover from their shock, and all of them had dark expressions. Feng Yunxiang, the former number 1 genius of their Feng clan's younger generation, had been killed just like this. At this moment, they wished for nothing more than to make a move and kill Long Yun. But when they thought of the grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's possession and the expert that might exist behind Long Yun, they were completely helpless. Su Li, you knew since long ago that Long Yun had this move. Duan Ling Tian withdrew his shocked gaze and looked at Su Li as he asked curiously via voice transmission. Needless to say, Long Yun's attack earlier had caused him to be shocked. Even though it was still an extremely far distance away from the true unity of man and sword, but it was truly rare for a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist to be able to achieve it to such an extent. To a certain extent, that saber already possessed the form of a heaven rank martial skill. What do you think? Su Li didn't reply directly, but it wasn't difficult to guess the answer in his heart. At the same time, the deathly silent cage battle arena gradually became bustling with noise and excitement. Numerous gazes once again converged onto Long Yun as expected. It's difficult to imagine that the saber strike from before was executed by a 7th level void initiation stage martial artist. At the instant he transformed into an enormous saber and attacked with the grade 3 spirit sword in his hand, I even had the feeling that his entire body seemed to have really transformed into a saber. I had this feeling as well. He said, unity of man and saber, earlier. Perhaps it's the unity of man and saber in the legends. I might not be the true unity of man and saber. But this saber skill he executed has already surpassed the scope of most high-grade Earth-rank offensive martial skills. When he said he wanted to kill Feng Yunxiang earlier, I thought he was bragging. Now it would seem like he wasn't talking nonsense, but really possessed this strength. The gazes the crowd of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena looked at Long Yun had changed completely as they discussed animatedly. Duan Ling Tian, that sword-cultivating young man, and this saber-cultivating young man are all from the Darkstone Empire. Are the lands of the Darkstone Empire so good that it's able to give birth to so many monstrous geniuses? Suddenly, a spectator couldn't help but say this, and these words caused the entire cage battle arena to be stirred. My wife is going to give birth next month. I've decided, once my child is born, I'll bring my family to settle down in the Darkstone Empire. My wife has already been pregnant for a few months as well. I intended to bring her to the Darkstone Empire to give birth and benefit from the luck of the Darkstone Empire. Perhaps my child will be as outstanding as the three of them in the future. Chapter 696, Ranking Battle. No matter what, the Darkstone Empire had completely and utterly became famous this time. Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Long Yun. Any one of the three people were outstanding talents in the current young generation of the Darken Dynasty, yet these three people had appeared in a tiny empire under the Darken Dynasty at the same time. So long as one was a normal person, one would be shocked by this. There were even people that felt the Darkstone Empire might be favored by the gods. Besides Duan Ling Tian, the group of Darkstone Empire young geniuses that sat at the spectating area had flushed faces and were exceedingly excited. At this moment, they felt proud for being a member of the Darkstone Empire. Never had they imagined that on the vast stage that was the Darken Dynasty, their hometown, the Darkstone Empire, would actually be able to obtain such an honor. This was something they didn't dare imagine in the past. For a time, they couldn't refrain from looking at Duan Ling Tian, Su Li, and Long Yun, and their eyes were filled with admiration. It was precisely because of these three people that the Darkstone Empire was be able to obtain this honor. King Yong, the name of your Darkstone Empire is going to shake the entire Darken Dynasty. At that time, the Darkstone Empire will become the strongest empire under the Darken Dynasty. Shang Ying smiled as he spoke to King Yong. Vice Guild Master Shang, you're too kind. King Yong replied modestly. But the depths of King Yong's gaze was filled with excitement. As the Darkstone Empire's King Yong, even though he wasn't the emperor, his status was much more respected than the emperor. To a certain extent, he could be considered to be the protector of the Darkstone Empire. Another Grade 3 spirit weapon. How can this person from the Darkstone Empire possibly possess a Grade 3 spirit weapon? On the spectating area that belonged to the imperial family, the emperor frowned, and his eyes were filled with bewilderment. After all, even he himself didn't possess a Grade 3 spirit weapon. Even though their Darken Dynasty's imperial family possessed a Grade 3 spirit weapon, but that Grade 3 spirit weapon was in the hands of his great imperial uncle. Is a member of a tiny empire, a mere 7th level void initiation stage martial artist, worthy of possessing a Grade 3 spirit weapon? The second prince, Bai He, revealed greed within his eyes. If it wasn't for so many people watching now, he would perhaps charge up impatiently and seize the Grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's possession and make it his own. Saber young master, Grade 3 spirit saber. Looks like he obtained some fortuitous encounters as well. Zishang's eyes revealed slight surprise as he muttered. Right, if he didn't obtain any fortuitous encounter, it would be impossible for him to appear here today, let alone compete with the various young experts of the Darken Dynasty. This was something that Zishang was extremely sure of. As a former member of the 5 great young masters, Zishang was extremely clear of the ability of Long Yun, who was also one of the 5 great young masters. Zishang, you know him. Zishang's muttering had completely entered into the ears of the black-clothed old man that sat at the side. Yes, master. Zishang nodded respectfully before slowly speaking of Long Yun's background. The black-clothed old man came to a sudden understanding when he heard this, and then his eyes flickered with a bright light. In this way, the Grade 3 spirit saber in his possession was either found from some ruins, and it was given to him by another, and the latter's possibility is greater. Exactly. Zishang deeply agreed with his master's guess. If the Grade 3 spirit saber was obtained by Long Yun from some ruins somewhere, it would only mean that his luck was good, yet it was impossible to allow Long Yun to possess his formidable cultivation and ability. After confirming this, even though the old man coveted the Grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's possession, yet he didn't dare arouse the intention of seizing it from Long Yun. It was extremely likely that an expert that was capable of casually giving away Grade 3 spirit weapons was behind Long Yun. That expert's strength was unquestionable. Taking the risk of offending an expert like that to forcefully seize a Grade 3 spirit saber. He didn't feel he had the courage. At this moment, just like the earlier Feng Tian Wu, the Grade 3 spirit saber in Long Yun's hands had become the center of attention as expected. The burning gazes that shot out from the surroundings only moved away after Long Yun put away the spirit saber, as he enjoyed the numerous gazes that were filled with reverence from the surroundings. Long Yun flew back to the spectating area. The members of the Darkstone Empire were seated at and stood in the sky by Su Li's side. Subsequently, the second round of the selections continued. At this moment, because another 2 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses had died, only Feng Tianwu and Su Li remained as the 2 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses. The remaining 9 people including Long Yun were 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artists. But now, no one dared underestimate Long Yun because he was a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist. At least, after the other 8 7th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses entered the arena successively, besides them not daring to challenge Feng Tianwu and Su Li, they similarly didn't dare challenge Long Yun. Even though Long Yun was only a 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, his combat strength was even capable of killing an 8th level Void Initiation stage martial artist, and it caused the remaining 8 7th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses to be both reverent and afraid. Besides the 6 9th level Void Initiation stage young experts each occupying a position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Amongst the 4 remaining positions, 3 of them belong to Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Long Yu. Does anyone have any objections? After the group of 7th level Void Initiation stage martial artists successively challenged their opponents, the old man that presided over the martial competition today spoke out in question. Of course, he was asking the other 8 7th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses besides Long Yun. Instantly, the 8 young geniuses expressed that they had no objections. Perhaps the 8 of them could compete with each other, but if Feng Tianwu, Su Li, and Long Yun were to be pulled in, then they would absolutely be looked for a beating. So it was better to admit their inferiority, and they would even be able to save a great amount of time. Otherwise, if Feng Tianwu and the others were to challenge them, they would similarly have to admit defeat. Obviously, the old man that presided over the martial competition had the same thoughts. In this way, the last position will be decided upon from the 8 of you. The old man continued, all of you have good luck. If it wasn't for 4 8th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses dying today, all of you might not have this opportunity. The 8 of them deeply agreed with the old man's words. Indeed, if it wasn't for those 4 8th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses being killed, it would be utterly impossible for them to have a share in the positions to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. Sometimes, luck was really extremely important. Besides that, subsequently, the old man added, the person that's the final victor amongst the 8 of you will not only be able to obtain the position to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, the person will also be considered to have obtained the last rank in the ranking battle of today's dynasty martial competition and obtained the rewards of our darkened dynasty's imperial family. Rewards from the imperial family. For a time, the breathing of the 8 7th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses sped up. Subsequently, the 8 young geniuses started to compete with each other for superiority. In the end, the outcome was a blue-clothed young man that had comprehended 7th level spear concept had successfully obtained the qualification to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. This blue-clothed young man wasn't from any power of the darkened dynasty, but had come from an empire, and his name was Feng Jun. If you have no intention of competing for a higher ranking in the ranking battles, then you can give up now. You'll obtain the rewards of our darkened dynasty's imperial family, 100 low-grade origin stones. One of the 2 old men spoke to Zheng Jun. 100 low-grade origin stones. Zheng Jun's breathing became rapid when he heard this. As a young genius from an empire that was under the darkened dynasty, origin stones were an existence of legend that were far beyond his reach. Yet now, he was able to obtain origin stones, 100 low-grade origin stones. Instantly, the eyes of many people in the cage battle arena went red with greed. Especially the young geniuses from the various empires and those 7th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses that were just eliminated, all of them had eyes that were red with greed. Just a little bit more. Just that little bit more and it would be one of us that was able to advance. Perhaps the few top powers that stood at the peak of the darkened dynasty wouldn't care about 100 low-grade spirit stones, but to the members of the various empires, it was a treasure that possessed an extraordinary value and couldn't be measured with gold and silver. I give up on competing in the ranking battle. Zheng Jun didn't hesitate in the slightest as he spoke directly to the old man. No matter if he gave up now or not, he was bound to be ranked at the last position today. Not to mention those 6 9th level Void Initiation stage young experts, he was even far from being a match of the other 3 people. Okay, the old man nodded, and with a raise of his hand, a spatial ring shot out and flashed straight at Zheng Jun. This is your reward, thank you, senior. After he received the spatial ring, Zheng Jun thanked the old man before returning to the second-class spectating area that the group of people from the empire he belonged to were seated. For a time, that spectating area was bustling with noise and excitement. Perhaps the results of the young genius of their empire was inferior to the Darkstone Empire today, yet they'd become eminent amongst the 36 empires present, and it was sufficient to be proud of. Do the three of you want to challenge the 6th 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses? If you're not challenging them, then the three of you will directly undergo the ranking battle to decide on the 7th, 8th, and 9th positions that will respectively provide different rewards from our darkened dynasty's imperial family. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the old man's left Feng Tianwu and descended onto Su Li and Long Yun, who stood together. I don't. Feng Tianwu was the first to shake her head. I don't as well. Su Li shook his head. Me too, said Long Yun. Very good. The old man nodded and said, then now, the 7th until the 9th position shall be decided from the three of you. Young Miss Tianwu, we'll start from you. As he finished speaking, the old man looked at Feng Tianwu. May I know who you want to challenge? Feng Tianwu flew out like a ball of flames and arrived in the sky above the cage battle arena in a short moment. Her gaze descended onto Long Yun at the first possible moment. I challenge him, the Darkstone Empire's Long Yun. Instantly, the two old men looked at Long Yun in unison, whereas, the gazes of most of the people present had successively descended onto Long Yun, and it caused Long Yun to once again become the center of attention. Chapter 697, The Battle for Number 7. When faced with Feng Tianwu's challenge, Long Yun's gaze flickered slightly before directly admitting defeat. He'd already witnessed Feng Tianwu's strength, even though he was extremely confident of his own ability, but the gap in their strengths caused him to feel a wave of powerlessness. Not only did this red-clothed young woman that was shockingly young possess a cultivation that was higher than him, her comprehension in concept was higher than his, and even the grade 3 spirit weapon in her possession was stronger than his. He's witnessed the might of the grade 3 spirit weapon in the young woman's possession. It was a grade 3 spirit weapon that could provide an amplification of 70%. It was much more powerful than the grade 3 spirit weapon in his possession. All of this caused his comprehensive strength to be far inferior to the young woman, and there was utterly no need to undergo a battle. The woman's strength was sufficient to crush him. Su Li. After Long Yun admitted defeat, Feng Tianwu's gaze moved onto Su Li, and she nodded lightly to Su Li. Compared to Long Yun, she looked at Su Li with slight politeness. All of this was naturally because she knew Su Li was Duan Ling Tian's friend. Unlike Long Yun, who admitted defeat, when faced with Feng Tianwu's challenge, Su Li wasn't afraid in the slightest, and he flew out to stand in confrontation with Feng Tianwu. Young Miss Tianwu. Su Li nodded to Feng Tianwu. I know your big brother Duan's friend, but I'm determined to obtain the 7th position in the dynasty martial competition today. Feng Tianwu spoke to Su Li with a tone filled with confidence. I'm the same. Su Li didn't have the slightest intention of being polite when facing Feng Tianwu, who was like a celestial maiden that descended to the mortal world, and he seemed as if he wasn't facing a peerless beauty, but an ordinary person that couldn't be any more ordinary. The two of them stood facing each other and had successfully attracted the gazes of everyone present. Feng Tianwu, the Feng clan eldest master's daughter, when she revealed her ability for the first time today, she showed her shocking strength. A cultivation at the 8th level of the void initiation stage, 8th level fire concept, and a grade 3 spirit whip that provided an amplification of 70%. Su Li, the young genius of the Darkstone Empire, had a cultivation and concept that was equal to Feng Tianwu. But up until now, in the eyes of the crowd in the cage battle arena, the spirit weapon Su Li had revealed was only a grade 4 spirit sword. This Su Li from the Darkstone Empire has a cultivation and concept that isn't bad, and it isn't inferior to young Miss Tianwu. But, the spirit weapon in his possession is only a grade 4 spirit sword, so he'll surely be at a disadvantage. A grade 4 spirit sword is much inferior to the grade 3 spirit whip in the hands of young Miss Tianwu. Most importantly, the grade 3 spirit whip in young Miss Tianwu's possession is capable of providing an amplification of 70%. The difference in spirit weapon is too great. Su Li has no chance of winning in this battle. Practically all the surrounding crowd of spectators in the cage battle arena didn't look favorably upon Su Li. Yet when faced with the doubt of the crowd, Su Li's expression remained unchanged. Su Li, I won't use my grade 3 spirit weapon when fighting you, said Feng Tianwu to Su Li, her words frank and open like a man. Young Miss Tianwu is worthy of being Lord Wu Dao's daughter. She's frank and open, and she's unwilling to take advantage of Su Li with her spirit weapon. I envy the Darkstone Empire's Duan Ling Tian more and more now. What ability does he possess to actually be able to marry such an outstanding woman like young Miss Tianwu? You're asking what ability Duan Ling Tian possesses? You're nothing compared to him. The discussions in the surroundings of the cage battle arena had unconsciously moved onto Duan Ling Tian. Many people were speaking ill of Duan Ling Tian, and there were also many people that were feeling outraged in Duan Ling Tian's stead. The latter were mostly people that admired Duan Ling Tian from the bottom of their hearts. Tian Wu and this fellow Su Li are undergoing a ranking battle, yet they're actually able to pull me in. Duan Ling Tian had a strange gaze as he felt he was caught in the crossfire. Who did I offend or provoke? There's no need. When he heard Feng Tian Wu's frank words, Su Li shook his head instead. Right when Feng Tian Wu revealed a bewildered expression, a 3-foot-long blade that had flowing lights revolving around it had appeared out of thin air in Su Li's hand. This isn't the spirit sword Su Li utilized earlier. In next to no time, someone noticed an inkling. Meanwhile, origin energy appeared in Su Li's hand before fusing into the 3-foot-long blade in his hand. Instantly, 11 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared in the sky before another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and over 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. An amplification of 68%. A grade 3 spirit sword. Su Li possesses a grade 3 spirit weapon as well. My god, is today the great gathering of grade 3 spirit weapons? Doesn't our darkened dynasty only possess a single grade 3 spirit weapon? Moreover, that grade 3 spirit weapon seems to be in the possession of the imperial family, right? Along with a grade 3 spirit sword appearing in Su Li's hand, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar. If it was said that someone wasn't surprised at this moment, then Duan Ling Tian would be that person. He's heard long ago that Su Li and Long Yun possessed grade 3 spirit weapons, so even if he saw Su Li withdraw a grade 3 spirit sword with his own 2 eyes, he wouldn't think anything of it. Brother Ling Tian, all the 3 grade 3 spirit weapons in their hands were refined by the grade 3 weapons craftsman that's backing you. Duan Ling Tian's composed expression was completely noticed by Shang Ying, and Shang Ying couldn't refrain from asking via voice transmission, and his tone contained slight anxiousness. Duan Ling Tian was slightly taken by surprise when he received Shang Ying's voice transmission, and he only reacted to it after a short moment. He knew Shang Ying had overthought things. Pavilion Master Shang, you're overthinking things. Duan Ling Tian replied truthfully. I'm overthinking. Shang Ying was first stunned, and then he asked a step further. Am I really thinking too much? No matter if it's the Feng clan's young Miss Tian Wu, or Su Li and Long Yun who are young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, all of them seem to be deeply related to you, right? That's right. Duan Ling Tian didn't deny this. The 3 of them do more or less have a slight relationship with me. But only Tian Wu's grade 3 spirit weapon was refined by the grade 3 weapons craftsman that's backing me. Su Li and Long Yun's grade 3 spirit weapons are unrelated to me. Moreover, amongst the 2 of them, I'm friends with Su Li and would perhaps be able to ask the grade 3 weapons craftsman that's backing me to refine a grade 3 spirit weapon for Su Li, but it's impossible that I would help Long Yun. Duan Ling Tian spoke frankly and openly. Shang Ying didn't doubt this, but he still couldn't refrain from saying in shock. Brother Ling Tian, the grade 3 weapons craftsman who's behind you is truly an extraordinary figure. He's actually capable of refining a grade 3 spirit weapon that can provide an amplification of 70% like the spirit weapon in young Miss Tian Wu's possession. He's alright. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Luckily, he was thick-skinned, otherwise, he would probably be praised to the point of being unable to refrain from blushing. Another grade 3 spirit weapon. On the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Darkened Dynasty's imperial family, the corners of the emperor's mouth twitched, and his dignified appearance had vanished. Even with his lofty status in the Darkened Dynasty, he couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. It's a member of the Darkstone Empire again. The black-clothed old man couldn't refrain from gasping. The fortune of the members of the Darkstone Empire is outstanding indeed. Bai Hao, that had always remained silent, spoke out in what was a rare occasion, and his tone contained slight surprise. As for Zishang and Ziyan, they didn't say anything, but the greed in the eyes of Bai He who sat by Ziyan's side was even more greater than when Long Yun withdrew a grade 3 spirit saber. Another grade 3 spirit weapon. Moreover, it's a grade 3 spirit sword. He himself used a sword and had comprehended sword concept. Compared to a grade 3 spirit saber, he wanted a grade 3 spirit sword even more desperately. Su Li, Bai He's eyes were filled with yearning. But in next to no time, a string of words entered into Bai He's ears, and it was like a pail of cold water sprayed on him. Bai He, you better not even think about the grade 3 spirit weapons in that Long Yun and Su Li's possession. Bai He was able to discern that this was the voice transmission of his imperial father, the Darken Dynasty's emperor. The emperor had obviously noticed the greed that Bai He's gaze revealed. Why? Bai He frowned when he heard this, and he replied with unwillingness. HMPH. The emperor grunted via voice transmission, and he spoke with slight disappointment. Didn't you think about it properly? Why would he possess a grade 3 spirit weapon? Do you think it fell down from the heavens like a pie falling from the heavens? Moreover, they're only members of a mere empire, yet are able to possess this strength of theirs. Do you think there isn't an expert standing behind them? The emperor's words were spoken with extreme reason, causing Bai He to be slightly hesitant. Meanwhile, besides utilizing his grade 3 spirit sword, Su Li had even directly revealed the 8th level sword concept he'd comprehended. After a short moment, Su Li chose to attack first and seize the initiative. Sword images flew out both horizontally and vertically, and they were like shadows that swept towards Feng Tianwu. On the other side, the grade 3 spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand shook, then it coiled around her graceful and delicate body before starting to pulsate, and it once again formed the crimson-red light barrier. This crimson-red light barrier was like an enormous fireball that protected Feng Tianwu within it. The grade 3 spirit sword in Su Li's hand struck out successively, and it descended like tiny stars in the sky onto the fireball on the surface of Feng Tianwu's body. Every time the spirit sword descended, the enormous fireball would shrink slightly. Of course, if one used one's eyes to look at it, it would be extremely difficult to discern the changes in the fireball. In the end, under the gazes of everyone present, the fireball moved to a void to the distance. Feng Tianwu realized that she couldn't continue being passive, otherwise, it would practically be a situation where she would lose for sure. Even though a defensive martial skill was capable of solving one's most urgent defensive needs, yet it was impossible for it to be utilized from the beginning until the end. What she wanted to do during this ranking battle wasn't to fight Su Li to a tie, it was instead to defeat Su Li. Only in this way would she be able to occupy this 7th position in the Dynasty Martial competition this time, just like she'd said before. She was determined to obtain the 7th position. Finally, Feng Tianwu attacked. The grade 3 spirit whip in her hand flashed out to transform into dense whip image that tore through the sky as they swept out straight towards Su Li. These whip images covered the heavens and the earth as they descended, and it was as if a storm was pouring. Flower rain. Duan Ling Tian was stunned when he saw this scene, and he couldn't help but recall the scenes when he met Feng Tianwu for the first time in Phoenix Nest City. Chapter 698, Number 7, Number 8, Number 9. Duan Ling Tian still remembered that when he met Tianwu for the first time all those years ago, it was on the stage of the groom search competition outside the Phoenix Nest City's city governor's estate. He'd fought Feng Tianwu on their first meeting. During that battle, Feng Tianwu had executed a similar martial skill, and later on, he found out from Feng Tianwu that the martial skill was called Flower Rain. The martial skill Tianwu executed now doesn't seem to be Flower Rain. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that even though the martial skill Feng Tianwu executed now was similar to the martial skill Flower Rain, from that day, it was obviously greatly stronger than Flower Rain. When Feng Tianwu attacked while combined with her 8th grade fire concept, the whip images that whistled out seemed to have transformed into numerous flaming shooting stars that covered the heavens and the earth as they enveloped Su Li. Needless to say, Su Li's strength was extremely strong, and relying on a cultivation and concept that was equal to Feng Tianwu and a grade 3 spirit weapon that was inferior to the grade 3 spirit weapon in Feng Tianwu's possession, he was still able to block Feng Tianwu's attack that covered the heavens and the earth. Every single time Su Li's figure flashed, he seemed to have transformed into a sharp sword that flashed out swiftly and brought about a wave of sword howls. The 3-foot-long blade in his hand was swift like a bolt of lightning as if formed an impermeable sword net that stopped the spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand time and time again. The situation of the battle became more and more intense, whereas, the atmosphere in the cage battle arena became silent and heavy. This fellow Su Li is actually so strong. Looks like that master of his isn't simple. When he saw Su Li rely on a strength that was inferior to Feng Tianwu, yet still be able to use sword skills that were simplified from their complicated form to fight with Feng Tianwu and not fall into a position of disadvantage, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be shocked. For a time, he was filled with curiosity towards Su Li's master. Su Li's master should be a void transformation stage expert without a doubt. Since he's capable of teaching Su Li to such an extent, his comprehension towards the sword has already arrived at a certain level. At least, he ought to have already comprehended advanced sword concept. Advanced concept was also called void transformation concept. Normally speaking, only an expert at the void transformation stage was capable of mastering such a concept. Of course, nothing was an absolute. If one's comprehension ability far surpassed one's natural talent, then a void interpretation stage martial artist had the possible of comprehending void transformation concept. A martial artist like this was even more rare than a void transformation stage martial artist. Moreover, any one of them were extremely terrifying existences. 15 minutes of time passed swiftly. Feng Tianwu and Su Li were unable to decide on the victor. The situation of the battle remained the same. Meanwhile, some spectators couldn't refrain from urging impatiently. If this continues on, then when will it end? The ranking battle between the 9th level void initiation stage young experts still have to be held after this. Exactly. If Su Li and young Miss Tianwu fight for an entire day and night, then wouldn't we have to wait for an entire day and night? In my opinion, there's utterly no point in continuing to battle like this. It should be considered as a tie. Many spectators were slightly impatient, and some put forward suggestions. In the sky above the cage battle arena, after the two old men that presided over the martial competition looked at each other, they looked at the emperor. The emperor nodded to them. Instantly, the two old men looked at Feng Tianwu and Su Li, who were still in battle and were intending to announce the outcome as a tie. Young Miss Tianwu, one of the old men, hadn't finished speaking when he stopped abruptly. It wasn't that someone had interrupted him, but it was he himself who opened his mouth but didn't emit any sound, and he stared blankly at the scene before him. Under the gazes of everyone present, without any sign, another ancient horned dragon silhouette had appeared in the sky above Feng Tianwu. So long as it was someone with a discerning gaze, they would be able to notice the reason. At this moment, the strands of crimson-red energy within the origin energy on the spirit whip in Feng Tianwu's hand had obviously become even more condensed. 9th level fire concept. Duan Ling Tian, who was watching the battle between Feng Tianwu and Su Li concentrated ly, couldn't help but be visibly moved. Never had he imagined that Feng Tianwu would actually comprehend 9th level fire concept at this critical moment. She's worthy of being a possessor of the fire spirit body. Tianwu is simply like the favorite of the fire concept. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned. The others were shocked as well. Even this is possible. My god, how old is young Miss Tianwu? Her cultivation is at the 8th level of the void initiation stage and has comprehended 9th level fire concept. I truly feel that the more than half my lifetime that I've lived was lived in vain. It isn't just you, aren't I the same? The animated discussions in the surroundings of the cage battle arena were mostly filled with dejection. After Feng Tianwu comprehended 9th level fire concept at the last minute during the battle, her strength increased greatly, and she forced back Su Li, who'd originally been in a tie with her, right when she was prepared to seize this opportunity to follow up with an attack. I admit defeat. Su Li spoke out with a tone that had no lack of a sigh. At this moment, Su Li felt it was slightly regretful. Originally, the difference in their grade 3 spirit weapons caused his strength to be slightly weaker than Feng Tianwu, but the sword skills he executed were undoubtedly slightly stronger than Feng Tianwu's martial skills. So in terms of true strength, he wasn't inferior to Feng Tianwu. But never had he imagined that just when he thought this battle with Feng Tianwu would end in a tie, Feng Tianwu had actually comprehended 9th level fire concept at the last minute. Feng Tianwu, who had comprehended 9th level fire concept, was equivalent to possessing the strength of another one ancient horned dragon, and it broke the balance that was maintained between him and Feng Tianwu. Continuing the battle would be pointless, because he didn't have the slightest confidence of being victorious, and even ending it with a tie was impossible. Su Li, you're worthy of being Big Brother Duan's friend. Your sword skill is extremely strong, and if it wasn't for my strength surpassing you, I wouldn't be a match for you. Feng Tianwu spoke sincerely when facing Su Li, who admitted defeat. Young Miss Tianwu, you're too kind. Your natural talent and comprehension ability is truly shocking to me. Su Li spoke with slight embarrassment. Natural talent. Comprehension ability. Feng Tianwu's beautiful eyes that flickered with bright lights instantly dimmered down when she heard Su Li, and then she sighed in her heart. If it's possible, I'd rather not possess this natural talent and comprehension ability. I only hope to be an ordinary person. Her natural talent and comprehension ability were reliant upon the fire spirit body to be so monstrous, whereas, as the possessor of the fire spirit body, the pressure she endured wasn't something an ordinary martial artist could imagine. When a person knew since extremely early on that when they turned 30, they would face a calamity that allowed no survival, the way they felt was something only one who'd really experienced it once would understand. Young Miss Tianwu has successively defeated Long Yun and Su Li. She's ranked number 7 in the Dynasty Martial Competition's rankings and obtained the rewards of the Darken Dynasty's imperial family, 1,000 low-grade origin stones. One of the old men raised his hand and passed a spatial ring to Feng Tianwu. 1,000 low-grade origin stones. Instantly, the entire cage battle arena was in an uproar again. 1,000 low-grade origin stones, an entire 10 times the reward given for the person that was ranked number 10. If I'm able to obtain so many origin stones, then I'll even be able to laugh myself awake while dreaming. Stop dreaming. Ordinary martial artists like us might not even be able to gather 100 origin stones in our entire lifetimes, let alone 1,000 low-grade origin stones. Yeah, ordinary martial artists like us can only accept our fate. Many spectators with ordinary cultivations couldn't help but sigh sorrowfully. Feng Tianwu herself instead didn't reveal the slightest expression of happiness when facing 1,000 low-grade origin stones, and she received the spatial ring with a calm expression before returning to the first-class spectating area that belonged to the Feng clan and sat by Feng Wudao's side. Big brother Wudao, congratulations. The Darken Dynasty's emperor looked over towards Feng Wudao and congratulated repeatedly. Feng Wudao glanced at the emperor and nodded indifferently. The emperor didn't feel the slightest displeasure from Feng Wudao's casual gesture, because he knew that this man nodding to him was already a show of respect. If it was another person, perhaps Feng Wudao would utterly pay no attention. Lord Wudao, congratulations. Patriarch Feng, congratulations. Meanwhile, many people from other powers congratulated Feng Wudao and Feng Tiannan. Feng Wudao had a calm expression as if he didn't hear them, and he paid no attention to them, whereas Feng Tiannan instead was slightly numbed as he squeezed out a trace of a stiff smile and nodded as he replied to them successively. Obviously, he still hadn't been able to let Feng Yunzhang's death go. Feng Yunshang being defeated by Feng Tianwu first wasn't a big deal. But in the end, he'd actually died at the hands of the Darkstone Empire's Long Yun, and it caused his Feng clan to lose face greatly. But his Feng clan just happened to be unable to do anything to Long Yun. At least, before they confirmed the ability of the expert standing behind Long Yun that gave Long Yun the grade 3 spirit saber, the Feng clan didn't dare act rashly. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the other old man looked at Su Li and Long Yun. Su Li, Long Yun. The rankings of number 8 and number 9 will be decided from amongst the two of you. I admit defeat. Long Yun glanced at Su Li before admitting defeat again. Even though there was unwillingness in the depths of his gaze, but he knew as well that he wasn't a match for Su Li. Now, master, don't worry, I'll sooner or later be able to defeat Su Li and bring honor to you. Long Yun silently promised in his heart. In this way, Su Li is ranked number 8 in the rankings of the Dynasty Martial Competition today. Su Li, you'll obtain the reward bestowed by our Darken Dynasty's imperial family, 500 low-grade origin stones. With a raise of his hand, 2 spatial rings had appeared, and he passed one of them to Su Li. Within it was exactly the 500 low-grade origin stones. Long Yun, you're ranked number 9 in the Dynasty Martial Competition today, and you'll obtain 200 low-grade origin stones as your rewards. Subsequently, the old man passed the other spatial ring to Long Yun. After Su Li and Long Yun received the spatial rings, they flew towards the second-class spectating area that the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated at under numerous envious and jealous gazes that came from all around. Su Li and Long Yun obtained so many origin stones, yet they actually seem as if they aren't happy in the slightest bit, truly strange. In next to no time, someone noticed an inkling. Chapter 699, The Struggle for the Top 6. It's normal that young Miss Tianwu doesn't have any reaction from obtaining 1,000 low-grade origin stone. After all, her identity is noble, and she has no lack for origin stones. But Su Li and Long Yun are instead from tiny empires, yet they're actually so composed when facing low-grade origin stones. It's truly shocking. Many people sighed. Of course, there were people that refuted this argument, and they spoke with evidence. HMPH. Have all of you forgotten that both Su Li and Long Yun possess a grade 3 spirit weapon? Exactly, that's a grade 3 spirit weapon. Besides young Miss Tianwu, even amongst the most outstanding group of young geniuses from our Darken Dynasty, there probably might not be a second person that possesses one. Compared to a grade 3 spirit weapon, low-grade origin stones are nothing worth mentioning. There was an origin stone vein within the Darken Dynasty that was rich with low-grade origin stones, whereas, before today, the Darkin dynasty only possessed a single grade 3 spirit weapon that was publicly known of. Which of the two was more precious was obvious. In next to no time, this topic ended. The other 6 9th level Void Initiation stage young geniuses are about to undergo the final ranking battles. Truly a cause for anticipation. Yeah, the main event today is about to start. 6 9th level Void Initiation stage young experts are about to carry out an intense battle. What a pity for young Miss Tian Wu, saying that she won't compete with the 6 9th level Void Initiation stage young experts since the beginning. Yet now she has comprehended 9th level fire concept and would originally have a chance to compete with the 9th level Void Initiation stage young experts, but she has missed the chance now. This can't be blamed on young Miss Tian Wu. It was impossible for even herself to know that she would be able to smoothly comprehend 9th level fire concept while battling Su Li. The atmosphere in the cage battle arena became bustling once more. The attention of everyone had moved to the 6 9th level Void Initiation stage experts that included Duan Ling Tian. Of course, many people mentioned Feng Tian Wu and felt regretful for Feng Tian Wu. Young miss, do you regret it? On the first-class spectating area that belonged solely to the Feng clan, Elder Kong looked at Feng Tian Wu and asked with a slight smile. Feng Tian Wu lightly shook her head. There's nothing to be regretful about. The martial competition of the 10 dynasties is the final stage. The ranking battle today is nothing before the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, and the rankings are of no importance. When he heard Feng Tian Wu's words, Feng Wu Dao's revealed a rare wisp of a gratified smile. His daughter had grown up. Now, the 6 young geniuses, please enter the arena. In the sky above the cage battle arena, one of the old men's voice sounded out, and it clearly entered into the ears of everyone present. Along with the old man speaking, there were 3 figures that flashed out first, and they obviously were prepared since long ago. These 3 people were respectively the Darkin dynasty's imperial family's second prince, Bai He, the young prince Bai Hao, and the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao. Duan Ling Tian, bring first place home. Su Lu looked at Duan Ling Tian and grinned as he spoke in encouragement. Su Li's words resonated with most of the young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, and their gazes descended onto Duan Ling Tian. Yeah, Duan Ling Tian, bring first place home. At that time, our Darkstone Empire would really be in the limelight. If Duan Ling Tian really seizes the first rank in the ranking battles during the martial competition today, just thinking about the scene at that time is causing me to feel excited. Duan Ling Tian, good luck. I look favorably upon you. When faced with the spirited and passionate young geniuses of the Darkstone Empire, Duan Ling Tian shrugged, and then he shook his head and smiled. I don't dare guarantee that I'll be ranked at the top, but I'll surely try my best. Just like he said, he didn't dare guarantee it. After all, on this stage that is the dynasty martial competition, he didn't dare arrogantly utilize his spiritual force while being stared at by so many void interpretation stage experts. Otherwise, if he executed his soul skill, 1000 illusions, then the other 5 people would not even be able to touch the corners of his clothes. Now, he wanted to use his own true strength to compete with the other 5 young experts. Duan Ling Tian, they're joking, don't be pressured, said King Yang to Duan Ling Tian. Yeah, we're joking. Seeming to have realized that what they did would give Duan Ling Tian pressure, the group of geniuses from the Darkstone Empire hurriedly rectified it. But they were overthinking things. Duan Ling Tian wouldn't feel any pressure because of this. After all, he'd never thought of bringing honor to the Darkstone Empire when he participated in the dynasty martial competition. He, Duan Ling Tian, only lived for himself and the loved ones by his side. Brother Ling Tian. Shang Yin turned around to look at Duan Ling Tian with eyes that were filled with encouragement. After Duan Ling Tian lightly smiled in reply, he flew out to leave the spectating area and arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena. Meanwhile, the Zhang clan's Zhang Shouyang and the imperial family's Zishang had arrived successively. Including Duan Ling Tian, the 6 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses stood apart at different places, and their gazes descended onto the 2 old men as they waited for them to explain the rules. In next to no time, the old man said, the 6 of you will decide on the top 6 rankings in the ranking battles of the dynasty martial competition today. The higher up the ranking, the more rewards. There are no specific rules for the battle between the 6 of you. Just like the few people from before, you may freely challenge an opponent. You may enter the arena to choose an opponent to challenge, and you're not allowed to challenge any one of the 2 people that had just fought. Besides that, killing is not allowed in the battles between the 6 of you. Of course, this isn't saying that we aren't allowing all of you to fight with your full strength, but it's to remind all of you that once the opponent of any one of you is in danger of losing his life, the two of us will directly interfere. Of course, after you're saved while facing a danger to your life, it would also mean that you've lost. The two old men added together. Duan Ling Tian and the other 6 nodded when they heard this. Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised that the competition for the top 6 didn't allow killing. After all, the 10 young geniuses that were decided upon to participate in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties today would have to participate in it 1 year from now, whereas, the performance of the young geniuses at the martial competition of the 10 dynasties was linked to the benefit of the darkened dynasty. Supposedly, after the martial competition of the 10 dynasties ends, the dynasties of some young geniuses that performed well would be able to obtain grade 3 spirit weapons and some precious grade 3 medicinal pills bestowed by the powers of the foreign lands. All of this was the reason various dynasties flocked to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. If there were no benefits, there would utterly be no dynasty that was willing to take pains for the sake of some martial competition of the 10 dynasties. It was precisely because of this that it was impossible for the Darkened dynasty to allow any accidents to occur to Duan Ling Tian's group of 6 during the dynasty martial competition. Because every single one of them would possibly bring honor and even a certain amount of benefits to the Darkened dynasty in the martial competition of the 10 dynasties that was held in a year. As for the few 8th level void initiation stage young geniuses that were killed earlier, perhaps they were considered to be outstanding in the dynasty martial competition, but if it really came to the martial competition of the 10 dynasties, they were practically there just to make up the numbers. Their deaths were of no importance to the major affairs of the Darkened dynasty. Now, the competition for the top 6 will begin. Who amongst all of you will be the first to enter the arena and issue a challenge? One of the old men spoke and asked Duan Ling Tian and the others. Practically at the instant the old man finished speaking, a figure had already flashed out to arrive at the center area of the sky above the cage battle arena. It was the Yi clan's Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was the son of the Yi clan's patriarch, the eldest young master of the Yi clan, and he was even the #1 expert in the younger generation of the Yi clan. Not only that, Yi Xiao was even publicly acknowledged as the #1 genius in the Yi clan for the past 100 years. It could be known from this that Yi Xiao's strength was extraordinary. Besides that, Yi Xiao was also publicly acknowledged as one of the 3 strongest people in the younger generation of the Darkened dynasty, and he was as equally famous as the Zhang clan's Zhang Shouyang and the imperial family's second prince, Bai He. Yi Xiao, besides Duan Ling Tian and Bai Hao having a calm expression, when they saw that Yi Xiao was the first to enter the arena, the eyes of the other 2 young geniuses flashed. At this moment, all of them were curious, who would Yi Xiao choose to be his opponent? Yi Xiao's gaze flashed past Duan Ling Tian and the others, and he seemed to be considering who he should challenge as his opponent for this battle. Who do all of you think Yi Xiao will choose? Meanwhile, the surroundings of the cage battle arena were bustling with noise and excitement. He looks to be slightly hesitant. But I think the possibility he chooses the Darkstone Empire's Duan Ling Tian is greater. I think so too. After all, Duan Ling Tian killed their Yi clan's second strongest expert in the younger generation, Yi Lu, earlier. Yi Xiao will probably take revenge for Yi Lu. Many people discussed animatedly and guessed. Most people felt that Yi Xiao would challenge Duan Ling Tian. Even Duan Ling Tian himself felt that Yi Xiao would very likely challenge him after hearing the discussions from the surroundings. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that Yi Xiao's gaze had fixed onto someone. It isn't me. When he noticed that Yi Xiao's gaze wasn't on him, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be stunned as it slightly exceeded his expectations. At this moment, Yi Xiao's gaze had fixed onto a nearby young man. Zhang Shouyang, I fought you twice all those years ago, yet lost to you on both occasions. After that, when I wanted to defeat you and wash away my shame, you instead left the capital and were never heard of again. Yi Xiao's gaze instantly locked onto Zhang Shouyang as he spoke slowly. Today is the 3rd time I fight you. I will defeat you and wash away my shame. The battle intent on Yi Xiao shot into the sky. Zhang Shouyang's expression remained unchanged when challenged by Yi Xiao, and then his figure flashed out to instantly arrive at the central region of the sky above the cage battle arena to stand in confrontation with Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao, finally, Zhang Shouyang spoke. Do you know why you lost to me the first 2 times? During those 2 times, your strength wasn't inferior to me like it is today. HMPH, you don't have the qualifications to preach to me. Yi Xiao grunted coldly, and with a raise of his hand, a crescent moon-shaped spirit saber appeared in his hand. Chapter 700. the drunkard Zhang Shouyang. The spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand flickered with a faint white light and seemed like a real crescent moon. When they saw Yi Xiao and Zhang Shouyang standing in confrontation, Duan Ling Tian's group of 4 moved backwards and stood far away in the sky to watch the battle. Duan Ling Tian, I'll get back the debt you owe me after I defeat them one by one. Suddenly, a voice transmission that was filled with confidence entered into Duan Ling Tian's ears. Duan Ling Tian didn't even have to turn around to know that this voice transmission belonged to Zishang. I'll wait and see, Duan Ling Tian replied unhurriedly. Zishang said he wants to defeat everyone. Looks like the fortuitous encounters he obtained aren't simple. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to possess such strong confidence. Duan Ling Tian guessed in his heart. At the same time, Yi Xiao attacked. With a raise of his hand, the spirit saber in his hand emitted a dazzling milky white sheen, and it was formed from his origin energy ceaselessly gushing into the spirit saber in his hand. Not only that, there were also strands of azure-colored energy flashing within Yi Xiao's origin energy, and it was obviously wind concept. Along with Yi Xiao taking a step forward, the energy of heaven and earth roiled in the sky above him as 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form first. This was the phenomenon formed from the energy possessed by a 9th-level void initiation stage martial artist drawing upon the energy of the heaven and the earth. Subsequently, another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. This was the amplification from the grade 4 spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand. In the end, another 9 ancient horned dragons appeared once more. 9th-level wind concept. All of this didn't stop there. Along with a strand of fierce aura blooming out from the spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand, another single ancient horned dragon silhouette appeared in the sky above him. 1st-level saber concept. 2 types of concepts. When they witnessed the strength Yi Xiao revealed, all the other 4 young geniuses, including Duan Ling Tian, revealed shocked expressions, especially Bai He, his pupils constricted. Abruptly. He didn't expect that Yi Xiao's strength would actually unknowingly leave him far behind. This caused him to feel disgruntled. 2 types of concept again. Moreover, one of them is even a 9th-level concept. Yi Xiao deserves to be the #1 genius in the past 100 years of the Yi clan. Yi Xiao is similar to Zishang and has comprehended 2 types of concept. Looks like the ranking battles today will be extremely interesting. If Zhang Shouyang hasn't comprehended 2 types of concept, then this battle is indeed slightly dangerous for him. Even though he comprehended earth force, he is utterly unable to draw assistance from the earth while in midair. Zhang Shouyang's expression looks to be extremely calm. Perhaps he has comprehended 2 concepts as well. The surroundings of the cage battle arena were completely in an uproar. At this moment, Zhang Shouyang and Yi Xiao had become the center of attention. Most people were shocked by Yi Xiao's comprehension of 2 types of concept, whereas, even more people were instead curious as to how Zhang Shouyang would deal with it. No one hoped that this battle would be a battle without suspense. After all, only when the 2 people in battle were well matched in strength would they be able to watch to their satisfaction and heart's content. Yi Xiao, looks like you haven't been lazy during these past few years. As he looked at the 29 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Yi Xiao, Zhang Shouyang spoke slowly with a calm tone, and his expression was carefree from the beginning until the end. For the sake of defeating you, I naturally tried my best to improve my strength. As Yi Xiao spoke, he flashed out. He seemed as if he was taking an idle stroll. He looked to be slow yet was actually swift, and in the blink of an eye, he'd already arrived nearby Zhang Shouyang. At the instant that Yi Xiao made a move, Zhang Shouyang made a move as well. With a raise of his hand, an exquisite wine gourd had appeared in Zhang Shouyang's hand, and after he took out this wine gourd, Zhang Shouyang instead placed his mouth on the opening of the gourd before raising his head to drink. This scene caused many people present in the surroundings of the cage battle arena to be speechless. Even if he craved wine at this moment, no matter what, Zhang Shouyang should distinguish the situation, right? Didn't he notice that his opponent has already attacked? Of course, practically all the people that were speechless were the representatives and young geniuses from the various empires. The members of the Darken dynasty weren't so surprised. After all, when Zhang Shouyang became famous in the Darken dynasty all those years ago, he had a nickname and people called him the drunkard Zhang Shouyang. Exactly how Zhang Shouyang craved wine could be known from this. Thus, so long as it was a member of the Darken dynasty, they weren't surprised that Zhang Shouyang drank wine at a situation like this. Big brother Zhang is really unrestrained. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and smiled when he saw this scene. Starfall Moonchaser. Zhang Shouyang hadn't finished drinking when Yi Xiao had already shouted out lightly as he instantly flashed out, and everywhere he passed, he dragged out numerous afterimages that only vanished after a short moment. The grade 4 spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand instantly flashed out like a crescent moon that was moving swiftly, whereas, behind the crescent moon, a portion of the origin energy that acted as the energy of the crescent moon was flickering with a starry sheen, and it was like an array of stars that hung in the night sky. Starfall Moonchaser was the martial skill that Yi Xiao had executed at this moment. When the crescent moon flew out, the numerous stars that remained there silently like a meditating monk had instantly moved out like frenzied rabbits as they transformed into numerous shooting stars that followed behind the crescent moon that flashed towards Zhang Shouyang. When the crescent moon was about to flash past Zhang Shouyang's throat, Zhang Shouyang, who was still drinking wine, moved. He raised his leg and stepped in the air. Practically at the instant his foot descended, an enormous milky white brick that was condensed from origin energy appeared beneath his foot, and the enormous brick was suffused with an earth and yellow energy. Obviously, it was earth concept. Zhang Shouyang's foot descended to step just onto the enormous brick. Instantly, the enormous brick cracked apart, and the dense cracks seemed to have transformed into a spider web. When Zhang Shouyang relied on this to soar up into the sky, the enormous brick shook before instantly exploding apart and transform into nothings as it had completed its mission. Zhang Shou, who soared up, seemed to have transformed into a cannonball that shot into the sky, and he easily avoided Yi Xiao's crescent moon what was chased after by the group of stars. But the crescent moon didn't just stop there, and it seemed as if it had eyes as it continued to chase towards Zhang Shouyang with full fury, and its strength didn't reduce in the slightest. It actually didn't have any consumption. Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but be surprised as he looked at the crescent moon that had vast origin energy that still pulsated on it. Normally speaking, if it was an attack by shooting our origin energy, then no matter if it was a spirit weapon that left one's hand or an attack purely condensed into form from origin energy, after it flew out for a distance, it would more or less have some consumption of energy, but Yi Xiao's grade 4 spirit saber didn't have any consumption of energy. What's going on? The scene before him had completely drawn out Duan Ling Tian's curiosity. For a time, Duan Ling Tian seriously sized up the attack. When faced with the crescent moon that flashed over swiftly, Zhang Shouyang, who was still pouring wine down his throat, continued to step on the enormous bricks that appeared out of thin air, and he flew out to dangerously dodge time and time again. The crescent moon seemed as if it was forever tireless, and it targeted Zhang Shouyang without letting up, while its distance to Zhang Shouyang grew nearer and nearer. Compared to the speed Zhang Shouyang dodged at, its speed was obviously quicker. So that's how it is. While Zhang Shouyang was playing hide and seek with the crescent moon, Duan Ling Tian was instead observing from the sidelines, and after observing for a while, he finally obtained the answer. It turned out that the reason the crescent moon possessed unending origin energy was because it was borrowing origin energy from the group of stars behind it, whereas, the origin energy of the group of stars was ceaselessly provided by Yi Xiao. It could be said that so long as Yi Xiao didn't stop supplying origin energy or the origin energy within Yi Xiao's body didn't finish, the strength and speed contained within the crescent moon wouldn't change in the slightest. What a peculiar martial skill. As he looked at Yi Xiao, who strolled idly in the sky while controlling the spirit sword as he wished with a raise of his hand, Duan Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh. Big brother Zhang still hasn't finished drinking. When Duan Ling Tian looked at Zhang Shouyang, who was pouring wine into his belly, he was slightly speechless, whereas, the spectating areas that surrounded the cage battle arena was instead deathly silent. Some people even started to doze off. He has finished drinking. He has finally finished drinking. Suddenly, someone cried out excitedly. Instantly, the group of spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena that were drowsy instantly seemed as if they'd taken a stimulant, and all of them were filled with spirit as they looked towards the sky above the cage battle arena. At this moment, Zhang Shouyang had finally finished drinking, and he raised his hand to move the wine gourd away from his mouth. The crescent moon barely flashed by Zhang Shouyang's body, and it sliced off a piece from the corner of Zhang Shouyang's clothes. Under the gazes of everyone present, the origin energy in Zhang Shouyang's hand skyrocketed with a raise of his hand, and it was suffused with a deep earth and yellow aura as he directly slapped the wine gourd. Instantly, raging origin energy and 9th level earth concept gushed into the wine gourd. The wine gourd shook as a white light flashed, and then it was directly raised up before being thrown out by Zhang Shouyang. More precisely speaking, it was smashed out. The wine gourd Zhang Shouyang smashed out flashed through the sky. It contained energy that was strong to the extreme as it moved to intercept Yi Xiao's crescent moon that was transformed from Yi Xiao's grade 4 spirit sword, and it seemed as if it wanted to go head-on with it. At the same time, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared first in the sky above Zhang Shouyang, and then another 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes appeared. In the end, another 8 ancient horned dragon silhouettes and 4,000 ancient mammoth silhouettes appeared. It amplifies so much strength. For a time, many people with discerning gazes reacted to the number of silhouettes in the sky and cried out in shock. At this instant, the strength Zhang Shouyang revealed had completely surpassed Yi Xiao, and it was an entire 4,000 ancient mammoths worth of strength more than Yi Xiao. The wine gourd that tore through the sky collided with the crescent moon that once again flashed towards Zhang Shouyang, and it emitted an enormous bang. Subsequently, a strong wave of air swept out, and it transformed into waves of strong gales that swept out in all directions. After the wine gourd and crescent moon collided, they suddenly split apart before colliding once more and emitting another enormous bang. Grade 3 Spirit Weapon. It's a Grade 3 Spirit Weapon. Not only is it a Grade 3 Spirit Weapon, it's also a Grade 3 Spirit Weapon that's capable of providing an amplification of 70% like the Grade 3 Spirit Weapon in young Miss Tian Wu's possession. Mass Release. 1/1 Regular Chapter. 0/7 700 Chapter Milestone. Chapter 701, Materialization of Concept. A Grade 3 Spirit Weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. The spectating area all the Zhang clan higher-ups were seated at was deathly silent. After a short moment, the group of Zhang clan higher-ups looked at the Zhang clan's patriarch. Patriarch, the Grade 3 Spirit Weapon in the possession of the eldest young master is. I don't know either. Patriarch Zhang shook his head slightly stiffly. His gaze never left Zhang Shouyang's spirit weapon gourd, and his heart was filled with shock. Where did my eldest son obtain this spirit weapon? In terms of amplification, even the Grade 3 spirit weapon in the possession of the Darken Dynasty's imperial family is probably far inferior to this spirit weapon. Another Grade 3 spirit weapon that provides an amplification of 70%. The pupils of Shang Ying who sat by King Yong's side constricted, and for a time, he couldn't refrain from sending a voice transmission to ask the violet-clothed young man in the distant sky. Brother Ling Tian, Zhang Shouyang's spirit weapon. Pavilion Master Shang, you've guessed correctly. This Grade 3 spirit weapon in the hands of Big Brother Zhang was personally refined by the Grade 3 weapons craftsman behind me. When he heard Shang Ying's voice transmission, he even didn't turn around to look at Shang Ying before being able to guess Shang Ying's thoughts. As expected, although Shang Ying had indeed guessed so earlier, now that he heard Duan Ling Tian admit it himself, Shang Ying couldn't help but be greatly shocked in his heart. From this, Shang Ying realized a problem, and it was that so long as the Grade 3 weapons craftsmen behind Duan Ling Tian were to refine a spirit weapon, practically all the spirit weapons refined were top grade amongst the top grade. The Grade 3 spirit weapon Feng Tian Wu's possession was capable of providing an amplification of 70%. The Grade 3 spirit weapon gourd in Zhang Shouyang's possession was capable of providing an amplification of 70%. Besides that, when he became acquainted with Duan Ling Tian all those years ago, it was because Duan Ling Tian had placed a Grade 4 spirit sword in their treasure-gathering pavilion, a Grade 4 spirit sword that could provide an amplification of 60%. Exactly what sort of existence is that weapons craftsman? At this moment, Shang Ying was even more curious about the weapons craftsman behind Duan Ling Tian. As for the other people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, all of them were surprised. This is the 4th Grade 3 spirit weapon that has appeared today. I thought that Zhang Shouyang would lose to Yi Xiao, yet I never imagined that he would withdraw a Grade 3 spirit weapon. Yeah, Zhang Shouyang who possesses a Grade 3 spirit weapon has completely surpassed Yi Xiao in terms of strength. The scene before them caused the group of spectators to feel that a turn in the road had appeared. Another enormous bang sounded out, and it was caused because Zhang Shouyang's wine gourd was smashed out once again by him after it returned to him, causing it to collide with the crescent moon controlled by Yi Xiao. After a few head-on collisions, Zhang Shouyang's expression remained unchanged, whereas Yi Xiao's countenance seemed pale. Zhang Shouyang. With a raise of his hand, Yi Xiao's crescent moon flashed back to return into his hand. I truly never imagined that after not seeing you for so many years, you actually have obtained such fortune to obtain a Grade 3 spirit weapon like this. Originally, as far as he was concerned, it was completely sufficient to crush Zhang Shouyang with the 2 types of concept he'd comprehended. But out of his expectations, Zhang Shouyang actually possessed a Grade 3 spirit weapon, and it was a Grade 3 spirit weapon that was capable of providing an amplification of 70%. After numerous head-on collisions, he felt a wave of powerlessness in his heart. You're able to comprehend two types of concept, so why can't I possess a grade 3 spirit weapon? Zhang Shouyang spoke with a calm expression. Zhang Shouyang, since you possess this grade 3 spirit weapon, I know I'm not a match for you. But if you didn't possess this grade 3 spirit weapon or your strength was equivalent to me, then it would be impossible for you to defeat me. Yi Xiao spoke in a slight disgruntled tone. Is that so? Zhang Shouyang started laughing. At the same time, the origin energy on the spirit weapon gourd in his hand faintly subsided slightly. At the same time, the ancient mammoth silhouettes that were more than Yi Xiao gradually dispersed in the sky above Zhang Shouyang. 29 ancient horned dragon silhouettes coiled in the sky, and they stood facing the 29 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Yi Xiao. What do you mean by doing this? Even though he asked like this, but Yi Xiao's eyes revealed that strand of imperceptible delight. Nothing much. Didn't you say that I'm relying on the might of my spirit weapon and relying on my strength that surpasses you to defeat you? Now, I've suppressed my strength to a similar level as yours to fight you. Are you satisfied? Zhang Shouyang spoke slowly, and his expression still remained calm as if he was speaking about a matter of no importance. For a time, the surrounding crowd of spectators were in an uproar as they felt Zhang Shouyang was being careless. Zhang Shouyang, you'll regret this. A wisp of an evil smile arose in the corners of Yi Xiao's mouth as his legs slightly shook, causing him to flash towards Zhang Shouyang once again. Starfall Moonchaser. With a raise of his hand, the grade 4 spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand flashed out once more, and it transformed into a crescent moon that flashed through the sky towards Zhang Shouyang. Practically at the instant Yi Xiao attacked, Zhang Shouyang stomped onto the sky, causing the enormous brick that appeared out of thin air beneath his feet to shatter with a bang, and then it transformed into nothingness as it had completely its mission. Zhang Shouyang himself instead shot into the sky like a cannonball, and he soared up into the sky in the first possible moment. Zhang Shouyang had a solemn expression when facing the crescent moon that changed directions and headed up towards him, and he used a voice that only he himself could hear as he mumbled. Mount. Tai suppression. Practically the instant that Zhang Shouyang finished speaking, his wine gourd directly flew up into the sky with a raise of his hand, and it started expanding. Of course, it didn't really expand, but the origin energy in the surroundings of the wine gourd had skyrocketed, and it transformed into a wine gourd that was like an enormous mountain. In the surroundings of this wine gourd condensed into form from origin energy and was like an enormous mountain. Material earth and yellow energy swiftly coiled around and instantly caused the enormous wine gourd to seem as if it was real. When faced with Yi Xiao's attack, the enormous wine gourd fiercely plunged down with a speed that grew swifter and swifter. Everywhere the enormous wine gourd passed, it gave rise to a wave of explosions in the air that sounded like thunderclaps. At the same time, everyone in the sky above the cage battle arena including Duan Ling Tian felt as if the scorching sun in the horizon had been covered up by this enormous wine gourd. Before this enormous wine gourd, Yi Xiao's spirit saber that had transformed into a crescent moon seemed like an ant. What ability is this? Yi Xiao's expression became slightly grim as a bad premonition arose in his heart. Right at this instant, the enormous wine gourd fierce collided with the crescent moon that chased after Zhang Shouyang like a shadow. An enormous bang sounded out, the enormous wine gourd shook in the sky while the crescent moon was instead blasted flying, and the origin energy and concept within was instantly obliterated. Pooh! Yi Xiao's origin energy had always been connected with the grade 3 spirit saber via his martial skill, Starfall Moonchaser, and not that everything on the spirit saber was obliterated. It caused him to suffer from a backlash as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Right when Yi Xiao had once again held the grade 4 spirit saber in his hand, the enormous wine gourd descended towards Yi Xiao from above, and it was as if an enormous mountain was enveloping towards Yi Xiao. For a time, the surrounding area was enveloped by a shadow with Yi Xiao at the center. HMPH. Yi Xiao's gaze went slightly cold as origin energy coiled around the spirit saber in his hand, and then his two concepts emerged at his call. In the next moment, Yi Xiao soared into the sky and seemed to have transformed into a bolt of lightning as he moved to intercept the enormous wine gourd. Let me see how many strikes of my saber your wine gourd that's condensed into form from mere origin energy and 9th level earth concept is able to withstand. Yi Xiao shouted out coldly, and in a short moment, he'd already swung out more than a few tens of strikes with his spirit saber. Numerous narrow and long saber lights flashed out to descend onto the enormous wine gourd, and it seemed as if it smashed onto firm ground and easily penetrated into it. It wasn't long before a few hundred hideous saber marks had appeared on the bottom of the enormous wine gourd, yet the wine gourd's speed of descent didn't slow down in the slightest. How can this be possible? In the end, Yi Xiao was slightly numbed. The enormous wine gourd finally smashed onto Yi Xiao's body, and accompanied by an enormous bang, Yi Xiao swiftly fell to crash onto the cage above the cage battle arena. Hu. Yi Xiao, who lay on the cage, breathed heavily, and his eyes revealed slight terror as he looked at the enormous wine gourd that had stopped in midair. He was unable to wrap his head around how Zhang Shouyang achieved this. The strength Zhang Shouyang utilized was clearly similar to him, yet after Zhang Shouyang utilized his origin energy combined with 9th level earth concept to coil around the grade 3 spirit weapon wine gourd's surroundings to condense into an enormous wine gourd, it instead possessed the strength to easily crush him. Up until now, he was unable to wrap his head around what ability Zhang Shouyang had used. He was sure that this was absolutely not the might of a martial skill. It was impossible for even a high-grade earth-rank martial skill that was infinitely close to a heaven-rank martial skill to be so abnormal. Zhang Shouyang is victorious. Once after the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena recovered from his shock and announced, did Duan Lingtian and the group of young geniuses recover from their shock. Even though it was extremely outstanding, the martial skill Big Brother Zhang executed earlier was insufficient to allow him to instantly crush Yi Xiao. His earth concept is actually capable of forcefully condensing the origin energy that coiled around the wine gourd and had condensed into form to become an actual piece of earth. Those numerous saber lights from the hundreds of attacks Yi Xiao shot out blasted onto the enormous wine gourd, yet most of its energy had been neutralized on the way by the earth that surrounded the spirit weapon wine gourd. In the end, when it finally collided with the spirit weapon wine gourd, it already didn't possess much strength left, and it was utterly unable to affect Big Brother Zhang. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but gasp. According to the memories of the rebirth martial emperor, there was only a single possibility. The possibility was Zhang Shouyang had already touched onto the threshold of intermediate concept. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to rely on 9th level elementary concept to condense his origin energy into a real piece of earth. Materialization of concept was something only intermediate concept was capable of achieving. For example, once water concept was comprehended to the level of intermediate concept, it was even capable of condensing into real water when combined with origin energy. The fire concept was similar, it was capable of being combined with origin energy to condense real flames. No matter what concept of nature it was, so long as it touched the level of intermediate concept, then so long as the person that had comprehended the concept of nature was willing, they would be able to materialize the concept. Just like when Han Shui Nai attacked that day, when her intermediate ice concept was combined with origin energy, it could form into real snow and strong winds that swept out to directly freeze the target into a popsicle. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian recalled the mysterious young girl. 1/7 700 Chapter Milestone. Chapter 702, Bai He challenging Zishang. Looks like Zhang Clan's Zhang Shouyang has already touched onto the intermediate earth concept. With the ability he utilized earlier, it won't be long before he'll be able to officially comprehend intermediate earth concept and even break through to the void interpretation stage. There was no lack of void interpretation stage experts in the surrounding first-class spectating areas of the cage battle arena, and they saw through the ability Zhang Shouyang utilized earlier. Exactly, while similarly at the 9th level elementary concept, yet once one touches on intermediate concept, one's strength would obtain a great increase. At least, before others that possessed a similar cultivation, one would be in an undefeatable position. When facing an opponent like this, unless one's movement technique far surpasses the opponent to the point of being able to dodge the material concept executed in combination with origin energy. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to defeat the opponent. Many spectating void interpretation stage experts spoke out with their views. Even though their voices weren't loud, yet it clearly spread throughout the deathly silent cage battle arena, and it caused everyone to hear it clearly. So that's how it is. Zhang Shouyang has actually touched the threshold of intermediate earth concept. After he consumed a healing medicinal pill and recovered slightly, Yi Xiao soared up into the sky and looked at Zhang Shouyang with a complicated expression. He originally thought that he could defeat Zhang Shouyang today and wash away his shame. But unexpectedly, the outcome was similar to the last two times. He still lost to Zhang Shouyang. Intermediate earth concept. Bai He looked at Zhang Shouyang with a slightly dark expression. As when he heard the discussions of the void interpretation stage experts, he understood that he wasn't a match for Zhang Shouyang. At least he wasn't a match for Zhang Shouyang now. If he exerted his full strength, his strength was even inferior to Yi Xiao, and it was utterly impossible for his movement technique to be faster than Zhang Shouyang. He suddenly noticed that he'd actually unknowingly become the one at the bottom amongst the 3 publicly acknowledged most outstanding young experts of the Darken Dynasty. This caused him to be slightly unable to accept this. In next to no time, Bai He's gaze moved onto Duan Ling Tian, and after it flashed past Duan Ling Tian, it descended onto Zishang. Fortunately, there are these 2 fellows to be at the bottom. In this way, even if I'm inferior to Bai He, Zhang Shouyang, and Yi Xiao, it wouldn't be too shameful. At this moment, Bai He completely didn't realize that he didn't quite understand the true strength of Duan Ling Tian and Zishang. Even though the 2 of them had fought earlier, they'd instantly killed their enemies, and even the phenomenon of heaven and earth hadn't condensed into form before everything was already over. Amidst the waves of praise from the surroundings of the cage battle arena, Zhang Shouyang's expression remained unchanged as he moved to the side, and his gaze flashed past Duan Ling Tian, Zishang, Bai Hao, and Bai He. He was extremely curious about who would be the next to enter the arena. Who will be the next to issue a challenge? Meanwhile, one of the old men looked at Duan Ling Tian's group of 4. I'll do it. A light shout sounded out as a black-clothed young man had already arrived at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. Presently, the person in the arena was none other than the Darken Dynasty's imperial family's 2nd prince, Bai He. The 2nd prince has entered the arena. I never imagined that the 3 publicly acknowledged strongest young experts of our Darken Dynasty would enter the arena so quickly. I wonder who the 2nd prince will choose as his opponent. No matter who it is, the 2nd prince's chances of victory are much greater. His strength isn't inferior to Zhang Shouyang and Yi Xiao. Many people praised Bai He up to the skies, and it caused Bai He himself to feel his face go slightly hot. Perhaps his strength wasn't inferior to Zhang Shouyang and Yi Xiao in the past. But now, he knew he wasn't a match for Zhang Shouyang and Yi Xiao. Of course, if he was challenged by Zhang Shouyang and Yi Xiao, he would still fight and absolutely not admit defeat directly. As the 2nd prince of the Darken Dynasty's imperial family, he had his own arrogance and pride, so even if he wasn't a match, he would fight to the end and reveal his strength and natural talent that far exceeded ordinary young geniuses. Along with Bai He's gaze flashing past Bai Hao, Duan Ling Tian, and Zishang, the cage battle arena went deathly silent as everyone had held their breaths. In the end, Bai He's gaze locked onto a person. A young man that wore white clothes. Zishang. The person Bai He challenged was exactly Zishang, the former zither young master of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom's 5 great young masters. This caused many people to be surprised. After all, amongst the people that Bai He could choose to challenge, 2 of the 3 people were members of the Darken Dynasty's imperial family, and they were on Bai He's side. Originally, most people thought that he would choose to challenge Duan Ling Tian, but the outcome exceeded their expectations. I've never heard of Zishang in the past, but his strength is extremely strong, as he killed the Dark Moon sect's head disciple, Feng Yu, with a flick of his finger. The gazes of many spectators descended onto Zishang. The Dark Moon sect's head disciple Feng Yu had a cultivation at the 8th level of the Void Initiation stage and had comprehended 9th level sword concept. He could be considered to be a top 8th level Void Initiation stage young genius in the Dynasty Martial competition today. But an existence like this was annihilated with a single flick of Zishang's fingers. Only an instant passed from when Zishang attacked to the point Feng Yu died, and even the phenomenon of heaven and earth hadn't had the time to condense into form, clearly showing how swiftly Zishang attacked and how strong his strength was. When faced with Bai He's challenge, Zishang flew out with a calm expression. Big brother. On the first-class spectating area that belonged solely to the Darken Dynasty's imperial family, Ziyan clenched her fists tightly, and her peerlessly beautiful face was mixed with slight worry. Even though she knew her older brother was a 9th level Void Initiation stage expert now, the 2nd Prince Bai He had stepped into the 9th level of the Void Initiation stage since long ago. Don't worry, even if Zishang is inferior to Bai He wouldn't face any danger to his life. The black-clothed old man noticed Ziyan's anxiousness and couldn't help but smile as he consoled. Exactly. The Darken Dynasty's emperor nodded. Obviously, no matter if it was the black-clothed old man or the emperor, neither thought that Zishang would be able to defeat Bai He. After all, Bai He had always been an outstanding talent amongst the younger generation of the Darken Dynasty, whereas Zishang had only just risen swiftly, as far as they were concerned. Bai He's foundation was much more solid than Zishang, and if nothing unexpected happened, then Zishang would surely lose. Zishang. In the spectating area of the Darkstone Empire, Long Yun's gaze descended onto Zishang, and it flickered with a bright light. As a figure that was once one of the 5 great young masters like Zisheng, Long Yun's attention towards Zisheng wasn't inferior to Duan Ling Tian's attention to Zisheng. He felt his own fortuitous encounters were already shocking, yet Zisheng's fortuitous encounters seemed to be even more shocking. Exactly how strong is Zisheng's true strength now? He was extremely curious about this. In the sky above the cage battle arena, Duan Ling Tian and the others stood far away as their gazes descended onto the 2 young men that stood in the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. A black-clothed young man and white-clothed young man stood facing each other in the sky. Zisheng, truthfully speaking, I was really surprised when I saw you possessed a cultivation at the 9th level of the void initiation stage today. But I want to tell you that even if your cultivation is equal to mine, you're bound to be the stepping stone of Bai He, for your entire lifetime. Bai He looked at Zisheng as he provoked via voice transmission, and he obviously wanted to infuriate Zisheng. But unfortunately, Zisheng had a calm expression when facing Bai He's provocation, and he replied indifferently via voice transmission. Second Prince, who will be whose stepping stone is still unknown now. But you'll know soon enough. Zisheng, you're courting death. When Bai He who wanted to provoke and infuriate Zisheng had then, he instantly burst into rage and then his figure flashed out to charge straight towards Zisheng. In the sky above him, 12 ancient horned dragon silhouettes instantly condensed into form, and accompanying this was a 3-foot-long blade that had flowing lights revolving upon it appeared in Bai He's hand, causing another 7 ancient horned dragon silhouettes to appear in the sky above him. In the end, along with a strand of peerlessly sharp aura flickering on the 3-foot-long blade, another 9 ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form and coiled down from the sky above him. It wasn't just that, there was another aura mixed within the origin energy on Bai He's sword, and it was the aura of an advanced force. 2. Ancient mammoth silhouettes condensed into form along with the appearance of this force. The strength of 28 ancient horned dragons and 2,000 ancient mammoths, this was Bai He's full strength. Bai He's speed was extremely swift, and he seemed like an arrow that left about to arrive before Zisheng in a short moment. Die. Suddenly, Bai He's gaze went slightly cold as the grade 4 spirit sword in his hand curved in an arc and flashed out swiftly. The instant that Bai He struck out, a wave of sword howls resounded out, and they rose and fell continuously. It was the grade 4 spirit sword in Bai He's hand that had condensed 10 sword lights condensed into form from origin energy that appeared out of in air from all directions before piercing towards Zisheng. Everywhere the sword lights passed, the airflow in the sky surged and the light howls of the wind it emitted were slightly ear-piercing. When faced with Bai He's move of taking the initiative to attack, Zisheng didn't have any intention of dodging, and with a raise of his left hand, a simple and unadorned zither once again appeared in his hand. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zisheng's right hand abruptly raised up as raging origin energy coiled on his palm. It wasn't just that, at the center of his palm was strands of deep azure-colored energy and red-colored energy that were weaved together. And the red-colored energy seemed to be gradually strengthening, fire drawing assistance from the force of the wind. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Practically at the same instant, Zisheng moved. He slapped out his palm and the fire concept and wind concept condensed in the center of his palm instantly warped and revolved to form a deep vortex. He's going to. Duan Ling Tian was slightly puzzled by Zisheng's actions, because Zisheng's palm wasn't slapping out at Bai He, but was instead targeted the zither in his own hands. More precisely speaking, it was heading towards the row of zither strings on the face of the zither. Right at this moment, the 10 sword lights Bai He shot out was less than a foot away from Zisheng, and they were about to penetrate Zisheng's body. Finally, the revolving vortex on the center of Zisheng's palm crashed down to slap onto the row of zither strings on the face of the zither. Instantly, the row of zither strings trembled in unison before emitting an ear-piercing and enormous clang. 2/7 700 Chapter Milestone. Chapter 703, Fire Drawing Assistance from the Might of Wind. Practically the instant the enormous clang resounded out, the eardrums of many people in the surroundings of the cage battle arena split open, and some spectators with low cultivations that were unprepared even bled from their 7 apertures and were in extremely sorry states. Luckily, I was prepared this time. Many people had hurriedly stretched out their hands to cover their ears when they saw Zisheng take out the zither, and when they saw many people in their surroundings bleeding from all 7 apertures, their hearts were filled with a feeling of being fortunate. Along with Zisheng's palm slapping onto the row of zither strings on the face of the zither, an enormous clang resounded. Whoosh! With the center of his palm as the center, an energy that was terrifying to the extreme instantly swept out in all directions, and it was a formidable area attack that he'd executed by combining the zither in his hand with his origin energy and concept. Besides carrying raging milky white origin energy, the extremely terrifying energy contained strands of azure energy and red-colored energy mixed within. The red-colored energy raged and skyrocketed more and more intensely, and it was actually raising by itself by relying on the azure energy. Fire drawing assistance from wind. The sudden scene before his eyes caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help but be shocked. Subsequently, Duan Ling Tian noticed that along with Xianxia's palm descending onto the zither, before the phenomenon of heaven and earth could condense into form, Xianxia had actually directly put away the zither in the blink of an eye, whereas, the origin energy vortex that revolved ceaselessly at the center of his palm and contained wind concept and fire concept had vanished along with the disappearance of the zither. In the sky, the phenomenon of heaven and earth that hadn't had the chance to condense had instantly dispersed. Instantly, only a single thought remained in Duan Ling Tian's mind. He wouldn't be thinking that this strike of his was sufficient to defeat Bai He, right? Duan Ling Tian's heart jerked as an insane thought arose in his mind. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian realized that he'd guessed correctly. The energy that had swept out into the surroundings after Xianxia's palm descended onto the zither had formed into an origin energy vortex that revolved ceaselessly as well, and combined with the azure and red energies, it seemed like a swiftly revolving wheel of fire and wind. Within the origin energy vortex, the red-colored energy swiftly grew under the supply of energy from the azure-colored energy. Along with the growth of the red energy, the strength contained within the origin energy vortex grew stronger and stronger, and it wasn't the slightest bit affected by Xianxia's lack of further action. The origin energy vortex spread out ceaselessly and carried the might of fire and wind as it suddenly shot out, causing a wave of deafening explosions of the air to resound out in the sky. It wasn't just that, besides the single sword light that was closest to Bai He, all of the other 9 sword lights that were condensed from the 3-foot-long blade in Bai He's hand were shattered by the origin energy vortex. After the origin energy vortex shattered the 9 sword lights, it didn't lose momentum in the slightest as it continued to sweep out in all directions and envelop Bai He. Another enormous bang sounded out, and Bai He and his sword were swept into the origin energy vortex. At this moment, even if Bai He mobilized all the origin energy within his body in time, it would still be difficult for him to resist the origin energy vortex. Under the gazes of everyone present, the spirit sword in Bai He's hand was very quickly swept flying by the origin energy vortex, and it fell onto the cage battle arena, whereas, Bai He himself was instead carried along by the origin energy vortex to take a few tens of spins, shaking him to the point his countenance was ghastly pale and blood sprayed from his mouth. If this were to continue, he would obviously die. Right at this moment, the 2 old men that presided over the martial competition moved at the same time. One of them saved Bai He, while the other obliterated the origin energy vortex with a raise of his hand. Even then, the origin energy vortex still carried along a wave of violent winds that swept out towards all direction, and it caused the clothes of most people to flutter. At this moment, only the sound of Bai He breathing heavily and the whistling sound of the violent winds remained. Numerous gazes descended in unison onto the white-clothed young man in the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. Since the beginning until the end, the white-clothed young man hadn't moved in the slightest, and he stood there unmoving like a mount, with an expression that seemed like it wouldn't change even if Mt. Tai collapsed before him. Second Prince has lost just like this. The spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena successively recovered from their shock, and all of them revealed astonishment and felt it was difficult to believe that everything they saw earlier was real. Some people even felt they were dreaming. But when they stretched out their hands to fiercely pinch their own thighs, the pain they felt seemed to tell them that they weren't dreaming. Xianxia is victorious. Along with the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena speaking out, the outcome of the battle had appeared. Meanwhile, everyone was jolted awake from their shock. Too terrifying. Xianxia is too terrifying. He isn't just terrifying, he's simply abnormal. It was nothing when he killed that Darkmoon sect's head disciple before the phenomenon of the heaven and earth could condense into form. After all, his opponent was only an 8th level void initiation stage martial artist. But earlier, when facing the second prince, one of the 3 publicly acknowledged strongest young experts of the Darken Dynasty's younger generation, he actually defeated his opponent with a single move. Moreover, the phenomenon of heaven and earth didn't even have the time to condense into form. As the saying goes, dogs bite. Looks like these words aren't the slightest bit mistaken. The entire cage battle arena was in an uproar because Xianxia had defeated Bai He with a single move. The faces of many people had even flushed red, and they were extremely excited. It was as if the one that defeated the second prince wasn't Xianxia but them instead. In the first-class spectating area that belonged to the imperial family, the black-clothed old man was completely stunned. Xianxia was his personal disciple, and logically speaking, no one would understand Xianxia better than he did. But now, the skill Xianxia revealed had instead caused him to feel unfamiliarity. Especially the origin energy vortex that appeared as Xianxia raised his hand. It was obviously an extremely formidable martial skill, yet he'd never seen or heard of this martial skill before. The emperor who sat by the old man's side couldn't help but gasp. Xianxia is actually so strong. Perhaps Xianxia's strength is even equal to Bai Hao. When he recalled the scene from before, the emperor couldn't help but be shocked in his heart. At this moment, the emperor didn't feel the slightest bit of displeasure because Xianxia had defeated his son. As far as he was concerned, it was a good thing for both him and the imperial family that a young genius that was stronger than his son was able to appear in the imperial family. This meant that the members of the imperial family had the chance to go further on the stage that was the martial competition of the 10 dynasties. At the beginning, the emperor had a disappointed expression when he glanced at the distant Bai He who had a ghastly pale countenance. Subsequently, the emperor seemed to have thought of something, and he started to laugh heartily. Ha 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 ha, Xianxia, you've done well. Your strength has really given me a pleasant surprise. Let's not talk about your reward for the ranking battles. I'll decide now that after the dynasty martial competition ends, no matter how your ranking is, I'll give you an extra 10,000 low-grade origin stones. The emperor's words had suppressed all the clamorous voices in the cage battle arena, and it clearly spread throughout the entire cage battle arena. For a time, the cage battle arena was deathly silent, and only the emperor's laughter remained. 10,000 low-grade origin stones. Numerous burning gazes firmly locked onto Xianxia from the surroundings of the cage battle arena, and they wished for nothing more than to take his place. As expected of our darkened dynast's emperor, not only does he not feel ashamed and angered from the second prince being defeated, he's still rewarding the person that defeated the second prince. His Majesty is wise, long live His Majesty. In next to no time, many spectators in the surroundings of the cage battle arena weren't the slightest bit stingy with their words of praise to the emperor. Thank you, Your Majesty. After Xianxia heard the emperor, he was slightly shocked, and he hurriedly expressed his gratitude after recovering from his shock. Originally, even though he was mentally prepared to defeat the second prince today, he was slightly worried about the emperor's attitude. After all, the second prince was the biological son of the emperor, whereas he was only an outsider. Now it would seem that he'd overthought things. If it was said that whose expression was the most unsightly right now, then it would undoubtedly be the second prince, Bai He. After being defeated by Xianxia, Bai He felt ashamed and wished for nothing more than to dig a hole in the sky to conceal himself. To think that he, the dignified second prince of the Darken dynasty, one of the 3 great young experts of the Darken dynasty's younger generation, had actually lost at the hands of person of lowly birth, how could he endure this? Most importantly, he'd used voice transmission to shame and provoke Xianxia on many occasions earlier. At this moment, he felt that everything he did earlier was like himself slapping his own face. Now, Xianxia is probably bursting with laughter in his heart, right? Unconsciously, Bai He's body started to lightly tremble, and he was furious to the limit, yet just happened to be unable to do anything. How can Xianxia possibly possess such strong strength in such a short period of time? But, at the same time that Bai He felt fearful towards the strength Xianxia revealed, his heart was filled with envy. Exactly what fortuitous encounter did he obtain? Why wasn't it me that obtained that fortuitous encounter? As far as Bai He was concerned, if he obtained the fortuitous encounter Xianxia obtained, then perhaps he'd have already broken through to the void interpretation stage now. He hated. He envied. Unlike Bai He's hate and envy, Duan Ling Tian's eyes lightly narrowed as he looked at Xianxia. I truly never imagined that Xianxia possessed such a formidable strength now. Especially his comprehension of wind concept and fire concept can be said to be at the highest level. As the saying goes, while amateurs watched the show, the experts watched the skill involved. Earlier, ordinary martial artists were utterly unable to notice the fire concept that was still ceaselessly growing after Xianxia put away the zither, but Duan Ling Tian had seen it clearly. Fire drawing assistance from the might of wind, and it grows stronger and stronger. This is basic common sense. Yet very few martial artists are really capable of comprehending fire and wind concept and using wind concept to drive the growth of fire concept. This was something that Duan Ling Tian was extremely clear about from the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. Supposedly, If the method of allowing using wind to drive the growth of fire was used well, it was even possible to use wind concept to increase the fire concept's level while in battle. Duan Ling Tian was extremely sure that when Xianxia attacked, the fire concept had surely been improved quite a bit by the wind concept. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to so straightforwardly defeat Bai He. Besides that, the martial skill Xianxia executed earlier isn't ordinary. Needless to say, after Xianxia defeated Bai He with a single move, Duan Ling Tian had looked slightly more highly upon Xianxia. 3/7 700 Chapter Milestone. Chapter 704. Duan Ling Tian is challenged. After a short moment, Xianxia and Bai He both left the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. Next. Meanwhile, the old man spoke once more. Practically the instant the old man finished speaking, a figure had already flashed out. He'd arrived at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena at the first possible moment. Yi Xiao. Instantly, the person that entered the arena drew the attention of most people. Presently, the person that entered the arena was precisely the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Xiao. Up until now, 2 battles had been carried out in the ranking battles for the top 6 positions. The first battle was between Yi Xiao and Zhang Shouyong, and now, Yi Xiao had once again occupied the deciding position, and it caused many people to be unable to refrain from feeling curious. Who will this Yi Xiao challenge this time? Under the gazes of everyone present, Yi Xiao's gaze directly locked onto a single person. Duan Ling Tian. When he saw Yi Xiao look over and call out his name, Duan Ling Tian's expression remained unchanged as he flashed out to instantly arrive in the sky above the cage battle arena to stand in confrontation with Yi Xiao. Duan Ling Tian wasn't surprised that Yi Xiao challenged him. After all, he'd first taught Yi Xiao's younger brother, Yi Xiong, a lesson, then killed the second strongest young expert of the Yi clan's younger generation, Yi Lu. It was completely within reason that Yi Xiao would want to get even with him. Duan Ling Tian, you possess this cultivation at such an age. Needless to say, your natural talent is extremely strong. Unfortunately, the path towards the martial Tao doesn't only rely on natural talent, it relies even more on comprehension ability. Obviously, Yi Xiao didn't think that Duan Ling Tian's comprehension in concept was high. Are you lecturing me? Duan Ling Tian couldn't refrain from laughing. It's still unknown if you can defeat me, yet you're already impatiently lecturing me here. It seems to be slightly improper, right? Or to say it more bluntly, do you have the qualifications? HMPH. You'll know soon enough if I have the qualifications. Yi Xiao grunted coldly as his feet shook, and then his figure flashed out with the wind to charge towards Duan Ling Tian. In his hands, the spirit saber then was like a crescent moon had appeared out of thin air, and origin energy raged on it as concept followed the origin energy like a shadow, revealing his strength. After Yi Xiao arrived nearby Duan Ling Tian, the spirit saber in his hand shook with a raise of his hand, and he was about to swing it down towards Duan Ling Tian. Practically the instant Yi Xiao raised his hand, Duan Ling Tian moved. In the eyes of many martial artists with low cultivations, Duan Ling Tian had instantly vanished on the spot, whereas martial artists with deep cultivations were instead able to see that Duan Ling Tian seemed to have transformed into a gale that had already approached Yi Xiao before Yi Xiao swung his saber out. In that instant, a wave of ear-piercing sounds of wind and lightning suddenly resounded out, and then it stopped abruptly. Subsequently, a slight howl of the sword instantly sounded out as well, and then it instantly died down. Besides people with deep cultivations, practically everyone else was unable to hear this howl of the sword. What a swift sword strike! The pupils of many martial artists with deep cultivations couldn't help but constrict when they saw the violet sword light that flashed in Duan Ling Tian's hand. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao's grade 4 spirit saber had already flashed out towards Duan Ling Tian, who was extremely close to him, and it seemed to have transformed into a crescent moon that shot out with full fury. Duan Ling Tian seemed as if he was prepared since long ago, and at the moment before Yi Xiao had swung out with his sword, Duan Ling Tian had moved unhurriedly to the side. In the eyes of the group of people with deep cultivations, Duan Ling Tian had completed the actions of swinging his sword and sheathing it in the blink of an eye, whereas, at the instant he sheathed his sword, he seemed as if he possessed foresight and dodged to the side. When Yi Xiao saw the crescent moon that flashed out and was powered by the group of stars lost its target, his eyes squinted, and then he wanted to control the crescent moon to change directions and chase after Duan Ling Tian. You've already lost. An extremely indifferent voice suddenly sounded out, and it was Duan Ling Tian that spoke slowly. I've lost. Yi Xiao couldn't help but be stunned when he heard Duan Ling Tian. After he noticed the numerous strange gazes that shot at him from the surroundings, a bad premonition arose within his heart, and he hurriedly looked at Duan Ling Tian after withdrawing his spirit saber and said in a low voice, "What do you mean by this?" Duan Ling Tian didn't answer Yi Xiao, and his gaze moved slightly down to descend onto Yi Xiao's throat. A shallow mark of a sword had appeared on Yi Xiao's throat, and a clear and dazzling mark of blood that was beautiful and resplendent appeared there. When he noticed where Duan Ling Tian's gaze was looking at, Yi Xiao faintly sensed his throat feeling slightly cold, and when he stretched out his hand to wipe his throat, he saw that his hand was covered in dazzling fresh blood. How could this be possible? Yi Xiao looked at Duan Ling Tian with a stunned gaze and an expression of disbelief. Now, he was able to guess that Duan Ling Tian had already attacked the instant Duan Ling Tian approached him. Earlier, there was a moment that he felt a cold wind blow past his throat, and at the beginning, he thought it was the wind in the air had suddenly become cold, but when he thought about it now, he knew it was caused by the blade of Duan Ling Tian's sword. Fast. Too fast. Never had Yi Xiao imagined that Duan Ling Tian's speed of striking with the sword was so fast, to the point that he didn't even have the time to react before his throat was sliced. At the same time, Yi Xiao broke out in cold sweat. He could imagine that if Duan Ling Tian didn't show mercy earlier, he would have already been killed by Duan Ling Tian with a single slit of the throat. Duan Ling Tian's methods of slitting the throat with a single strike was something that he'd witnessed earlier. Their Yi clan's young genius, Yi Lu, had his throat slit by Duan Ling Tian with a single strike. Now do you still think that you have the qualifications to lecture me? Duan Ling Tian stood at the side as he looked at Yi Xiao with a calm expression, and his gaze contained no discernible feelings. I admit that I indeed have no qualifications to lecture you, but I still have to thank you for showing mercy. Yi Xiao took a deep breath, and his expression flickered before finally squeezing out a trace of a smile in the end. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiao left the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. Yi Xiao's character isn't bad. He isn't like his younger brother. When he saw Yi Xiao admit defeat so readily, it caused Duan Ling Tian to be unable to help but be surprised. Duan Ling Tian is victorious. Meanwhile, the old man in the sky above the cage battle arena announced. At this moment, the two old men that were in charge of presiding over the martial competition looked at Duan Ling Tian with slightly complicated gazes. This violet-clothed young man had entered into their field of vision when they came over with the emperor earlier. This was a person that dared be disrespectful to their darkened dynasty's emperor. Originally, they thought that the violet-clothed young man was relying on his status as the son-in-law of Feng Wudao to dare be so unbridled, but now they didn't think like this. With the natural talent and comprehension ability the violet-clothed young man revealed, he did indeed possess the ability to be arrogant. How can Duan Ling Tian possibly be so strong? After Yi Xiao returned to the first-class spectating area the Yi clan members were seated at, his second brother Yi Zhang's expression was extremely unsightly as he looked at the violet-clothed young man that stood in the sky, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Don't go offend Duan Ling Tian again in the future. You, I, and our Yi clan can't afford to offend him. Yi Xiao glanced at Yi Xiao with a gaze of warning, and he obviously didn't speak these words only for Yi Xiang. Presently, the Yi clan's patriarch and all the Yi clan higher-ups present laughed bitterly and helplessly. They knew that Yi Xiao was right, not to mention Duan Ling Tian's own terrifying natural talent and comprehension ability, just his background was sufficient to make their Yi clan be afraid. So it turns out that big brother Duan concealed so much strength when fighting me that day. Even the number one expert in the Yi clan's younger generation, Yi Xiao, can't withstand a single move of his. After Feng Tianwu received the spatial ring brought over by a worker of the cage battle arena, she looked at Duan Ling Tian from afar as she muttered. From Duan Ling Tian moving to him attacking, and then dodging to the side. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and the phenomenon of heaven and earth in the sky didn't even have the time to condense into form. It could be known from this that the speed Duan Ling Tian attacked with had already attained an extremely shocking degree. What a kid, he actually concealed his strength so deeply. Feng Wudao's gaze lit up, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Young miss, how many origin stones did you earn for brother Duan this time? Elder Kong looked at Feng Tianwu and asked with a smile. 8,000 plus. Feng Tianwu recovered from her shock, and her absolutely beautiful face bloomed into a brilliant smile. Not bad, but you won't have such a good opportunity next time. Elder Kong nodded. Feng Tianwu deeply agreed with Elder Kong's words, as the reason she was able to earn so much this time was because the members of the cage battle arena didn't know Duan Ling Tian's exact cultivation. It was precisely because of this that in the battle between Duan Lingtian and Yi Xiao, Duan Lingtian's odds would be much higher than Yi Xiao. Whereas after this battle, it would obviously be impossible for Duan Lingtian's odds to be so high. After all, he was an existence that was capable of defeating Yi Xiao in a single move. Duan Lingtian's strength is actually so strong. He's able to defeat Yi Xiao in a single move, so doesn't that mean that he's also capable of defeating Bai He in a single move? The emperor's brows raised, and he was slightly surprised. At this moment, he seemed to have completely forgotten about Duan Lingtian's disrespect towards him at the beginning. He's worthy of being Zishang's rival. With his strength, he has the qualifications to become Zishang's opponent. The black-clothed old man had a serious expression. How can this be possible? How can this Duan Lingtian possibly possess such a terrifying strength? The beautiful face of Ziyan who sat at the side of the old man was covered in disbelief, and slight worry for her older brother, Zishang, was contained between her brows. She knew clearly in her heart that the battle between her brother, Zishang, and Duan Lingtian was unavoidable today. Moreover, during these past few years, the motivation that drove her brother, Zishang, was undoubtedly Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, at the same time that Zishang himself revealed surprise as he looked at Duan Lingtian now, he revealed burning battle intent. Never had I expected that you possessed such formidable strength as well. But it's good this way. Otherwise, it would be boring if you were too weak. Impossible, impossible. How old is he? How can he possibly possess such a formidable strength? After Bai He, who was defeated by Zishang earlier, had consumed a healing medicinal pill, his injuries had already completely healed, but after he witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength now, his eyes were filled with a sheen of disbelief. At the beginning, after he witnessed the strength of Yi Xiao and Zhang Shouyang, he knew clearly in his heart that he wasn't a match for Yi Xiao and Zhang Shouyang. On the other hand, Bai Hao was his cousin brother. Even though Bai Hao had been wandering outside the dynasty for many years, Bai Hao had sparred with him some time ago, and he knew he was far from being a match for Bai Hao. 4/7 700 Chapter Milestone. Chapter 705, Bai Hao entering the arena. At that time, Bai He had taken Duan Lingtian and Ziai Sheng to be his stepping stones for today. But now amongst the two people that he'd taken to be stepping stones, one had defeated him with a single move, whereas the other defeated Yi Xiao, who was stronger than him, with a single move. How could he accept this? Could it be that I really am going to be ranked 6th? The corners of Bai He's mouth were filled with bitterness, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness as his heart became warped and frenzied. Duan Lingtian surely acquired repeated fortuitous encounters to possess this cultivation at such an age. Why can Duan Lingtian and Zishang obtain fortuitous encounters, yet I, Bai He, have none? I hate, the heavens are unfair, the heavens are unfair. At this moment, Bai He seemed to have completely forgotten that his birth was thousands of times better than Duan Lingtian and Zishang. He was the son of the Darkin dynasty's emperor, the respected second prince of the Darkin dynasty who received the reverence of all, whereas Duan Lingtian and Zishang were only from a tiny imperial kingdom. It was even to the extent that Duan Lingtian was even from a tiny kingdom beneath an imperial kingdom, and it was even inferior to Zishang. Meanwhile, the group of young geniuses of the Darkstone dynasty praised excitedly in succession. The young geniuses of the other empires were influenced by this as well. Who said that there aren't experts amongst us who came from the empires? The Darkstone Empire's Duan Lingtian used a single move to defeat the young expert of the Darkin dynasty that has become famous for many years, Yi Xiao. Duan Lingtian, you can do it. All of us that are similarly from the various empires are proud of you. Right, we're proud of you. We hope you can aim your sword for first place. Aim your sword for first. In the 9 second-class spectating areas, the young geniuses of the various empires were in an uproar. Presently, amongst the 6th 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses that stood in the sky above the cage battle arena, only Duan Lingtian came from an empire and was a young genius recommended by an empire. In the eyes of the young geniuses of the various empires, at this moment, Duan Lingtian was representing the honor of all of the young geniuses from the various empires. In the sky above the cage battle arena, Duan Lingtian withdrew to the side. Brother Lingtian, even though I was mentally prepared long ago that you'd be able to surpass me sooner or later. But never had I imagined that your strength has already surpassed me in the dynasty martial competition today. Zhang Shouyang looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze as he sighed via voice transmission. Big brother Zhang, you don't have to belittle yourself. Your Earth concept is much stronger than the concept I've comprehended, as it can already materialize. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. So what if it can materialize? It's still only a 9th level elementary concept. It's fine if I'm facing someone with a strength that's equal or inferior to me, but if I encounter a freak like you, just your speed already far surpasses me. So even if my Earth concept can materialize, it won't be of any effect to you. Zhang Shouyang spoke truthfully. No matter what, as things are now, besides Bai Hai who hasn't fought, you'll surely the first amongst the 5 of us to break through to the void interpretation stage, said Duan Ling Tian. He was extremely confident of Zhang Shouyang in this matter. Once Zhang Shouyang broke through to the void interpretation stage, it would be sufficient for Zhang Shouyang to easily crush all of them who hadn't broken through to the void interpretation stage. I hope so. Zhang Shouyang nodded. Next. Meanwhile, the old man spoke out once more. At this moment, no one made a move and the atmosphere became slightly strange. Presently, the gazes of most people had descended onto the white-colored figure in the sky above the cage battle arena, and it wasn't Zisheng but Bai Hao. Bai Hao was recommended by the imperial family and was the person that presided over the martial competition yesterday, and to most of the people present, he was covered in mysteriousness. Up until now, only he hadn't fought yet amongst the 6 young geniuses that were competing in the ranking battles for the top 6. The other 5 9th level void initiation stage young geniuses, including Duan Ling Tian, had now looked over at Bai Hao in unison as they awaited Bai Hao's entrance into the arena. Finally, under the gazes of everyone present, Bai Hao flashed out to arrive at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. Bai Hao has entered the arena. I wonder who he will choose to be his opponent. We'll know soon enough. Numerous gazes constantly stayed on Bai Hao. In the end, Bai Hao chose his opponent, Zhang Shouyang. Zhang Shouyang was stunned he heard himself being challenged by Bai Hao, and then he flashed out to stand in confrontation with Bai Hao. In his hand, the wine gourd appeared out of thin air before he started pouring wine down his throat. After a short moment, Zhang Shouyang put down the wine gourd and looked at Zhang Shouyang with a serious expression. Obviously, he realized that Bai Hao wasn't simple. Even though Bai Hao attacked once yesterday, it was only briefly. But even in that brief moment, besides revealing a cultivation at the 9th level of the void initiation stage, he also revealed a 9th level fire concept. Duan Ling Tian's gaze descended onto Bai Hao as his expression became slightly serious. He kept having the feeling that when Bai Hao attacked yesterday, besides not utilizing a spirit weapon, Bai Hao might have still been holding back. Let's begin. Bai Hao spoke indifferently, whereas, at practically the instant he finished speaking, Zhang Shouyang moved. Zhang Shouyang raised his right leg before fiercely stomping it out, smashing the enormous brick that appeared out of thin air beneath his feet into pieces before his entire body relied on this repulsive force to charge towards Bai Hao like a cannonball. Everywhere Zhang Shouyang passed, the howls of the wind resounded out as explosions of air rose and fell without end. Under the gazes of everyone present, Zhang Shouyang held tightly onto his wine gourd with a raise of his hand, and then he pulled his shoulders backwards, causing his entire body to seem like a heavy bow. Along with origin energy blooming out from Zhang Shouyang's hand and gushing into the wine gourd, earth concept followed out like a shadow, causing the surface of the wine gourd to be covered in a layer of earth and yellow clothes. Ha! As Zhang Shouyang shouted out explosively, his body that had been pulled into a bow abruptly straightened out, and the wine gourd in his hand flew out with a swish, and it seemed to have transformed into an earth and yellow-colored bolt of lightning that shot towards Bai Hao. At the same time, Zhang Shouyang flashed out and followed close behind the wine gourd. In the sky, ancient horned dragon silhouettes condensed into form successively and dashed out along with Zhang Shouyang, seeming to be telling everyone in the surroundings that he'd already exerted his full strength. One wine gourd, one man, one ahead while the other behind, flashing towards Bai Hao. Duan Ling Tian saw a 7-foot-long spear appear out of thin air in Bai Hao's hand and flowing lightly revolved around the spear, causing one to know with a single glance that it wasn't an ordinary spear. Grade 3 spirit weapon. As a genuine Grade 3 weapons craftsman, Duan Ling Tian recognized the grade of the spear in Bai Hao's hand with a single glance. Flamecloud spear. Bai He's pupils constricted, and his expression was slightly unsightly, as envy filled the depths of his gaze. He was able to recognize that the Grade 3 spirit weapon in Bai Hao's hand was precisely the sole Grade 3 spirit weapon possessed by the Darken Dynasty's imperial family, and it was grasped in the hand of that existence of the imperial family. Yesterday, he's gone to see his father to ask his imperial father to assist him in borrowing this Grade 3 spirit spear, Yet he was refused by his imperial father. Never had he imagined that the grade 3 spirit spear he was unable to borrow had appeared in Bai Hao's possession today. As far as he was concerned, if he possessed this grade 3 spirit spear to rely on today, then perhaps he didn't have to be afraid of Zhang Shouyang and Yi Xiao, and at the same time, he wouldn't have lost at the hands of Zisheng within a single move. He envied. Why was this grade 3 spirit spear lent to Bai Hao, but not to me? Bai Hao uses spears. When he saw Bai Hao maintaining a calm expression even when facing the wine gourd that approached menacingly, Duan Ling Tian's expression became serious. Finally, Bai Hao moved under Duan Ling Tian's gaze. Bai Hao held the spear with a single hand as origin energy skyrocketed on his body, and then strands of material red-colored energy emerged from his body. When the red-colored energy covered his origin energy shook abruptly before transforming completely crimson red. For a time, Bai Hao and his spear were within a raging red-colored sea of flames. Materialization of concept again. When he saw Bai Hao, who was completely covered in the red-colored flames, not suffer the slightest bit of injury, the corners of Duan Ling Tian's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Bai Hao's fire concept had actually already touched the threshold of intermediate concept, and it wasn't inferior to Zhang Shouyang's earth concept. Finally, Bai Hao moved. He flashed out as if he was a large fireball that tore through the sky, and it caused the sky to be covered in a scorching aura that moved to directly intercept the enormous wine gourd that Zhang Shouyang smashed out. Suddenly, Bai Hao held the spear with both hands before raising it up above his head. In the next moment, an ear-piercing howl of the wind sounded out instantly, and it was like thunder that reverberated in the ears of all. Bai Hao had swung down the spirit spear he raised up to smash towards Zhang Shouyang, whereas, the spear in his hand seemed to have transformed into a rod at this moment. Bang! The spirit spear in Bai Hao's hand descended to fiercely smash onto the wine gourd that flashed directly towards him, and the scorching flames swept out to instantly collapse the material earth on the surface of the wine gourd. It wasn't just that. After his spirit spear shattered the material earth concept on the surroundings of the wine gourd, it continued to descend onto the wine gourd, causing another enormous bang to sound out, and the wine gourd was directly blasted flying. The wine gourd that was blasted flying collided with Zhang Shouyang, who was following behind it, causing Zhang Shouyang to be knocked flying. Pooh! Zhang Shouyang was hit by the wine gourd without the slightest preparation, causing his face to go ghastly white as he spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was only capable of stopping his flying body after being knocked flying for a period of distance. Bai Hao, on the other hand, had already put away the grade 3 spirit spear in his hand, and the flames on his body died out along with this. You aren't a match for me. Bai Hao gazed calmly at Zhang Shouyang as he spoke indifferently. Zhang Shouyang didn't deny what Bai Hao said, and he withdrew to the side after putting away his wine gourd. Bai Hao is victorious. Meanwhile, one of the old men recovered from his shock and announced the results, whereas, the cage battle arena was filled with clamorous noise now. What happened earlier? The imperial family's Bai Hao used that spirit spear as a rod, and with a swing of his rod, he blasted Zhang Shouyang's wine gourd flying. Not only did he blast the wine gourd flying, he even injured Zhang Shouyang. I only saw the ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky when Zhang Shouyang attacked. But I didn't see it clearly when Bai Hao attacked. I didn't see it clearly either. 5/7 700 chapter milestone. Chapter 706, still a single move. Bai Hao is similar to Duan Ling Tian and Ziai Shang. He defeated his opponent with a single move. From the beginning until the end, the phenomenon of the heaven and earth utterly had no chance of condensing into form. I feel that Bai Hao's strength is equal to Duan Ling Tian and Zi Shang, and it surpasses the other three young geniuses in all aspects. Not only that, when Bai Hao attacked, his fire concept combined with origin energy actually transformed into real flames. He's just like Zhang Shouyang, and is an existence that's halfway into the void interpretation stage. His strength is even stronger than Zhang Shouyang. The crowd in the surroundings of the cage battle arena discussed animatedly. Most of the people present, including Duan Ling Tian, were shocked by Bai Hao's strength. Big brother Zhang, when Bai Hao raised the spirit spear and smashed it out towards your spirit weapon gourd, did it contain another concept? Duan Ling Tian couldn't refrain from asking Zhang Shouyang via voice transmission. Because Bai Hao had attacked too swiftly, the phenomenon of heaven and earth hadn't had the time to condense into form, and coupled with the material fire concept blocking Duan Ling Tian's field of vision, Duan Ling Tian didn't notice the second concept. Of course, Duan Ling Tian not noticing it didn't mean that Zhang Shouyang, who faced the attack, didn't notice it as well. Exactly. Even though Zhang Shouyang had lost at the hands of Bai Hao, he wasn't dejected in the slightest. Besides fire concept, he also used rod concept. According to my conjecture, his rod concept ought to be at least at the second level. Rod concept, second level and above. Duan Ling Tian looked at Bai Hao with slight surprise when he heard this. Never had he imagined that Bai Hao's strength was actually so strong. Ninth level fire concept and rod concept at the second level or above. When both are combined, they're already not inferior to my 8th level wind concept and 3rd level lightning concept. Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart. Even though I've also comprehended 1st level earth concept as well, who knows if his rod concept is only at the 2nd level. Perhaps it's at the 3rd level, and even the 4th level might be possible. After all, Zhang Shouyang had only roughly estimated that Bai Hao's rod concept was at the 2nd level or above, and he wasn't able to be sure of exactly how strong it was. Bai Hao had easily obtained the victory in his battle between Zhang Shouyang, and it had shocked many people in the cage battle arena. As it is now, amongst the 6 young geniuses, Duan Ling Tian, Zishang, and Bai Hao possess the strongest strength. The other 3 people are slightly inferior. If nothing unexpected happens, then the top 3 during the ranking battles today will probably be Duan Ling Tian, Zishang, and Bai Hao. No matter if it is Duan Ling Tian, Bai Hao, or Zishang. Up until now, they attacked so swiftly that the phenomenon of heaven and earth only flashed briefly, and we utterly don't know exactly how their strengths are. Perhaps, only when the 3 of them face each other would we be able to confirm their exact strength. Truly a cause for anticipation. The sounds of discussion rose and fell in the surroundings of the cage battle arena, and many people were looking forward to the battle between Duan Ling Tian, Zishang, and Bai Hao. Bai Hao. Zishang looked at Bai Hao, who'd withdrawn to the side, and his eyes abruptly narrowed as he thought in his heart. I originally thought that my opponent today was probably only Duan Ling Tian. Yet never had I imagined that Bai Hao's strength was so strong, and he already possesses the qualifications to be my opponent. But, no matter if it's Duan Ling Tian or Bai Hao, they're bound to be the stepping stone of Zishang. I, Zishang, am determined to obtain first place in the dynasty martial competition. Unknowingly, Zishang's eyes were filled with confidence, and it was confidence towards his own strength. In next to no time, along with the discussions in the surroundings of the cage battle arena calming down, the old man spoke once more. At the same time, Zishang moved and arrived at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena at the first possible moment. It's Zishang. Zishang was actually so impatient to enter the arena. I wonder if he will choose Duan Ling Tian or Bai Hao as his opponent. If he chooses Duan Ling Tian or Bai Hao, then this battle will surely be extremely interesting. The atmosphere of the cage battle arena that had slightly calmed down was once again in an uproar. But unfortunately, Zishang didn't choose Duan Ling Tian or Bai Hao. His gaze locked onto his target at the first possible moment. Yi Shao, will you admit defeat yourself, or should I defeat you myself? Then person Zishang challenge was exactly the Yi clan's eldest young master, Yi Shao. Presently, Yi Shao was sitting at the first-class spectating area that the Yi clan members were seated at, and he flew out when challenged by Zishang. If you have the strength, then defeat me. Don't even dream about making me admit defeat. Yi Shao's words displayed his proud and unyielding character. As the eldest young master of the Yi clan, the #1 expert of the Yi clan's younger generation, he had his pride and dignity that were more important than his life, and he wouldn't allow another to trample on it. Very good. Zishang stood in confrontation with Yi Shao as he nodded with satisfaction. Since it's like this, then I'll defeat you with my own 2 hands. HMPH. Yi Shao grunted coldly, and he once again chose to attack first and seize the initiative. Unfortunately for him, his speed was swift, but Zishang's speed was swifter. Along with a zither appearing out of thin air in Zishang's hand, he raised his hand and origin energy flickered on the tips of 2 of his fingers before transforming into 2 tiny vortexes that ceaselessly revolved and warped. Within these 2 tiny vortexes, wind concept and fire concept followed like shadows as fire drew assistance from the might of wind and gradually strengthened the fire concept. In the next moment, Zishang's hand descended swiftly like a bolt of lightning, and his fingers smashed onto 2 zither strings. Cover your ears. Along with the appearance of the zither in Zishang's hands, many people couldn't help but hurriedly shout out in the surroundings of the cage battle arena. Many spectators with comparatively low cultivations hurriedly covered their ears, whereas, within this instant, the sound of the zither resounded out. Two ear-piercing and unpleasant sounds instantly resounded out from the zither. At the same time, two vortex point fauces that ceaselessly revolved whistled out from the zither like two extremely swift arrows shot out from a bow. One of the vortexes intercepted the spirit saber in Yi Xiao's hand that flashed over. The sound of a zither resounded out as the spirit saber was swept to the side by the vortex, and the origin energy on the spirit saber dimmed down slightly, whereas the other vortex directly flashed in full fury and like a shadow towards Yi Xiao. When faced with this vortex that approached with full fury, Yi Xiao's eyes squinted, and with a raise of his hand, he slashed out with his palm formed into a flat blade, heavily descending onto the vortex. However, the vortex instead easily blasted half the origin energy on the palm blade into dispersal, and then it heavily injured Yi Xiao in one go and blasted Yi Xiao flying. At the same time that Yi Xiao flew out in a sorry state, he repeatedly spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, and his countenance was ghastly pale to the extreme, whereas the grade 4 spirit saber that flew out lost its supply of origin energy, causing it to completely dim down before falling to the ground and was barely grasped by Yi Xiao, who just caught his breath. Zishang. Yi Xiao looked at the white-clothed young man in the distance that had put away his zither and stood there since long ago, and his eyes revealed deep fear. When did such a figure appear in the Darkened Dynasty's imperial family? In the past, he actually didn't have the slightest knowledge. He defeated his opponent in a single move once again. Zishang's strength is too overbearing. The phenomenon of heaven and earth are still unable to completely condense into form, and were unable to discern exactly how many ancient horned dragon silhouettes Zishang can condense from the energy of the heavens and the earth when he attacks. I suspect that when Zishang attacks with his full strength, it's very likely he possesses the strength of more than 30 ancient horned dragons. When they saw Zishang defeat Yi Xiao in a single more, the cage battle arena was in an uproar. As expected, Zishang's strength had shocked them once more. Along with Zishang and Yi Xiao withdrawing to the side, the ranking battles continued. Next, as soon as the old man finished speaking, a figure swiftly flashed out to arrive in the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena in the blink of an eye. Duan Ling Tian. Instantly, the violet-clothed young man that took the initiative to enter the arena drew the attention of everyone. Who should I choose? It was the first time that Duan Ling Tian had taken the initiative to enter the arena and challenge an opponent, and his gaze descended and flashed past each of the four young geniuses besides Yi Xiao as he carefully sized them up. In next to no time, Duan Ling Tian noticed that besides Zishang, Bai Hao, and Zhang Shouyang having a calm expression, the expression of the second prince, Bai He, was slightly unsightly, and his gaze was complicated. Duan Ling Tian revealed a brilliant smile when he saw this scene, and then his gaze locked onto Bai He. Second prince, if I didn't remember wrongly, you seem to have said that you want to teach me a lesson. Now I'll give you that chance, how about it? As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the cage battle arena was deathly silent. Numerous strange gazes descended onto Bai He as expected, and all of them felt that Duan Ling Tian was truly too bad. With his strength that was capable of defeating Yi Xiao with a single move, he challenged Bai Hao that was obviously inferior to Yi Xiao and even spoke such mocking words. Wasn't he humiliating Bai He? Bai He's expression went gloomy when he heard Duan Ling Tian, and when he recalled his actions of provoking Duan Ling Tian at the beginning, he wished for nothing more than to slap himself at this moment. When he noticed the numerous strange gazes that shot over from the surroundings, he couldn't bear it any longer, and he flew out to stand in confrontation with Duan Ling Tian before laughing coldly. Duan Ling Tian, do you really think that I, Bai He, am afraid of you? I didn't think like this. Duan Ling Tian shook his head, and then laughed indifferently. Then, second prince, please make a move. Duan Ling Tian's casualness caused Bai He's expression to go ominous. Since you want to court death, then I'll fulfill your wish. At this moment, Bai He was like a wild beast that had its tail stepped on. He was fuming with rage as he flashed out, and a spirit sword appeared out of thin air within his hand. Right at the instant origin energy raged on the spirit sword in Bai He's hand, and his sword concept emerged. Duan Ling Tian's speed was so swift that Bai He only swap a swift afterimage flash by, and it directly flashed past him to arrive behind him. When he reacted to this, he instantly turned around and intended to attack once more. Duan Ling Tian is victorious. The old man's voice clearly entered into Bai He's ears. Bai He's expression went grim when he heard this, and then he recalled the scene when Duan Ling Tian defeated Yi Xiao earlier, causing him to hurriedly stretch out his hand and wipe his throat. The outcome was that his hand was covered in blood. Instantly, Bai He's expression became ghastly pale to the extreme, and he was slightly scared out of his wits. He knew that he'd lost completely. He wasn't even capable of reacting to the moment that Duan Ling Tian drew his sword. 6/7 700 Chapter Milestone. Chapter 707, The Last Three Battles. Slitting the throat with a single move once more. If it wasn't for Duan Ling Tian holding back, the second prince would have died for sure. What a swift strike, what swift speed. Even though the people present weren't surprised that Duan Ling Tian was capable of defeating Bai He, they were still shocked by Duan Ling Tian's speed. Duan Ling Tian had attacked twice, respectively against Yi Xiao and Bai He, but both of them ended up with a similar fate. Their throats were sliced before they could even react. Duan Ling Tian. In the second-class spectating area where the members of the Darkened Dynasty were seated, King Yang revealed a smile. Duan Ling Tian's display had exceeded his expectations, and it caused him to be extremely pleasantly surprised at the same time. Before this, he'd never imagined that a member of their Darkstone dynasty would actually be able to proceed to this extent, and if not for himself being sure that everything before him was real, he would feel that he might be dreaming. But no matter how shocked the other people in the cage battle arena were, the dynasty martial competition still continued, and it went on like a raging fire. Perhaps intentionally, or unintentionally, Duan Ling Tian, Zishang, and Bai Hao had all chosen to first challenge the other three young geniuses as their opponents. In next to no time, the other three had lost at the hands of the three of them. In today's dynasty martial competition's ranking battles, the results for the 4th, 5th, and 6th have been decided. It's respectively Zhang Shouyang, Yi Xiao, and Bai He. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the old man announced with a sonorous voice. 6th place will obtain 2,000 low-grade origin stones as a reward. 5th will obtain 5,000 low-grade origin stones. 4th will obtain 10,000 low-grade origin stones. The other old man continued. As expected, as soon as the old man finished speaking, the scene was in an uproar. For a time, numerous burning gazes descended onto Zhang Shouyang in unison. Just 4th place is already able to obtain a reward of 10,000 low-grade origin stones. Then wouldn't the people ranked in the top 3 obtain even more origin stones? The hands of the person that obtains first in the dynasty martial competition will probably go weak from counting the origin stones he receives. The attention of the surrounding crowd had moved to the rewards of today's dynasty martial competition. Even more people were curious about the reward for the people in the top 3. No one was surprised by how wealthy the Darkened Dynasty's imperial family was. They knew that the origin stone vein in the Darkened Dynasty was controlled in the hands of the imperial family. Perhaps some top powers were able to take a share of it, but more than 50% of the origin stones mined from the vein would still be controlled in the hands of the imperial family. Just 4th place gets 10,000 low-grade origin stones. Duan Ling Tian's gaze lit up. Doesn't that mean that it's very likely 1st will obtain a few tens of thousands of low-grade origin stones? When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian's heart was filled with yearning to obtain 1st place in today's dynasty martial competition. Meanwhile, Zhang Shouyang, Zishang, and Bai He had each received their respective spatial ring that contained the origin stone reward before returning to the first-class spectating areas where they sat. They looked along with the others towards the last 3 young geniuses that remained in the distant sky. A violet-clothed young man and 2 white-clothed young men. A gust of wind lightly blew by, and it caused the clothes of the 3 of them to flutter. The battle was imminent. Now, the 3 of you will decide the top 3 rankings in the martial competition today. The old man looked at Duan Ling Tian and the others as he spoke slowly. The 3 of them were competing for the top 3 ranks. In other words, any one of them would be facing 2 battles, whereas, there were a total of 3 battles, the final 3 battles. Only 3 battles were required for the final rankings to be decided upon. Along with the old man speaking, the clamorous noise in the cage battle arena slowly died down and gradually vanished. The entire cage battle arena returned to calm. A figure was the first to fly out and stand at the central area of the sky above the cage battle arena. It was a white-clothed young man. Zishang. Duan Ling Tian's brows raised. At this moment, Zishang only had 2 choices. One was to choose Duan Ling Tian as his opponent and challenge Bai Hao in the next round. The second choice was to choose Bai Hao as his opponent and battle Duan Ling Tian after that. In next to no time, Zishang made a choice. Bai Hao. Zishang's gaze descended onto Bai Hao, and his burning gaze was filled with battle intent. Bai Hao flew out when he was challenged, and he stood opposite of Zishang as he stood in confrontation with Zishang. 2 white-clothed figures stood facing each other, and it was a dazzling scene. I wonder who will win in the battle between Xianxia and Bai Hao. As it is now, their chances of winning should be 50-50. After all, since the beginning until the end, we've been unable to discern their exact strength. I think that Bai Hao's chances of winning are higher. It wasn't only the surroundings crowd of spectators that didn't know who would win between Xianxia and Bai Hao, even Duan Lingtian was unable to guess who was stronger between the two of them. Xianxia and Bai Hao had comparable cultivations. This was the information they possessed up until now, whereas in terms of concept, they couldn't be sure even until now. As for spirit weapons, if Xianxia didn't conceal a spirit weapon, then Bai Hao would surely surpass him in terms of spirit weapon. After all, Bai Hao possessed a grade 3 spirit weapon. Even though it wasn't the weapon he was skilled in using, it could be used as the weapon he was skilled in using, so it didn't affect the exertion of his strength. Under the gazes of everyone present, Xianxia and Bai Hao moved at practically the exact same time. Xianxia soared into the sky as a zither appeared out of thin air in his hand. At the same time, his palm descended as wind concept and fire concept combined into his origin energy to form a swiftly revolving vortex at the center of his palm, and it directly pressed onto the face of the zither. Practically the instant Xianxia's hand descended, a spirit spear appeared in Bai's hand, and as he flashed like a bolt of lightning towards Xianxia, the material flames that skyrocketed on his body caused him to seem to have transformed into a ball of flaming clouds that flashed in the sky. The temperature in the sky rose abruptly. Along with a wave of violent winds blowing over from all directions, Duan Lingtian felt a gust of hot wind assault him, and it enveloped him within. What an overbearing fire concept! The instant Xianxia's hand descended, an ear-piercing sound of a zither sounded out. At the same time, a strong wave of air came from the center of Xianxia's palm, passed through the zither, and swept towards the surroundings like undulating ripples. Within these ripples, slightly material origin energy could be faintly seen, and besides that was an azure-colored energy and a red-colored energy that grew ceaselessly. At this moment, Xianxia had once again utilized the skill he used to defeat Bai He. When faced with this skill of Xianxia's, Bai Hao neither dodged nor moved aside, and his hands shook suddenly before raising up the spirit spear and smashing down towards the wave of air that spread out. An enormous bang resounded out as the spirit spear in Bai Hao's hand was smashed out fiercely by him like a spirit rod. Instantly, two formidable energies collided with each other, and the material flames on the spirit spear in Bai Hao's hands gushed out as if it had transformed into a ferocious demon beast that opened up its bloody mouth and pounced over. On the other side, Xianxia refused to show weakness as well, and his palm descended. It pushed out wave after wave to greet Bai Hao's attack. Another enormous bang sounded, and the spirit spear in Bai Hao's hand shook as he retreated a few meters back in a slightly sorry state, whereas Xianxia wasn't any better, and he'd retreated a few meters as well. The formidable collision of their probing attacks caused slight rosiness to suffuse both their faces, yet the eyes they looked at each other with was instead filled with battle intent that soared ceaselessly. In the sky above them, numerous ancient horned dragon silhouettes had slowly condensed into form in the end. In the sky above Bai Hao, a total of 31 lifelike ancient horned dragon silhouettes had appeared. 9th level fire concept. 2nd level rod concept. At this moment, Bai Hao had revealed his true strength for the first time. On the other side, there were originally 32 ancient horned dragon silhouettes in the sky above Xianxia, but in the blink of an eye, 2 of them had completely vanished, and it was as if they'd never appeared. It's the energy received from relying on the method of using fire concept to draw assistance from wind concept. Presently, as the wind concept and fire concept Xianxia exerted had successively vanished, the strength bestowed onto him from the method of using fire concept to draw assistance from wind concept would naturally vanish as well. It was extremely easy for Duan Lingtian to guess what had happened before him, but he still couldn't help but be surprised. When relying on his wind concept to fuel his fire concept, Xianxia is actually able to obtain the strength of an extra 2 ancient horned dragons. Flowing lights flickered within Duan Lingtian's eyes as he looked at Xianxia, and his feelings were slightly complicated. In next to no time, his attention had moved to the 30 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that appeared in the sky above Xianxia. This was the strength Xianxia possessed before relying on his wind concept to fuel his fire concept, 9th level void initiation stage. Besides that, according to Duan Lingtian's conjecture, his wind concept and fire concept ought to be respectively a 7th level wind concept and 4th level fire concept. When the strength of the 2 types of concepts were combined together, it was comparable to the strength of 11 ancient horned dragons. Solely in terms of strength, it was comparable to the strength of Bai Hao's 2 concepts. but because the spirit weapon in his possession was a grade lower than the spirit weapon in Bai Hao's possession, under the condition that their cultivation and concept were equal, his strength was instead slightly weaker. Of course, all of this was under the precondition that he didn't utilize his wind concept to fuel his fire concept. Once he utilized his wind concept to fuel his fire concept, it was sufficient to allow his fire concept to advance by 2 levels and obtain an extra 2 ancient horned dragons worth of strength. So if both of them were to fight with their full strengths, it would still be Xianxia who was superior in terms of strength that they could exert. Fueling fire concept with wind concept. Bai Hai's pupils couldn't help but constrict when he saw the 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes that vanished in the blink of an eye, and he spoke out with slight astonishment. Your eyesight isn't bad, Xianxia spoke indifferently. Fueling fire concept with wind concept. Bai Hao's words instead caused many people present to be filled with bewilderment. Although they'd never heard of this thing, but the 2 ancient horned dragon silhouettes of Xianxia's that vanished in the blink of an eye had similarly caused them to be bewildered. Imperial Uncle, this disciple of yours is actually already capable of relying on the ability of using his fire concept to draw assistance from his wind concept and advance the might of his fire concept. It's truly shocking. The Darken Dynasty's emperor looked at the black-clothed old man by his side and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. The shock on the old man's face gradually vanished, and replacing it was a gratified smile. 7/7 700 Chapter Milestone. Chapter 708. The Unusual Change in Xianxia. Of course, there were still many people that knew what fueling fire concept with wind concept meant. Along with the discussions of the people that knew the facts, it wasn't long before the entire cage battle arena understood what fueling fire concept with wind concept meant. So this fueling fire concept with wind concept is actually a skill, and one can rely on the might of wind force to improve the might of fire concept. Xianxia has actually comprehended a skill like this. It's truly shocking. According to the experts present, martial artists below the void interpretation stage are rarely able to comprehend this sort of skill. Xianxia is the first void initiation stage martial artist they know of that was capable of comprehending this type of skill. He's worthy of being a young genius that's recommended by the imperial family. Experts are really as numerous as the clouds in the imperial family. Not to mention that both the young geniuses that have made an appearance today are stronger than the second prince. Similar discussions entered completely into Bai He's ears, causing his body to start trembling, and his fists had unconsciously been tightly clenched together. Xianxia. Bai He gnashed his teeth as cold lights flickered within his eyes. Bai Hao was stronger than him, and he could only admit it. But Xianxia, who was someone of lowly birth, in his eyes had actually trampled on him, so how could he endure this? In the sky above the cage battle arena, Xianxia and Bai Hao attacked once more, and the situation of the battle was extremely intense. In terms of strength, if Xianxia didn't use his technique of fueling fire concept with wind concept, he was inferior to Bai Hao, but once he utilized that technique, he completely surpassed Bai Hao. Of course, his technique of fueling fire concept with wind concept required a certain amount of time to accumulate strength, and it was precisely because of this that Bai Hao was able to grab the opportunity to try his best to suppress Xianxia and not allow Xianxia to willfully increase the might of his fire concept. With Xianxia's current strength, he was at most capable of increase his fire concept by 2 levels. But now, every time he increased it by a single level, he wouldn't be in time to continue making it increase as he would become entangled with Bai Hao, causing him to utterly not be able to increase his fire concept by 2 levels. After increasing his fire concept by a single level, his strength was only equal to Bai Hao, and coupled with them being on par in terms of combat experiences and martial skill, the battle had temporarily come to a tie. Suddenly, Duan Ling Tian left the sky above the cage battle arena and returned to the second-class spectating area where the members of the Darkstone Empire were seated, and he sat back by Su Li's side. Duan Ling Tian, who do you think will win? Su Li couldn't refrain from asking when he saw Duan Ling Tian return. I don't know. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said truthfully, based on the current circumstances, so long as Bai Hao doesn't give Xianxia the chance to increase his fire concept by 2 levels, it would be very unlikely that Xianxia would be capable of defeating him. Whereas if he gave Xianxia the chance, or perhaps if Xianxia grabbed onto an opportunity to increase his fire concept by 2 levels in one go, then it wouldn't be impossible for Xianxia to defeat Bai Hao. Duan Ling Tian finished speaking in a single breath. Su Li nodded with understanding as he felt this way as well. Xianxia held the zither with one hand as origin energy that was followed by fire concept and wind concept raged on his other hand, and it ceaselessly descended onto the zither strings to resound with a wave of ear-piercing zither sounds. At the same time, numerous attacks that were like flame wheels ceaselessly swept toward Bai Hao. When faced with Zishang's repeated attacks, Bai Hao wasn't willing to show weakness, and the spirit spear in his hand was raised and smashed down repeatedly like a spirit rod, and it successively smashed Zishang's attacks into dispersal. He didn't dare dally in the slightest bit, as he knew that once he gave Zishang an opportunity to take advantage of, he would lose for sure. In the sky above the cage battle arena, the situation of the battle was intense, and it caused the spectating crowd to be bedazzled. I truly never imagined that the former member of the 5 great young masters of the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom, Zither Young Master, would actually possess such a formidable strength now. I wonder exactly what fortuitous encounter he obtained. Su Li had a complicated gaze as he lightly sighed. Su Li's words aroused the resonance of Duan Ling Tian and Long Yun. Both of them were from the Azure Forest Imperial Kingdom like Zishang, and both of them had some relationship with Zishang, so they felt it even more deeply. Duan Ling Tian, who was originally silently watching the battle, suddenly noticed that his spatial ring was lightly trembling, and even though the trembling's frequency wasn't high, he was still able to sense it clearly. What's going on? Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart as his mind entered within the spatial ring. Instantly, the events within the space of his spatial ring caused him to be unable to refrain from being stunned. He noticed that the devil-seal tablet that was originally silently placed idly at the side had suddenly seemed as if it had gone mad, and it ceaselessly knocked against the space within his spatial ring. The things in the space within his spatial ring were in a complete mess from being knocked around by it, and everything was scattered around as if his spatial ring had become a rubbish dump. At the same time that Duan Ling Tian's expression froze, he couldn't help but recall that at yesterday morning, the space within his spatial ring had suffered an unexplainable attack, causing the things within his spatial ring to be in disorder and scattered all over. At that time, he didn't know what had happened, whereas, he understood completely now, and it turned out that it was the devil-seal tablet that did it. What exactly is going on? Duan Ling Tian was completely ill at ease when encountering something like this, as there was utterly no similar records within the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. Logically speaking, the space within a spatial ring was only capable of storing things that didn't possess life. This was an iron law within the Cloud Continent, whereas the devil-seal tablet was something without a life, as the soul within it had already been exterminated all those years ago. So logically speaking, it would be impossible for it to contain life. But now, the unusual movements of the devil-seal tablet caused Duan Ling Tian to be slightly perplexed. Based on the actions of the devil-seal tablet, it seems to want to charge out of my spatial ring. But even though the movements of the devil-seal tablet were forceful, it was incapable of shaking the space within the spatial ring. The solidity of the space within the spatial ring was unimaginable. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian even had the desire to let the devil-seal tablet out. But practically at the exact same time, his intuition told him that if he let the devil-seal tablet out, it would absolutely not be a good thing. So he endured his desire. Wait, there's surely a reason why the devil-seal tablet would be like this. Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath as he came back to his senses, and his gaze descended onto the two people that were fighting intensely in the sky. With just a glance, he noticed that something was off. Between Zishang's brows, Duan Ling Tian noticed that a small black dot had appeared between Zishang's brows at this moment. The small black dot was ceaselessly enlarging, and it seemed as if it was taking root and growing. What's that? Duan Ling Tian was dumbstruck as he gazed at the space between Zishang's brows. Meanwhile, he noticed the commotion made by the devil-seal tablet in his spatial ring had become greater. Could it be that the unusual actions of the devil-seal tablet are related to the small black dot that's ceaselessly enlarging between Zishang's brows? When he thought up to here, Duan Ling Tian felt that it was slightly unbelievable. Even during his 2 lifetimes, the rebirth martial emperor had never encountered such a strange thing, yet he'd actually encountered such a strange thing now. Could it be that the small black dot that has appeared between Zishang's brows is related to the devil-seal tablet? Now, Duan Ling Tian could only think like this, but even after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't wrap his head around it. Look, quickly, there seems to be something between Zishang's brows. That's a black-colored flame brand. No, I remember that there wasn't such a brand between Zishang's brows earlier. I still remember that there was no such brand between Zishang's brows earlier. What exactly is going on? A wave of confusion arose in the cage battle arena as they were shocked by the peculiar scene before them. A brand appearing out of nowhere on a person's face, and it was even an obvious brand caused others to feel a chill run down their spines and their scalps go numb. At this moment, even the Feng clan's eldest master, Feng Wudao, the emperor, and the black-clothed old man by the emperor's side, unconsciously became tensed and extremely serious, because the scene before their eyes caused them to feel astonishment. That small black dot has become a black-colored flame brand in the blink of an eye. After the small black dot appeared between Zishang's brows, Duan Ling Tian's gaze had never left it, and he clearly saw the changes between Zishang's brows. The devil-seal tablet seems to have gone into a greater frenzy. Duan Ling Tian noticed that after the small black dot between Zishang's brows became a flame brand, the devil-seal tablet within his spatial ring seemed as if it had gone mad and madly collided all around the space within his spatial ring. If it wasn't for the space within his spatial ring being sufficiently solid, it would have probably knocked a hole open long ago. What exactly is the flame brand between Zishang's brows? Why is it able? Duan Ling Tian thought in his heart, but his thoughts hadn't finished revolving when his pupils couldn't help but constrict, and his face was covered in astonishment as if he'd seen something terrifying. At the exact same time, Zishang, who was in the sky above the cage battle arena and had a flame brand appear between his brows, had put down the zither in his left hand before his right hand suddenly formed into a fist. No one noticed that at this moment, Zishang's eyes had dimmed down slightly. Subsequently, he stepped out slightly stiffly, and it was this step that caused him to vanish before the eyes of everyone. In the next moment, he'd already arrived behind Bai Hao, causing Bai Hao to be unable to react in the slightest towards all this. At the same time, Zishang's fist smashed out, and he didn't even rely on the amplification of his spirit weapon to smash his fist towards Bai Hao. Everywhere his bare fist passed, the sounds of air exploding rose and fell, and the airflow in the sky seemed to have been completely extracted. The might of his punch shook the heavens. "Stay your hand." The emperor's face went grim as he shouted out in alarm. The two old men in the sky above the cage battle arena had reacted as well, and they moved out with the intention of stopping Zishang. Even though they didn't know what had happened to Zishang, but the strength that was contained on Zishang's fist caused them to fear from the bottom of their hearts. At this instant, Zishang wasn't a void initiation stage martial artist in their eyes, but an existence that wasn't inferior to them. The two old men flashed out and pounced towards Zishang. But unfortunately, their speeds were fast, yet Zishang was faster, and his fist blasted with terrifying strength that raged and skyrocketed as it smashed towards Bai Hao without holding back in the slightest. Bai Hao's expression instantly went pale when he heard the sound of something tearing through the sky behind him. Never had he imagined that Zishang's strength would increase so greatly in an instant, and Zishang had actually arrived behind him right under his very eyes. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.